Chapter 81. Upgrade directly to the Iron Fortress. I need it. Jiang Lin didn't explain further, but he believed that Lin Yu's intelligence would understand. Any shortfalls would be made up with crystals. Okay. Although Lin Yu was shocked by Jiang Lin's generosity, she didn't ask any further questions. Then, a thought struck her, and her cheeks flushed slightly. Jiang Lin naturally didn't know what she was thinking, and even if he knew, he wouldn't care. He just wanted to become stronger and build his mobile city. When Lin Yu upgraded the Iron Fortress to level 5, it would become another mobile Iron Fortress after the transformation tomorrow. He planned to occupy that temple. It was a great place. All his men could learn skills there. Even if there was danger, they could use the placement teleportation function. Go back, Jiang Lin ordered, ignoring Lin Yu's resentful look. Watching Lin Yu's retreating figure, Jiang Lin began to imagine flying the Iron Fortress through the surrounding area. For Jiang Lin, upgrading another Iron Fort wasn't difficult. The most valuable item was simply that crystal core. Killing level 4 creatures was easy for him now. Finding the mist-repelling spark was the challenge. One crystal core wouldn't change anything, so he decided to build a level 6 Iron Fort for a huge payoff. On the way from the Iron Fort to the temple, he might encounter level 4 or even level 5 creatures, which would provide him with nutrients for his growth. As for Sophia, he had already told Lin Yu to protect her as a tool for now, and he could build another Iron Fort later if needed. For now, 2 Iron Forts would be enough, unless new valuable locations appeared nearby. He collected today's harvest from the flower garden and crafted a healing potion. Healing potion adds 99. Kiwi fruit adds 191. Although the kiwi fruit could fill him for 3 days, he still made a habit of eating one daily. While it didn't look impressive, it tasted truly delicious. He opened the trading platform and listed the item at yesterday's price, no longer needing an ad. Then he opened the world chat, and instantly, the news from this morning appeared. He was ready to see what was happening in the mist world. Brothers, be careful. A friend of mine encountered a succubus, and then there was no news. Really? I want to encounter one too. Add one. Add one. Everyone, don't be careless. A friend of mine said he encountered a birdman, and his profile picture has gone black. I also encountered a silver human today. He wanted to attack me upon seeing me, but I killed him instantly with a shatter spell. The turtle man I encountered was quite friendly. He said he wanted to develop with me. Be careful, brothers. Those who are not of my kind must have different hearts. I do think some races are quite friendly. I encountered one. A tough golden human. He's friendly and... Please elaborate? I've also encountered a friendly species, a fishman. They'd had similar experiences to us, and I guess there's a ranking system. If you can help them get a good ranking, you might get a share. Is it the upper body fishman or the lower body fishman? The upper body. Everyone, beware of the 3-headed people. They're very difficult to kill, and they seem to dislike humans. I fought one of them today. I had a level 3 weapon, but he was able to hold his own against me. Jiang Lin watched for a long time. Today's world chat was clearly much more valuable. Most people had encountered alien species, and the golden people Jiang Lin had encountered were probably the friendly kind. But Jiang Lin didn't care. He only believed in the bonds of the contract. Whether the golden people were truly friendly or not was none of his business. He didn't have time to delve into it. He focused on noting down some powerful and warlike races, and closed the chat. While some races were naturally powerful, the Blue Star humans had arrived in the Misty World 10 days earlier, so the situation wasn't one-sided. Instead, there was a strange sense of balance. Is this all calculated by the system? Is it to ensure that all survivors can thrive? Or is there some other reason? Questions kept popping up, but Jiang Lin couldn't come up with any answers. The information was asymmetric. Forget it, let's take it one step at a time. He simply stopped thinking about it, and opened the trading house to collect the crystals. Crystals plus 5,905. He now had 8,640 crystals. If he didn't spend them intentionally, they would only increase. Of course, the price of healing potions would definitely drop, but definitely not now. Survival was becoming increasingly difficult, and with the arrival of new competitors, there was no telling when the war between the races would begin. This was the iron law of nature, the survival of the fittest, and it was also a foreseeable future. We must plan ahead and strengthen ourselves. Only when we have the power to crush all races and all the creatures in the mist can we rest easy. He didn't plan to sell the protection core anymore. It would be needed later, when he needed to upgrade more shelters. He often fantasized about owning a mobile predatory city. While he wouldn't be able to run rampant, he could still dominate a region. Just as Jian Lin was looking into the future, a private message arrived. It was Sun Huanyu. Why was this guy looking for him? Previously, only Cui Rikuguo would contact him. The two hadn't spoken since the world chat was opened. Clicked on the private message. Sun Huanyu, big boss, help. There's a lizard man in my area. Its body is comparable to a level 3 creature. It's been attacking my house all day. I can't stand it anymore. Sun Huanyu, boss, do you have a sanctuary ownership agreement? I'm willing to join you. Please save my life. My synthesis skill is very useful and can help me make things. Sun Huanyu, boss, if you don't agree, I have to join the Jojo Imperial Alliance. But I really don't want to join such a loose faction unless it's absolutely necessary. I hear everyone there is treated like slaves. Jian Lin frowned slightly after reading the message. Last time, Zhang Su approached him about joining, but he dropped the vassalage contract and nothing happened. Unexpectedly, Sun Huanyu is here again. In terms of value, Sun Huanyu's synthesis skill is indeed far superior to Zhang Su's, making him worth saving. I'm just not sure if he accepts the vassalage contract. At this thought, an idea struck him. Jian Lin, you can join me if you want, but I don't have time to verify my subordinate's loyalty, so... Vassalage contract, click to view. After sending it, he closed the chat, knowing the other party would need time to think. The lizardmen Sun Huanyu described were indeed formidable. Their bodies were surprisingly comparable to those of level 3 creatures, making even the weakest of them quite formidable. Thinking of how he'd battled wits and courage with level 1 and 2 creatures upon arriving in the survival world, he suddenly felt the system's decision to deploy Blue Star humans early was a good one. These new survivors were either highly intelligent or physically strong, perhaps even possessing unusual abilities or awakening talents. Initially, they were far stronger than the Blue Star people. If they were placed in the same batch, the Blue Star people would likely have a very difficult time. Just like Sun Huanyu, if his synthesis technique hadn't been effective, without the protection of a level 3 shelter, he would likely have perished at the hands of the lizards. Tomorrow we should search the area for any aliens, Jian Lin pondered. Though those aliens couldn't threaten his iron fortress, he didn't want them to thrive in the area. Raising a tiger is always a risk. If it refuses to submit, it can only be killed. It wasn't that he was cruel, but that was just the way the world was. He believed any other race would do the same. If you don't want to be a slave, enslave others. Peaceful development is based on both sides having guns. Just as he was formulating his plan, a private chat notification popped up. You're actually willing to accept this? That's interesting. He smiled and opened the chat panel. Sun Huanyu, boss, I can accept this. I just have one question to confirm. You don't have that kind of hobby, right? Chapter 82. Jian Lin was a little reluctant to reply to Sun Huanyu. How about letting him get savaged by the lizard men? He rubbed his chin, a chill running down his spine as he thought of that scene. Forget it. To avoid tainting his fantasy, he might as well save him this time. Jian Lin, don't be so naughty, or I just throw you to the lizard men. I trade the agreement over, and you can sign it yourself. Sun Huanyu, thank you, big man. I won't do it again next time. Love you, you're my SSR god. Confirmed, he's an otaku, and probably an 2D character. Jian Lin closed the panel and terminated the transaction. The transaction was completed quickly, and soon after, he recalled the agreement, which was already large enough to accommodate Sun Huanyu's shelter. He decided to do this tomorrow morning. The lizardmen wouldn't dare operate in the fog at night anyway. Checking the time, it was 7:35 p.m. Thinking of the 2 silver treasure chests he'd obtained today, Jian Lin decided to bathe and burn incense before opening them. Xiaoying, boil some water. He called to Xiaoying's room, then spread out the 2 silver treasure chests on the square table in the hall. He wasn't going to open any more treasure chests worth less than silver, saving them until he had 10 to trade for the small chests. Letting the 2 treasure chests gather their strength first, he moved the bedroom's leather sofa over and sat down, leisurely waiting. It wasn't long before Xiaoying arrived, wearing a strange outfit. You forget it, it's okay. Jian Lin was stunned, but didn't blame her. Xiaoying was wearing the red dinosaur pajamas. Jian Lin hadn't noticed when he opened them, but now he realized they were tight-fitting. And there were some things about them that looked rather odd. Let's go! Jian Lin tried to appear calm. Lying in the bathtub, he prayed devoutly for good luck in opening the treasure chest. Xiaoying, wearing red dinosaur pajamas, waited quietly beside him. Huh? Jian Lin suddenly remembered a skill he'd overlooked. Mysterious luck. This level 5 skill, with a 1-day cooldown, had always been his last resort, but now that he had a level 5 Xiaotong, exploring wasn't dangerous for the time being. Maybe he could try opening a treasure chest. It would spawn around this time tomorrow night anyway, so it would only take 1 day. If he wished for level 5 items from both silver treasure chests, and then activated Mysterious Luck. Absolutely. Jianlin sat up suddenly, splashing water. He was beaming with joy, eager to try. With the power of Mysterious Luck, opening a treasure chest was probably the least surprising thing. Mysterious Luck, level 5. After using it, regardless of whether the result is good or bad, it will ultimately go in the direction the user desires. It can affect anything level 5 or below, and the effect depends on the specific situation. The cooldown is 1 day. Using it in battle might lead to unexpected changes and dangers, but opening a treasure chest doesn't require worrying about these. It's just a matter of probability. The first bad outcome might result in some silver chests that originally held a tier 5 only yielding tier 4 items, but what does that have to do with Jianlin? The second bad outcome is some tier 5 garbage, but garbage is still tier 5, and even the worst garbage can be transformed into tier 6, right? Jianlin felt the second option was most likely, but it didn't matter. The transformation technique would take effect. After Xiaoying helped him wash up, Jianlin told her to go back to her room. He then breathed on her and rubbed his hands as he approached the treasure chest. Surviving the fog, I defy fate. From today on, I'm no longer a loser. Jianlin's expression was energized. Mysterious Luck, activated. A strange feeling enveloped him. He felt like the darling of the world, and everything would go as he wished. Give me level 5. He suddenly reached out and quickly opened 2 silver treasure chests. A strong white light flashed. Delivered? He was thrilled, then felt a sense of emptiness as his luck vanished. He ignored it and peered into the 2 silver treasure chests. Kidney tonifying pill, level 5. After taking it, it will make up for your shortcomings, granting your kidneys the strength of a level 5 ferocious beast, making your body stronger. Rise Smile gloves, level 5. After activating, your enemies will involuntarily smile wryly, becoming pessimistic about the world and extremely world-weary. Effective at level 5 and below. This, King's Chair, level 5. After sitting down, hostile creatures facing you will involuntarily taunt you, making you sarcastic and chattering until you slap them in the face. Effective at level 5 and below. Psychic Hair Erecting Device, level 5. After using it to raise your hair, all hostile creatures will be stunned, impressed by your wisdom, and lose interest in you. Effective at level 5 and below. Jianlin admitted that he'd spoken too loudly earlier. Could this alienation spell be salvaged? What kind of level 6 could these things alienate into? He was a little hesitant to try. System, I know you're here. You're definitely doing this on purpose. Jianlin took a deep breath, feeling an indescribable pain. He thought it would be just 1 or 2 junk items, but it turned out to be all of them. There was no loophole to exploit. Put everything away. After all, it was level 5. Let's see what alienation yielded. The effect was truly uncertain. Alienation also depended on the properties of the object itself. There was no telling what these bizarre things would yield. Alas, only advancing to level 3 could comfort my wounded heart. He took out a constitution potion and applied it to his face, seemingly feeling better. His current attributes are Constitution, 28. Mind, 48. Stamina, 80/200. Spirit, 0 out of 400. Overall rating, level 2. Using the alienated spiritual power twice more should double it again. I need to carefully consider how to use it. It depends on how effective the soul-eating technique is tonight. I hope it can increase my mind by 1 point. Last night, I swallowed so much, but it only added 1 point. Ah! So comfortable. Using objects to move to the soft bed in the bedroom, he felt the comfort of the quilt, stroked Xiaodong's smooth snake body, and began to close his eyes to rest. Xiaodong's snake eyes looked at him with disdain, but Jianlin naturally ignored its thoughts. With his subordinates growing in number, he needed to come up with a powerful team name that would convey mystery and power, and also establish hierarchies. Yes, this must be rigorous. A hierarchical system will make execution more efficient. Through his thoughts, the clock quickly reached 12 o'clock. He hadn't used the mutation technique or the physical alteration potions yet. He planned to devour spirits first. The soul-devouring technique activated, and his spirit body emerged into a strange, foggy space. The fog remained dark and gray, seemingly harmless. He waited patiently until a ferocious beast with bat wings, a goat's head, bird claws, and a snake's tail appeared. "It's you, Chung." The black ram. Jiang Lin flew over quickly, reaching out and grabbing it. "Come here." The black ram tried to struggle, but it was clearly futile. Against the soul-devouring technique, it had no resistance. Half an hour passed. He devoured the swollen beauty, the abyssal mist skeleton slug, and a host of level 3 creatures. His mental power barely rose by 1 point. Jiang Lin had a vague feeling that his mental power would decline as he went on. Even a level 4 creature wouldn't be enough to satisfy his 49 points of mental power. Also, the red-eyed dark sheep man hadn't been seen. Perhaps transforming into strange objects was a different kind of living? Both spirits and corpses had been transformed into materials for strange objects. There shouldn't be any dead level 5 creatures around, so he couldn't attract them. "I have to kill some myself." He finished the spirit eater with some regret and returned to his body. 400 spiritual power points, and using one more transformation would double that to 800. After reaching level 3, transformation could increase that to 4 times. Thereafter, use 200 spiritual power points for one transformation. Jiang Lin placed Xiaohan on the bed, stood up, and took out the Constitution Potion. Chapter 83. This was his first time using the 200-point spiritual power alteration potion. He wondered what new effects it would bring. Thinking of the randomized area affected by the super recovery last time, Jiang Lin was speechless. Alteration activated, 200 spiritual power overflowed, and the surging spiritual power instantly enveloped the white potion, causing it to writhe and tumble with unprecedented intensity. "Don't explode." Jiang Lin's mouth twitched at this. The reaction was truly too intense. Thankfully, the reaction quickly ended, and the potion turned a deep purple. Altered physical potion, obtained strange power potion. Strange power potion. Permanently increases constitution by 5 points, increases strength and toughness in a specific area, grants super recovery, and allows for a randomized effect. Huh? Seriously, the smart change effect? Jiang Lin hadn't expected this effect to be added this time. So abstract. He blushed slightly, not knowing what he was thinking. But then he quickly pushed these chaotic thoughts out of his mind, his expression becoming serious, fearing his feelings would be tainted. "Just stop being a butt." Jiang Lin raised the dark purple potion and drank it in one gulp. Soon, he felt a surge of power throughout his body, and the change was most noticeable in his left hand, which became tighter and more tense. And it could change according to his thoughts. Phew! Thank goodness, it was just his left hand. Before Jiang Lin could truly feel it, he felt a sudden pull from his left hand, dragging him into a pitch-black, mysterious space. He had reached that path, the path. At the end of that darkness, still hidden were strange scenes of endless, bizarre transformations. Following the pull, he took a step forward. It was a small step, but... Back to his body. Jiang Lin opened his eyes. He had advanced now. Level 3, Transfiguration. The power of his expanding body, and the faint sense of transcendence made him feel a little dizzy. He quickly adjusted to his body, and signaled himself to stop expanding. Opening the panel. Name, Jiang Lin. Talent, Alienation Unique. Class, Transfiguration. Skills, Transfiguration. Level 3, Levitation. Level 3, Strange Transformation. Level 3, Object Relocation. Level 3, Strange Step. Level 3, Dream Eye. Level 4, Mysterious Luck. Level 5, Soul Devouring. Level 6, Grade Light Incarnation. Level 4, Const. 33. Mind, 50. Physical Strength, 400/400. Spiritual Strength, 600/800. Overall Rating, Level 3. In addition to the class change, he gained 2 new class skills. His physical and spiritual strength doubled due to the breakthrough. Alienation transforms any object into a new level. This can only be performed once per object, and the effect depends on the spiritual strength invested. Limited to 4 uses per day. Reaching level 3 also increased the number of transfiguration spells he could use. This breakthrough was quite rewarding. Then, there were 2 class skills. Transfiguration, a level 3 class skill that consumes stamina to transform into a transformed creature, gaining the creature's physical attributes and abilities. The effect lasts for 30 minutes, and is limited to level 3. Levitation, a level 3 class skill that causes objects to float. Stamina consumption depends on the object's size and mass, increasing the further from the ground. Transfiguration might not be considered powerful by other Transfiguration class members. It's mostly used to trick higher-level individuals with weaker spiritual awareness. It's powerful for escaping, but somewhat useless in real combat due to the level 3 limitation. But Jian Lin was different. Jian Lin, with a thought, used transfiguration. His body squirmed, eventually transforming into a doll with crystal-colored skin and a silvery glow. A moon mirror doll. Touching his body, Jian Lin felt a wave of wonder. The touch was exactly like Xiaoying's. Then he transformed into Xiufu, Ziox, Xiaoong Linyu. He touched the tentacles on the lower body of the creature that resembled Linyu. They felt slippery and sticky. So that was what it felt like. A look of sudden enlightenment crossed Linyu's face. Half an hour later. He didn't stop trying until his stamina had depleted by nearly 200 points. That's right. What sets him apart from other mutated beings is that any creature he transforms bears his spiritual imprint, allowing him to transform into their likeness. Although his strength is limited to level 3, his abilities are substantial. Whether it's Xiaotong or Xiaoying, his abilities surpass those of their level. In other words, he's invincible at his level. Even if he encounters another mutated being, they can never compare to him. As for levitation, that was even simpler. Jian Lin used levitation on himself, and quickly reached the 5-meter ceiling. It didn't consume much stamina, so daily commuting wasn't a problem. However, speed did affect the stamina consumption, so it was something to keep in mind. Very cool. After a moment of feeling the sensation of flying, Jian Lin sat back on the bed. His transfiguration and object-based displacement had also been upgraded to level 3. Transfiguration remained largely unchanged, except for the upper limit, while object-based displacement had increased from 50 meters to 100 meters. It was comparable to a 1/5 silver key replica. This upgrade to level 3 was a significant upgrade. He even felt he could handle level 4 creatures with his class abilities. After becoming familiar with the class's skills and transformations, he began studying his left hand. With a thought, his left hand began to transform into a thin arm, sprouting eyes. It twisted and turned, extending nearly 50 meters. Feeling the vision of his left hand, Jian Lin was at a loss for words about this transformation ability. Theoretically, it could transform into anything, but there seemed to be some size limit. The longest it could transform was just 3 cubic meters. Perhaps it had something to do with his physique. It doesn't seem to be very useful? Jian Lin withdrew his hand, a thoughtful look on his face. Perhaps scrubbing my back in the shower would work. Or wiping my butt clean? Putting that aside for the moment, he began to consider the uses of the transmutation technique. Tomorrow, he would save 1 for Lin Yu's Iron Fortress, implementing his mobile city plan. That left 2 more. He touched the level 3 Dark Thorn ring on his right hand. This old friend had been with him from the beginning, and it was time for him to continue his transformation. Transmutation activated, the Dark Thorn ring began to wriggle and transform. Its originally restrained shape became exaggerated, transforming from a purple bracelet into one with tiny, ethereal black spikes. It has a pump vibe. Transform the Dark Thorn ring to obtain the Shadow Thorn Phantom ring. Shadow Thorn Phantom ring, Tier 4. This bracelet transforms into shadowy vines, ethereal and unpredictable, making it incredibly difficult to defend against. Not only can it control attacks with its mind, but it also automatically protects against danger, boasting the strongest damage and defense at Tier 4. Jian Lin couldn't wait to try it out. The Shadow Thorn Phantom ring transformed into a series of ethereal vines, piercing through the wall while actually affecting anything behind it. It's armor-piercing. As expected of a 200-point spiritual power transformation, it's the strongest of its tier. No matter how strong your defense is, I pierce through and rip your guts apart. How can you respond? Abyssal Mist Skeleton Slug? ? Okay, it's a bit of a lethality against a creature like that, but it can't break my defense either. Jian Lin's mind moved again, and the Shadow Thorn Phantom ring transformed into dozens of thick, ethereal vines, completely enveloping him. A sense of security overflowed, now that his combat power was no longer in short supply, and he had 1 more alienation. Jian Lin was ready to give it a try. He pulled out a long-laid, almost forgotten item. Slave Contract. This can be used on any creature below level 3 that has lost its ability to resist. After using it, it can force commands upon the target, which the target cannot refuse. This was also a system reward for reaching the regional rankings. He had never used alienation on scrolls, contracts, blueprints, or agreements before, because he wasn't sure what he would get. This time, he wanted to give it a try. Now that he had practiced enough, his combat power and shelter were strong enough, he could try out things he had previously been reluctant to waste time on. Chapter 84. Anyway, the slave contract wasn't as effective as the vassal contract, so even if it was scrapped, it wouldn't be a big deal. Creatures below level 3 were of little use to him. Jiang Lin took a deep breath, the dual drain of physical and spiritual energy leaving him somewhat exhausted. Alienation activated, the familiar wriggling began. 200 spiritual energy points was undoubtedly a significant amount for a level 2 item, and the slave contract began to tremble wildly. Finally, it gradually transformed into a pitch-black, strange ball with one eye and one hand. It supported itself on its hands, its eyes fixed on Jiang Lin. Master, Jiang Lin sensed its consciousness. Hello. Suppressing the strange feeling, he opened the system introduction. Alienation slave contract, obtaining the strong slave seed. Strong slave seed, level 3, a seed tainted by an unknown aura. It is beginning to embark on a strange path. It can parasitize targets of level 3 and below, controlling their bodies and minds. Limited to 1, reusable. So it's like being able to constantly change the target of enslavement? Jiang Lin rested his hand on his face, thinking for a moment. The effect seemed quite powerful. Could it be considered invincible in some sense? After all, as long as it was level 3, it could be parasitized, regardless of strength or anything else. What about the slug of knowledge? Forget it. I have a feeling something bad might happen. That species looks quite powerful, and they know everything. Maybe I could get a level 3 mount first. It's reusable, and I could switch when I found the right one. You go down first. Xiuqiang. Jiang Lin named it Strong Slave Seed, then used borrowed object translocation to stuff it into the storage room. Wait, looking towards the storage room, Jiang Lin suddenly had a good idea. Next time I make weapons, I let Xiuqiang control Xiaotang's body, allowing him to operate it for free. I'm sorry, Xiaotan, you're just too greedy. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but curl his lips. Tomorrow was destined to be an exciting day. He hugged Xiaotang and closed his eyes. Master, it's dawn. Last night, there were no strange dreams. Jiang Lin awoke to Xiaoying's call. Xiaoying had taken off her dinosaur pajamas and changed into her JK outfit, still with a white silk base. It seemed she had learned to wear pajamas at night, and formal clothes during the day. He didn't wash up immediately, but instead used the shelter ownership agreement to place it. 200 meters to the left of the shelter, he selected an open space to place Sun Huanyu's shelter, and then ignored it. Now in his territory, Sun Huanyu naturally didn't have to worry about the lizard men. Soon, movement began to stir within the iron fort, and everyone returned to their positions. The small pickaxe began to dig. Help me find a good-looking mechanical creature, preferably one I can sit on, and even faster. Jiang Lin instructed Xiaochang as he handed it to Xiao Axe's tentacle. Xiao Axe used the tentacle to play with the dark Xiaochang, and the other tentacles were eager to try. Don't bully Xiaochang, Jiang Lin instructed. Seeing that Xiao Axe seemed to want to grab Xiaochang's hand and play with it, he quickly reached out to stop him. Like Xiao Hao, Xiao Axe had a bit of a childish personality, but was generally very obedient. At the command, it quickly scooped Xiaochang up into its tentacle. Xiaochang's eyes also turned human, a look of relief. The new trio clattered away, and Jiang Lin withdrew his gaze. Walking alone towards Sun Huanyu, he saw a new member. There were some things he needed to explain, including a vassalage contract. Boss! As soon as Jiang Lin arrived at the level 3 crystal-encrusted house, he heard a droopy voice calling out. He saw a slightly plump, average-looking young man wearing a thick green military coat, a faint glimpse of an anime-style girl sweatshirt underneath. Rim? Jiang Lin seemed to have some impression of her, but he didn't pay much attention to the new member's attire. Boss, you're finally here. I was worried you'd oversleep and forget me. I'm really scared of that lizard man. I'm most afraid of those strange-looking creatures. Sun Huanyu's face flushed, clearly excited. Hearing his words, Jiang Lin's expression became a little strange. This guy probably needs to correct this shortcoming in the future. Won't you take me on a tour? Jiang Lin planned to see the environment he lived in to assess the practicality of his synthesis technique. Boss, please come in. Sun Huanyu hurriedly opened the door, his expression envious as Jiang Lin approached. Boss, you're so handsome. Did you acquire the ability to change your appearance? He even glanced at Jiang Lin's figure, his eyes filled with envy. Jiang Lin ignored him, and silently handed him the vassalage contract. He walked past Sun Huanyu and entered the stone house, which was extremely cluttered. In the hall were a toilet, strange chairs, carpets of unknown purpose, drills, and strange saws. A quick glance revealed that most of the items were of no rank, with only a few tier 1 and 2 items. It seemed the synthesis technique had no effect on their rank. While Jiang Lin was observing, Sun Huanyu had already signed the contract. Feeling the effect of the contract, Sun Huanyu, who had been slightly resistant, quickly accepted it. Don't judge a person by appearance. People who appear weak can sometimes be quite decisive. Boss, should I call you master? Sun Huanyu asked, blushing slightly, as he handed over the vassal contract. Don't bother with me. I tell you what to call me later, Jiang Lin said unhappily. The sight of a slightly overweight young man calling master in such a coquettish manner was too vulgar. Okay. Sun Huanyu breathed a sigh of relief. But perhaps it was Jiang Lin's imagination. A flicker of disappointment seemed to cross his eyes. Jiang Lin looked closely but saw nothing unusual. Strange? An illusion? Ignoring these minor incidents, he led Sun Huanyu towards Lin Yu. It was a good time for the members to get acquainted. Then it was time to head to the alien Iron Fort. He wanted the Iron Fort to advance 5 kilometers to the left. Not far away, everyone soon gathered. Lin Yu and Sophia were both observing the others. Sun Huanyu looked intently at Lin Yu's tentacles, and subconsciously moved closer to Jiang Lin. Jiang Lin glanced at him, and Sun Huanyu slowly took 2 small steps away. Shaking his head, he ignored him. Given the growing number of members, I'm planning to establish an organization for easier management. Just as Jiang Lin was about to say the next word, a spiritual intuition struck him. His next move would be crucial. His expression hardened, and he spoke in a deep voice. The Order of the Strange Mist. Remember this name. The development of the Order is everything to you. The Order's purpose is to study strange powers, and wield them to conquer a corner of the world and dominate it. After that, the Order's highest aspiration is to explore the truth, stand above the world, and control all changes. Of course, the immediate goal is to gain a firm foothold. You must all work hard to achieve this, and contribute to the Order. The Order's members are divided into different levels, from lowest to highest. Servants of the Devil, disciples, emissaries of the Devil, invokers of the Devil, chief guardians of the Devil, priests of the Devil's words, elders of the Devil's covenant, and servant of the Devil's God. Above these, there is the Devil's Lord. From now on, you will be addressed by this name in public. At this point, Jiang Lin glanced at Sun Huanyu, clearly emphasizing the point for him. Lin Yu is currently a trickster, and Sun Huanyu and Sophia are trickster servants. Unless I give you orders, you must obey Lin Yu's commands. Until you become a level 2 trickster, you won't have to obey Lin Yu's orders if you're on the same level. Increasing your strength will lead to advancing levels. Do you understand? Seeing everyone nod, Jiang Lin made a hand gesture, demonstrating, from now on, this will be the symbol of the Order. When meeting a superior, you must use it to show respect. He placed his hands together, his right hand facing inward, his left outward, his thumb and index finger forming a rectangle. Seeing his demonstration, the 3 followed suit, shouting in unison. Yes, trickster. I still remember that day, when the trickster conveyed the vision of the trick mist order to us, and granted me the status of trickster servant. I didn't take it seriously at the time, but I never imagined I would be so proud of it in the future. Later, we achieved our vision, but we also lost a lot along the way, including the great, benevolent, and forgiving trickster. The members of the secret society have experienced loss and sorrow, some even driven mad and transformed into monsters. But no one has ever expressed regret. We all fight with lofty ideals, bearing the hardships and tears of the present, drinking the blood and unwillingness of our companions. Join me, fight! The sharp blade of the secret society. 16 years into the Weird Mist divine realm, Sun Huanyu, a Weird Covenant elder, delivered a mobilization speech within the secret society. Chapter 85. Just as Jiang Lin founded the Strange Mist Secret Society, which currently consists of only 4 members. In some unknown place, a red moon hung in the sky, shrouding the world like a disk. On the tranquil surface of a lake, a pair of white, seemingly unearthly feet gently touched the water, sending ripples through the water. The graceful curves of her white arches resembled a crescent moon. She wore a pure white wedding dress, holding flowers, and carrying the red moon, a mysterious and noble presence. However, in stark contrast to her surroundings, she was surrounded by hideous, grotesque, disgusting, and viscous creatures of all colors. These strange creatures, large and small, waited in silence, making her look even more transcendent and peerless. She spoke slowly, her voice brimming with primal, wild, and alluring animal desire. Mother's command. Enter the mist. Countless mountains, like shattered mirrors, reflected the various scenes within. Somewhere in a mirror, a dark hall was illuminated only by a faint red light from an unknown source. A handsome man with silver hair and red eyes, wearing a stand-up collared trench coat, stood before a group of black-robed men, seemingly sensing something. Soon, his eyes flashed red. The monarch's oracle, conquer, kill. A woman with long hair and black claws, wearing a black hood, her features shifting in an unpredictable manner. She peeled off a piece of her mask, revealing the face of a beautiful young woman, and spoke slowly. The king's command, chaos. A thin, pale man with long hair and a long robe, holding a black book. A towering monster with a black hood, half human, half tiger face. A disgusting, slimy mass of flesh wriggled, a strange sphere covered in strange eyeballs. A mysterious woman, wearing a garland, eyes glowing with mystery, holding a red and yellow ball of light. They all made the same decision without prior agreement. It was as if at that moment, the gears of fate began to turn. In front of Lin Yu's iron fortress, Lin Yu and the other two stood respectfully behind Jiang Lin. Since the formation of the secret society, they had all become much more serious. Perhaps this was the power of teamwork. No matter what you see, I hope you won't be surprised. As members of the Weird Mist secret society, you must learn to hide your emotions. Jiang Lin instructed them with his back to the three. His spiritual sense could sense their simultaneous nodding, their expressions becoming even more solemn. Only Sun Huanyu felt a slight discomfort, but inspired by the two women beside him, he unconsciously straightened his back. Also, you must not reveal the secrets of the secret society in any way. Violators will have their spirituality extinguished. After saying this, Jiang Lin, ignoring everyone's reactions, unleashed his alienation spell on the iron fortress. 200 spiritual energy points overflowed wildly, rapidly enveloping the entire iron fortress, causing its surface to wriggle and deform. The three people behind him stared wide-eyed. The scene before them was too bizarre and uncanny. Sun Huanyu's reaction was naturally the biggest. Today's experience was even more magical to him than entering the foggy world. What did he see? The massive iron fortress transformed into a massive, wriggling tentacles nest, covered in strange suckers and eyes. It was incredibly eerie. A faint movement could be heard from beneath the ground, but he forced himself to remain calm. Subconsciously, he activated the system to investigate. Fissured crystalline iron fortress. Level 6, an iron fortress undergoing unknown transformations. It can withstand most attacks from level 6 creatures, and can reproduce tentacles to hunt level 5 and lower creatures within 1,000 meters, producing materials. It can crawl swiftly, at a speed of 5 kilometers per day. Sun Huanyu was about to speak, but remembering Jiang Lin's warning, he clamped his mouth shut again, silently committing the scene to memory. Shock was also hidden in Lin Yu and Sophia's eyes, but both possessed a strong ability to manage their expressions. Under the gazes of the crowd, Iron Castle slowly lifted itself and began to crawl. It wasn't fast, but if you looked closely, you could still tell it was moving, about 3 meters per minute. Just follow Iron Castle and collect materials today. Jiang Lin looked at Sun Huanyu and gave his first order. Okay. Yes, Ghost Lord. Sun Huanyu was still a little stunned, almost calling him boss. Jiang Lin nodded and looked at Lin Yu again. Do you have any extra crystals? Help Sophia level up. We need to help her get to the top of the regional rankings. The reward might be useful. If they even had a ranking. Jiang Lin didn't say the rest. Even if they didn't, it wouldn't waste many crystals. Materials like wood and stone were ridiculously cheap right now. Besides, every shelter could potentially become a mobile fortress. Upgrading was always a good idea. Lin Yu naturally nodded in agreement, looking at Jiang Lin with admiration in her eyes. Finally, Jiang Lin had the two new members learn the soul-devouring transfiguration technique, instructing them to practice it daily. With everything arranged, Jiang Lin returned to his iron fort. Sun Huanyu's talent would be tested again in the evening. He still had much to do during the day. Xiaoying, let's go. Jiang Lin used object relocation to move Xiaoying out of the iron fort and led the way into the fog. The iron fort can only advance 5 kilometers a day, so reaching the temple will take 3 days. Then we can have all 3 of us go to the temple and try to gain skills. As they hurried, he took out his 4-moment die. I'm going to search 10 kilometers around the shelter for other survivors and crystal cores. He threw the dice into the air and then caught it after it fell. Invisible mass, smooth sailing. No surprises, apparently, Jiang Lin said, slightly disappointed, but then chuckled to himself. He'd been spoiled by the good fortune he'd felt the first time he used it, hence the disappointment. In reality, just having everything go smoothly was already considered good luck, as was finding the crystal core. How could unexpected good fortune happen every day, and there were actually other survivors within 10 kilometers of his shelter? You're just too close. Jiang Lin's expression was odd, and he shook his head. He had already decided to claim a corner of the area, so naturally, he had to clear the area, whether it was fog creatures or survivors. Survivors had two choices, join or. Of course, it all depended on the other party's character. If they were truly unkind, there was only one outcome. The prophecy ended, and Jiang Lin activated his levitation. He and Xiaoying both floated, their JK skirts fluttering. Xiaoying was experiencing a novelty of flying for the first time, her sparkling silver eyes filled with excitement. This is freedom. Jiang Lin sighed, feeling the exhilaration of free flight, albeit a bit physically demanding. Flying at top speed for several hundred meters with Xiaoying, he'd lost some stamina. Xiaoying was light, so it was mainly his own weight that was taking the brunt of the effort. That meant he could float for dozens of kilometers with 400 stamina, more than enough for travel. Stamina would regenerate with rest, so he couldn't keep traveling. He'd take stamina potions when he felt truly in danger. The evasion man's ability to escape was undoubtedly superior to that of the trickster, which made Jiang Lin both delighted and somewhat worried. Xiao Ten had said that to advance, higher-level professionals needed to devour those of the same profession on the same path. If even a level 3 evasion man was so formidable, what about the higher ones? Let's take it one step at a time. There's no point in overthinking it now. Just focus on improving your strength as much as possible. We deal with other things when we hit a bottleneck. The man and the puppet quickly adapted to the feeling of floating and began to explore the area around the shelter. With the help of floating, their exploration speed naturally increased significantly. Encountering certain flying creatures would only delay them a bit. Xiaoying easily dispatched these creatures with a single strike of the moon mirror spear, their combined strength becoming a bomber. Treasure chests along the way floated to Jiang Lin's hands, and he collected them with the speed of a magnet. In just 2 hours, they had explored nearly 3 kilometers. At this rate, they should be able to complete their exploration before dark. And soon, they encountered their first level 4 creature of the day. An eagle-shaped, shell-winged beast. Chapter 86. On the 12th day, the foggy world had ceased to snow, and the temperature had already reached 0 degrees Celsius by morning. Brown branches had already appeared on some treetops. What kind of structure is this? Jiang Lin and Xiaoying floated atop the trees, grumbling at the appearance of the ugly creature across from them. Shell-winged carrion eagle, a level 4 ferocious beast, this eagle-like creature possesses exceptionally strong defenses. Its closed shell wings can withstand most level 4 attacks. It emits mind-destroying sounds, causing creatures with lower intelligence to become paralyzed. Its resilience is extremely strong, making it difficult to kill. Note, you're nothing in front of it. Do your best to avoid becoming excrement. After reading the system introduction, Jiang Lin remained silent. How exactly did the system determine his strength? Was it just his dashboard information? It was too abstract, too unintelligent. He admitted that if he had used only the abilities of a level 3 transformer, he wouldn't have been able to defeat the bird monster, but he had never relied on his own strength. Xiaotong. He called out to his embrace, then signaled Xiaoying to attack with his eyes, while he unleashed his snake shadow-devouring blade. Xiaotong darted out, her snake eyes trained on the shell-winged carnage eagle, a strange vibration emanating from her. The shell-winged carnage eagle plummeted from midair, its mind already enduring the ravages of 3 days and nights. Xiaoying's moon mirror thorn seized the opportunity to strike at its head, causing a series of spatial tearing sounds. In comparison, Jiang Lin's snake shadow-devouring blade was a step slower, trailing silently behind the moon mirror thorn. The unfortunate shell-winged carnage eagle had never experienced such suffering before. Not only did it have to face a level 5 mental attack, but its body also had to withstand the simultaneous attacks of 2 top level 4 foes. The sound of puff, puff, puff pierced through. Concealed within it was a subtle sound of cutting and devouring. The 2 attacks arrived almost simultaneously, sending blood and flesh flying from its upper body, scattering a cloud of blood. Bang! The massive body fell to the ground, sending a shower of mud and snow. 3 seconds passed, and the headless eagle corpse suddenly began frantically flapping its shell-shaped wings. It was clearly not yet dead, but its mind had completely collapsed. Are Tier 4 beasts so resilient? Jiang Lin was a little surprised. This reminded him of the black ram, which had taken a lot of effort to kill. A fighter? He stroked his chin and pondered, it seems pretty close to my guess. Looking back at the shell-winged carrion eagle, his eyes had become more complex. He signaled Xiaoying to stop, and tucked Xiaotong back into his chest. He slowly floated back to the ground, looking down at the struggling headless eagle corpse, and touching the shadow thorn phantom ring in his right hand. With a slight whoosh, the shadow thorn phantom ring transformed into dozens of illusory vine thorns. Go! With a thought, Jiang Lin launched all the thorns at breakneck speed, easily piercing the shell-winged carnage eagle's tough hide. It struggled and writhed, a churning, tearing sound emanating from its body. 2 minutes later, until the shell-winged carnage eagle's entire carcass was completely shattered and its skin shriveled, the movements finally ceased. It's so hard to kill. He retracted the thorns transformed from the shadow thorn ring. They were spotless. These thorns, alternating between real and virtual, were truly useful. Clean and hygienic. Jiang Lin collected the crystal core and the carcass, convinced that even if other survivors could fight off such a ferocious beast, they would find it extremely difficult to kill it completely. This resilience is truly remarkable. Imagine inflicting a severe wound with all your might, and it healed in the blink of an eye. How despairing would you be if Jiang Lin hadn't had Xiaotong, who had caused the shell-winged corpse eagle to collapse mentally beforehand? It wouldn't have been so easy to kill it. Without Xiaotong, trapping it would have required the use of binding chains, a prize ranked number 1 in the human world of Blue Star, and not everyone possessed it. Not to mention Xiaoying and his 2 Tier 4 weapons, which were simply unattainable. Perhaps some powerful strange items could inflict effective damage, and even low-level bronze treasure chests had a 5% chance of yielding a Tier 4 item, but even that paltry probability aside, the price of strange items was beyond the reach of the average person. Another crystal core had been acquired, bringing his total to 3. He had obtained 5 of these, using 2 each in his 2 shelters. He only needed to collect 2 more to cover his mortgage for the Tier 6 upgrade, but the real constraint on his progress now was the mist-resistant fire seed. The Whispering Forest was too unpredictable, and he was still hesitant about taking the risk. Even though his overall strength was now strong enough to rival a Tier 5, he still felt unsure. Never mind, let's see later. Jiang Lin used levitation to carry Xiaoying along as they continued their plan for the day. The 4-moment dice predicted success, but didn't specify how many crystal cores they would obtain. Because they had previously explored in a forward direction, they had overlooked many areas surrounding the shelter. This extensive and comprehensive exploration. It's worth mentioning that he had made what he considered a significant gain. Jiang Lin and Xiaoying floated down. Hanging from the sturdy tree before them was a 3-meter-long and wide honeycomb-like object. System Exploration, Human Face Beehive, Level 2. Housed within is a single human face beehive, capable of continuously producing Level 1 human face bees. However, due to lack of food, it is already dying. Jiang Lin was a bit amused after reading the introduction. So, he'd wiped out the entire colony of human face bees before. No wonder he hadn't seen any more human face bees since. Logically, creatures like bees should be incredibly numerous. He hadn't yet experimented with alien fog creatures, so this hive might be a good place for him to try it. If it worked as he envisioned, exploring the fog would be much easier. Using object displacement, he moved the hive from the tree trunk and used levitation to keep it aloft. His stamina began to deplete rapidly. Xiaotong, put it down there first, Jiang Lin instructed the person in his arms. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaotong emerged from his clothes, quickly transforming into a giant snake's mouth and swallowing him whole. Jiang Lin scratched his temple and warned, "Don't try to digest it." Xiaotong gave a human-like glance and slipped back into his clothes. From this point on, Jiang Lin began to discover things he had never seen before. He finally realized that the fog itself possessed diverse ecosystems, but he had previously been exploring in a straight line, missing out on them. Snow-covered swamps of bones, eerie giant trees with human faces, bottomless, unidentified spider caves, hallucinogenic konjaks, and neutral dire wolves living in packs. Had he just entered the foggy world, encountering any of these would have resulted in a swift death, but now he was running rampant. All because he could fly, and he had Xiaotong, a level 5 fighter. It seemed level 5 wasn't considered weak in the foggy world. But not too strong either, Jiang Lin added, observing as he soared. He simply hadn't encountered higher-level beings, which gave him the illusion of freedom in the fog. Little did he know that in the eyes of truly higher-level beings, he might as well be an ant. Just like how he now looked down upon those level 3 and lower creatures. Those creatures had no idea he was observing from the air, so could there be other, higher-level creatures observing him? I didn't dare to think about it. Some things are better known than others. If you delve too deeply into them, you might bring untold disaster upon yourself. The journey was quite rewarding. I found many treasure chests for free and slew some level 2 and 3 hostile beasts, obtaining a good amount of materials. He didn't deliberately kill neutral creatures. As long as they didn't provoke him, he didn't mind letting them live in peace. Besides, some of them looked quite influential. There were many powerful beings in this world, There was no need to make enemies everywhere. 2:36 p.m. When exploring within an 8-kilometer radius, I didn't find any other level 4 creatures, but I did see a shelter. Level 1, a stone and wooden hut. Chapter 87. To Jiang Lin's surprise, this wasn't a Blue Star survivor's cabin, but a humanoid with 6 strange eyes. Overall, it resembled a middle-aged Blue Star man, but much more robust, standing about 2 meters tall. Because Jiang Lin was at a higher level, the 6-eyed person was completely oblivious. Instead, he chopped down trees at a breakneck pace, not even noticing the fog spreading out 60 meters around him. Pretty serious. That was all Jiang Lin could say, as he activated his probe. 6-eyed survivor, level 1. This 6-eyed person was quite impressive, having upgraded their shelter to level 1 in just one day, which meant they not only chopped down enough trees yesterday, but also collected rocks. Jiang Lin had only been able to upgrade his shelter on the first day thanks to the help of his small axe. This meant that this 6-eyed person either had a naturally formidable physique or possessed a natural talent for strength. In any case, Jiang Lin decided to engage them before considering how to deal with them. Landing slowly with Xiaoying in tow, he continued his pace as he headed towards the 6-eyed clan, who were chopping down trees with a thud. The sound of his footsteps compacting the snow against the ground caught the 6-eyed clan's attention. He turned and looked at Jiang Lin and Xiaoying approaching. Before Jiang Lin could speak, all 6 of his eyes wrinkled in disgust. 2-eyed dwarf. Trespassing into my territory, are you courting death? Before he could finish his words, he tensed his right hand, his iron axe poised to strike at Jiang Lin. Jiang Lin instantly lost all desire to speak. Originally, he'd seen some potential in the other person, and wanted to engage him in a conversation, perhaps recruiting him. If that didn't work out, he'd talk about other things. But he hadn't expected. And, at 1.8 meters tall, when had he ever been called short? This 6-eyed clan member launched into personal attacks, not seeming to be capable of proper conversation. This must be an unfriendly race, right? Then it's not my fault. Just then, Jiang Lin remembered what he'd found in the treasure chest yesterday. Rise Smile Gloves, level 5. Upon activation, your enemy will involuntarily smile wryly, becoming pessimistic about the world and extremely world-weary. Effective at level 5 and below. Slowly put it on your hand to activate the effect. 6 Eyes' previously ferocious face suddenly turned sad, all 6 eyes revealing a wry smile. He collapsed to the ground, his face filled with despair, as if he had suffered horrific torture. Such an immediate effect? Jiang Lin was surprised. Xiaoying also looked on in confusion, confused as to why this man, who had just been ready to resort to violence, had suddenly become like an abandoned puppy. Hey! Jiang Lin walked over and kicked him twice. No reaction. 6 Eyes remained in the same expression. He kicked him several more times, but nothing happened. Strong control? Rule-based skill? Jiang Lin raised his hand and glanced at the black gloves, which looked incredibly ordinary. You know what? The gloves were actually quite effective. If everyone else wanted to die, wouldn't that mean he'd be at their mercy? Is this a treasure? He hadn't expected that. He thought the system was messing with him. After testing the gloves' effects, he took out the King's Chair. King's Chair, level 5. After sitting down, hostile creatures facing you will uncontrollably taunt you, making sarcastic remarks and chattering until you slap them in the face. This applies to levels 5 and below. What happens if the gloves and chair are used together? Jiang Lin straightened the chair and slowly sat down, facing 6 Eyes. The moment he sat down, 6 Eyes suddenly moved, but his face still wore a pessimistic wry smile. You disgusting, 2-eyed dwarf, die with me? Life is so meaningless. Look at your skinny, emaciated body. Paw! A slap interrupted 6 Eyes' words. Then he continued his wry smile, lying face down like a dead dog. This chair is really mediocre, Jiang Lin concluded. I haven't tried the kidney tonifying pills and the mental erecting device yet, but they're no longer necessary. I just leave it as is, as described in the system. In terms of effectiveness, only the wry smile gloves are the most practical. After all, it's a semi-rule skill, but pessimism doesn't necessarily mean it's as suicidal as 6 Eyes. Perhaps higher levels offer higher resistance? In any case, 6 Eyes' usefulness has been exhausted. Jiang Lin's right hand shadow thorn ring swiftly unleashed a thorn, piercing his head, and causing a tumbling mess. 6 Eyes died with a wry smile. For crystals condensed beside his corpse, a sight that made Jiang Lin frown. Is that guy from yesterday there? He thought of the pervert Xiaoying had dealt with the day before. Master, I didn't notice. Xiaoying spoke a little flustered, thinking Jiang Lin was about to blame her. Jiang Lin patted her shoulder, calming her. Don't worry, I'm just asking. This is nothing important. Xiaoying then slowly regained her usual calm demeanor, though she likely struggled for a while. So any level 1 creature will produce crystals, regardless of whether it's a survivor or a fog creature. Jiang Lin pondered, finding it reasonable. After all, according to his theory, many fog creatures were merely mutated professionals. He put away the crystals and, ignoring Liu Yan's corpse, walked towards the stone hut. With the people dead, the shelter likely wouldn't last much longer. There was one item he'd always cherished. The 20 square meter wooden house was exactly the same as his original one, with an oil lamp on the table. The strange oil lamp. A system reward for brave and hard-working survivors, it wards off dangers in the dark. He placed the strange oil lamp in his system backpack. Now that he had gained some strength, he could try to explore some of the secrets. Jiang Lin and Xiaoying drifted away, dropping Lianzi's body before a level 2 monster before leaving. You're welcome, Jiang Lin's voice echoed from the distant sky. The level 2 monster was a little confused, but quickly accepted the meal. The exploration continued until they approached the final 10 kilometers, the largest circuit. Jiang Lin and Xiaoying encountered another level 4 creature, but it could burrow underground and was incredibly fast, escaping into a pitch-black cave. He didn't even have time to use the system to investigate, demonstrating its swiftness. The cave's spiritual consciousness couldn't penetrate, indicating a fog engulfed it. Jiang Lin didn't dare enter rashly. Throwing a positioning beacon around, Jiang Lin decided to deal with the situation later. If the enemy was a group, there was a chance they might be level 5. It was better to wait until he was stronger before exploring again. The time was 3:52 p.m. With the levitation skill, he could return quickly, allowing him to explore the final section. Using the permanent shelter compass, he continued his exploration with Xiaoying. And it was in this final area that he unexpectedly made a surprising discovery. A dilapidated level 5 iron fortress. Yes, an iron fortress, very similar to the one he had before his transformation. Jiang Lin looked in surprise, seeing the fortress below covered in rust and cracks, its iron walls no longer radiating. The crystal was dim, entwined with unknown vines, and covered in thick snow, giving it a desolate feel. It stood alone in the mist, as if recounting its former glory to future generations. Aren't the Blue Star people the first group of survivors? He murmured subconsciously. Or perhaps, the Blue Star people and all the other races that came after them are just the same group. What about the survivors before them? If the owner of this iron fortress is dead, why has it been able to survive in the fog for so long? The fog can repair traces and even devour corpses and buildings. Someone in World Chat has confirmed this. Could a level 5 iron fortress hold out for a while longer? Jiang Lin decided to go in and take a look. Perhaps he'd find something. Chapter 88. Day 132, I'm a genius. I've reached the 6th level of Deceiver in less than 6 months. I believe I'd be a god in no time. I'm sorry. My dear wife, Louise, thank you for your crossed out. Day 132, how could this happen? What's wrong with me? Day 163, damn it, I've hit a bottleneck again. My spiritual intuition tells me I need to devour 2 people of the same class. This time, no idiots like Louise. Day 163, this might be my last moment of clarity. Those who come after me, be careful, crossed out. Day 186, damn it, how long will I be stuck at level 6? Day 245, great. I think I found someone who might be a deceiver. Day 251, I was wrong. He's not. He's a sage. How could that damn path act so much like a deceiver? And he's so difficult to deal with. He found me. Day 252, that damn sage almost killed me. Luckily, I tricked him. 278 days, still no find. Are there no deceitful hermits in this world? Or have they all gone into hiding? 334 days. I almost gave up, but then I felt a connection in the pendulum illusionary realm. I can't believe a level 6 would be so careless. I have a bad feeling. I'm being targeted. Jiang Lin gazed at the record on the modeled iron wall before him, lost in thought. The record abruptly stopped here. Fortunately, the system always had a built-in translation. He had already surveyed the iron fort. Only some furniture was left by the 2 people who had lived there. Perhaps anything truly valuable was stored in the system's backpack. The information left by this unknown survivor is quite useful. First, he reached level 6 in 132 days, which Jiang Lin estimated to be quite fast. It's also possible that there's no bottleneck before level 6, and advancement naturally occurs once mental and physical strength are reached, which is why he was able to reach the peak of level 5 so quickly. And his method of advancement can be considered a tricky one. Perhaps he went insane? He swallowed his wife. This may be the source of his future tragedy. It's well known that those who haven't been baptized by battle are the weakest of their level. Jiang Lin was able to reach level 3 trickster on the 12th day because his alienation technique significantly increased his mental acuity. Otherwise, he would only be level 2 at most. The speed of advancement isn't really important. The key point is that to reach level 6, you need to devour a person of the same class. Level 7 requires 2. What about the requirements for level 8? Thinking of the difficulty of the trickster path, Jiang Lin's scalp tingled. Then, the more useful information is about the sage, which should be a level 6 class on the traveler or informer path. Finally, there was the pendulum illusionary realm, a fog-free land. From what this person said, this wasn't their first time entering. Did they meet someone of the same profession there? Not quite a gain, huh? Jiang Lin summed it up, still unable to figure out why the Iron Fortress remained in the fog. Could it really be because a level 5 Iron Fortress could resist the power of the fog? If this person were level 6, they should have been able to find the fog-repelling fire seed. Why hadn't the Iron Fortress been upgraded? There were too many strange things, and insufficient information, so it was impossible to speculate at this time. Glancing at the time, it was 4:23. We only had enough time to get home. We couldn't delay any longer. Let's go! He looked at Xiaoying and saw that it seemed to be listening intently. Yes, master. Xiaoying came to her senses after hearing his words, and stood silently beside him. What did you hear? Jiang Lin was puzzled. He knew Xiaoying would never speak without asking. Xiaoying was good in every way except that she lacked initiative and basically followed orders. Master, I thought I heard a strange cry. Xiaoying was uncertain. Jiang Lin frowned and listened intently. All around him was silent, not even the sound of the wind. Could the puppet have misheard? Just as Jiang Lin was wondering, a sudden, faint cat meow reached his ears. Where did the cat come from? The meow was so strange, it seemed to be right next to him. Jiang Lin was startled, a chill running down his spine. He glanced up subconsciously. It would have been better if he hadn't looked, but when he did, his eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. Go! He shouted, quickly pulling out the replica silver key. The spatial portal swung open with a swish. Not wanting to waste any time, Jiang Lin yanked Xiaoying inside. The whole process took less than a second. The door closed. The moment the spatial portal closed, a shadow enveloped their previous position, then vanished with incredible speed. A sharp cat meow echoed, and then complete silence fell. The desolate iron fortress was eerily quiet. On the modeled iron wall, a line of words had appeared at the bottom. Are you looking for me? 500 meters away, a pitch-black door opened in the void. Jiang Lin and Xiaoying emerged. Before he could sense the teleportation of the replica silver key, he immediately used transfiguration. Run into the tree. Don't stop. He transformed into Xiaotong and, along with her, slipped into Xiaoying's clothes. Xiaoying obeyed, swiftly passing through tree after tree. Leaving only traces of afterimages, her speed only stirred up a light dusting of snow, a testament to her mastery of power. Each time it appeared, it was already 100 meters away, a pattern repeated over a dozen times. Jiang Lin's stamina was nearly depleted, and he sent a message to Xiaoying. Alright, run back. After a day of traveling with Xiaoying, his stamina was already low. In the fog, his spiritual awareness was blocked. He had already run this far. Whatever the enemy was, he should have escaped. If not, it only meant they had other means, and running any further would be pointless. If the enemy was a level 6, only the Iron Fortress could protect him. Elsewhere, Sun Huanyu, bored, stored the two beast cores and materials into a strangely shaped crystal. He named this crystal the storage crystal. It contained 1 cubic meter of material, and was crafted from a treasure chest and crystals. Today's experience was incredibly surreal for him. Previously, he'd struggled to survive, and now he was working as a materials clerk. The Ghost Lord truly possesses the ambition to control the world. He can even achieve something like this. He sighed again, the nth time he'd said this today. Sitting in front of the Iron Castle's gate, he stepped away from the purple-red tentacles covered in eyeballs and suction cups, a bit fearfully. It's just that the shape is a bit strange. He chuckled. The Iron Castle's movement was slow, like a tortoise's crawl, so sitting at the gate didn't feel much. Just then, all the tentacles began to wriggle again, as if digesting something large. Sun Huanyu quickly stood up and examined the object until Iron Castle vomited something. What is this? He opened it to examine what looked like a large crystal. Crystal essence, an energy core produced only by level 5 beasts and monsters and above. It's extremely valuable. In the Misty world, it's even more valuable currency than crystal cores. Huh? Sun Huanyu tilted his head, his expression dazed. Holy crap. He directly killed a level 5 monster. You're awesome, buddy. He gave Iron Castle a thumbs up, the tentacles twitching like tentacles, and even the sight of those eerie eyeballs felt more familiar. From today on, you're my SSR. Sun Huanyu suppressed his discomfort and tremblingly tapped the tentacles, staining his finger with slime. Hey. Hey. He didn't wipe it off, but rubbed it against his butt, fearing the unconscious castle's displeasure. Iron Castle naturally lacked independent consciousness. It acted according to Jianglin's logic and could be considered to possess a modicum of Jianglin's consciousness. So, naturally, it ignored Sun Huanyu's antics. Seeing that Castle Brother didn't react, Sun Huanyu gently lifted the crystal marrow, which required only 2 hands to hold. It emanated a faint blue light, brighter than both the crystal stone and the crystal core, making it clear that the latter two were incomparable. Reluctantly putting the crystal marrow away, Sun Huanyu experienced the same boredom that Jianglin had felt before. Life is as lonely as snow. He hadn't even touched the crystal core, yet he had touched the crystal marrow directly. This experience gave him a sense of boundless hope for the future. Perhaps, as the Ghost Lord had said, their secret meeting in the ghost mist would lead them to the heavens. Chapter 89. The fog rapidly dissipated 60 meters ahead. Xiaoying, wearing a JK outfit, left a trail of shadows on the snow, her small leather shoes leaving faint footprints. In its arms, bulging with 2 snakes, one of them was Jianlin. Sun Huanyu had already told him about the Iron Castle swallowing a level 5 monster through the system private chat, which surprised him. After all, he had taken Xiaoying and Xiaotong to explore a 10-kilometer radius around the shelter today, and a level 5 monster had evaded Xiaotong's top-tier level 5 spiritual sense. This only meant that this level 5 monster must have something special about it, and it was unfortunate that they had encountered a level 6 Rift Iron Castle. But these were minor matters. With the Rift Iron Castle, such incidents would occur frequently. He was more concerned about the ruined Iron Castle. He was nestled in Xiaoying's arms, his snake eyes moving rhythmically as he pondered what had just happened. Could it be that the owner of the Iron Castle was not dead? If so, then the reason for the Iron Castle's survival was revealed. But is the truth really that simple? If he weren't dead, the Iron Fort wouldn't have been damaged. So who was the being who left the latest inscription? What was its purpose? If it was going to take action, why did it warn me? So many questions, but due to my lack of strength, I couldn't delve into them. For now, I declare that Iron Fort a restricted area. No one can go there again. Jianlin turned his snake head. Xiaotong was staring at him, her eyes gleaming with disdain. Did I offend you? Jianlin said a thought, feeling bewildered. Xiaotong didn't respond. Tiangang, you're trying to be cool with me? Jianlin imitated his snake-like glance and lay down quietly. Speaking of which, this car ride felt really good. No wonder Xiaotong stayed in his arms every day. Xiaoying traveled at full speed, covering the 10 kilometers in less than 10 minutes. If it weren't for the trees and terrain blocking the way, she would have been even faster. At 4:36, they arrived at the shelter. Xiaofu and Xiaoding should be back soon, and Xiaohao was diligently mining. Lin Yu and Sophia weren't there. They were probably at Sophia's shelter. As for Sun Huanyu, Jianlin had already called him back. He planned to study synthesis techniques tonight. The 2 iron forts were currently not far apart, with 2 kilometers of them within the fission zone. It was safe to return the way we had come. Soon, just before nightfall, Xiaofu returned, dragging 7 mechanical corpses with him, with Xiaoding hovering nearby. With them was a tall, tiger-shaped mechanical creature. Aside from the bloody flesh tangled in the cracks, it looked quite impressive. This must be the mount Xuqiang had helped him inhabit. The mechanical white tiger stood about 2 meters tall. Jianlin reached out and touched it. It felt sturdy. The mechanical part on its back had a groove that could easily accommodate 2 people. Well done, Xiaoqiang. Jianlin praised, then glanced at Xiaoxia and added, Xiaoxia is also excellent, very efficient. Xuqiang let out a hoarse tiger roar, while Xiaoxia scratched the axe head with his tentacles, feeling very satisfied. Just like yesterday, all the bodies were thrown to the Iron Fort. Protection Core +7. Iron +365. Just then, Sun Huanyu ran up, breathless. Seeing such a chaotic assembly, he was a little overwhelmed. But then, seeing Jianglin, He breathed a sigh of relief. Ghost Lord, you're so domineering. He pointed at Xuqiang, admiring the mechanical white tiger's might. Jianlin gave him a look. Sun Huanyu understood, and quickly made the Weird Mist Secret Society's sign of respect. Praise the Weird Lord. You're adding to the drama, aren't you? Jianlin ignored him, and gestured for him to follow. It was almost 5 o'clock. As the group entered the Iron Fort, Sun Huanyu's attention was immediately drawn to the strange fleshy fruit vines. Weird Lord, is this the fleshy fruit I often eat? He licked his lips as he spoke, apparently genuinely enjoying the taste. Jianlin wasn't stingy. You can pick one and eat it. Then he told Sun Huanyu to wait in the lobby while he went to the mine. Get off work. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaohao sprinted away, so fast that he practically left an afterimage. Scratching his head, Jianlin realized that the workers were usually enthusiastic at the beginning, but their energy waned towards the end. Crystals at 364. Xiaohao was a hard worker, worthy of being his model worker. He then returned to the flower garden and began brewing a healing potion, trading one for Lin Yu. He picked fruit and collected Sun Huanyu's harvest. Finally, he went to the trading house to sell his wares. He was so busy that he didn't have time to pay attention to Sun Huanyu, who was looking around. 5,996 crystals added. For beast cores added. 1 crystal marrow added. There were also a lot of ferocious beast materials, all thrown into the storage room. Little Greed wouldn't steal from his own company. Although greedy, he seemed quite principled. Now his backpack had a total of 15,000 crystals, coincidentally, an even number. 54 beast cores, 10 protective cores, 3 crystal cores, 1 crystal marrow. After finishing everything, Jianlin moved the leather sofa over and slowly sat down, feeling even more exhausted than he had been exploring and fighting. Ghost Master, Sun Huanyu saw him, running over. Do you need a massage? Jianlin said nothing, simply giving him a look to process the situation. Hey, hee. Sun Huanyu laughed awkwardly. Relaxing for a moment, Jianlin gestured for Sun Huanyu to sit down too. He quickly took his seat, leaning close to Jianlin. Jianlin quietly moved to the other side. Tell me, what's the most useful thing about your ability? Sun Huanyu beamed with pride at his question. That must be... Dang. He pulled a crystal-like object from his pocket and explained, this is a storage crystal. I crafted it from a treasure chest and crystals. It has a full cubic meter of space. Oh! Jianlin peeked. Have you tried beast cores and crystal cores? Sun Huanyu chuckled. Of course not. You know, I can only synthesize items of the same tier. Those materials are so precious, I barely have enough to use, so how could I dare use them for experiments? Then he added quietly, and I can't defeat a tier 3 creature. Jianlin thought about it and asked, then how much spiritual power do you need for a single synthesis? 5 for the ungraded tier, 10 for tier 1, 20 for tier 2, and I haven't tried tier 3, so maybe 30. Try it. Jianlin casually tossed him an empty bronze treasure chest and a beast core. Sun Huanyu's expression flashed with excitement upon seeing this, rubbing his hands together in a manner reminiscent of Jianlin opening a treasure chest. Here I come, baby! He shouted, his voice misleadingly swaying, his hands overflowing with spiritual energy. Buzz, a flash of white light. The two unrelated objects began to fuse, ultimately transforming into a bizarre beast core. Jianlin picked it up and felt it. It contained 3 cubic meters of space, almost as much as his special backpack. His special backpack was only 5 cubic meters, and it was the reward for being the first to upgrade to a level 5 shelter system. However, Sun Huanyu had easily accomplished this using the synthesis technique. While it wasn't as concealed and secure as a system backpack, it was incredibly cost-effective. It was truly turning waste into treasure. If he were to use the alienation technique on this storage beast core, forget it. It would simply become mobile storage, a waste of time. He speculated that Sun Huanyu's synthesis combined the storage function of an empty treasure chest with the spiritual energy of a crystal, creating a miraculous reaction that allowed the crystal, which possessed supernatural powers, to acquire storage functions. An empty treasure chest is just an ordinary box. Its quality isn't important. The dominant factor should be the quality of the crystal's supernatural power. How much did it take? Jianlin asked, shoving the beast core into Sun Huanyu's hands. 30 spiritual power. Not much. With Sun Huanyu's current spiritual power of 50, he could make one a day. Wouldn't a crystal core have more space? But the gains wouldn't outweigh the losses. The beast core was already sufficient. What good is synthesis? Jianlin felt like he was running out of brain cells. This thing really required some brain power, unlike his alienation, which was just a snap and done. He had Sun Huanyu try the red tentacle bucket and the bathtub, but to no avail. It seemed the products of alienation couldn't be synthesized again. For some unknown reason. But it made sense. If he could, he'd be able to create a level 9 creature in no time, and the world would be ruled by his army of alienations. Chapter 90. Ghost Master, how about getting you a massage couch? Sun Huanyu asked tentatively, noticing him frowning in thought. Or a heated bathtub? A moving bed? Jianlin said helplessly, don't dwell on such indulgences. Strength is what matters most. With Sun Huanyu's current 50 spiritual points, he could only craft one tier 5 item per day at most. He did have a few, but a king's chair plus a spiritual hair riser, sitting on it, your hair automatically stands up, and enemies retreat while cursing? That's ridiculous. It's better to just do a transformation. Oh, got it. Sun Huanyu had just used 30 spiritual points, leaving 20. Perfect for trying these 2 items. Jianlin took off his shoes, and then his white teleportation socks. Ghost Master, this? You can't do it. Sun Huanyu was horrified. He recoiled in shock, his mind racing. But there was a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Shit! Jianlin's expression darkened upon seeing this, and he punched him hard. Not satisfied, he continued to pummel him. Sun Huanyu cried out in pain, his eyes red and swollen. This is the price you pay for your wishful thinking, Jianlin said, withdrawing his fist and exhaling. He picked up the white socks and produced his soundproof cloak. He said coldly to Sun Huanyu, who was covering his left eye, try these too. Okay, Master Ghost. Sun Huanyu realized he had misunderstood and quickly straightened his expression. Unfortunately, his eye was already swollen, making him look rather comical. Synthesis activated. With a flash of white light, the 2 objects rapidly merged. The result was a pair of black socks, the edges drooping like cloak socks. Jianlin frowned at the sight, but he still opened it to investigate. Flashing quiet socks. Level 2, a seed artifact from a certain sequence. Wearing them can actively block the sound of movement, and can also double your speed, 3 times per hour. After use, the legs become slightly paralyzed, making them impervious to detection by level 3 or higher spiritual senses. It's a good item, combining the features of 2 level 2 items. It's just the appearance. Jianlin calmly put it away. Not very good. The effect is a bit lackluster. This time it's a waste, he commented to Sun Huanyu. Sun Huanyu was visibly disappointed, though it wasn't clear if it was due to the synthesis or. Jianlin ignored him, stroking his chin. Keep your daily synthesis from now on. I give you some level 4 items. With the remaining spiritual energy, you can craft a storage crystal, and give each member of the secret society several. Yes, Master Ghost. Sun Huanyu's expression grew serious upon hearing the serious matter. Jianlin arranged for him to rest in an empty room downstairs, and instructed him to practice the soul-devouring transformation to reach 20 points of mental awareness as soon as possible. With Lin Yu's precedent, he could actually transform Sun Huanyu, but there was no rush. He could prepare first. After all, the Soul Devourer's mind wouldn't be negated by the transformation. He arranged Sun Huanyu's abilities this way to maximize their benefits. Some Tier 4 items had very limited effects, and perhaps synthesizing them would make them more convenient. Transmuting them to Tier 5 was exactly what he needed. Tier 5 items didn't need to be synthesized right now, as there weren't many. He could just use the transformation to win prizes. Xiaoying boiled some water, and the little doll helped him take a bath. Jianlin let it go back to play. He lay down on the bed and opened the world chat. As usual, he started reading in the morning, only reading valuable information. Everyone, please be advised. Different races can seize shelters. If the original owner is killed, and the killer stays in the shelter long enough, they can claim it. Is the information above true? Where did you get it? The Dawnbreak Council was attacked, and many shelters were occupied. If it weren't for Lord Lucas's intervention, the enemy would have gotten in. Why did they occupy so many shelters? Do they have enough materials to upgrade? Don't be silly, they're just too lazy to collect materials, so they just use what's already there. That would make them pirates. They just take whatever they can get. Put your important belongings in your backpack. Even if you die, you can't let the enemy get your valuables. The people upstairs must be from the Yen country. They're so selfish, hiding things even after they die. Damn, I knew it was you. You're just a dog that can't change its nature. The Platinum Guard sincerely invites survivors with prophetic talents to join us in resisting the aliens. Hibiscus Hall, 100 crystals for an invitation. Brahma Temple. The rest of the story isn't much to watch. These forces are all inviting those with prophetic talents to join, presumably hoping to use foresight to ward off danger. Jian Lin, however, didn't have these concerns. With his level 6 Rift Iron Fortress, it was a good thing he didn't bother the aliens. If they did, they wouldn't get within 1,000 meters. He could probably only see 4 crystals. Speaking of prophecy, I wonder how Mingzi, the third in the world, is doing. She has a good talent, and could join the weird Mist Conclave. But Jiang Lin has no habit of inviting others. If she wants to join in the future, he can ask her if she can accept the vassal contract. The vassalage contract was necessary simply to ensure their initial loyalty. It wouldn't be wrong to say Jiang Lin was afraid of his men betraying him. Strength is everything. In the face of absolute power, prophecies are mere gimmicks. And once they get used to the strange mist order, they should develop a sense of belonging in this generous and relaxed environment. After all, Jiang Lin's sole goal is to develop the order. He doesn't force them to do anything they don't want to. As long as they don't betray, the vassalage contract is just a meaningless piece of paper. It's been a while since I've checked the regional chat. Compared to the world chat, the information here is sometimes more valuable. Chat channel 10068, 4334/10,000. The people in this region are quite stable, and none seem to have any intention of joining a faction. Compared to other regions, the quality of the people in this region is quite high. It's considered a gathering of elites. Today I found an iron cave entrance. It looked like a ruin. There was no fog inside when I entered, but I saw something strange. Brother, tell me more. I explored for a long time, and saw a terrifying creature. It looked like an axe, but with terrifying tentacles that glowed. Behind it was a mechanical tiger, like a minion, dragging a bunch of huge mechanical corpses. And then what? My scalp tingles just thinking about it. I'm washing my pants later. Luckily, I had transfiguration. I turned into a pile of cow dung and escaped. I never go to that ruin again. Jian Lin pursed his lips, scratched his head, and continued on. Brothers, I'm losing my mind. I have a tier 2 weapon, and some tier 1 items to give you. Are you serious? Don't give up. What's going on? We're all in the same area. Tell us, and we might be able to help. I do my best to help. Jian Lin was a little surprised that no one took advantage of this man's situation to get his things. Perhaps after so many days together, and with so many people leaving the area, the remaining people had some feelings. I'm hopeless. I feel like there's another me. I often fall into deep sleep, and when I wake up, I find myself doing strange things. I keep getting strange wounds on my body, and there are strange symbols on the shelter. I have a feeling I won't be able to hold on for much longer. We're brothers who have shared hardships. I hope everyone can survive well. From here on, judging by the time, no one spoke for a while. Brother, don't give up. Yes, young man, don't give up. No one asked for his belongings. Everyone offered encouragement. Jian Lin, however, fell into deep thought. This symptom looked familiar. Chapter 91. Jian Lin thought of the inscription he had seen today in the abandoned iron fort. 132 days, how could this happen? What's wrong with me? 163 days, this might be my last moment of clarity. Those who come after me, beware. Crossed out. Such a powerful 6th level professional has actually developed such symptoms. Is he insane? Or schizophrenia, combined with his previous speculation about the fog creatures? The thought is terrifying. Why would such symptoms occur? Jiang Lin decided to ask the person, but when he clicked on their profile picture, Gray. This? Jiang Lin was a little confused. The man's name was Roger. He had some impression of him as a warm-hearted young man. On the first day, he had encouraged everyone to strive for survival. Roger's talent was probably confusion magic, which could cause creatures to lose their minds. It was quite powerful. Unexpectedly, he died that evening, just after sending the message in the afternoon. The people who remained in this area had more or less crossed paths with each other, and he had also gained some intelligence from Roger's speeches. Roger silently closed his interface, feeling an indescribable complexity within him. He suddenly recalled the previous system prompts. One was the evaluation of the shelter's level 3. The evaluation. Surviving the novice period shouldn't be your goal. Perhaps you should look beyond the distant future, or focus on yourself. Crisis may not only come from the visible. Another was the notification of the arrival of a new survivor on the 11th day. Perhaps disasters don't come from the visible. You must learn to observe carefully. In 20 days, a major fog wave will occur. The fog will disturb all areas, randomly splicing them together. Be prepared. Perhaps the disaster isn't visible. Jiang Lin muttered, chewing on the words. He had always thought the system was referring to a natural disaster. Since the temperature was rising so rapidly, it seemed a bit unusual. But now that he thought about it, for survivors with physical potions and supernatural powers, natural disasters weren't actually that deadly. So, was the system really referring to him? Jiang Lin's mind raced, and suddenly an idea struck him. Could it be the mind? The system flooded the survivors with physical potions, but mental potions were practically impossible to find. This would cause many survivors' minds to fail to keep pace with the growth of their physical strength. Physique represents the overall quality of the body, while mental strength represents the overall quality of the mind. If physical strength is too high, mental strength can't keep up. It's like using a 10-year-old, shabby engine while speeding in a supercar. You can't control the direction at all. Unlike Jiang Lin, other survivors gained mental strength every time they used the alienation spell, and the skill book that permanently increased mental strength was included in the rewards of the level 5 shelter. Why is the system doing this? He immediately questioned the system. The skill book should clearly be given to every survivor. Mass elimination? Screening? Creating fog creatures? Or, whatever the case, Jiang Lin felt he should do something. He decisively spoke in the area chat. Jiang Lin, I have a hypothesis. Perhaps if physical strength outweighs mental strength, something bad will happen. I call it a loss of control. Everyone, be careful. After sending the message, Jiang Lin closed the system panel. The area chat also played a significant role in his current situation. He had done what he could. Whether it worked or not was no longer relevant to him. But Jiang Lin still felt something was amiss. Could it really be that simple? He lay facing the ceiling, gently stroking Xiaodong's sleek, snake-like form, a bit dazed. Of course not. 3 inscriptions had appeared on the ceiling at some point. Jiang Lin's eyes widened. Even his nightgown couldn't offer him the slightest warmth. He felt as if he were in an ice cellar, and had been emptied of a basin of cold water, giving him goosebumps. He shook his head violently. In the blink of an eye, the inscription seemed to have never appeared. The ceiling remained the cold, jet-black iron, smooth as new. Yet Jiang Lin knew it wasn't an illusion. His mental acuity was a staggering 53, and his thinking speed had been enhanced by the ghost potion. He couldn't be wrong. Am I being haunted? He abruptly stood up, his brow furrowed, but he wasn't panicking. This wasn't his first experience. He already had experience. He immediately checked himself, thinking carefully, but found nothing unusual. The only thing he could consider abnormal right now was the vengeful embers left by the red-eyed dark sheep man. Are the two related? The Iron Fort's owner is a survivor, and the red-eyed dark sheep man are a subordinate race, so it shouldn't be a big deal. Xiaotong, keep an eye on me at all times. If I show any signs of harming myself, stop me immediately. With a solemn expression, he commanded Xiaotong in his arms, guarding against the red-eyed dark sheep man's tactics. Okay. Xiaotong wasn't aloof this time, clearly understanding his urgency, and sending a sense of his presence. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Lin began to gather his thoughts. But just as he was about to make his next move, another line of inscription appeared on the iron wall before him. I'm almost becoming you. Get out. Jiang Lin roared, and the inscription vanished. To pull such a trick, he must be either a creep or a professional. Is he the so-called deceiver? As a rank 6, was he really that vulnerable? He braced himself, determined to constantly monitor his own changes from now on, without a moment's slack. Perhaps Xiao Tan knew something. He made up his mind, carrying Xiao Tong with him, and teleported to the storage room. Hey, you're still up so late? Xiao Tan's voice was still provocative, but it eased Jiang Lin's frayed nerves considerably. He got straight to the point. Do you know the deceiver? Hey. Xiao Tan's mouth trembled. I don't know for now. You're talking about a high-level one, right? I advise you to talk less and understand less otherwise. What else? Jiang Lin felt strangely annoyed. He didn't want to understand, but now the other party was causing trouble. I don't know. Xiao Tan curled his lips, clearly dissatisfied with his attitude. Jiang Lin had no time to care about its emotions. He summoned Xiao Chong with his mind, and temporarily locked the mechanical white tiger with a restraining chain. Enter, he commanded Xiao Chong. Xiao Chong supported himself with his black hands, blinked his large eyes, and replied, Yes, master. Xiao Tan suddenly grew anxious at this, his mouth moving. His tone lost its usual playfulness, and became exceedingly serious. I really don't know. My memory is sealed. Are you really going to go this far? I only believe what I see. Jiang Lin didn't order Xiao Chan to stop, but watched him coldly. Xiao Tian suddenly fell silent, and the atmosphere became slightly solemn. Just before Xiao Chan was about to enter Xiao Tian's body, Jiang Lin said, "Don't worry, it will be quick." Then Xiao Tian fell silent. "Master," he said again, his tone now respectful. Jiang Lin knew Xu Qiang had already taken control of Xiao An, and ordered, "Help me find the memories of the deceiver." "Yes." After patiently waiting for a moment, Xiao An spoke, "Master, there are none. It seems there's a barrier that sealed many of my memories, and I can't break through." It seemed Xiao An wasn't lying. "You can go back." Jiang Lin felt a little disappointed, but then a sense of urgency followed. The other party had already attacked, and he had no information, so how could he be on guard? The storage room returned to its previous layout. Xiao An had recovered, but he didn't say anything. The room was remarkably quiet, with only the sound of Jiang Lin's gentle breathing. After a long moment, Little Greedy actually broke the silence by speaking, "I know you might have encountered something unfortunate and are in a hurry. This time, I can understand you. You may not trust me, perhaps because of my unusual background. But I bear you no ill will. I just want to remind you that knowledge is poisonous. Knowing too much is not a good thing. You may be somewhat special, but you're overconfident. Some of your secrets aren't at that level, so it's best not to delve into them. That's all I have to say." Return. Chapter 92. Jiang Lin walked out of the storage room in silence, even forgetting to use the borrowed object method. Perhaps using Xu Qiang to control Xiao An was a bit too much, but he was truly too impatient. He felt a shadow looming over him. If he didn't do something, he would be doomed. With a gloomy expression on his face, he went to the bathroom and used the water in the red tentacle bucket to wash his face. The cool water wet his cheeks, and the chill helped him calm down a little. Looking at his frowning self in the mirror, Jiang Lin rubbed his face. But as he raised his hand to block his view, the person in the mirror had completely changed. Bang! Jiang Lin took a sudden step back, his heart beating uncontrollably. It was racing. The once handsome young man in the mirror had transformed into a slender, eerie figure with a cat's face and deer antlers. It was extremely tall and thin. The cat's face was extremely creepy, with green eyes and extremely long, gray-white hands with tapering fingers. Following Jiang Lin's movement, it also took a step back, as if it had always been like that. "Shit!" Jiang Lin reacted and punched back fiercely. Clang! The mirror shattered, scattering all over the floor. He suddenly took a few deep breaths, cold sweat drenching his back and beads of sweat on his forehead. He touched his face, confirming it was his own. At that moment, he felt the entire iron castle was icy cold and overly quiet. He needed company, not to be alone. He hurried to the second floor, even reluctant to crawl through the wall again, fearing he'd never get out again. "Xiaoying?" He called out in a deep voice, and to his relief, he received a quick response. "Master." Xiaoying quickly opened the door and stood silently before him, awaiting his instructions. Seeing Xiaoying in her JK outfit, Jiang Lin felt a slight sense of relief. "From now on, follow me closely. Stop me if I see anything unusual," he ordered, forcing himself to remain calm. But his beating heart seemed to betray his unease. In the bedroom. Afterwards, nothing happened, and Jiang Lin found a brief moment of peace. After calmly considering it, he had a vague plan. As long as it passed midnight, he should be able to obtain the final trump card. In fact, he still had a Star Travel Merchant summoning scroll, which might be able to summon a high-level individual who could trade items for information on the deceitful hermit. But Xiao Tian had a point. Sometimes knowing too much can be a bad thing. He had been drawn to the secrets of the abandoned iron fortress, and this was the price of curiosity. Jiang Lin silently warned himself not to pursue so-called secrets and truths when his strength was insufficient. The only way to develop peacefully was to overcome this crisis. But all of this depended on surviving this crisis. Looking at Xiaoying, who waited respectfully by the bedside, Jiang Lin, leaning against the headboard, felt at ease. Having a puppet like this was a good thing. At least it made you feel like you weren't alone in facing a crisis. And Xiaoying, Jiang Lin subconsciously touched her snake head. Her top-tier Tier 5 combat power gave him more confidence. He didn't know the purpose of the being targeting him, but he hadn't attacked yet. Perhaps it had something to do with the combat power around him. Is it really Tier 6? Jiang Lin couldn't help but wonder. Time slipped by as he wandered through his thoughts, and soon it was 12 a.m. The alienation spell had refreshed. Jiang Lin raised his right hand, feeling a surge of confidence. That's right, he'd already made up his mind. If things got out of hand, If he couldn't resist, he'd use alienation on himself. From today on, he'd reserve one alienation for use at 11:59 p.m., ensuring he always had the ability to alienate himself. This was a last resort. He had a feeling that if he used alienation on himself, things would become utterly uncontrollable, perhaps 100 times more severe than the threat he was currently facing. Besides the one reserved, he still had 3 more to use. Jianlin produced the strange oil lamp, and had Xiaonan spit out the human-faced hive. If the human-faced hive didn't alienate, it would likely collapse. Who knew what it would become after alienation? The strange oil lamp was only there to verify some of his conjectures. Alienation activated, 200 spiritual energy overflowed, enveloping the human-faced hive, which began to wriggle and transform. The 3-meter-long and wide beehive began to shrink, eventually transforming into a beautiful human-faced bee with an extremely alluring female face, its entire body the size of a basin. Transform the human-faced beehive to obtain a tempting bee mother. Tempting bee mother. Level 3, it can continuously produce a colony of level 2 tempting bee mothers. Requiring crystals for nourishment, tempting bees can attract and kill creatures of level 2 and below. Jianlin read the introduction with a somewhat strange expression, then carefully examined the tempting bee mother. The bee mother's feminine face was the same size as a normal human's, and if you ignored the body behind it, it was certainly quite alluring. With its oval face, cherry lips, phoenix eyes, and a turned nose, it gave off a somewhat fiery vibe at first glance. This is truly powerful, Jianlin exclaimed. Being a level 3 bee mother, the bee mother's seductive power had a noticeable effect on him as well. He casually tossed 100 crystals to the temptation bee queen. He wanted to see the results of her production. If she had enough, it would be very useful for exploring the fog. The next room is your hatchery. From now on, you be called Xiaoyu. Yes, master. Xiaoyu's red lips parted slightly, revealing considerable intelligence. Jianlin used borrowing object to relocate her, and left her alone. Before, he might have been delighted at having gained a capable assistant, but now, he wasn't in the mood. He wasn't even in the mood to open treasure chests today. Since he hadn't received a silver treasure chest, he'd save the rest for the Xiaoyu chest to exchange for a higher level one. After dealing with Xiaoyu, Jianlin turned his attention to the strange oil lamp. Transmutation activated. The strange oil lamp shifted rapidly, trembling faintly. Clearly, 200 spiritual power points was too much for it. It seemed it didn't contain the fog-repelling fire seed, otherwise, given the fog-repelling fire seed's level, it would have easily absorbed the 200 spiritual power points of the transmutation. Eventually, the strange oil lamp transformed into a palm-sized handheld lantern, but instead of a wick, a flaming eyeball hovered within. Transform the strange oil lamp to obtain the fog-crossing lantern. Fog-crossing lantern, level 1. A small wisp of fog-repelling fire undergoes an unknown transformation. Using it allows for minimal movement in the night fog, with a visibility range of 10 meters. Note, night fog is extremely dangerous, so proceed with caution. The strange oil lamp is actually just a small wisp of fog-repelling fire? How small? Jianlin's face lit up with surprise. He'd actually guessed halfway right. He had initially given up on the idea, seeing the strange oil lamp's low rank, but he hadn't expected a twist. While this incident was helpful, it wasn't a significant one. The fog-repelling fire was at least a level 5 item. The strange oil lamp, however, didn't even have a rank, suggesting it was the product of an unknown number of split fog-repelling fires. Even if he wanted to use Sun Huanyu's synthesis method, he didn't know how long it would take to collect them. If he needed 10,000, or even 100,000, by the time he collected them, he'd be strong enough to obtain the fog-repellent fire. Jianlin put away his fog-crossing lantern, and had no plans to explore the night fog. Having learned from the experience of the abandoned iron fort, he resolutely avoided the so-called truth when his strength wasn't up to par. He didn't use spirit-eating techniques to enhance his sanity, fearing a sudden change. Under Xiaoying's watchful eye, he finally fell asleep. The night was peaceful. The strange inscriptions and changes hadn't reappeared, but in his dream, Jianlin found himself incredibly tall. He raised his hand, and a slender gray hand with pointed fingers came into view. The arm was incredibly long, so thin that the bones were visible. A pair of deer antlers loomed in the shadows. No! He tried to shout, but instead, a strange, cat-like meow escaped him. Chapter 93. Master! Xiaoying's voice faintly reached him in a daze. Struggling. Master! Jianlin jolted awake, sweat drenching his back. Realizing it was a dream, he breathed a sigh of relief, but his anxiety grew. This wasn't going to work. That damn being kept trying to intimidate him, and he wondered what the point was. If you want to fight, then fight. Why keep doing this? Xiaoying's silver eyes held a trace of worry. Seeing him awake, they shone brightly, returning to their calm and composed demeanor. Jianlin sat up, feeling better after a moment's rest. He felt his body carefully, finding nothing unusual. But the more he felt, the more uneasy he became. The unknown was the most terrifying. Unable to grasp the other party's intentions, it was hard for him to concentrate. Boil some water for me, and throw away the broken mirror in the bathroom, he instructed Xiaoying as he walked downstairs. He was sweating profusely, and his skin felt sticky. Arriving in the hall, Sun Huanyu was dazed on the leather sofa, clearly having just woken up. Seeing Jianlin approach, he quickly stood up, performed the secret meeting ceremony, and respectfully said, "Ghost Master." It seemed he was adapting quickly. Jianlin nodded, sat down unenthusiastically, and asked, "Did you devour spirits yesterday?" "2. Oddly enough, it seemed quite easy. I was already half conscious." Sun Huanyu looked pleased. "Not bad, well done," Jianlin confirmed. But he didn't forget his business. He took out the bloated beauty's corpse. The disgusting corpse startled Sun Huanyu. Seeing it was a corpse, he began to investigate. The bloated beauty's corpse, a level 4 monster, ravaged beyond recognition. "Do you want to take it while it's hot, Sun Huanyu?" After a moment's thought, Jianlin used borrowed object transposition to retrieve another object from Xiaoying's room. "Ghost Master, you. Seeing this, Sun Huanyu felt his worldview shatter. Jianlin held the inflatable doll that Xiaoying had used as a pillow. "Inflatable doll, I guess you like it. Don't overthink it. I just unboxed it, and made the best use of it." Jianlin glanced at him, warning him against imagining things. He simply wanted to test whether Sun Huanyu's synthesis technique could, as he had envisioned, combine the characteristics of the two items. The swollen beauty's corpse was tier 4 in strength, and combined with the doll's humanoid properties, perhaps a puppet-like item could be synthesized. If he used the third transformation of the day, he would likely be able to imbue it with life. Then a brand new tier 5 combat force would be born. After hearing his idea, Sun Huanyu's jaw dropped, calling him a genius. Sun Huanyu's face flushed, clearly excited. "The thought of synthesizing a tier 4 item feels like a dream," he muttered, then activated the synthesis technique. Spiritual energy, along with the power of synthesis, rapidly converged upon the two unrelated objects, a fierce intertwining of white light. The bloated beauty's corpse began to shrink, and the inflatable doll began to become more refined. Finally, they completely merged into a single, well-behaved, muscular woman doll. Jianlin and Sun Huanyu simultaneously looked up in shock, their mouths slightly open at the 2-meter-tall figure. It took Jianlin a moment to recover. "What have you done?" He couldn't believe his eyes, and they felt like they were stained. Sun Huanyu swallowed and subconsciously muttered, "I created an angel." Jianlin moved a little further away, sensing something was amiss with him. He felt the need to use mutation on Sun Huanyu was unnecessary, as he had already transformed on his own. Absolutely perfect. Sun Huanyu walked over and touched the swollen female puppet's muscles. The grotesque scene was unbearable to watch. It was a shame that the result was just an ordinary puppet, possessing the physical strength of a level 4 creature, but lacking consciousness. Since it had already been created, not transforming it would be a waste. Jianlin suppressed his discomfort, and decided to give this experiment a perfect conclusion. "Move aside." Jianlin stopped Sun Huanyu. This guy's tastes were truly bizarre. He seriously suspected the synthesized appearance was connected to the user's mind. Sun Huanyu reluctantly retreated. Jianlin didn't want to look at this bizarre puppet again. He decisively activated mutation. 200 spiritual energy points flooded the puppet's surface like a tide, and it began to wriggle and deform. Sun Huanyu looked regretful, and Jianlin caught a glimpse of him from the corner of his eye and frowned. Is this guy lamenting the puppet's changed appearance? Did he really think it looked good just now? The squirming quickly ceased, and the puppet returned to normal human size. It lacked complete facial features, only eyes, a nose, and ears. The muscles were still well developed, but not as exaggerated as before, and looked relatively well proportioned. It lacked any human organs, and its skin was a pale white. It didn't look very good, even bordering on the uncanny valley, quite creepy. 3 Desires Puppet, Level 5, a puppet contaminated by an unknown aura. It has been classified as uncanny, capable of interfering with spiritual awareness, and controlling the 3 desires within a certain range, the desires of sight, nose, and hearing, causing confusion and instability in the enemy. Its body is extremely strong, possessing top-tier combat power for its level. Master. The Three Desires puppet's voice was hoarse and neutral, making it difficult to tell whether it was male or female. Jian Lin read the introduction. While not as good as Xiaotong, it wasn't much behind, and its combat power could be considered formidable. Let's call you Xiaosan. Jian Lin thought the name was simple and evocative, perfectly suiting the Three Desires puppet. Yes, master. Xiaosan's voice was emotionless, while Sun Huanyu seemed hesitant to speak. According to Jian Lin's own condition, he didn't feel like going out, so he simply let the gray light avatar take Xiaosan out. Xiaosan was level 5, so her safety was absolutely guaranteed. The avatar's mission was simply to find the crystal core. With the 4 luck dice, Jian Lin only needed to predict the outcome. The unknown being's target was Jian Lin's true self, so there was no need to bother with the avatar. Even if he did, it would be useless. If the avatar was gone, he could always create another. He took out the 4 luck dice and predicted 3 directions. In 2 directions, within 20 kilometers, he would encounter level 4 creatures. Jian Lin immediately used 300 HP and most of his spiritual awareness to create a gray avatar. This avatar possessed all of his skills, making it a top-tier Tier 3 powerhouse, capable of even dealing with Tier 4 enemies. Let's go, Xiaosan. Little gray Jian Lin led the way out the door. Xiaosan was stunned for a moment, but when Jian Lin's original body nodded, he hurried to follow. Its footsteps were almost silent, and its control of power was even greater than Xiaoying's. At this rate, Xiaoying would soon be forced to work as a housekeeper. Sun Huanyu witnessed Jian Lin's actions throughout, feeling a sense of awe. Ghost Master, no wonder you're number 1 in the world. With your cunning methods, anyone would be outmatched. Jian Lin glanced at him. If you can't talk, keep quiet. Go gather the materials. The Iron Fort is estimated to be 5 kilometers away. To ensure Sun Huanyu's safety, he handed over the spiritual erectile dysfunction device. Huh. Okay, Ghost Lord, I'd be right there. Sun Huanyu smiled sheepishly and instinctively took it. Psychic hair standing device. Level 5. After using it to raise your hair, all hostile creatures will be intimidated, impressed by your wisdom, and lose interest in you. Effective at level 5 and below. After reading the system's introduction, he looked surprised. He instinctively wanted to return it to Jian Lin, but then thought of everything he had just witnessed. The Ghost Lord is so powerful, he naturally has no shortage of level 5 items. Why should I think so much? Thinking of this, he decisively put the hair stander into his backpack, gave Jian Lin a secret meeting salute, and headed out the door. Watching his broad back as he was about to leave, Jian Lin reminded him, don't forget about the storage crystal. Give it to Lin Yu first. No, Ghost Lord, don't worry. Sun Huanyu assured, patting his chest. As he opened the door, Jian Lin saw signs of melting snow outside and checked the temperature, 10 degrees. Xiaoying had already boiled some water, and he began to wash away the sweat stains from his morning shock. The Avatar and the Mistress were searching for the crystal core. He had to figure out what had happened today, otherwise he wouldn't dare leave the house. Chapter 94. In the bathtub, Jian Lin washed his muscular upper body, his brow furrowed in thought. Water droplets trickled down the angular ravines of his chest, and his slender fingers unconsciously caressed the well-proportioned biceps of his left arm. Xiaoying, dressed in a white silk JK outfit, waited respectfully nearby. Jian Lin told her to stay close by, and she wouldn't leave for a moment. There was nothing more to be gained from Xiao Tan. At this point, there were only 2 ways to find clues. One was the Biji slugs, and the other was the star travel merchants. The Biji slugs could only be ruled out for now. Their population seemed reluctant to interact with the outside world, and the last time a small slug escaped was merely an accident. The star travel merchants were actually quite good, but rashly engaging with high-level individuals was still somewhat dangerous. But since the system had packed the treasure chest with this summoning scroll, it wouldn't summon an unfriendly one, right? Besides, Xiao Tan had said they all enjoyed business, so there shouldn't be any problems. Jian Lin lowered his head, his face pensive, as he attempted to clean himself. But that very moment, he witnessed a deeply bizarre scene. In the water's reflection, he slowly removed his head, blood immediately dripping from his neck. Then, he unearthed a deer-antlered cat head from somewhere, and placed it around his neck. The cat's face displayed an ugly, human-like smile, its eerie, dark green eyes fixed intently on Jian Lin. Jian Lin's expression contorted. Is this ever going to end? He slammed his fist into the water, sending a splattering spray. No longer in the mood for a shower, He quickly asked Xiaoying to help him dry himself and get dressed. What bad luck. Don't let him catch the troublemaker behind this, or I kill it by any means necessary. Returning to the hall, he happened to run into Lin Yu. Ghost Master. Lin Yu performed the secret meeting ceremony with remarkable naturalness. Jiang Lin nodded, his expression softening considerably. Although he was furious and anxious, he didn't want to show his displeasure to his subordinates. But after being repeatedly threatened, his rage was truly hard to suppress, and a hint of displeasure crept across his face. What happened? Lin Yu, perceptive enough to notice his unusual behavior, asked with concern. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Lin calmed his nerves again, forcing himself to remain calm. He felt something was off. He hadn't always been this easily angered. Am I really changing? Becoming like this? Thinking of the inscription he'd made last night, he felt a little uneasy. Nevertheless, he replied, I'm fine. Can you tell me about it? I don't have much experience, but maybe I can help analyze it. Lin Yu, of course, didn't believe him. She could see the uneasiness in Jiang Lin's eyes. She continued to persuade him. When I worked in the company before, I always took on everything myself. But after experiencing more, I realized that some things are more efficient when we work together. Jiang Lin glanced at her, and seeing her sincerity, he didn't refuse. Since there was nothing else to do, he simply told her about yesterday's experience as a distraction. Talking about some stress does help relieve some stress. He led Lin Yu along as he talked while urging the employees to get up and get to work. Since there were no more crystals, he immediately sent little axe, little pickaxe, little lamp, and little strongman to the ruins to kill the creatures. The more protective cores, the better. They'd be useful later. Little Yu was hatching bees, and Little Box, like a knight, quietly awaited his orders. Little Greed remained as usual. Xiao Tong and Xiaoying were protecting him closely, while Xiao San and the Avatar went looking for the crystal core. There were so many family members now that I could barely count them on my fingers. After the family quieted down, Jiang Lin finished recounting yesterday's experiences and what had happened to him. Lin Yu stroked his delicate chin, his lower tentacles tapping the ground lightly, frowning as he asked. So, this entity didn't attack you directly? Jiang Lin nodded. I'm not sure. I ran too fast, and it might not have had time to attack. Lin Yu pondered for a moment, then said, according to you, if it were a level 6 creature, you wouldn't have had a chance to escape. So, Lin Yu seemed to be weighing her words. I feel like you might have been tricked. Her tone was very tactful, as if she was worried Jiang Lin would get angry. Oh, what do you mean? Jiang Lin naturally didn't care about face. He didn't have the burden of leadership, and he'd been tricked by the weird more than once. The other party must be a level 5 professional. Lin Yu stated decisively, all the air of a famous detective solving a case. Jiang Lin gestured for her to continue. He had a vague suspicion that the other party wasn't level 6, but simply didn't understand their methods. Lin Yu's eyes flashed with wisdom as he analyzed. First, you said you used a level 4 luck dice yesterday, and it clearly predicted a successful trip. So, the other party must be higher than level 4. Second, they didn't attack directly, but instead used various messages to intimidate you, creating uncertainty and doubt. This suggests they have a plan, but lack the strength to confront you head-on, given your Xiaoying. Finally, that Iron Fort might be real, but the words that appear after it are incredibly strange. This could be their tactics, a mix of truth and falsehood, to trick you into believing it's also level 6. I suspect they must be a professional skilled in mind-induced attacks, and most likely level 5. This analysis completely overturned Jiang Lin's impression of Lin Yu. He admitted that his basic mental intelligence of 12 wasn't due to his intelligence. Bewildered by the situation, he had always believed the other party had used a trick on him, unaware that the trick might have originated from within himself. So, it wasn't the deceiver who attacked me. He used the Iron Fortress's inscription to mislead me and lead me into a misguided way of thinking. If I believed that, I would have completely fallen for their trick. They could have used some ability to truly replace me. With such deliberate planning, they must be a level 5 professional below the deceiver. The solution is simple too. As long as I understand the truth, the crisis will resolve itself. At that moment, his mind cleared, and he felt his thoughts were exceptionally clear. Something entangled in his spirituality seemed to have suddenly snapped. So that's it, Jiang Lin suddenly understood, feeling a sense of relief. The dilemma was resolved, and it was time for him to think about how to strike back. Before that, he smiled with relief and looked at Lin Yu. You've helped me a great deal. I always repay a favor and a grievance. He took out the sacrificial round shield, a level 3 life-saving item. After transformation, it would become level 4. He had the Shadow Thorn Ring, so this item was relatively useless to him, so he considered it a token of his gratitude to Lin Yu. Since the person behind the scenes was only a level 5 professional, there was no need to hold onto this last transformation as a trump card. Instead, the other party would have to pray that he didn't find them. He had already decided to use his mysterious luck and make them come to him. Transformation activated, the last 200 spiritual energy points overflowed, and the sacrificial round shield began to wriggle and transform, eventually transforming into an ancient mirror dripping with blood and a viscous black substance. Alienate the round shield and obtain the Foul Blood Black Mirror. Foul Blood Black Mirror, level 4. Hold the item, effectively resisting any attack below level 4 and reflecting it back, spiritual and physical. It can also shatter, allowing the Foul Blood Black Mirror to resist a level 5 attack once, destroying it after shattering. So effective? Jiang Lin was a little surprised, but since he decided to give it away, he had no intention of keeping it. With alienation, he had no shortage of powerful items. He handed the Foul Blood Black Mirror to Lin Yu, who was clearly delighted and then carefully accepted it. Thank you, Lord Gue. She even performed a secret meeting ceremony. Jiang Lin smiled, feeling somewhat relieved. You deserve it. You've helped me a lot this time. If I hadn't thought it through, the consequences would have been disastrous. With that done, Lin Yu went to stimulate the growth of the feather grass and aloe vera. Jiang Lin brought Xiaoying and Xiaotong to the Iron Fortress's gate. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Lin's gaze was profound. The opponent has already attacked, and it would be rude not to reciprocate. He should also respond. Mysterious Destiny, activated. I want the level 5 who attacked me yesterday to come to the Iron Castle and cause trouble for me personally. He felt a surge of energy throughout his body, an invisible force rippling out, and his fate began to stir. Chapter 95. A mysterious aura connects certain things in the universe, yet no trace of it can be seen on the surface. Somewhere in the fog, 2 dark figures, one large and one small, sat in a cave. Suddenly, the larger figure stood up, the ethereal black book in its hands trembling as it began to turn pages. The words within began to rapidly disappear. The faint inscriptions could be seen: time, place, characters, medium. Story begins, ending. The ending, which had been almost fully formed, and the words beneath it began to blur and eventually vanish. As the ending faded, all the previous words gradually faded away. They've actually been discovered. This script is so perfect. That survivor has some skills. The dark figure exclaimed in surprise, revealing its cat face and deer antlers. It looked exactly like the cat-faced, slender deer-antlered figure that Jiang Lin had seen in the mirror. Across from it. How is that possible? His spiritual substance clearly shows only level 3, yet he can actually see through the director's abilities? The small black figure also spoke, its crimson eyes flashing. It was considerably shorter than the cat-faced man, barely reaching his knees. In its black hand, it held a strange glass container, and within it was a single, pitch-black hair. The cat-faced man put away the illusory black book. This has nothing to do with level. The director's abilities require trust. If he sees through the script, they will naturally be ineffective. No problem. I set up a more perfect script today. He can't escape. For some reason, the cat-faced man had lost his usual caution and, without even realizing it, chose to take the initiative. The red-eyed man didn't stop him. He suddenly felt a surge of eagerness to see the scarred one die. As a member of the director's auxiliary profession, taking the initiative was even better. None of them noticed their own abnormality, acting as if it was natural. However, they all overlooked the true strength of the director's profession. Well, wait here for me. This time, I set him up for certain death. The cat-faced figure wrapped his black robe around him, took a slender, gray step, and headed out of the cave. Watching its disappearing figure, the red-eyed figure felt a sense of unease for some reason, but he didn't notice anything amiss. He slowly closed his eyes, and waited patiently. After invoking his mysterious aura, Jiang Lin stood at the Iron Fortress's gate, waiting patiently. He could sense something lingering around him. Anyone behind the scenes, who was level 5 or below would definitely come, no matter how. And level 5 simply wouldn't be able to reach him. The Iron Fortress would teach him how to make a crystal essence or a prop. Elsewhere, the cat-faced, deer-horned figure walked through the melting snow, pondering how to write the next script. A qualified director must understand each actor, establish time and location, and craft a flawless script, ensuring the actor's conviction and control. The original script he had created for the survivor was excellent. A survivor with a passion for exploration stumbled upon an abandoned iron fortress left behind by a previous survivor. He witnessed a trace of the survivor's remains, then discovered the fortress's owner might not be dead. Ultimately, he was entangled and replaced. This script, perfectly timed, located, and performed, altered only a small part of reality, the final line. "Are you looking for me?" This was arguably his most polished script since becoming a director. He thought everything would go smoothly, but unexpectedly, a flaw was discovered. What could possibly have gone wrong? The cat-faced, deer-horned man pondered, unaware that he had entered a quiet place. The creatures around him seemed to have vanished, but because he was so absorbed in his thoughts, the normally cautious man had overlooked this ominous sign. Ever since Jiang Lin's Iron Fortress became the Rift Iron Fortress, the mist had gained a restricted zone for creatures below level 6. But the creatures that knew this were all dead, so a massive shadow slowly descended, like a predatory beast awaiting its final charge. The cat-faced, deer-horned man finally realized something was amiss, but it was too late. He was surrounded by layers of terrifying and eerie tentacles. He quickly used his disguise skills, attempting to shift his form to evade the attacks, but how could he possibly outrun the tentacles? No! Rustles. Accompanied by bursts of twisting, chewing sounds, the surroundings fell silent. The tentacles slowly sank into the ground, as if nothing had happened. A dignified 5th-rank director professional perished so easily under the attack of the Iron Fortress Rift. Meanwhile, in an unknown cave, the red-eyed figure felt a sudden clarity of consciousness, a look of horror on his face. Has a higher-level individual taken action? It picked up the glass container containing the hair and scurried out of the cave, not daring to delay a moment. Jiang Lin closed his eyes, standing with his arms folded. The black nightgown swayed slightly, making him look tall and solemn. Xiaoying, wearing a JK suit, stood quietly to the side. She had already learned about the inflatable doll's transformation into the Three Desires doll, and felt a slight sense of reluctance. Just then, Jiang Lin felt something entwined around him dissipate. So quickly. With a faint sigh, the eerie purple and red tentacles on the Rift Iron Fort began to wriggle. The mucus-covered eyes began to blink, and the suction cups inhaled and exhaled as if digesting something. Purple mucus dripped onto the ground with a splattering sound. Under Jiang Lin's narrowed gaze, something slowly emerged from one of the tentacles. A black quill pen, somewhere between fantasy and reality. Open for inspection. Pen of Lies, Level 5, a strange item. When written with it, lies are realized in a distorted form. Each use reduces its lifespan by 30 days. At the same time, the body is gradually corroded by black lines. Once covered, the user becomes a puppet of lies, repeating falsehoods. This applies to level 5 and below. I don't know who you truly are, but this may be your best fate. Jiang Lin didn't touch it. The incident with the crimson embers was still fresh in his mind. He simply used levitation to store it in his system backpack. Though the incident was over, the lesson he learned taught him that there are still many unpredictable methods. This is a strange world, where professionals possess a myriad of abilities. To survive long, one must be extremely cautious. Unless one reaches a certain level, avoid knowledge beyond their proper knowledge. Xiao Tan, as Xiao Tan had said knowledge is poisonous. If he hadn't sought to explore more secrets, he wouldn't have fallen into the trap of this level 5 professional. It was precisely because he understood the terror of a level 6 that he frightened himself, fearing a level 6 entity would possess his body, leading to everything that followed. Ignorance isn't necessarily a bad thing. He sighed, gazing at the still-as-usual fog in the distance, feeling so insignificant. Then, he took Xiaoying into the Iron Fortress and focused on the Avatar's affairs. From now on, let the Avatar handle any dangerous tasks, while the main body could focus on developing itself, handling treasure chest openings, transformations, self-strengthening, and secret meetings. Hide if you can. Let's talk about this separately. Xiao Hui and Jiang Lin were hurrying along with Xiao San. The two of them floated in midair, and Xiao San easily dispatched any blind fog creatures along the way. This was the direction predicted by the 4 lucky dice to encounter a level 4 creature. Low-level items were of little use to Jiang Lin at the moment, so he didn't deliberately search for low-level treasure chests. Only when encountering a level 3 creature would he search for bronze treasure chests nearby. Because his avatar lacked a fog-repelling velvet ring, his spiritual sense search range was limited, only about 6 meters, so he advanced in an S-shaped pattern. Long before noon, Jiang Lin discovered a shelter. And the level 4 creature he was looking for. The shelter's fate was predictable. The monster was gnawing at a bloody leg-like object, its face glaring at Jiang Lin with a ferocious expression. Chapter 96. Next to the monster lay a naked, dismembered corpse, its original features unrecognizable. A tattered long skirt lay scattered on the ground, revealing its owner's identity and fate. The monster stood 2 meters tall, with a human face. Its mouth opened and closed to an unimaginable degree, its long, forked tongue lapping up the blood with rapt attention. Its body was a translucent black, revealing the flow of an unknown black substance and human tissue. Its lower body held a repulsive object, filthy and hideous. Jiang Lin could imagine the shelter's owner's despair and wailing. "I'm already in a bad mood today, and you insist on disgusting me?" He stared intently at the monster, but it wore a look of disdain. It even picked up its bloody leg and shook it, its mouth curling up in a disgusting manner, as if provoking him. Jiang Lin laughed in anger. "Food, delicious, delicious, hee. The monster actually spoke, its voice utterly unpleasant, tinged with nauseating lust. This time, Jiang Lin felt a bit annoyed with the system's translation function. He didn't want to hear a single word this monster said. Lust demon, a level 4 monster, a demon that feeds on humanoids. It delights in hearing the desperate screams of its prey. It often targets female humanoids, indulging its own lust, torturing them before feeding on them. The prey's despair only strengthens the lust demon. What a disgusting creature. Jiang Lin felt that simply killing it would be too easy, so he signaled Xiao San to restrain it. Xiao San obeyed and activated his ability. A strange wave spread, instantly disrupting the lust demon's consciousness and controlling its 3 senses. Now Xiao San could control its vision, hearing, and smell. But because Jiang Lin's command was to control, Xiao San's direct control over the lust demon's 3 senses was completely null. The lust demon suddenly quieted down, as if life had ceased, its body swaying erratically with disgust. Jiang Lin ignored it for now, declaring he would torture it later. He used the technique of borrowing objects to move the body of the unknown female survivor under a tree and buried it, allowing her to continue living in another form. "Ah." He said nothing, only sighing. He could only lament the other party's bad luck. He arrived too late, otherwise perhaps he could have saved her. Even being his tool was 1,000 times better than being tortured to death. There weren't many people in this area, and he might have seen the comments of the remaining ones, but he had no intention of trying to find out their names, as it would only add to his troubles. Death is like the extinguishing of a lamp. May their soul rest in peace. Jiang Lin searched the level 3 shelter again. The strange oil lamp had shattered, and the flicker of fire within had vanished. It must have been recovered by the system. After this experience, he suddenly felt that as a human, there were things he still needed to do. On his main body's side, he opened the zone chat. "Jiang Lin, everyone, survival is becoming increasingly difficult. Even the strongest can still encounter disaster. If you encounter a crisis, you can come to me to trade a shelter ownership agreement, temporarily escape danger, and we discuss further matters later." Then, he closed the panel. He didn't do this out of mercy, but simply felt it was a shame to waste such a good life. Why not come work for him? If you're capable, you can even be accepted into the Weird Miss secret society. For a faction to grow, it's obviously not enough to rely on just a few people. Elsewhere, after little gray Jiang Lin finished disposing of the corpse, he looked at the disgusting lust demon, pondering how to torture him. This disgusting creature had such unique hobbies, so why not let it experience the torture itself? He thought for a moment, then looked at Xiao San and ordered, "Let it be tortured by 10 lust demons. It must be brutal, bloody, and rough. Do you understand?" Jiang Lin asked, sensing Xiao San didn't understand. A human would probably understand what he meant, but Xiao San was a puppet, so it wasn't certain. "Master, don't worry, I understand." Xiao San's sudden words made Jiang Lin rub the back of his neck in confusion. "You look so serious, but I didn't expect you to understand so well. This must be the effect of Sun Huanyu's synthesis technique, not the alienation technique." Then, a shrill, terrifying scream echoed from the ruins. It sounded like a poor man being tortured by 10 something. His voice was incredibly disgusting, making it incredibly uncomfortable to listen to. Xiao San manipulated the lust demon's 3 senses while ripping at its hide. Black blood splattered with each tug, making Jiang Lin exclaim in admiration of his expertise. Half an hour later, the shrill, sickened cries gradually faded, and finally, the ruins fell silent. Jiang Lin stored the crystal core. This time, he had brought a storage crystal. Sun Huanyu had some leftover from his previous work, so his avatar could use it to store things. It wouldn't be a big deal if it were thrown away. The cost was practically zero. As for the lust demon's corpse, he randomly found a level 1 ferocious beast to feed it. He didn't want to use such disgusting things for synthesis or alienation. The black ram, for example, met his standards perfectly. At least it was handsome and imposing. Of course, if they weren't the same, that would be even better. With the crystal core in hand, Jiang Lin changed direction, heading for the other side predicted by the 4-moment dice. Now levitating and incarnated, Jiang Lin's progress became even faster and more reckless, covering distances of 10 or 20 kilometers in no time. At 2 p.m., he and Xiao San finally found another level 4 creature, approximately 20 kilometers from the shelter. But this level 4 creature was a little different. She was a neutral creature, and showed no intention of attacking Jiang Lin. They were conducting a strange ritual. Yes, them, the human version of her. This was also the first time Jiang Lin encountered humans, who looked like natives in the misty world. Their attire was somewhat similar to that of the nuns on Blue Star, but the patterns on their black robes were extremely strange and mysterious, making them difficult to remember. This reminded Jiang Lin of the symbols and patterns of the Xur temple, both giving him the same feeling. The leading woman, according to Xiao San's spiritual sense, was a level 4 creature, while the others were mostly ordinary. Their skin was pale, bloodless, and they had Western faces, typical of Blue Star, but their hair was black. Each one looked remarkably similar. Their black robes obscured their forms, making it difficult to discern their forms. Open the exploration feature. Avatars can only use the exploration and translation functions. If you don't want to talk, don't talk. Jiang Lin closed the introduction. On the quaint stone altar, women dressed as nuns were worshipping a gray stone statue in bizarre, twisted postures. They bared their upper bodies, using an unidentified black liquid to draw strange, spider-like symbols on their bodies. Below the waist, their black robes bulged, making it impossible to discern what lay beneath. The stone statue was extremely strange. It might be called a stone statue, but to Jiang Lin, it looked like a strange, shapeless piece of stone. But the more Jiang Lin looked at it, the more he felt the stone was perfect, like the most beautiful creation in the world. Unconsciously, he had arrived in front of the stone, ready to join the women in their worship posture. Wait! He jolted awake, thankfully only an avatar now. A warning came from his main body. He quickly turned his head, not daring to look at the statue again, his spiritual consciousness also avoiding it. Luckily, his avatar had no clothes, otherwise he would have been embarrassed. He floated back to Xiao San, who was looking at him in confusion. Jiang Lin didn't explain. Xiao San was just a puppet, unaffected by such things. The leading woman also noticed Jiang Lin and the others, but then completely ignored them, seemingly unconcerned about them attacking or disrupting the ritual. After what had just happened, Jiang Lin really didn't dare to cause trouble, and besides, no one else had provoked him. This statue was strange and treacherous, and these women were also abnormal. There was no way to communicate, so he had to give up the crystal core on this side. God of dreams. Weaving the world. Lord of dreams. Reshaping space. Praise. Your hands. Just then, the women began chanting a prayer. Jiang Lin listened for a moment. They kept repeating these words, unsure of their meaning. Chapter 97. The women's behavior became increasingly frantic. Some even completely shed their black robes, and began tossing their heads, and twisting their bodies, like madmen. Jiang Lin also had a clear view of their forms. From the waist down, the women were covered in black, furry spider legs. As they moved, white slime dripped onto the ground, a truly disgusting sight. Dreamweavers. Hands that connect space. Weaving us. Their prayers distorted the mind, and their movements held a certain demonic allure. As the ritual progressed, Jiang Lin suddenly sensed a great terror approaching. A frantic warning from his spiritual intuition. Let's go! Not daring to look or listen, he quickly left with Xiao San. After flying for about a kilometer, the palpitations slowly subsided. He had no doubt that if he had stayed any longer, not only his avatar, but his true form as well, would have been implicated. What exactly are they worshipping? Is it that kind of being? Jiang Lin no longer had the fearless ignorance he had when he first entered the fog, so it was better to avoid mentioning certain names. He silently memorized the prayer he had just recited and quickly shifted his focus. No more overthinking. No. Exhaling, he finally cleared his mind and began to focus on the present. What had just happened could be considered a minor incident. At least for him right now. That kind of being was completely beyond his reach. Noting their previous location, Jiang Lin and Xiao San randomly chose a direction to explore. There was still plenty of time. Perhaps we could find something else. Sure enough, not long after, Jiang Lin encountered another survivor, who was battling a level 2 ferocious beast. He was an extremely handsome man from a foreign race. Jiang Lin even felt that his looks alone could rival his own half. Every move he made was crisp and precise. Like a battle performance he had rehearsed countless times. His complexion was coal pale, his short, neatly styled silver hair dancing up and down as he dodged, revealing a cold, focused blue pupil. Those were impressive eyes. They were cold. Jiang Lin couldn't find an adjective to describe them, but at first glance, they felt incredibly cold, just like this cool guy's abilities. The cool guy clearly had the upper hand. His fingers flew, continuously shooting out tiny ice spikes. A hurricane surged beneath his feet, allowing him to run at an incredible speed. Open for exploration. Ice Crystal Clan, Level 1. The Ice Crystal Clan must be a race naturally endowed with the ability to manipulate ice. This cool guy's talent was related to wind. Jiang Lin made a quick assessment. The other party was only Level 1, yet he could rely on his talent and innate abilities to fight a Level 2 creature. He clearly had considerable combat potential. Puff, quickly, leveraging the terrain and his impressive attack, Cuckoo pierced the beast's eye, effectively killing it. At this rate, the Level 2 beast should have been taken down, but alas. As if sensing something, Jiang Lin, lurking in midair, frowned. Kuji's luck is bad. A Level 3 humanoid monster approached, headless, its maw dripping with slime. It looked hungry. You could say it's lucky? Jiang Lin propped up his chin, pondering. Han Xiaoxiao had been in this world for 3 days. For the Ice Crystal Clan, battle is commonplace. The Ice Crystal Clan never retreats. This belief remained until he saw the gaping maw. What kind of monster is this? He narrowly dodged the maw. The tree he'd used to dodge shattered and shattered, leaving a deep crater in the ground. Bang! Bang! He desperately tried to maneuver, but could only watch helplessly as the monster drew closer. Han Xiaoxiao's strength was nearly exhausted. A hint of sadness lingered in his cold blue eyes. He let out a final roar. Ice Crystal Tribe. But he was only halfway through when he suddenly realized something was wrong. It was too quiet behind him. He quickly ducked behind a tree and looked back. Little did he know that this glance back would become his future faith. He saw a handsome figure composed of gray light descend from the sky like a god, followed by pale puppets, like divine servants. The Level 3 venomous mouth monster, which he had considered so terrifying, seemed terrified and knelt deeply on the ground. God of Gray Light. Han Xiaoxiao muttered unconsciously. 5 minutes later. Are you really going to follow me? Jiang Lin was surprised, but his expression was solemn. After being rescued, the cool guy in front of him kept shouting something about the Gray Light God, and begged Jiang Lin to accept him as a servant. Yes, Gray Light God, please take me in. I want to thank you for saving my life. The cool guy's blue eyes were firm, and he knelt on one knee. I know you may not think much of me, but I can do anything. Don't make it like a proposal. Jiang Lin was speechless. He had just saved the guy, and was wondering if he could recruit him as a subordinate. I'm not a god. He was halfway through his sentence when the cool guy, with a look of sudden realization, quickly said, Gray Light God, I understand. May I ask what you should call me? Jiang Lin didn't know what he understood, and he wanted to say something but swallowed it back. I'm the leader of the Weird Mist Secret Society. You can call me Weird Lord. Cool Guy quickly said seriously, yes, Weird Lord. Then he asked cautiously, so? Weird Lord, do you agree to take me in? This cool guy looked cool and handsome, but he was unexpectedly so impatient. And he seemed to be quite imaginative. Jiang Lin couldn't explain much, so he just took him along. He was only an avatar now, and all contracts and agreements had to be signed with his original body. On the way back, he finally learned Cool Guy's name. Han Xiaoxiao. He looked so stern. Was he really serious about that name? After Jiang Lin levitated Han Xiaoxiao, he became even more respectful, a look of astonishment on his face. From time to time, his eyes were filled with enthusiasm. What on earth did he understand? Jiang Lin was filled with confusion, but to maintain his dignity as the Ghost Lord, he forced himself not to ask. Elsewhere, time returned to the time after Jiang Lin's original form had activated his mysterious destiny. With his avatar searching for the crystal core, he could focus on processing some materials and props. He found the small box and decided to make a major exchange. The small box still wore the appearance of a loyal knight, its attitude extremely respectful. Exchange chest, level 4. This chest, tainted by an unknown aura, has embarked on a strange path. It can exchange 10 low-level items for 1 high-level item. Only items of level 4 and below are effective, and they have no combat power. In the end, he exchanged for 3 level 4 ferocious beast materials, 1 silver chest, and 2 bronze chests, for a total of 12 level 4 ferocious beast materials. The remaining low-level materials and treasure chests are still being saved until 10 more are available for exchange. The bronze treasure chest is still worth opening. Perhaps it might yield some useful tier 3 items. It's worth noting that when he tried using crystals, he discovered that 10 crystals didn't exchange for a beast core, but a large crystal. 10 large crystals are needed to exchange for a beast core. However, 10 beast cores could exchange for 1 crystal core. Jianlin speculated that this might be due to the different life levels, resulting in a significant energy disparity between crystals and beast cores. Both Tier 1 and Tier 2 creatures can produce crystals, and there are even crystal ores, but only Tier 3 creatures can produce beast cores. This makes sense. 10 Tier 2 creatures can barely compete with Tier 3 creatures. A Tier 2 creature produces 8 crystals, multiplied by 10, which is 80. There's a difference compared to the exchange rate for a small box, but not much. Is exchanging 1,000 crystals for 1 crystal core a loss? For Jianlin, it wasn't a loss at all. It even covered the materials he needed to level up. However, the only thing holding him back was the fog-repellent fire, so this discovery was just icing on the cake. If other survivors were given this opportunity to trade, they would surely be desperate to exchange their beast cores. So, it seems his earlier guess of using 100 crystals to buy a beast core was correct. A beast core is indeed worth 100 crystals. But he could definitely profit from this price difference, because beast cores are like chicken ribs to other survivors. Chapter 98. This time, he planned to lower the price, purchasing beast cores for 80 crystals, equivalent to exchanging 8 level 2 creatures for 1 level 3 creature. Normally, if beast cores could be used to upgrade a shelter, they would be hard to come by for even 200 crystals, let alone 80. Unfortunately, the shelter upgrades used protection cores. Until now, protection cores have been in short supply, with prices reaching as high as 500 crystals. And they've basically been snatched up by the powerful. They have large numbers and abundant resources, so 500 crystals is nothing. Like Jianlin, he earned several thousand yuan a day just from healing potions. If Jianlin hadn't also planned to expand his power, he would have wanted to sell protection cores. As a result, beast cores have become unpopular, as they are only used to craft items and weapons. The relatively high cost makes the rewards even worse than opening treasure chests. This leaves beast cores in a difficult position. No one buys if the price is too high, and no one sells if the price is too low. Just last time, Jianlin collected dozens, and it caused a huge sensation. Unfortunately, no one followed suit because it wasn't worth it. So, if Jianlin could use 80 crystals to buy a beast core and then exchange it for crystal cores, the profit would undoubtedly be huge. A protective core can be sold for 500 crystals. How much could a crystal core that no one has yet been able to obtain fetch? 5,000? Or 10,000? Jianlin didn't dare to imagine, but no matter how big the profit, he didn't plan to sell too many because he also wanted to develop more shelters. Although he had beast cores, there were only so many that could kill level 3 enemies. The market wasn't large enough. If he bought in large quantities, the price would skyrocket. Selling too many crystal cores would aid the enemy, so he had to control the quantity. Buy 100 of them first. He quickly listed them for sale, and advertised them in the world chat. Jianlin, buying beast cores, 80 each, hurry, limited to 100, first come, first served. After that, he ignored the buzzing world chat, and went about his business. Looking at the silver and 2 bronze treasure chests, Jianlin breathed into his hands. Sacrifice 20 years of suffering, open. With that, he opened 3 treasure chests in quick succession. Under Jianlin's expectant gaze, all he saw was ordinary white light. It was just a bug I encountered last time using mysterious luck. So what? He sighed, feeling that luck wasn't on his side. Investigating one by one. Invisibility underwear, level 4. Wearing this will prevent targeted mental damage, making it difficult for opponents to lock onto your spiritual essence. Effective at level 4 and below. Note: Mom won't have to worry about me being ambushed anymore. Self-redemption for the fallen, level 4, suicide item. Can completely obliterate one's spirituality, preventing certain events from occurring. Effective at level 4 and below. Note: Lord, please allow me to atone for my sins. Jianlin paused, then placed it with the Oblivion Scroll. This kind of strange item is best kept together. As for the invisibility underwear, the effect is truly remarkable, except that it's a women's version. Frowning, Jianlin quietly put it away. Then he looked at the 2 bronze treasure chests. Witchcraft Bomb, Level 3, a powerful bomb that unleashes the combined explosive force of 5 attributes, instantly killing Level 3 creatures. Range, 100 meters. Note, keep your distance carefully. Dark Night Gloves, Level 3, a strange item. Wearing it imbues the wearer with an intense desire for battle, and imbues them with the owner's previous fighting spirit, making them more courageous and fighting to the death. Has a slight effect on intelligence. Advanced Scroll, Level 3, can upgrade a Level 2 item to Level 3. The specific effect depends on the item's characteristics. Stone Goat Man Puppet Manufacturing Recipe, Level 3, a one-time recipe, obtains a Stone Goat Man puppet. It has basic intelligence and can understand simple commands. It can be used in combat and perform simple tasks. Everything else was fine, but this time there was another Stone Goat Man puppet. Could he also transform Xiaoying? Jiang Lin felt a faint sense of anticipation. After putting everything away, he glanced at the trading house. 100 beast cores had already been traded. Without hesitation, Jiang Lin tossed 150 beast cores to Xiaohin. There were still 3 left, not counting the gains from the avatar. Xiaohin began to dance, which was quite comical, but Jiang Lin suppressed his laughter. Crystal cores plus 15. Including the new crystal core from the avatar, there were a total of 18 crystal cores. Most of the top survivors are currently stuck in the gap between level 3 and level 4. Crystal cores are at their most expensive, making this a great opportunity to make a killing. Even if they obtained the crystal cores, they would only upgrade to level 5, which wouldn't affect the status of his level 6 shelter. Upgrading to level 6 requires 5 crystal cores and 1 fog-repelling fire seed, which Jiang Lin couldn't possibly gather in a short time, let alone the others. And even if he didn't sell them now, those top survivors were likely to have the strength to kill level 4 creatures. After all, there's strength in numbers, and the top 10 ranking rewards include level 4 items to boost their strength. Upgrading the shelter to level 5 grants access to the soul-devouring transfiguration technique, which significantly reduces the rate of loss of control caused by humans' physical strength surpassing their mental capacity. This is also for future considerations. If the blue star mortality rate is too high, Jiang Lin alone will struggle to maintain the situation. Now is the perfect time to sell. Jiang Lin planned to sell 8 of them through auction, excluding the Riyao people. He quickly put the items into action, preparing to make a public announcement before listing them. In the distant, unknown mist, a blonde, blue-eyed young man led a dozen of his men in combat against a level 4 monster. He was Lucas Stern, the second-ranked human, gifted with the enhancement technique, which multiplied his physical strength. He had even advanced to level 2. Fighter, thanks to ranking rewards and a lucky find of a sanity potion from a treasure chest. The bloody armor he wore was also a level 4 piece of equipment, allowing him to absorb the flesh and blood of his enemies to gain even greater strength. After a fierce battle, the group finally slew the werewolf monster at the cost of 5 casualties. Exhausted, they sat on the ground. This recovery ability is incredible. Perhaps Lord Lucas is the only one in the entire human race who can face a level 4 beast head-on. One of his men exclaimed. The people around him chimed in, right. I think Lord Lucas will be number 1 next time. No matter how powerful Jiang Lin is, he can only kill a level 3 creature at best. Lord Lucas is the strongest human. Everyone echoed. Lucas put away the crystal core, his face calm and composed, but he was deeply pleased. He humbly said, don't be complacent. The council's goal isn't to be number 1, but to dominate the world. Everyone agreed and praised his humility. But just then, a pop-up window appeared, making the atmosphere awkward. Jiang Lin, selling 8 crystal cores. Bidding format. Highest bidder wins. See you at the trading platform. The room fell silent. For a moment, a voice of disbelief rang out. Impossible. Jiang Lin must be lying. He's just trying to manipulate our minds. But he received no response. Actions speak louder than words. To verify the authenticity, simply open the trading platform. Lucas's face darkened, his previous humility vanishing. Go back, he ordered coldly, as if nothing had happened. Everyone looked at each other, then gradually followed. They were no longer as high-spirited as before, but rather somewhat listless. Jiang Lin's announcement naturally caused a stir, with some rejoicing and others envious. But without exception, everyone opened the trading platform to verify its authenticity, and were ultimately shocked. The number of people wanting to add Jiang Lin as a friend surged again, but Jiang Lin ignored them. He only believed in the exchange of interests, and most of those who added him had ulterior motives. He He didn't want to be swayed by morality. Besides, with so many people, he couldn't reply to them all. It wasn't too late to add them when the need arose. Chapter 99. After putting the crystal core on the shelf, he stopped paying attention. Those who needed it would naturally bid, and he would simply click to agree. Those who wanted to buy couldn't see other bids, so they would only offer the highest price they could accept, somewhat like a bidding war on Blue Star. In a level 4 crystal-coated house, a solemn middle-aged man sat quietly at a wooden table. A young man behind him asked, "Alliance leader, how much are we offering?" The middle-aged man's face was resolute, and he slowly uttered a few words, "At any price." Another place, in the same level 4 stone house. A fair-skinned woman in a white long dress had long golden hair draped over her shoulders. The loose dress couldn't hide her graceful curves. She stretched out her arms, revealing her proud and well-proportioned figure, drawing the most attention. Her room was lavishly decorated, with everything you could imagine. To the uninitiated, you might mistake it for a princess's boudoir. "Captain of the guards, are you ready to bid?" A maid-dressed girl behind her asked. "No one can compare to me in crystals." A sweet voice, like a nightingale, echoed, stirring the heart. Such scenes and conversations have played out in many places, so Jian Lin was naturally unaware of them. He was frowning at a private message. The private message was from Ming Zi, and the content. "Ming Zi, I can't hold on any longer. Can you please save me? I don't know if you accept, because I don't know when I stop predicting you. Ming Zi, I read the message you sent in the regional chat, but it's too late. My body is undergoing a transformation. If I don't improve my mental state, I might lose my mind completely. Ming Zi, whatever your conditions, I agree." She's actually losing control? Jian Lin was caught off guard. He was busy with the crystal core, and she'd come to him at this moment. Perhaps she'd already been experiencing symptoms, but only realized the cause last night after Jian Lin explained it. But she was clearly delirious, otherwise she wouldn't have come to Jian Lin now. Perhaps Jian Lin's announcement had awakened the last of her sanity. This matter couldn't be delayed. The two of them had some connections, and she had even given Jian Lin the shelter ownership agreement. It made sense to save her. Besides, Jian Lin also wanted to see what losing control meant. "Jian Lin, I trade you the ownership agreement. Sign it quickly." With that, he quickly uploaded the agreement, and the deal was quickly concluded. It seemed Ming Zi was truly on the verge of collapse. How could she, the world's third-ranked person, lose control so easily? Is it really just because of her constitution? Jian Lin was a little skeptical, having never heard of anyone higher up the rankings losing control due to their high constitution. Could it be due to the prophecy? "Knowledge is poisonous," Jian Lin murmured, feeling a faint sense of touch. Soon, Jian Lin calculated the time to withdraw the agreement and chose to place Ming Zi where Lin Yu's iron fort had been. Lin Yu's iron fort was now on the way to the temple, so Lin Yu was staying with Sophia. Without hesitation, Jian Lin used levitation to rush towards Ming Zi's stone house. "You?" When Jian Lin saw Ming Zi, he was stunned and speechless. She could no longer be called a human. By Blue Star standards, she could only be called a monster. It was a disgusting, fleshy mass, covered in strange eyeballs of varying sizes. The flesh squirmed like earthworms beneath the skin. Only half of her face, its original features barely visible, was the only thing that confirmed it was Ming Zi. Ming Zi could vaguely be seen as a beautiful young woman, but that half was covered in bloodshot, making it hard to see clearly. "Save me. Please. I don't want to." Her eyes had almost lost their luster, but she still desperately pleaded with Jian Lin for help. Seeing her like this, Jian Lin could sense her pain and despair. But how could he save her? In her current state, how could he save her? Sanity potions were extremely rare, and wouldn't be found overnight. Soul-devouring transformation would take until the early hours, and in her current state, it was unlikely she would need any cultivation techniques. The two of them had some connections, and Jian Lin didn't want to leave her to die. In fact, he had a final trump card, alienation. The effects of alienation should have kept Ming Zi sane and prevented her from losing control, but he had just used up all his magic today. By the time it took until the early hours, the opportunity would likely be gone. Ming Zi's dark pupils stared at him intently, the whites of her eyes bloodshot, as if she were fighting something. Jian Lin's mind raced, trying to think of something that might work. He'd already used the mysterious energy, and even if he had it, he wouldn't dare use it for this. Puppetry parchment? Controlling her? Probably useless, not to contaminate himself. Scornful mask? Wasn't her transformation fast enough? Reverse time brooch? Somewhat useful, but a minute wouldn't change anything. Self-redemption for the distressed? Let her commit suicide? The mistress's control of the three desires? Probably not very useful. Losing control is a matter of spiritual essence. Oh right. Jiang Lin thought of the strange item he'd obtained from killing that level 5 professional today. Pen of Lies. Level 5. A strange item. When written with it, lies are realized in a distorted form. Each use reduces the user's lifespan by 30 days. At the same time, the body is gradually corroded by black lines. Once covered, the user becomes a puppet of lies, repeating falsehoods. This item is effective at level 5 and below. This item has significant side effects, but he can find someone else to use it. So what if the method is even more distorted? He can use alienation again tonight, and everything will be settled. Perfect. Who should I use it on? Jiang Lin frowned, thinking. Just then, the gray light avatar and Xiao Sen were about to return. Capture a monster, and have Xiao Sen control it to write lies. I'm a genius. Jiang Lin himself was amazed by this perfect plan. 20 minutes later, things were progressing smoothly, though a bit strangely. Han Xiaoxiao was temporarily relocated to the Iron Fort. Jiang Lin asked the avatar to handle his affairs. The unfortunate monster had been fed to the Iron Fort. Jiang Lin frowned as he looked at Meng Zi before him. The Pen of Lies was indeed powerful, capable of interfering with even such a situation. What he had the monster write was, Meng Zi could remain conscious for 14 hours. And then? She tore apart. Literally. The remaining half of Meng Zi's head, which still retained consciousness, had separated from the tumor, with only a thin thread of blood connecting the two. Her head tumbled to the ground, staring intently at Jiang Lin, relief in her eyes, as if the thing that had been eroding her had vanished. Of course, she couldn't speak. No one could speak with only half a head. Jiang Lin could see her brain tissue. But she was strangely alive, and judging by her eyes, she actually retained consciousness. Whatever happened, as long as the result was right, the alienation technique should take care of everything. Wait! I come help you at 12 o'clock, but I can't say for sure what you end up like. Jiang Lin said to Meng Zi, not sure if she could hear him. Meng Zi blinked, as if expressing gratitude. She was quite resilient, not giving up even in this situation, which made Jiang Lin look up to her. Back at the Iron Fort, Jiang Lin immediately took out the vassal contract. He was about to explain, but Han Xiaoxiao took one look and quickly took it, swiftly slicing his finger with an ice crystal. So anxious? Although the avatar had already explained to Han Xiaoxiao that he was the true form, did Han Xiaoxiao not even need to think about it? Such a serious contract, signed in the blink of an eye. This might be the fastest subordinate he'd ever recruited. After signing the contract, Jiang Lin didn't sense any resistance from him. His expression was extremely respectful, as if he were meeting a god. Gray. No, Master Ghost, I wish to serve you forever. Han Xiaoxiao's handsome face was filled with determination, his cold blue eyes gleaming brightly. Jiang Lin suddenly thought, perhaps being a god wouldn't be so bad after all? Chapter 100. He signed a shelter ownership agreement with Han Xiaoxiao, placing his shelter alongside Sun Huanyu's. Jiang Lin asked him to return, unable to bear the respectful and admiring gaze. In Han Xiaoxiao's eyes, everything he did seemed to carry a profound meaning, his thoughts stirring the fate of the world. How could such a stern-looking young man from the Ice Crystal clan have such a penchant for imaginative thinking? Jiang Lin expressed his confusion. He also seemed to firmly believe that Jiang Lin was some kind of gray light god, occasionally blurting out a word or two, leaving Jiang Lin speechless. Let's do this for now. Exhaling, Jiang Lin got down to business. He opened the trading platform. There were already tens of thousands of trade requests. Jiang Lin filtered the list, revealing bids over 5,000. There were dozens of offers. 12,000 crystals for one crystal core. Isabella Rossini commented, add me as a friend. I can exchange more. 10,000 crystals for one crystal core. Zhou Lini commented, add me as a friend. Long-term trading is possible. 8,000 crystals for Lenifeng. 6,000 crystals. Watanabe Shiro, give me this business. I can help you make more. 50-50 split. 6,000 crystals. Park Chulin. 6,000 crystals. Ravi Singh. 5,000 crystals. Almost everyone in the top 10 had bid, with the exception of Lucas in second, Meng Zi in third, and Theodore in sixth. And they all chose a bid of at least 6,000, apparently discussing it in the world chat. Isabella, who was fourth, was clearly a wealthy individual, and she simply doubled the price. Jiang Lin thought about it, and finally changed 3 for Jolene, 2 for Isabella, and 1 each for the remaining 3. He also added Isabella, Jolene's friend. Lin Feng had added her before, but forget about the others. As for Watanabe Shiro, this mentally challenged Rya was actually giving him advice. He could sell it however he wanted, even giving it away. In the end, Jiang Lin harvested 74,000 crystals, equivalent to exchanging 8 crystal cores for 74. This was without trading crystals for beast cores. If he traded crystals for beast cores, the gains would be even greater, but he wasn't planning on doing that in the short term. If he continued to buy, those people would start speculating, believing that beast cores had other uses, and thus driving up prices. He didn't trade all his crystal cores to Isabella for maximum profit, because she was quite wealthy. If she got the fog-repellent spark before him, it might affect his ranking. Although the probability of this happening was extremely small, Jiang Lin still had to be prepared. He didn't have to worry about these people reselling them at a high price. Crystal cores were currently essential for upgrading the shelter to level 5. None of these top 10 were foolish, and they wouldn't do such an unwise thing. One step ahead, one step ahead. Any intelligent person would understand this principle. Call for the small box and exchange all the crystals for crystal cores. Crystal cores plus 74. He now had a total of 92 crystal cores. 10 crystal cores could probably be exchanged for crystal essence, but the small box was only level 4, so it couldn't be exchanged, and besides, the crystal essence wasn't needed for the time being. Jiang Lin was a little unaccustomed to suddenly having crystal cores free. Currently, there were 4 people in the Guiwu secret society besides him, and with Meng Zi, that made 5, if they could be rescued. With his current financial resources, he could easily transform all the shelters into rift iron fortresses. At that time, one will be placed every 2 kilometers, surrounding a shelter, forming a direct fission village. By then, no hostile creature below level 6 will be able to enter his sphere of influence. Let Lin Yu handle this matter first. She is currently a trickster, and the other members are merely trick servants, all subject to her orders. 4:35 p.m. The 4 little ones returned just in time. Although I still don't know how they judge time, this is a good thing. It saves him a lot of effort. Little Axe and Little Pickaxe each dragged 8 mechanical corpses, while Little Chong had 5. Little Lamp, it's a mascot tool. Protection Core plus 21. Iron plus 1035. Including Jiang Lin's Protection Core, that's 31, more than enough to upgrade all the shelters. Well done, everyone. Time to go home. Jiang Lin patted each of them, on their bodies, praising them. The little ones aren't small anymore, especially Little Pickaxe. Standing over 2 meters tall, it's hard to reach the pickaxe head. Perhaps they should be called big ones from now on. A sigh welled up in his heart, a feeling of the children growing up. Upon hearing the news of the end of Get Off Work, Xiaofu and Xiaohao led the charge. Xu Qiang was startled, but followed closely behind. Xiao Deng had already disappeared. Shaking his head, Jiang Lin felt that these employees had all learned bad habits. Sun Huanyu had also returned, but Jiang Lin didn't let him join him. Instead, he used the trading house to collect the output of the Rift Iron Fortress. Today, the Iron Fortress devoured no creatures above level 4, only a single beast core, and some crystals and materials. After processing the harvest, Jiang Lin went to the flower garden. Lin Yu was staring blankly at the well-growing crops. The tentacles of his lower body unconsciously tapped the ground. His neat, short, jet-black hair was tucked behind his ears, revealing his smooth, translucent cheeks. What are you thinking about? Jiang Lin walked over and began to collect the crops. Lin Yu finally came to her senses and, upon realizing what was happening, performed a secret meeting ceremony. Master Ghost, I'm wondering, can we really survive? Can we live to the future you described? Why do you ask that suddenly? Jiang Lin paused, then continued. He didn't think Lin Yu was a pessimist. Judging by her willingness to survive by knitting and selling stockings, she seemed to have a more positive personality. I just feel we're too insignificant, like playthings of some entity, pawns in this game. They can take whatever they want from us, and we're not even aware of their existence. After hearing her words, Jiang Lin was momentarily unable to refute her. Indeed, compared to those higher-level beings or so-called gods, these survivors might just be toys. Just like how some powerful figures on Blue Star viewed the lower classes as entertainment, it was the same principle. They had never changed. Even after entering the mysterious misty world and mastering extraordinary powers, they were still subject to certain entities. It's just that the once powerful figures are now on the same starting line as them. But that doesn't change the fact that they're still at the level of being dominated. That's true, but do they have to live? Just because they're dominated and toyed with, should they give up the struggle and accept their fate? It was like that on Blue Star. Is it still like that in this world? Heh. Jiang Lin let out a slow chuckle. The crops had been harvested. He faced Lin Yu, expressionless, as if he were speaking of something perfectly ordinary. I don't care about that. I only know that, starting small, you can still choose to end grandly. If the world wants to toy with me, I alienate it, he said with a faint smile, as if he didn't take the matter to heart. Just witness how the strange Miss Secret Society came to be in the sky. 10 minutes later, Lin Yu left the iron fort and turned, staring at the eerie, tactile iron fort, a moment of daze. Jiang Lin gave her 4,000 crystals, 18 protective cores, and 3 crystal cores, allowing her to oversee the upgrade of all the shelters to level 5. These materials, which she had previously never dared to dream of, she now possessed in abundance. Thinking of Jiang Lin's words, she suddenly chuckled to herself. Yes, why did she have to think so much? They were already insignificant, so why should they worry about whether they were currently being dominated? Everyone was the same. Even planets were under the control of the universe, weren't they? The universe was subject to other constraints. Of course, those weren't her concerns. This time, she had indeed been worrying unnecessarily. Touching her stomach, she felt a certain energy gathering, and she relaxed a lot. Perhaps, the meaning of her existence was to bear witness. Chapter 101. On the leather sofa in the hall, Jiang Lin sold today's healing potions and exotic fruits. Crystals plus 5,900. Adding the gains from the avatar, minus the materials for Lin Yu, my backpack now contains 8,800 crystals, 5 beast cores, 13 protective cores, 89 crystal cores, and 1 crystal essence. As for the iron, wood, and stone materials, Jiang Lin was too lazy to delve into them. Just enough to upgrade the shelter was enough. With crystals, these materials were easy to obtain. Thinking of the gray light avatar, Jiang Lin felt a pang of itch. It had been 3 full days since the last bug. Back then, the soul-devouring technique had only been bugged on the night of the 10th day. It was already the night of the 13th, and he had already given the system enough face. Ahem. Jiang Lin, feeling somewhat guilty, opened his personal dashboard. Name, Jiang Lin. Talent, Alienation. Unique occupation, Ghost Transformer. Skills, Alienation, Level 3, Levitation, Level 3, Strange Transformation, Level 3, Object Relocation, Level 3, Trick Step, Level 3, Dream Eye, Level 4, Mysterious Luck, Level 5, Soul Devouring, Level 6, Gray Light Avatar, Level 4, Constitution, 33. Intelligence, 57. Physical Strength, 213/400. Spiritual Strength, 0 out of 800. Overall Rating, Level 3. This time, the Gray Light Avatar didn't flicker, unlike the last soul-devouring transformation, which was so ungrateful. Jiang Lin nodded in satisfaction, secretly praising the system's timely approach. Alienation, Gray Light Avatar. He decisively glanced at the skill bar, and the magical transformation began without any spiritual energy overflow. The system panel froze. But this time, it quickly returned to normal, much faster than the last soul-devouring transformation. Jiang Lin suspected it might be due to the level. Level 6 is a hurdle. Judging by the records in the abandoned Iron Fortress, reaching it requires devouring a member of the same class. This is likely another significant shift in life levels, similar to the change from level 1 to level 2. Aside from the shelter, Jiang Lin has yet to mutate any level 6 combat power or items, and the specifics remain unknown. Just as Jiang Lin's thoughts raced, a notification chimed. Congratulations on acquiring the skill. Greylight Curse Body. Greylight Curse Body, Level 5. The user consumes stamina and splits a portion of their spiritual consciousness to create a Greylight Curse Body. Limit 1. The cursed body's strength depends on the stamina consumed and the number of split spiritual consciousnesses. The cursed body can use all the original body's skills, with skill consumption synchronized with the original body. Anyone who kills the cursed body and whose mental state is lower than the original body will be cursed with a strange curse, causing their spiritual essence to mutate and become abnormal. The user can recall the avatar at any time, even if it is disturbed or blocked. After reading the introduction, Jiang Lin was somewhat surprised. Is this curse so powerful? He felt as if this Greylight Curse body was tailor-made for him. If used normally, the cursed body's strength is limited by its base body. For example, if he were currently at level 3, then the cursed body would only be level 3 combat power. It could only use the skills of a ghostly person, making it considered level 3 invincible. But if used as a suicide bomb, the situation would be different. If someone kills the cursed body, their mental state will be compared to that of the base body. If their mental state is lower, the outcome is no different from death. His current mental state has reached 57 points, a full 2 levels higher than his original level 3 strength. Even if he were level 5, he would still be killed by the curse. Who dares to kill my cursed body? Excitement flashed across his face, and Jiang Lin felt the world light up. With his cursed body, and the ability to transform into a divinely invisible underwear, his safety would be greatly guaranteed. He wanted to stay put. If anything happened, he'd use the cursed body. If he couldn't win, he'd surrender. Perfect. It was already dark outside. After the 12 o'clock skill count refreshed, he would transform Meng Zi. It was just the right time for the gray light cursed body to explore the night fog. Drawing out the mist-crossing lantern, Jiang Lin skillfully used 100 HP and a small amount of his spiritual awareness to transform into Little Gray Jiang Lin. Little Gray Jiang Lin took the oil lamp and walked towards the door. The iron fortress gate slowly opened, and the surging black blood mist was blocked by the light of the mist-crossing lantern, only 10 meters away. Ho, th. A faint murmur sounded, but it was extremely weak and quickly faded. It was confirmed that the mist-repelling velvet ring couldn't dispel the night fog. Perhaps it wasn't just fog outside anymore, but something else. Seeing the mist-crossing lantern's effect, Little Gray Jiang Lin stepped outside. The door closed. This was Jiang Lin's first time exploring the night fog. Even though this area was within the confines of the Rift Iron Fortress, he had never dared to venture out. Because of the unknown. In this world, the unknown is practically equivalent to death. Of course, knowing too much is also equivalent to death, as Meng Zi is a lesson learned. This balance requires personal mastery. The pitch-black blood mist swirled continuously, forming a stark contrast to the gray, serene fog of daytime. Several times, the blood mist threatened to burst through the light, but was firmly blocked 10 meters away. What would the consequences be of being enveloped by the blood mist? Jiang Lin didn't know, but he didn't dare try. Even though he was now cursed, some things were better avoided. Even intelligent, higher-level creatures needed the fog-avoiding fire. How could Jiang Lin, a level 3 ghost, test the hidden rules of the fog? What puzzled Jiang Lin was that even the low-level 3 types of fog creatures, ferocious beasts, monsters, and strange creatures, could move freely. What was the principle behind this? Missed connections. With too little information, he couldn't analyze it for now. But he had gained something from this trip. At least he knew the blood mist at night was absolutely forbidden to touch. And this blood mist seemed extremely aggressive, constantly trying to break through the defenses of the mist-crossing lantern. It seemed the fog-avoiding fire needed to be put on the agenda. He couldn't remain active only during the day. As they approached Meng Zi's stone house. Ho. Th. Another faint whispering sounded, then quickly faded. Jiang Lin knew it wasn't an illusion. Without the mist-crossing lantern, he might have been able to hear it clearly. But he wasn't stupid. He pushed open the door and checked on Meng Zi's condition. She was still conscious, her eyes blinking at him from half her head. It's almost there. There are still about 6 hours left. Stay alert. Jiang Lin warned, then pushed the door open and walked out. Now that he had proven the usefulness of the Duwu Lantern, he had nothing to fear. He would just come over when the time came. He retracted his cursed body and put away the Duwu Lantern. With nothing else to do, Jiang Lin decided to check on Xiaoyu's hatching progress. Although Xiaoyu could only hatch level 2 temptation bees, a large number of them would still be very valuable. Using an object, he moved to Xiaoyu's room on the 2nd floor. The originally spacious room was already filled with a number of temptation bees. They all had similar features to Xiaoyu, and by Blue Star's aesthetic standards, each one could be considered a beauty. Unfortunately, their bodies resembled wasps. Jiang Lin counted them, 10. He looked at Xiaoyu, who was now slumped on the ground, somewhat weakly. Her delicate, seductive face made Jiang Lin unconsciously feel a surge of heat. Damn. He shook his head quickly, inwardly marveling at the incredible power of the temptation bee. Xiaoyu is a bee monster. After a pause, Jiang Lin asked, "What's wrong with you?" Xiaoyu's eyes widened, her red lips parted slightly. "Master, I'm out of energy." Jiang Lin suddenly realized that she had run out of crystals. "Just replenish them when they're gone." "Why are you acting so weird?" Jian Lin casually threw 1,000 crystals next to Xiao Yu and instructed, "Don't use them all at once. When you're almost out, stop and wait for me to replenish." "Yes, master." Seeing Xiao Yu's condition improve after absorbing the crystals, Jian Lin felt relieved and left the hive. 10 crystals are needed to hatch a level 2 Temptation Bee, and considering Xiao Yu's seduction ability, Temptation Bees is top-notch. It's worth hatching a flock. Chapter 102. 1202. Click. The stone door closed, shutting out the blood mist. Jian Lin put away the Duwu lantern and touched Xiaodong's smooth snake head in his arms. Xiaodong was his strongest fighter at the moment, and the subordinate who gave him the most sense of security. Xiaoying? The dim, reddish light evenly blanketed the stone house, meticulously kept. It was clear that Meng Zi was a meticulous woman. Entering the hall, he looked at the fleshy swelling before him, scrutinizing its strange eyes for a moment, then turned his gaze to Meng Zi's face on the ground. Bloodshot eyes were already visible on that half of her face, staring intently at Jian Lin. She was begging. Jian Lin could feel it. He took a deep breath and rubbed his palms. He felt a little nervous. This was his second time transforming into a human. If it were any other time, it would be fine, but in this situation, he didn't know what would happen. "It's begun." Reminding her, Jian Lin raised his hand, and a surge of 200 spiritual power flowed out. The transformation technique activated. The spiritual power quickly enveloped the strange flesh ball, and Meng Zi's head began to wriggle, forming a ball. Gurgle, gurgle. No sound or painful cry emanated, for she had no vocal organs to begin with. A deathly silence reigned, with only the gentle gurgling sound of the transformation technique's peristaltic effect. The transformation technique continued to take effect. 200 spiritual power points were clearly too much for Meng Zi. The flesh ball began to wriggle and deform violently, then began to tremble. Jian Lin frowned, unsure if it would succeed. What would he create if he succeeded? Like Lin Yu, with tentacles growing from his lower body? Actually, Jian Lin could tolerate tentacles on the lower body, as long as it wasn't on the upper body. Just as Jian Lin was daydreaming, the wriggling flesh ball suddenly transformed. Sometimes it sprouted strange eyeballs, sometimes a few spider legs, followed by a few more tentacles. Occasionally, a gray light would flash, reversing all the changes, squeezing the flesh ball to form a naked woman's body. However, this woman's appearance was extremely strange, not like that of an ordinary person. The gray light appeared infrequently, and eventually returned to its previous state. It was as if several forces were constantly colliding and intertwining, very similar to what happened with Lin Yu, but the resulting effect was completely different. Over and over again. After about 10 seconds, the transformation finally stabilized, allowing Jian Lin to experience the meaning of rapid change. Meng Zi slowly solidified into a spider woman, with 4 spider legs on her back and lower body, each covered in strange eyeballs. Jian Lin breathed a sigh of relief at this. Judging from her upper body alone, Meng Zi, like Lin Yu, retained some human features, all the usual ones. It's just that this time her spiritual power had doubled, so something had grown on her back. At least she still had a human form, right? He looked at Meng Zi before him and smiled. Meng Zi's consciousness gradually cleared, and upon hearing Jian Lin's words, a look of joy crossed her face. "I'm recovering. What is this?" She only then noticed the changes in herself, and a look of fear crossed her face. But she quickly realized something, and a look of relief washed over her. Clearly, compared to the disgusting changes caused by losing control of her mind, having a few strange spider legs wasn't too hard to accept. She manipulated the spider legs and wiggled them, finding them nimble, as if they were her natural selves. After a moment's adjustment, she caught a glimpse of Jian Lin looking at her strangely, and then she took a closer look. Well, at least her upper body was normal. Just no clothes. Wait a moment. Meng Zi turned quickly, swaying on her 4 spider legs into a room and closing the door. Jian Lin rubbed his temples. He felt a little groggy, just like the last time he transformed Lin Yu. Strange. Before he could finish his words, he suddenly felt dizzy and lost consciousness. Bang! Jian Lin fell to his knees, but his head was supported by a mist. Little pupils floated in midair, snake eyes pondering, and then he placed the unconscious Jian Lin on a wooden chair. Jian Lin. Having drifted off, he thought to himself, a voice whispered in his ears. "A woman?" Jian Lin. Jian Lin shuddered, and when he opened his eyes, he saw Meng Zi's gentle face. He was lying on the wooden chair, and it looked like he hadn't been unconscious for long. Rubbing his brows, Jian Lin finally noticed a change in her face. Dozens of tiny pupils clustered densely within those pupils, a close inspection inviting a deeper glimpse, as if they held an inexplicable allure. Something strange. Sitting up, Jianglin dared not look again. It was confirmed that Ming Zi's transformation this time was more significant than Lin Yu's, likely due to her spiritual power. And why did he faint? Is it because of the transformation? Lin Yu had experienced the same symptoms before. Why was it okay to transform other things? Could it be because of the method? Opening the system prompt he hadn't read due to his unconsciousness. Transformation? Sequence Seed, advancing him to the rank of Strange Pupil Secretor. Strange Pupil Secretor. Level 2, the product of the informant class tainted by an unknown aura, undergoing unknown changes. His original class skills have been transformed, and his spider legs now possess the ability to absorb memories, giving him immense combat power. Okay, I knew it. Jianlin closed the introduction. He'd already had that experience, so he naturally accepted the fact that his class had been transformed. He glanced at the spider legs behind and below Ming Zi, the eyeballs all over them staring back at him. Creepy. Without looking again, Jianglin turned his gaze to Ming Zi's face. Tell me about your attributes and skills. Ming Zi was already wearing a long white dress, which must have been quite difficult to put on, with the spider legs behind her. She raised her spider legs and looked at the air in front of her, apparently opening the system panel. Constitution 26, Mental 29. Her voice was gentle and calm, giving the impression of someone who was unfazed. Jianlin frowned, feeling the transformation was outrageous. This physical strength was almost catching up with his own. It was no wonder that the transformation had cost 200 spiritual power points. Ming Zi then listed 2 of her class skills. Secret Detective, a Tier 2 class skill. This skill consumes spiritual power to infiltrate a creature's mind with spiritual awareness, stealing its memories, knowledge, and other secrets. The stolen secrets will disappear from the creature's spirit. The specific effect depends on the spiritual power invested, and a large level difference may cause mutations. Pupil Prison, a Tier 2 class skill. This skill consumes physical power to construct a secret cage with strange pupil power to imprison the enemy's spirit. The prisoner cannot use any secret methods. Forcing them to use them will backfire and be damaged by their own secrets. This skill is effective at Tier 2 and below. Jianlin was speechless after hearing this. He had previously assumed the abilities of the Snitch class would be strange and difficult to deal with, but he hadn't expected them to be many times more formidable than he had imagined. Secret Detective's effect is to steal memories and knowledge. Memories aside, knowledge likely also includes skills, combat techniques, and the like. Once these things are lost, most professionals become paper tigers, vulnerable to attack. 2 words to describe it: perverted. The confining eye cage is relatively weaker, but it's also a powerful combat skill, and it only consumes stamina. And this skill is a natural counter to the Trickster. The Trickster relied on his ability to escape, but was instantly silenced by a single confining eye cage attack. Of course, it's not just the Trickster. Many other classes are probably similar. The Informer path is truly disgusting. Thankfully, the Trickster secret is supposed to be a stronger version, so the Informer might be weaker, but I don't know how much of a difference there is. Jianglin had never encountered one before, so it was hard to judge. Putting aside the class issue for now, Jianglin took out the vassal contract. As promised, I agree to everything, he said, shaking it. Ming Zi simply smiled faintly, her gentle face showing no resistance as she took the contract. You're right. You saved me, and this is what I should do. The spider's leg pierced his finger, and the contract quickly took effect. Jianglin could sense that Ming Zi hadn't resisted at all. She was very receptive. I don't know if it's because of alienation. Chapter 103. Jianlin was naturally happy to see things go smoothly. His transformation technique was his greatest strength, and he couldn't yet trust this secret to unrelated parties. Now that Ming Zi was his subordinate, he no longer had to worry. He suddenly remembered something important. How did you lose control? Was it just because of your physical condition? He had wanted to ask this for a long time, but now he finally had the chance. Speaking of this, Ming Zi's previously calm face suddenly showed fear. I can't go into details. If you knew too much, you'd probably end up like me. Then she recounted what had happened the day before yesterday. That day, she had activated the prophecy at 10 a.m., predicting clues to the crystal core. In the prophecy, she walked about 10 kilometers in a certain direction, but the details are omitted. Finally, she entered a strange underground cave altar, where a group of crazed, eccentric believers, dressed in black robes, and with strange, gaunt features, seemed to be listening to something. A sound emanated from the object in the center of the altar. Ming Zi didn't describe the specific shape or sound, but it clearly involved something terrifying. Ming Zi, too, was baptized by knowledge. After this prophecy, she began to experience strange symptoms. She often fell into a trance, and in a daze, she heard distant, unknown whispers. Those whispers seemed to contain endless knowledge and secrets, captivating her and making her immerse herself in them. She began to develop tumors, but she continued to revel in them. Later, she even began eating her own tumors to satisfy her hunger and drinking blood to quench her thirst, simply to hear more of this knowledge. She was clearly not normal, but at the time, she hadn't noticed anything was wrong. But she occasionally experienced lucidity, fleetingly, which was why she noticed Jiang Lin's warning last night. But she soon fell back into that state. Until today, Jiang Lin's announcement awakened the last of her sanity. If she hadn't received the 2 bottles of sanity potion, she would have gone mad long ago. Jiang Lin listened to her story and fell into deep thought. Ming Zi remained silent, her spider legs trembling slightly, clearly still feeling apprehensive. After a while, Jiang Lin sighed, "What good luck." "Yes, if it weren't for you." Ming Zi nodded in agreement, looking at him gratefully. Her experience reminded Jiang Lin of the bizarre ritual that his incarnation and Xiao Sen had encountered today. Those spider-legged women dressed as nuns were also incredibly insane, their exposed and contorted bodies unsettling. Don't overthink it. Jiang Lin warned himself silently. These things were beyond his reach. Don't overthink, don't dwell on them. He still had some transformations to try tonight, so he had to leave first. Before doing so, he produced a crystal core and 5 protective cores. From now on, you will be a member of the Guiwu Secret Society on the same level as Lin Yu. Just ask her for specific details. Placing the materials on the square table, Jiang Lin stepped toward the door. Okay. Ming Zi's gentle voice came from behind. Jiang Lin was still quite confident in her. Although she had achieved 3rd place in the world with the help of his protective core, it also proved her ability. Even without the protective core, she was still firmly in the top few dozen, proving her strength. The light from Duwu's lantern flickered, and the door closed. Ming Zi looked at the closed stone door with a complicated expression. Rescuing someone from a loss of control, is this kind of method really something that can be achieved simply by talent? She frowned, seemingly already assuming the role of a subordinate, beginning to worry about her boss. Jiang Lin used the technique of borrowing objects to teleport into Sun Huanyu's 3rd-floor stone house. Sun Huanyu was sitting upright on the bed, hugging a pillow made from a rimmed sweatshirt. He didn't react when Jiang Lin approached him, likely consuming a spirit and transforming. Not in a hurry, Jiang Lin pulled a wooden chair over and sat down, patiently waiting. Bored, he also tried to devour spirits, but after swallowing a few sporadically, the improvement was minimal. His mental state was already 58 points, and the transformation of Ming Zi had added another point, bringing it to 59 soon. He had a vague feeling that he might not be able to break through 60 this time. This was a spiritual intuition that emerged as his mental state gradually approached 59 points, perhaps related to the change in the level of life at the 6th level. To break through to the 6th level, he had to devour a person of the same profession. At this point, Jiang Lin actually felt a little uneasy. He knew only too well how difficult those on the trickster path could be. He was only a level 3 trickster, yet he possessed numerous life-saving skills. What about level 5? He couldn't imagine. He wasn't even level 4 yet he was already worrying about reaching level 6. How difficult. He leaned back on the wooden chair, eyes closed. The fog avoiding fire, the fog tide, internal and racial conflicts, the monthly rankings, and, most importantly, career advancement. These were all the challenges he now had to face and resolve. He could only take things one step at a time. His primary goal now was to improve his overall strength. Just as Jiang Lin was pondering trickster, Sun Huanyu's deep voice rang out. Jiang Lin opened his eyes and witnessed a secret meeting ceremony. This guy's getting more serious. Not bad. How's the improvement? Jiang Lin nodded, motioning him to lower his hand. Same as yesterday, 2 o'clock, now 14. It seems that improving low-level mental abilities is still easy, and it should slow down later on. Jiang Lin didn't waste any time and prepared for today's synthesis. He began to undress. Ghost Master. You're... Really? Sun Huanyu was shocked and hugged himself tightly. Ignoring him, Jiang Lin stripped down to his underwear. Then he pulled out women's invisibility underwear. Sun Huanyu was once again stunned, as if he had discovered something incredible. He said softly, Ghost Master, I don't like this. How about a change? Jiang Lin couldn't stand it anymore and punched him hard, matching the eye he had yesterday. After teaching him a lesson, Jiang Lin said sternly, "Hurry up and synthesize." He knew this could easily lead to misunderstandings, so he kept a straight face. Crystal Energy Multifunctional Nightwear Set, Level 4. This suit boasts Level 4 protection, rechargeable with crystals. It combines dust-proofing, temperature control, defense, concealment, and lightweight convenience. Invisibility Underwear, Level 4. Wearing this suit can evade targeted mental damage, making it difficult for opponents to target your spiritual essence. Effective at Level 4 and below. Note: Mom no longer has to worry about me being attacked. Sun Huanyu also grew serious. After reading the introduction, a sudden realization struck him. These two items, one for external use and the other for internal use, are indeed more practical when combined. But actually, wearing them together is fine, but I wonder what the Ghost Master's concerns are. Sun Huanyu, naturally refusing to voice his doubts, activated the synthesis spell. A few seconds later, looking at the nightwear set, whose appearance remained unchanged, Jiang Lin nodded. The suit now possesses the ability to evade mental damage. Next, it's time to transform it. Transformation activated. 200 spiritual power points overflow, overriding the new set. The familiar wriggling began, and the suit gradually twisted and deformed, eventually transforming into a palm-sized, gray, amorphous mass. Huh? That's it? Jiang Lin had thought this transformation was just the beginning, but it was already over. This is too small, and all the clothes are gone. A system notification sounded. Altered Hidden Nightwear Set. Obtain the Sludge Ball. Sludge Ball, Level 5, a mass of silk tainted by an unknown aura. It has been classified as uncanny, capable of changing form at will. Limited to only one wearer, it possesses top-tier defense, can avoid targeted mental damage, and can be invisible and blend into the environment. Its various effects are effective at Level 5 and below. I spoke too loudly just now. Jiang Lin quickly picked up the sludge ball, his face beaming with joy. With a thought, the sludge ball rapidly stretched, deformed, and changed color, enveloping Jiang Lin's well-proportioned, muscular body. Finally, Jiang Lin donned a perfectly tailored black trench coat with a white lining, black boots, and sharply tailored trousers. He looks handsome and elegant, with a mysterious temperament. Chapter 104. I used Sun Huanyu synthesis today, and used alienation to obtain the life-saving artifact, the Yutuan, and reaped a rich harvest. Although the name Yutuan is unpleasant, sometimes the simplest name is the most powerful. The small hidden is hidden in form, the great hidden is hidden in name. It's like in some fantasy novels, where a blade of grass shatters the stars, or a stone stuns the mind. The same principle applies. Yutuan. Such a simple name, yet the very name sounds majestic. I can't go on. Jiang Lin touched his handsome new trench coat. It's truly powerful. With Yutuan, even if he can't defeat a level 5 enemy on his own, he can still escape. Those strange class abilities he encountered before will no longer be effective against him, because Yutuan can avoid targeted mental damage. Others can't even find his spiritual origin, let alone target him. But he can't be too reckless. Non-targeted damage might still have an effect. However, with his current 59 points of mental power, only mental attacks of level 6 and above can harm him. There shouldn't be many of them, so worrying about them is pointless. Jiang Lin closed the Iron Fortress gate and put away the dual lamp. He didn't stay with Sun Huanyu any longer, as he felt that guy sometimes looked at him strangely. Not like an ordinary 2D character. He sat down on the leather sofa in the living room. He still had 2 mutations, and he was thinking about how to use them. He also obtained a stone sheepman puppet today. He wanted to try the mutation Xiaoying. Then, there was the level 3 advanced scroll, perhaps for Xiaoding. Since being mutated, Xiaoding had only been used as a lighting tool. It was quite weak, and he hoped it could be strengthened. But he had one more transformation left, but he wasn't going to give it to Xiaoding. He wanted to try a level 5 item. Thinking of this, he pulled out the King's Chair. King's Chair, level 5. After you sit down, hostile creatures facing you will uncontrollably taunt you, making sarcastic remarks and chattering until you slap them in the face. Effective at level 5 and below. This item was a bit useless, just enough to test the waters. He had a feeling that level 6 transformation wasn't that simple. It involved a change in life level. Transformation activated. 200 spiritual power points flowed from Jiang Lin's hand, instantly covering the King's Chair. The transformation was sudden and drastic. The peristalsis was exceptionally intense, with wriggling tumors and filaments appearing on the seat's surface. Jianlin frowned slightly, sensing that this transformation was different from previous ones. Unlike the strange transformation seen with Xiao Ying, Xiao Tan, and Xiao Xiang, this was simply a violent peristalsis. It felt like a loss of control. The king's chair began to sprout tentacles and human-like limbs, then became covered in red filaments and tumors. It became a bizarre shape. Eventually, it grew about 7 or 8 limbs and a dozen tentacles, covered in creepy filaments and tumors. What has this become? Jianlin frowned. He could feel a connection with the chair, but it wasn't like the mutual induction with other altered objects. Even a ghost couldn't do it. Without a spiritual imprint, he couldn't transform into the king's chair's current form. Too strange. Is it because I'm at level 6? My life force is too low, so I can't control it. The system prompt appeared with a delay. Transform the king's chair to obtain the chair of taunting. The chair of taunting, level 6, a chair imbued with an unknown aura, has embarked on its own bizarre path. It attracts aggro, causing creatures facing it to taunt it uncontrollably. If taunted more than 3 times, a sanity check will be conducted. If the creature's spiritual essence is lower than that of the chair of taunting, it will undergo a mutated spiritual origin. This applies to level 6 and below. This, a powerful weapon. Jianlin was about to communicate, but what happened next left him stunned. The mocking chair used its limbs and tentacles to push against the ground, sending the entire chair hurtling towards the door at breakneck speed. It ran away. Jianlin instinctively wanted to chase it, but by the time he realized what was happening, the door had already clicked shut. He scratched his hair, still a little stunned. This was the first time he'd ever experienced such a situation. Even against little greed, he hadn't been this surprised. The altered thing ran away on its own. He could sense a connection between it and him, but perhaps due to its life force, the mocking chair seemed to have its own agenda. While it couldn't harm Jianlin, it didn't want to listen to him either. So, perhaps the reason the axe and pickaxe had obeyed him back then was simply personality. After all, Jianlin wasn't even at level 1 at the time. But now the mocking chair had already run away. What else could he do? He had no means of controlling it. Perhaps once Jianlin reaches level 6, he'd be able to reconnect with that strange connection and gain a spiritual imprint. For now, this could only be considered a lesson. In the near future, he need to be more cautious when transforming level 5 items to avoid this happening again. Exhaling, Jianlin calmed himself. The good news was that he'd prepared in advance, testing the waters with the relatively insignificant king seat. The loss wasn't significant. It was just a single transformation, and it would refresh tomorrow. Just think of your spiritual power as being wasted. Grinding his teeth, Jianlin would be lying if he said he wasn't angry. It's like a child you painstakingly raised who's incredibly rebellious. It'd infuriate anyone. Thankfully, at least creatures below level 6 are under control. He's also level 3 now, so the difference in lifeforms isn't too far off, so they all have spiritual imprints. Shaking his head, Jianlin pushed aside this sad thought. Taking out the blueprints for the stone sheepman puppet, Jianlin's eyes were filled with anticipation. Perhaps only mutating another Xiaoying could soothe his wounded heart. 5 minutes later. Mutating the stone sheepman puppet, obtaining the split-tentacled sheep puppet. The split-tentacled sheep puppet, level 4, a puppet tainted by an unknown aura, it has embarked on a strange path. This highly intelligent puppet can split its tentacles to confine a large number of enemies. Its horns can release a strange toxin, causing the bodies of creatures inhaled to mutate and become uncontrollable. It possesses top-tier combat power of its level. Jianlin gazed at the 4-meter-tall, enormous, pitch-black tentacled puppet, falling into self-doubt and silence. Xiaoying number 2 was gone, but the 4-meter-tall giant was here. It had a sheep's head, slime-covered tentacles for its arms, and normal human legs for its lower body. The monster wasn't particularly strange. Jianlin's current aesthetic taste was perfectly acceptable. It was also powerful, a top-tier tier 4, and adept at group fights. But Jianlin felt, for some reason, disappointed. Today's 2 transformations dealt him a heavy blow, and his sanity was truly stuck at 59 points. It seemed he needed to break through tier 6 to continue growing. Under these 3 blows, Jianlin felt a sense of inexplicable loss. Master, don't you like me? The rift-touched goat suddenly knelt down, startling Jianlin with the noise. No. Jianlin couldn't stand the aggrieved look on its face, and quickly retorted. How could this face look so aggrieved? Jianlin suddenly felt that he had been prejudiced and unfair to the rift-touched goat. The truth was, his transformations, with the exception of Xiaoying, had never been good-looking. This was a normal occurrence. Thinking of this, he patted the rift-touched goat's head. Daong, don't worry. I was just thinking about something else. Not that I have anything against you. He used the name to distract attention, a smile breaking across his face. Sure enough, Daong's face instantly lit up with joy, like a big boy receiving encouragement from his parents. After arranging a room downstairs for Daong, Jianlin returned to the hall, lost in thought. There weren't any miraculous changes when Daong was transformed just now. It was just a normal transformation, so... What exactly do the strange changes in Xiaoying, Xiaoan, and Xiaoxiang represent? Chapter 105. No one could offer Jianlin an answer. This matter could only be put aside for now. All three seemed to be in his favor at the moment, and he wouldn't expel them simply because they were special. He then used the advancement scroll to help Xiao Ding level up. If he hadn't tried the king's chair, he could have helped Xiao Ding reach level 4. Unfortunately, that transformation had failed for now. Although the chair of taunting was extremely powerful, it couldn't be used by him, effectively rendering it useless. Instead, Xiao Ding's advancement surprised him somewhat. That binding spirit lamp, level 3, with extremely fast flight speed, it could illuminate darkness within a 200-meter radius, rendering all creatures within it invisible and binding their spiritual essence, preventing escape. It possessed a strong combat capability among its peers. Xiao Ding was already half a human's height, and its bat wingspan stretched 2 meters, a significant difference from before. It had also completely transcended the mascot stage, and was considered quite powerful even among level 3 creatures. At least with its speed, surviving was a complete no-brainer. The 4 little creatures have completely transformed into 4 great creatures, a cause for celebration. Huh? Jianlin finally settled back into his bed. Looking back on the 13th day of survival, so much had happened. First, he was plotted against by a level 5 professional, then he was awakened and killed by Lin Yu. The Avatar encountered a frenzied priest and Han Xiao, while the main body profited handsomely from selling crystal cores. Ming Zi lost control, but was saved by his transformation. The subsequent transformations confirmed the potential for level 6 creatures to be uncontrollable, as well as the peculiarities of Xiaoying and the others. So tired. He felt a wave of exhaustion, and eventually fell into a deep sleep. Lord, it's dawn! Jianlin awoke to Xiaoying's cool call, and was greeted by the familiar JK black stockings. It seemed as if nothing would change, every day the same, unwavering. Today was the 14th day. Time to ask Sophia and Han Xiao if they had any regional rankings, and to meet all the members. He opened the system interface, and notified them one by one to gather at the main iron fort. Jianlin began to wash up and call for service. He had assigned the big sheep to the 4 major teams, now more like the 5 major ones. A multitude of bizarre creatures marched towards the ruins behind the shelter. It was a good thing there were no pedestrians along the way, otherwise they would have been terrified. With everything ready, he used 350 stamina points and most of his spiritual awareness to create a gray-like cursed body, and told him to take Xiao San with him to try the method Xiao Ten had described for entering the Whispering Forest. If all went well, he could explore the fogless land while ensuring the safety of his main body. Little gray Jianlin pushed the door open and left, carrying the pale Xiao San. Xiao San's body, devoid of any organs, was indeed somewhat terrifying, and the presence of only 3 facial features made it even more bizarre. It was clearly more normal than the other altered creatures, yet it was the most eerie. Perhaps it was the uncanny valley effect. But Jianlin naturally had no time to dwell on this. His focus was now on matters concerning the fogless land. Currently, this was the fastest and only way to obtain the fog-repelling fire. Another option was to plunder other people's strange oil lamps and synthesize them, but Jianlin immediately ruled this out. Not only would it be time-consuming and laborious, but he also didn't know how much it would cost. What if they needed 1,000 or 10,000? How long would it take to get them? Besides, he wasn't the type to kill indiscriminately. The fate of losing the strange oil lamp was self-evident, most likely being swallowed by the blood mist of the night. No one knew what would happen then. Without the strange oil lamp, one would have to rely on others, and living under their roof would inevitably lead to control, unless one joined the strange mist secret society. Ahem. I've strayed off topic. So if Jianlin wanted to advance, he had no choice but to enter the fogless land and search for fire. Being able to enter with his cursed body was naturally good, but if not, he'd have to find another way or take a risk. He randomly picked a clearing with trees. Follow me, Jianlin said to Xiao San, then began to twist his body and take seemingly chaotic yet rhythmic steps. This was the ritual to call upon the Whispering Forest. Xiao San naturally followed suit. A minute later, nothing happened. What's going on? Jiang Lin was stunned. He'd done everything Xiao Tan had said. Is it because of the cursed body? But Xiao San didn't enter either. Looking at Xiao San, who was staring at him, Jiang Lin felt something was amiss. He asked his main body to confirm with Xiao Tan again, and the movements were indeed correct. Unconvinced, he tried the movements again with Xiao San, but still no effect. Was Xiao Tan's memory faulty? That was his only thought. What he didn't know was that, hidden from his view, pairs of fish eyes were staring in the direction of him and Xiao San. They surrounded the cursed body and the puppet, their number so vast that it almost filled a 500-meter radius. From above, it looked like a barrier formation. These beings had fish heads and human bodies, vaguely humanoid features, frog-like limbs, shiny, gray-green skin, a white underbelly, and high, scaly ridges on their backs. They all knelt on the ground, mumbling strange words. Unconvinced, Jiang Lin tried again, but the result was the same. Little Greed is so unreliable. A series of experiments confirmed that it wasn't his fault. Perhaps Little Greed had misremembered. Unable to reach the Whispering Forest, the only option was to ask Sunli, a gifted retrospectionist. The mountain range Sunli had strayed into was most likely the Broken Mirror Mountains, but Jiang Lin had to find a way to determine his direction. This area wasn't large, but small. Jiang Lin had only explored a few dozen kilometers at most, otherwise he wouldn't have time to return home. Of course, with the mist-crossing lamp, he could theoretically spend the night outside, but his true form certainly wouldn't do that. It was too risky. Unable to reach the Whispering Forest, Jiang Lin had to use the 4-moment dice to predict a level 4 creature, but his luck wasn't good today, predicting only one direction within 30 kilometers. Zhu Shen and Xiao San headed in that direction. In the invisible fog, the fish-headed beings quickly made way, and Jiang Lin never noticed them. Iron Fort, Jiang Lin's true form. 6 people were already seated at the large table. From left to right were Lin Yu, Ming Zi, Sun Huanyu, Han Xiaoxiao, and Sophia. Jiang Lin sat in the center opposite. This is the first meeting of the Guild of Mist. You get to know each other and follow orders according to your rank. I only have 2 requirements. Efficiency and obedience. I've already informed Lin Yu of the latest guidelines. You just follow her instructions. Now, let's introduce ourselves and get to know each other. 30 minutes later, everyone left. Lin Yu introduced the new members to the rank and future vision of the order. She remembered every word clearly, surprising Jiang Lin. As expected of a background in corporate management, she might become Jiang Lin's right-hand man. Ming Zi and Sophia were both gentle and obedient, remaining quiet except for introducing themselves. There was a small incident during the meeting. Sun Huanyu addressed Jiang Lin as you, earning a stern rebuke from Han Xiaoxiao. Han Xiaoxiao earnestly admonished Sun Huanyu to maintain respect, use honorifics, and address Jiang Lin as you. Jiang Lin naturally refused, and instructed all members to refrain from using honorifics going forward. Calling him Ghost Master and the secret meeting ceremony were sufficient expressions of respect. The rest was unimportant. Jiang Lin also felt uncomfortable listening to this. He preferred normal communication. In the end, the matter was naturally settled, but afterward, Han Xiaoxiao seemed to have a deep dislike for Sun Huanyu, constantly glaring at him with cold blue eyes, as if constantly watching for any mistakes. Overall, the meeting went smoothly, and it seemed like a small group had formed. At least the 3 women, Lin Yu, and the others, got along well. At least in front of Jiang Lin. Chapter 106. As for the ranking of new survivors, Jiang Lin asked Han Xiaoxiao and Sophia, and they both said there was no regional ranking. Jiang Lin had a vague suspicion that these new survivors might only have one ranking in their own world. Then, on the 30th day, during the heavy fog, he and the Blue Star survivors conducted a comprehensive ranking of the foggy world. The regional rankings might be unique to Blue Star, a way of protecting the weak. That was the only explanation. Everything was going smoothly. Lin Yu severed his tentacles and began to grow crops, while the others developed their own shelters and sought ways to improve their strength. Lin Yu left the materials for the Iron Fort to Han Xiaoxiao, who possessed the wind control technique and was relatively quick. Jiang Lin himself was left with nothing to do. So, he began opening low-level treasure chests, hoping to find a physical potion. After opening a dozen wooden treasure chests, and a few stone ones, he actually found a bottle. Constitution Potion. Permanently increases constitution by 3 points, making your meat more tender and flavorful. Looking at the white potion in his hand, Jiang Lin put it in his backpack. He needed to transform it before using it to maximize its benefits. These treasure chests also yielded a number of low-level items and crystals, which weren't very useful, but they were useful for daily necessities. Although Constitution Potion is easier to obtain than Mind Potion, it obviously also has investment limits. Including this one, he has only obtained 6 bottles so far, and one was a regional ranking reward. Furthermore, no one was selling it in the trading house. This was clearly abnormal. Even the most precious items have a corresponding value, and there will always be people who don't care about strength. But there was no one. This was utterly illogical. Jiang Lin seriously suspected the system was secretly manipulating things, but he just didn't know how. Restricting shipments? Or some other method? Or perhaps opening a treasure chest was simply a form of spiritual attraction, and survivors would receive what they needed? Who cares? Shaking his head, Jiang Lin felt it was pointless to delve into this. He couldn't control the system. Forcing him to sell a bottle of Constitution Potion to test the waters was impossible. He didn't even have enough for himself. He could only try to make an offer the other person couldn't refuse, and see if it worked. Opening the trading line. Crystal Core for Constitution Potion. Protection Core for Constitution Potion. 2 trades were posted in a row. He even pinned the ad to the top of the world chat. Now it was just a matter of waiting. This move sparked heated discussion in the world chat, but an hour passed. 2 hours. 3 hours. Nothing happened. It seemed there were indeed secrets about Constitution Potion that he didn't know about. Just as Jiang Lin was about to give up, Zhou Lini sent a private message, which he quickly opened. Zhou Lini, Jiang Lin, don't try. Constitution Potions are bound to the recipient. They're only effective when consumed by the recipient, and they can't be put on the shelf. Zhou Lini, we've tested it, and no matter how many treasure chests you open, a single player can't currently obtain more than 10 bottles. Furthermore, if your constitution is too high, your mind won't keep up, and you lose your mind and become a monster. Zhou Lini, as the number 1 on Blue Planet, and a Yan Nation native, you mustn't do anything foolish. You must ensure your mind doesn't fall below your constitution. Jiang Lin, thanks for the reminder, I understand. So that's how it is. Jiang Lin finally understood. The system actually has restrictions on Constitution Potions. It wasn't, as he'd imagined, intentionally raising the survivors' health to excessive levels, causing them to lose control and create monsters. The maximum number of bottles was 10, which would give the other survivors 30 points of health, plus their existing health, which was around 40 points. But even if they obtained 10 bottles, the survivors couldn't drink them all, as they would lose control if their mental capacity was insufficient. Mind potions were even rarer, and raising their mental capacity usually required soul devouring, so physical fitness was always limited by their mental capacity. This was also why so few people had reached level 2. But he was different. His mental capacity was already a whopping 59 points. He could easily buy enough health potions from treasure chests, each adding 5 points to his health after transformation, enough for him to reach level 5. He acted on his idea. He planned to buy a large number of wooden treasure chests and try his luck. He opened the trading house, canceled the previous listing, and searched for treasure chests. On closer inspection, he realized that wooden treasure chests weren't cheap, costing around 40 crystals each. That's about 10 level 1 creatures, so buying a treasure chest isn't exactly worth it. But crystals are nothing to Jiang Lin. He only wants the Constitution Potion, nothing else. He simply clicked away, frantically collecting 100 wooden treasure chests, driving the price up to 60 crystals before stopping. He spent a total of 4,660 crystals. There was no point buying more. Since the system had set a limit, he wouldn't get any more Constitution Potions no matter how many he opened. When he had about 10, he could have lent you, and the others buy some and open them too. But that wouldn't really help them much. Due to their mental limitations, they could only watch and watch as they received more Constitution Potions, keeping them as a backup. The hall floor was now filled with wooden treasure chests, drawing Lin Yu's curious gaze. Jiang Lin casually opened one. Those kinds of toys, those who know will understand. Crystals, 20. A bad start, the first one's a loss. Lin Yu looked at the toy with a meaningful look. Jiang Lin ignored her and continued unpacking. A crude iron axe, a soft cushion, not as good as the one just now. A wooden cup. White socks. A seasoning set. Cosmetics. A white dress. At the 17th chest, a Constitution Potion appeared, followed by 36, 59, 75, and then nothing more. The backpack had expanded to 50 slots, and with this special backpack, it was more than enough, not to mention Sun Huanyu's storage crystal. After opening all 100 treasure chests, not counting the Constitution Potion and the Backpack Expansion Scroll, he definitely lost money. Jiang Lin felt like some invisible force was controlling him, but he had no evidence. But crystals weren't important, and he didn't need them. He excitedly put away 4 bottles of Constitution Potion, his heart brimming with anticipation. Including today's bottle, there were 5 bottles total. After the transformation, he would have 25 Constitution points, plus his 33 points, for a total of 58, more than enough to reach level 5. If all went well, he could advance 2 levels this morning. Crystals are a great thing, he exclaimed. Xiaoying had arrived in the hall at some point, and was sorting through the pile of items with Lin Yu. The tentacle female puppet's hands were filled with clothes, stockings, toys, and daily necessities. Jiang Lin naturally didn't care. He was just about to let Lin Yu sort through all the miscellaneous items. He settled comfortably on the leather sofa, watching and passing the time. Free time always flies. Xu Shen and Xiao Sen had successfully found and killed a level 4 monster, and the corpse was brought back. With Xiao Sen's success, the level 4 monster corpse finally had a use. Sun Huanyu could first find items to synthesize the desired traits, and then transform and upgrade them. So Jiang Lin simply left the corpse with Sun Huanyu. This expedition yielded 1 crystal core, 2 beast cores, several crystal stones, and the biggest rewards, 1 silver treasure chest and 1 bronze treasure chest. I'm saving the lower level treasure chests. I currently have 10 constitution potions, reaching the upper limit. With the small chests, I can continue to focus on quality items after opening the treasure chests for greater gains. Today's harvest was supposed to be huge, worth celebrating. Unfortunately, something unexpected happened today. Chapter 107. 445. Jiang Lin frowned as he watched the changing mist. He crossed his arms, his index finger tapping his arm anxiously, his boots tapping the ground with a repetitive thumping sound. The 5 hunters from the ruins haven't returned yet. That shouldn't be the case. Watching the time ticking on the system panel, Jiang Lin had a bad feeling. 455. Jiang Lin clenched his fists and bit his lower lip. Something's happened, he frowned, momentarily panicking. Calm down. He squeezed his arms, forcing himself to calm down, his mind racing. Big Sheep and Little Pickaxe were both top-tier Tier 4 fighters, and the other 3 were no weaklings among Tier 3s. There shouldn't be any creatures in the ruins that could threaten him. If it's not a relic, then something went wrong along the way? That's right. Jiang Lin had a flash of inspiration, and he quickly used his transfiguration spell to transform into a small axe, then again into a small pickaxe. The fact that both the small axe and the small pickaxe were intact proved the spiritual imprint was still there, and the fact that the 5 were together proved they were not dead. Could they have been captured? Jiang Lin subconsciously thought this, but quickly dismissed it. The creatures in the fog fight to the death. If they could capture them, they could also kill them. There were only 2 possibilities, trapped or lost. This wasn't the usual kind of lost. The fog world was unpredictable, and the possibility of spatial folding was not ruled out. Perhaps the 5 had strayed into another dimension. In any case, they had disappeared for him, and the small axe and the small pickaxe had been with him from the beginning until now. He couldn't just abandon them. Jiang Lin took out the mist-crossing lantern and transformed into a cursed body. Search. No matter what happened, he would find them. First, search the ruins. That was the only clue. As the cursed body set out, Jiang Lin watched the increasingly surging blood mist, his face filled with worry. The initial joy of breaking through to level 5 vanished, leaving only worry and trepidation. Strength can be gradually improved, but some things are irreversible. He was a little afraid of suddenly discovering his spiritual imprint had vanished. Axe pickaxe. Little gray Jiang Lin's perspective. There were no traces along the way. The mist would automatically repair itself, dissolving anything unless it had just been left behind. With Jiang Lin's current strength, he was considered level 3 invincible, so he encountered no danger along the way. Using his main body's locating beacon, he quickly found the entrance to the ruins. Using the object's displacement to enter the passage, his spiritual sense revealed only traces of blood dragging outwards, likely left by the mechanical creature's corpse dragged out yesterday. The bloodstains had dried, indicating the 5 hadn't emerged today. This discovery had both advantages and disadvantages. The good news was that we knew the area where they had disappeared. The bad news was that there was some sort of danger within the ruins that could have caused even top-tier level 4 figures, like Big Sheep and Little How to disappear. Jiang Lin's cursed body was only level 3, but that didn't stop him from going in and looking. If danger truly arose, he could have the other party kill the cursed body, and see if they could withstand its curse. If the 5 had disappeared for some other reason, he could have the cursed body explore the area. Following the bloodstains, Jiang Lin quickly located the battle sites, but found nothing more. 3 hours later, just as Jiang Lin was nearing exhaustion from using levitation to continue his journey, he finally made a new discovery. At some point, strange symbols and patterns began to appear on the ground, strikingly similar to those seen at the Kshur temple. Sprinkled across the iron floor were scattered fish scales. The gray-green scales seemed to connect the strange lines, creating a formation from afar. What is this? Jiang Lin was puzzled, but his intuition told him it was likely related to the disappearance of the 5 creatures. But no matter how hard he studied, he couldn't make sense of the strange symbols, and even if he forced himself to memorize them, the patterns quickly faded from his mind. There was no other way. Jiang Lin moved forward a little further, but new mechanical creatures suddenly appeared ahead. He ignored them and returned to the strange patterns. It was confirmed that the 5 creatures had disappeared here, and it most likely happened this morning. The bloodstains behind them were dried, indicating they were left yesterday. Today, the 5 creatures hadn't fought at all, having entered this unknown formation. Teleport? Or an alternate dimension? Jiang Lin didn't understand, but since the spiritual imprints were still there, it meant they were alive, and there was still a chance to save them. At least, they had made a discovery, so it wasn't a complete loss. Jiang Lin had no choice but to let his cursed body return. Perhaps he should ask Little Greed, or if that didn't work, he could summon the Star Travel Merchant to ask about the strange symbol. Jiang Lin's main body entered the storage room. Little Greed's mouth moved twice, but no sound came out. Jiang Lin knew it was still angry. I just checked my memory and didn't see it. What's the big deal? Jiang Lin casually tossed 50 crystals over. Little Greed could no longer maintain its anger, its maw rapidly opening and swallowing the whole thing in one gulp. Ask? Having accepted the bribe, the greedy man couldn't keep a straight face anymore and shouted. Jiang Lin described the strange symbols and the gray-green fish scales he had seen. After hearing this, Xiao Tan was silent for a moment before saying, "You're quite capable, kid. You even encountered that person's followers. Unfortunately, my memory is sealed. I only know of that person's existence, but nothing about him. However, I do know about his followers. After all, there are quite a lot of them, and some are quite weak." Jiang Lin saw that Xiao Tan knew some of it, and quickly gestured, "Tell me about these followers. They are an immortal race, but their strength varies. The weakest are only level 1, and I'm not sure how strong they are. They have fish heads and human bodies, with dorsal fins. I don't know their specific names, but they're quite mysterious. Occasionally, they're seen wandering in the mist, but no one knows their purpose. They seem to be able to hear the person's instructions, so to some extent, their actions represent the person." Xiao Tan's voice shone a bit, as if he was proud of knowing all this. Jiang Lin didn't care. He was only focused on this unknown race of followers. Could they be a subsidiary race of the red-eyed dark sheep man? Revenge? He pondered. But he didn't think it was quite like him. Instead, he felt more like the level 5 professional who had plotted against him last time. The red-eyed dark sheep race was rather insidious, their attacks all devious and deadly. If they had that kind of power, they could just use it directly against his true form. Why go around in circles? Besides, they didn't know the connection between the 5 Great Ones and him. So why was this fish-headed, human-body-dependent race targeting Xiao Axe and the others? And from what Xiao Tan said, this race was acting under the orders of a powerful being. Would that being have any reason to target him? If they really wanted to attack him, they could probably just think about it, right? Jiang Lin left the storage room, feeling that things were becoming increasingly difficult. Lying on the sofa, he closed his eyes and pondered a strategy. After a long moment, he produced a scroll. Star Travel Merchant Summoning Scroll. Use this to summon a friendly Star Travel Merchant. You can trade items and information with him, but please don't harbor any negative thoughts. He's not someone you can afford to offend right now. Xiao Tan's memories have been sealed too much, and this is his only option for learning more. Click to use. The summoning scroll instantly dissipated into starlight. Chapter 108. Should it have taken effect? Jiang Lin looked at the fading starlight, uncertain. As expected, he didn't have to wait long. A strange change soon occurred. A door, shimmering with silver light, slowly opened in the void before him, and a figure emerged, startling Jiang Lin. He hadn't expected to summon a female interstellar merchant. She was tall and slender, with a captivating figure, her long, wavy red hair flowing freely to her waist, the ends curling like blazing flames. Her eyes were a unique blood red, exuding a mysterious and noble air, while the teardrop mole at the corner of her eye added a touch of charm. She wore a black crop top with a high-waisted red leather skirt and black over-the-knee boots with intricate silver star patterns on the straps. She wore a pair of black lace gloves and held a strange gun engraved with a star pattern in her right hand. This look was quite unique in this strange, foggy world. Oh, a transformed ghost? That's rare indeed. The red-haired woman blurted out this question upon seeing Jiang Lin, her voice remarkably regal. Jiang Lin frowned and got straight to the point. What can I trade with you? He hadn't forgotten his business. He was more concerned with his current predicament than the woman's appearance. That depends on what you want. Let me be clear, I don't have any in stock, but as long as you can afford it, I should be able to snatch it up. And get it! The red-haired woman didn't care at all that she might have let slip something. Do you have any fog-avoiding fire seeds? Jiang Lin wanted to see the quality of the item first. The red-haired woman nodded and said casually, 10 crystal essences, or 10 level 5 items, delivered to your door within a day. Jiang Lin remained impassive, but after some mental calculation, he knew the other party was asking for something exorbitant. It seems the star travel merchants are very greedy. He couldn't quite produce 10 crystal essences right now. He did have 10 level 5 items, but he couldn't possibly trade them for that much. While upgrading the shelter was crucial, judging by the red-haired woman's relaxed expression and the price she offered, the mist-repellent fire seed didn't seem that difficult to obtain. He then asked, how much is the information on the mist-repellent fire seed? The red-haired woman looked him over, then, as if seeing through him, smiled and offered 1 crystal essence. Jiang Lin was certain that the star travel merchant probably had some method of evaluating others, worthy of being a high-level being. But now that his actions were stronger than his appearance, he had no choice but to make the deal. 1 crystal essence wasn't as important to him right now as the information on the mist-repellent fire seed. He threw the 1 crystal essence over. The red-haired woman didn't move, but the crystal essence vanished into thin air. The reason for reaching such a quick deal was to pave the way for the subsequent question about the formation, just to leave a good impression. As expected, the great enemy is always popular in every world. The red-haired woman's smile was noticeably more genuine, and she looked at him as if he were a fat sheep ready to be slaughtered. Wagarin, you are quite good, worthy of knowing my name. My name is Fei. Feel free to summon me for business whenever you need me. She tossed a silver star-shaped object to Jiang Lin. Jiang Lin took it and opened it to examine it. Star calling. Hold the star calling and silently recite a spell to summon a designated star travel merchant. Spell. Elegant and noble crimson, tranquil and elegant starry night, I devoutly call upon you, the most perfect Lord Fei. Jiang Lin silently sheathed the star calling. He had no interest in complaining, and he didn't dare. This star travel merchant, Fei, looked so queenly, but he hadn't expected to be so narcissistic. Fei Yi naturally didn't know his thoughts, and even if she did, she probably wouldn't care. After all, the gap between their levels was too great. She flicked her fiery red hair, her red lips slightly parted. Obtaining the fog-repelling fire is easy. The challenge lies in how to bring about the fog. Jiang Lin listened intently silent. In the fogless land, if you can kill a unique level 5 creature, you can obtain the fog-repelling fire. There are many such creatures, and they're not difficult to find. But, Fei Yi paused, and Jiang Lin knew the key point was coming next. Most creatures in the fogless land live in groups, which means you likely face retaliation from a race, and then there's a final test. When the fog-resistant fire seed leaves the fogless land and enters the mist, it spreads a mental contamination. If you can't withstand it, you lose your mind and become a monster. After listening to this, Jiang Lin directly asked the most crucial question. How can one withstand this mental contamination? Fei Yi, obviously anticipating this question, quickly responded, Level 4 top. Hey you, a transformed ghost, have 59 points of mental contamination? Midway through her sentence, she suddenly seemed to have discovered something, her face filled with disbelief. Did you take a mental potion? That shouldn't be possible. A person can only obtain a maximum of 3 of those. How did you do it? Jiang Lin was silent. He didn't want to, nor did he dare, answer the question. Fei Yi took a moment to recover from his shock. Seeing Jiang Lin's expression, he nodded as if understanding. Indeed, everyone has their secrets. As a businessman, I shouldn't interfere. Fei Yi smiled apologetically, and something appeared in his hand. I was wrong. Consider this my compensation for accidentally prying into your secret. Jian Lin took it and opened it to examine it. Speed rune. Level 5. A single-use rune that grants top-tier level 5 movement speed, consumes no stamina, and lasts for 30 minutes. While it wasn't a particularly good item, it was a perfectly adequate apology. Jian Lin couldn't help but admire Fei Ye's reputation as a competent businessman, willing to sacrifice the dignity of a high-ranking official, demonstrating his integrity. This diminished his initial negative impression of Fei Ye's greed. Go on, Jian Lin gestured for Fei Ye to continue. He didn't comment on the previous action, as their power was unequal, but he could express his dissatisfaction through silence, and Fei Ye, being a clever person, should understand this. Fei Ye gave him a seductive smile, clearly understanding his point, but she wasn't annoyed. Your mental acumen is indeed sufficient to evade the misfire seeds, but I still recommend that you raise your level as soon as possible. A higher level will allow you to cope with greater risks. That's all. Is there anything else you don't understand? Fei Ye's bloodshot eyes blinked. Jian Lin frowned and asked, You didn't tell me how to enter those fogless places. Fei Ye was stunned for a moment, then asked in confusion, You seem to know what the fogless places look like, so how come you don't know how to enter them? Jian Lin didn't say anything. He had learned about the fog-avoiding fire seeds from the slug of knowledge, but the little slug was too honest and answered whatever he asked, resulting in some missing information. Fei Ye, seeing that he didn't say anything, had to explain the information to him. You can't go to most fogless places right now, because your level is too low, and you can't travel very far. Let me tell you about 2 places you can enter without searching. The Whispering Forest and the Strange Desert. These 2 places only require a ritual to appear. Jian Lin listened to Fei Ye's method and fell into deep thought. Little Greed hadn't made a mistake. The Whispering Forest was indeed the method it had described. So why hadn't the Cursed Body and Shao San succeeded? As for the Strange Desert, a long, eerie mumbling required reciting at 12 a.m., 7 a.m., and 4 p.m. each day. Jian Lin memorized it, but didn't understand its meaning. After completing this step, he could then fall into a deep sleep, and naturally enter the Strange Desert. To exit either of these locations, he could simply perform another ritual. But there was no rush for this matter. He would discuss it after he reached level 5 tonight. He had something more important to ask. He then asked Fei Ye about the strange formation and the fish scales. Fei Ye became noticeably more serious after hearing this. This should be a one-way teleportation formation. I didn't expect you to encounter such a setup. I wonder if you're just lucky or... Chapter 109. That being obviously has no reason to target you. I think it's extending an invitation. Fei Ye blinked her charming eyes, looking to the right, and said uncertainly, An invitation? Jian Lin didn't agree with that explanation. Who would invite someone to kidnap your family, and then invite you as a guest? There's no other explanation. It's not like that being is targeting you. Maybe what I'm going to say might be a little offensive, but I try to put it simply. You're not worthy of its attention yet. Fei Ye was being very tactful, and Jian Lin could sense it. She was just short of saying you're not worthy. But why would it do that? Jian Lin's brows furrowed. Even if he broke through tonight, he was only at the 5th level. How could he deserve the attention of such a being? Fei Ye tilted her head, her red hair swaying like flames. Then I don't know. You're truly unique, in every way. So what's your name? Jian Lin. He answered casually, with no intention of hiding anything. With the means of a star travel merchant, it would be easy to find out. Fei Ye twirled the star emblazoned gun on her lace gloves and asked, Okay, Jian Lin, do you want to buy anything else? If not, I'm leaving. For some reason, Jian Lin felt Fei Ye was being perfunctory, as if she didn't want to continue answering his questions. But there was nothing he could do. He couldn't possibly tie Fei Ye up and force her to answer, could he? He couldn't beat her either. I also want information on all classes below level 6. How much do they sell? He had to change to a more concerned question. For the time being, he wasn't in need of anything, and with Fei Ye's personality, doing business with her would most likely be a loss. Only buying intelligence would be of the highest value. For this information plus the question I asked, I give you a special price, 5 crystal cores. Fei Ye said casually, as if he'd gotten a great deal. Jian Lin's heart was bleeding. He knew Fei Ye had a way of finding out his bottom price, but it still felt awkward when he actually encountered it. Is this what a star travel merchant looks like? So shady. No wonder Shao Teng called them stinky vendors. They were indeed stinky, with the face of a capitalist. Jian Lin internally grumbled, completely forgetting that he himself had the same demeanor when selling things. Can you give me less? I don't have that much, he asked tentatively. Fei Yi simply stared at him with those blood-red eyes, a look full of meaning. Oh, it seemed he'd been seen through. What a disgusting ability. Jiang Lin reluctantly tossed out the 5 crystal cores, feeling like the money was wasted. The 5 crystal cores vanished in midair in the blink of an eye, and then he saw Fei Yi pointing a gun at him. You? Jiang Lin instinctively tried to dodge, but Fei Yi chuckled and said, "Don't be afraid. If I really wanted to kill you, you wouldn't be able to resist. You don't understand the extent of the suppression a higher-level person can exert on a lower-level one. The gap is beyond your comprehension." Fei Yi pointed his gun at Jiang Lin and explained, "I can directly inject these secrets into your memory, allowing you to access them at any time. But I suggest you do that only when you reach level 5. Receiving these secrets requires a high level, otherwise there might be complications." After hearing Fei Yi's explanation, Jiang Lin felt relieved, then scoffed to himself. Indeed, for a higher-level being like Fei Yi, the thought of harming him might be a simple thought. Why bother with him at all? It's like an elephant facing an ant, perhaps even greater than that. Click, Fei Yi pulled the trigger. Jiang Lin felt nothing, but something seemed to have appeared in his mind, something he could examine whenever he thought. Amazing. Looking at the star-patterned firearm in Fei Yi's hand, he sensed that it was something extraordinary. He turned on the probe. Nothing happened, not even Fei Yi's. Don't try. I have my own way of blocking the probe. Fei Yi seemed to notice, and smiled nonchalantly. Jiang Lin asked, "You know about the system? How do you think I got here?" Fei Yi looked at him, as if he were an idiot. Then where did all the survivors go? Jiang Lin felt like he was touching upon the secrets of this world. "Since you're so generous, I can tell you this question for free." Fei Yi twirled a lock of red hair with his index finger, and continued. "In the foggy world, survivors have only 3 options for safe survival. First, join the fogless land, and completely leave the system. Second, join a powerful force within the fog. But this isn't guaranteed. The stronger the force, the more likely it is to encounter all sorts of strange dangers. Many forces with high-ranking members have mysteriously disappeared. Third, become a high-ranking member yourself and gain relative freedom. But this is also the most dangerous, as you could fall prey to the first 2 at any time, and you'd also have to face the strange dangers of the foggy world." Jiang Lin fell into deep thought, and it took him a while to gather his thoughts. So what did you choose? He was curious about which faction a star-traveling merchant like Fei Yi belonged to. But Fei Yi didn't answer, only uttering 2 words, secrecy. For some reason, Jiang Lin felt Fei Yi was more than a simple person. Perhaps she knew too many secrets. He asked another question, "Why haven't I seen the powerful factions built by those survivors?" Fei Yi was patient. "Because there aren't many factions left. The fog is very dangerous, and the higher-ranking members of those factions disdain the lower rankers. Another reason is that the fog world is so vast, and new survivors are assigned to relatively safe, blank areas by the system." Relatively safe? Then what about the crawling mist, and the yellow-clothed mist massed around me? Jiang Lin grumbled inwardly. Are there any indigenous peoples in the fog world? He thought of races like the red-eyed dark sheepmen, and the smelly slugs. Yes, and there are many. But it's best not to provoke them, because they're generally related to. Fei Yi pointed upwards. Jiang Lin understood. He added, "It's too late. I've already completely offended one person." Then he remembered something. "Do you know the purpose of the system?" Fei Yi rolled his eyes at him. "Do you think I'd still be just a star travel merchant if I reached that level?" Jiang Lin touched his chin, agreeing. "A product like the system might involve the most fundamental secrets of this world, and only beings above level 8 would even barely scratch the surface. Although star travel merchants were also high-level beings, they probably weren't even at level 8 yet." "Okay, you already know too much beyond your current level." Fei Yi's expression turned serious. "I advise you to improve your strength quickly, otherwise, according to the principle of hidden attraction, you might not be able to withstand the dangers it attracts." Jiang Lin was a little confused after hearing this, and instinctively asked, "What is the principle of hidden attraction?" "What you know is what you encounter." Fei Yi paused, then waved his hand. "That's enough. Don't be so curious. Some things should be explored when you need to know them. That's the way to survive." She took a step forward, and a shimmering silver door appeared. She stepped through and disappeared. The hall instantly fell silent. Jiang Lin was still digesting the information he'd received. It was a bit overwhelming. According to Fei Yi, as long as one knew it, a strange attraction would arise, and one might even encounter it. Then why he asked so many secrets? That was too much, but the matter was done, and he could only accept it. He couldn't erase his memories. He didn't have the ability to do that. He shook his head and didn't think about it any further. The most important thing right now was to improve his strength and then investigate the formation in the ruins. Chapter 110. Somewhere in the mist, out of Jian Lin's sight, the blood mist dissipated for several kilometers, revealing a tranquil forest. "Did you tell him?" A figure in mysterious black priest robes asked, his voice deep and powerful, like the surging waves and the howling of a hurricane. "I did, but I'm just a businessman. I hope you're not lying. I wouldn't rip off a customer." Fei Yi had appeared before the black-robed figure at some point, his tone relaxed. The black-robed figure shifted, as if shaking his head. "You're overthinking it. With my strength, do I really need to resort to such tactics to harm him? I hope so. I finally found such an honest customer. I don't want him to die so easily." After saying this, Fei Yi asked nonchalantly, "Why are you going through all this trouble? He's only level 3. What good can he possibly gain?" The black-robed figure remained silent for a long moment before speaking. "Only the deal, nothing else. Star Travel Merchant, you crossed the line." As his voice fell, the surrounding hurricane seemed to intensify, rustling the leaves. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, faint flashes of lightning flickering within. The area within a radius of several thousand meters instantly transformed into a scene before the end of the world. "Heh. Don't react so strongly. I'm just curious. You know, what evil could a merchant like me have in mind?" Fei Yi smiled charmingly and waved his hands repeatedly. The surroundings instantly fell silent. Seeing this, Fei Yi frowned slightly, as if he was deeply apprehensive. Finally, the two of them said nothing more, each disappearing into the mist. The blood mist slowly gathered, as if nothing had happened. Jian Lin's Rift Iron Fortress. Although the 5 great creatures were missing, life still had to go on. Strengthening their strength would increase their chances of recovering them. He finished trading potions and meat fruits for the day, pocketing 5,900 crystals, which covered a small portion of his expenses at Fei Yi's. It was a shame about that crystal essence. While he couldn't use it now, he'd likely need it later. Currently, the small box couldn't be exchanged for level 5 items. They could only be obtained by killing level 5 creatures. I already had 5 constitution potions. They would reach level 5 by tonight, early morning. Now all I had to do was wait. He took out the silver and bronze treasure chests Cursed Body had acquired today and prepared to open them to pass the time. Sacrifice 20 years of bad luck. Open. Jian Lin opened them one after another, revealing a plain white light. Ghost Horn, level 4, summons a level 4 ghost army of 10 for battle. These ghosts possess the ability to penetrate objects and attack spirits, and cannot regenerate upon death. Twin Pens, 2 quills with strange sensory abilities. When one pen writes, the other writes the same message. Stamina Potion Crafting Scroll, level 3, crafts a level 3 stamina potion, which restores 300 stamina points upon consumption. 0/4 Blazing Grass, 0/4 Power Mushroom, 0/4 Crystal. Crystal Weave Dagger, Tier 3, meticulously crafted by a master, inlaid with crystals that can penetrate most Tier 3 creature defenses. A good harvest. The Ghost Horn and the Twin Pen are both very useful. Although Jian Lin doesn't use them much, they can definitely be used to transform and win prizes. The Stamina Potion Scroll is a means of production. Jian Lin has achieved crystal freedom with just healing potions. If he could mass-produce stamina potions, it would be even better. The materials will require some searching, but with the crystals, seeds should be easy to buy. Lin, you can handle this. He doesn't have time to deal with financial matters right now. The crystal pattern dagger, casually tossed into his backpack. After the matter was over, Jian Lin wasn't in the mood to sleep, so he simply waited for midnight on the sofa in the hall. 12 p.m. sharp. Jian Lin closed the chat interface. He had received a small amount of information, but it wasn't of much use to him at the moment. The alienation spell had been refreshed, allowing him to reach 2 levels in a row tonight. He had to plan his alienation spells and spiritual power accordingly. Constance, 33. Mind, 59. Stamina, 400/400. Spirit, 800 out of 800. Overall rating, level 3. Alienation, allows any object to be alienated and upgraded. The same object can only be used once, and the effect depends on the spiritual power invested. Limited to 4 times per day. Jian Lin estimated that taking 2 potions would allow him to reach level 4, allowing him to use alienation spells 5 times. Taking 4 potions would allow him to reach level 5, allowing him to use alienation spells 6 times. But he only had 800 spiritual power points. He thought about the fact that the Constitution potion was currently limited to 10 per person. Opportunities like this were rare, so perhaps he should act decisively. There would be 6 chances every day from now on, so there was no need to rush this day. Personal strength is most important. I might as well give up 2 attempts and use 200 spiritual power to transform 4 potions. That's enough to advance to level 5. Jiang Lin's expression changed for a moment, but he finally resolved himself and took out 2 Constitution potions. Transformation activated. Both hands simultaneously transformed, instantly enveloping the 2 Constitution potions with 400 spiritual power. The potions began to wriggle violently, unable to maintain their shape, transforming into wriggling dark purple tentacles. This is it. Jiang Lin looked at the purple tentacles in his hands, instinctively realizing this might be the Constitution potion's original form. Transform the Constitution potion to gain Strange Power Incubation Touch. Strange Power Incubation Touch. Taking this item permanently increases Constitution by 5 points, increases strength and toughness in a specific area, grants super strong recovery, allows for flexible transformation, and regenerates limbs, affecting random locations. Note: don't add more, it's already the original one. Jiang Lin stared at the squirming tentacles in his hand, speechless for a moment. Could this really be the stuff the physical potion was made of? So he'd actually been eating living things? He thought he could truly transform normal things. But it was just an appearance. 2 more won't make a difference. Jiang Lin suppressed his nausea and stuffed the 2 slimy tentacles into his mouth. Puff. A slick sensation spread through his mouth, juices splattering against the walls. A strong, fishy smell spread. Ugh! Jiang Lin gagged, but forced himself to close his mouth, swallowing it down with all his strength. The moment he swallowed, a tightness spread through his right hand, chest, and abdomen, and his physical strength strengthened. Just as he marveled at the overlapping effects of his right hand, a familiar suction force reached him. He once again entered the dark, mysterious space. At the end of the darkness lay a strange scene, still concealing endless, bizarre changes. With a tug, he took another step on the path. Back to his body. Jiang Lin opened his eyes. He was now level 4, curse. Ignoring the expanding power of his body and the feeling of further transcendence, he glanced at his dashboard. Constance, 43. Mind, 59. Stamina, 800/800. Spirit, 400/800. Overall rating, level 4. Alteration, can transform any object into a higher level. This can only be performed once per object, with the effect determined by the amount of spiritual power invested. Limited to 5 times per day. Excellent, keep going. Jiang Lin didn't even bother looking at his skills, preparing to reach level 5 in one go. He took out his last 2 Constitution potions, used up his last 400 spiritual power, and activated the alienation. The violent wriggling quickly ceased, and the 2 potions transformed into 2 deep purple tentacles. Jiang Lin didn't hesitate, once again taking 2 at a time. Puff. As the 2 strange tentacles swallowed them, a familiar tightening sensation spread through his left leg and hips, and his physical strength began to rapidly strengthen. Another familiar suction came. He once again entered the pitch-black, mysterious space. At the end of the darkness, the bizarre scene, concealing endless strange changes, seemed eternal. Following the pulling sensation, he moved forward again, and this time he finally felt closer to the scene. He felt a faint call, as if that was his home. Chapter 111. Unfortunately, he only managed 1 step forward, a force pushing him forward as he felt weightless. Jiang Lin's consciousness returned to his body. Feeling within himself, he had advanced again now. Level 5, Trick Shaper, he felt as if he was about to transcend the mortal realm. The overwhelming sense of power made him want to confront the crawling mist head-on. But he knew it was just an illusion caused by his rapidly expanding power. Jumping 2 levels in a row would be somewhat uncomfortable, and only time would be enough to alleviate that. Open the panel. Name, Jiang Lin. Talent, Alienation Unique Occupation, Trickster. Skills, Curse, Level 5, Spirit Possession, Level 5, Trickster, Level 5, Trick Substitute, Level 5, Trick, Level 5, Levitation, Level 5, Trick, Level 5, Object Relocation, Level 5, Trick Step, Level 3, Dream Eye, Level 4, Mysterious Luck, Level 5, Soul Devouring, Level 6, Grey Light Curse, Level 5, Constitution, 53. Intelligence, 59. Stamina, 1600/1600. Spiritual Power, 0/800. Overall rating, Level 5. Alienation. Can transform any object into a higher level. The same object can only be transformed once, and the effect depends on the spiritual power invested. Limited to 6 uses per day. In addition to becoming a Level 5 trickster, all other occupational skills have been upgraded to Level 5. The number of alienations he can perform has also increased by 2, and his stamina has reached 1,600 points, more than enough for him to perform many skills continuously. The range of teleportation increased from 100 meters to 500 meters, matching the distance of the Silver Key replica, though lacking its unobstructed nature. The most important thing, of course, was the newly acquired class skills. First, Curse. Curse, a level 5 class skill that consumes stamina to inflict a curse through words, symbols, or objects, causing the target to undergo bizarre changes, insanity, and become a strange creature controlled by the user. Spirit Possession, a Tier 5 class skill. This skill uses a spirit to possess a target, slowly eroding their mind, eventually taking over their body, and completely replacing them. This skill requires a higher level of intelligence than the target, as using this skill will cause your own body to mutate. Therefore, use with caution. The Curse class's skill, as its name suggests, belongs to the category of strange curses. While the curse isn't particularly powerful, it's incredibly difficult to defend against. Enemies struck by it will become strange creatures. With Jiang Lin's 59 points of intelligence, few creatures can resist it. Crucially, it only consumes stamina. As for Spirit Possession, it's supposed to be a life or death struggle. If you encounter an enemy you can't defeat, you possess them and ultimately become them. It's truly disgusting, but Jiang Lin wouldn't use it unless absolutely necessary. It's a bit useless. Then, there's the Tricksters. Trickster, a Tier 5 class skill. Using spiritual materials and psychic objects like crystals, one can create strange creatures or objects with unique abilities. The effects depend on the specific materials and psychic energy invested. Creature Substitute, a Level 5 class skill. Used in conjunction with Creature Shaper, this skill allows the user to use the created creature to block critical hits, replacing the user with the creature. This skill is effective within a range of 5,000 meters. The Creature Shaper's skills left Jiang Lin somewhat uneasy. First, Creature Shaper reminded Jiang Lin of his alienation technique. The two were remarkably similar. The survivor's talents were surprisingly similar to his class skills. Then, thinking back to the sequence he displayed when he had transformed Lin Yu and Ming Zi. Forget it, I don't want to think about this right now. Jiang Lin shook his head, then studied the skill intently. Creature Shaper can be considered a low-end version of alienation, lacking any upgrades and requiring only spiritual materials for shaping. Ferocious Beast materials should be a type of spiritual material. Psionic items like crystals are also easy to understand. Crystals, beast cores, crystal cores, and crystal marrow should all count. To put it simply, it's materials plus krypton gold used to create creatures or items. It's not particularly powerful, after all, it's limited by its own level, but if used in conjunction with the alienation technique, it could have a powerful effect. Unfortunately, a level 6 creature is likely uncontrollable, as his own life force isn't high enough. You could try making some items that can be used without alienation. That's all for later. Ghost Shaping isn't actually the Ghost Shaper's most perverted skill. Ghost Substitute is the real deal. Speaking of perverted, Ghost Substitute is definitely the most powerful life-saving skill Jiang Lin has acquired so far. Within 5,000 meters, a Ghost Shaper unconditionally uses a created creature to take his place. Used well, this skill virtually guarantees that no one of the same level can kill the Ghost Shaper. As long as they create more bizarre creatures, you can kill a Trick Shaper hundreds of times without dying. Furthermore, Trick Shapers possess numerous escape techniques and perverse spells. Even higher-level professionals are essentially helpless against a Trick Shaper if they can't locate his spiritual essence. The Trick Shaper is the undisputed king of the way of the devil, but precisely because of the Trick Shaper's extraordinary ability to survive, Jiang Lin is increasingly concerned about his advancement. Upgrading to level 6 requires devouring a fellow Trick Shaper, meaning he'd likely have to face a Trick Shaper himself, perhaps even defeating and slaying him. Those who reach the level of a Trick Shaper are likely to be within the way of the devil, and their mental acuity must have already reached 59. Jiang Lin has no advantage in this regard. His only advantage is his alienation technique, but it's still early days. There's no rush to reach level 6, and tricksters aren't likely to be easily found. From what Xiao Tan and Fei Yi said, tricksters are extremely rare, let alone tricksters. Jiang Lin had a feeling he might be stuck at level 5 for a long time. But then he smiled again, inwardly sighing that humans are truly insatiable. He'd already reached 2 levels in a row, reaching a height unimaginable for his contemporaries. This was already outrageous. Today was only his 15th day of survival. As the inscribed record he'd found in the abandoned Iron Fortress last time showed, the Iron Fortress's owner had spent over 100 years reaching level 6, and he'd resorted to trickery to swallow his wife. If it weren't for the trickery, the Iron Fortress's owner might have taken even longer, and it's doubtful he'd even managed to reach level 6. It's clear that level 6 is a chasm, separating those at higher and lower levels. They're simply not on the same level. There's no need to overthink it. Jiang Lin warned himself, guarding against arrogance and impatience. A level 5 wasn't particularly powerful. Although he possessed exceptional survival skills as a warcrafter, in the Misty World, maintaining reverence was a fundamental principle of survival. Eager to test the warcraft's abilities, Jiang Lin produced a level 4 ferocious beast material and a crystal core. The ferocious beast material was a scaly claw from a black ram, as large as Jiang Lin's chest. Warcraft, the ability activated, and the crystal core and claw rapidly fused and writhed, resembling the effects of a transmutation spell, a truly low inversion. Soon, the warcraft took shape, transforming not into a living creature, but into a claw-shaped weapon. Black Claw, Warcraft Level 4, throws a black claw. It automatically locks onto enemies, and conducts a tracking attack. It prefers to strike hidden locations, dealing critical damage and possessing exceptional lethality for its level. Not bad, but a bit expensive. Jiang Lin gazed at the black claw, lost in thought, feeling that his use of Warcraft might not be adequate. How do I create a strange creature? He hadn't forgotten the introduction to the strange substitute. It required a created strange creature to take the place of death. Of course, his alienated creatures could be used, but he obviously wouldn't do that. The cost was too high. Being able to directly create a strange creature was naturally the best, and the one he was most willing to use as a substitute. What is the living spiritual material? Jiang Lin guessed that only living materials were needed to create strange creatures. Chapter 112. Jiang Lin pondered his possessions, and suddenly realized that something was likely a spiritual material and possessed life. How could I have forgotten this? He pulled out 4 strange items: puppet parchment, mask of laughter, shadow underpants, and pen of lies. The products of ferocious beasts are forging materials, which are considered inanimate objects. Monster corpses can also be considered materials, but they are likely inanimate objects as well. Only strange objects are different. After a strange object dies, its corpse merges with its spirit to form a strange object. Thus, they all carry some negative effects, likely the work of a spirit that hasn't fully died. Strange items are considered a continuation of strange life, so using them to create strange creatures is highly likely. Of course, there are certainly other spiritual materials with life, but currently, these strange products are undoubtedly the most suitable for making strange creatures. Strange items have powerful abilities, but they also have significant negative effects. Using them to create strange creatures and exert their abilities won't affect Jiang Lin. Let's try the level 3 filthy shadow underpants first. Jiang Lin pondered, then produced a crystal core. It wasn't that he was wasting it, but rather that he wanted to see whether the effect of the shaping ghost depended on the materials or the psychic energy. Shaping ghost. Jiang Lin clenched his right hand, and a strange wave began to fuse the 2 objects. The filthy shadow underpants began to wriggle and deform, eventually transforming into a filthy, humanoid shadow. Jiang Lin's mind moved, and the shadow raised its right hand. Success? Open the probe. Filthy Shadow Man, Shaping Ghost Level 3, can transform into a shadow and blend into it. If undetected, it will replace the target within 30 minutes. Failure will result in the loss of part of the body or memories. Effective at level 3 and below. As expected, negative effects can be completely borne by the strange creature, like the effects of losing part of one's body or memories. Jiang Lin glanced at the filthy, humanoid shadow. Losing part of the body didn't seem like a big deal. It was just a missing piece, no impact. As for memories. What memories did strange creatures have? The crystal core was likely wasted. A level 3 beast core would have been sufficient, but for the sake of experimentation, some losses were unavoidable. It seems that materials are the key to quality. Crystals and other items simply provide energy. Jiang Lin then experimented with the puppet parchment and found that the energy level needed to match the material's level. Less is not good, more is a waste. After using another crystal core, Jiang Lin looked at the red-eyed dark goat man before him, sighing at how things change. Look how good I am. Even after I die, I still let you be useful. With that, He slapped the red-eyed dark goat man hard, but the strange creature showed no signs of consciousness. It simply tilted its face slightly before straightening itself again. Jiang Lin felt uncomfortable watching this black sheep face, finding it so annoying that he decided to just put it to work cleaning the bathroom and flushing the toilet. Goat Puppet, Shaper Level 4. This skill acquires spiritual matter such as the target's hair or blood, allowing it to track its movements. When within 400 meters of the target and unobstructed, it can remotely control the target. Control requires a higher mental attribute than the target itself. Frequent use will lower mental attributes. The Shaper's strange creature lacks mental intelligence. Its mental judgment depends on Jiang Lin, but the negative effects are borne by the creature itself. As for the level, it could be upgraded through alienation, but Jiang Lin prefers not to do so for the time being. Firstly, the red-eyed dark goat man was an eyesore, and secondly, its abilities were modest. In a real fight, it wouldn't be as good as Jiang Lin's own spell. Jiang Lin then crafted the Mask of Laughing. Laughing Bitch, Sculpture Level 4. Laughing automatically transforms into a mental attack. If the opponent's mental power is higher than the opponent's, it can stimulate the spiritual matter in their body to mutate, ultimately backfiring and causing them to lose their sanity. Laughing continuously stimulates one's own spiritual power, and excessive use can cause unknown mutations. Looking at the masked black figure, with a sneer on his face, Jiang Lin felt the name was definitely right. It was only because he had gotten the Mask of Laughing from a box that he had no grudge against the opponent, otherwise he would have given it a few slaps. The negative effects were still mild, but it didn't affect Jiang Lin, so it was usable. As for the level 5 Pen of Lies, since he didn't have the crystal essence, Jiang Lin had to put it away for now, and wait until he had some. The abilities of the strange creatures were actually of limited use to Jiang Lin. After all, he was already a level 5 Trick Shaper, and could handle anything short of a level 6. Their primary use was as a death substitute, so 3 strange creatures were sufficient for now. He could use the tricks as a substitute 3 times, but if he couldn't survive even that, any more would be a disaster. After controlling the Shadow Man and the Goat Man to go to the bathroom to clean the toilet, Jiang Lin asked the Laughing Bitch to stay with Xiao Tan in the storage room. As for Xiao Tan's objections, he could only say there were no spare rooms. Because his spiritual power was depleted, the remaining 2 transformations were wasted, but Jiang Lin felt it was worth it. At least his right hand, chest, abdomen, hips, and left leg had gained the ability to regenerate severed limbs. While they might not be used, it was always a good thing to strengthen himself. From now on, he would have 6 transmutations per day, and he wouldn't have to worry about running out of transmutations. If something important came up, he could even forego the number of transmutations and invest more spiritual energy in transmutations. He was past the point where quantity was crucial, and was more focused on quality. I've finished experimenting with the sculpting, now I try the spell. This, his current primary attack method, arguably took the insidious nature of the trickster's path to its fullest potential. It was early morning, and he conjured a grey light spell body, carrying the fog-crossing lantern. Half an hour later, he finally found a wandering level 2 headless monster. Jiang Lin floated to a tree in front of the monster, and expended 10 stamina points to carve his own spiritual spell symbol. He now had a full 1600 stamina points, so this was a drop in the bucket. Not long after, the monster, facing the tree, stared blankly at the symbol, as if drawn in. Its body began to sprout slippery tentacles, and tumors had seemingly spread across its body. However, the headless monster seemed oblivious, staring intently at the symbol like a madman. Soon, Jiang Lin felt he could control it, but he couldn't use it as a ghostly substitute. Perhaps it had something to do with the spiritual imprint. This creature wasn't his creation, so it didn't have a spiritual imprint. This control was more like that of the red-eyed dark sheep man. It wasn't absolute, but even lower-level creatures were powerless to resist. If Jiang Lin hadn't been so far superior in mental power, he probably wouldn't have had a chance to break through that momentary barrier. Suicide, Jiang Lin commanded in his mind. The tentacles on the monster began to squeeze its body, the tumors began to expand, and finally, bang, a muffled sound, and flesh and blood splattered. Jiang Lin used levitation to repel the flying flesh and blood, nodding with satisfaction. The ghost curse was definitely a powerful skill. While it wasn't meant for direct combat, it was no weakling in real combat. I just don't know how effective it is against level 5 creatures. Jiang Lin raised his hand and rubbed his chin. Unfortunately, he couldn't find a level 5 creature to test on right away. He could only estimate that if he invested most of his physical strength, he should be able to inflict damage on a level 5 creature, but killing it outright might be difficult. By contrast, if he used his transformation to transform into Xiaotong or Xiaosan, he would be much more powerful in a head-on battle. This was the biggest difference between him and other Transformers, and it was his unique trump card. Those Transformers could only transform into Transformers or Transformers, and their strength was definitely far inferior to his altered creatures. But winning a head-on battle didn't guarantee a kill. That required further consideration. Chapter 113. Amidst the bloody mist, a yellowish-reddish light illuminated a 10-meter radius. A low humming sound echoed. Crawling, filthy, blasphemous, eerie, decaying, trembling. Transformed into a sacrifice. As Jianlin finished his words, the disgusting monster ahead halted its charge. It was a humanoid monster covered in eyeballs of varying sizes. Its eyeballs could fire spider silk to penetrate its foes, and its system detection was considered strong at even a level 3. Unfortunately, such a monster could only serve as a tool for Jianlin's experiments. The monster slowly sprouted tentacles and tumors. The effects of the spell seemed to follow a similar pattern. As for the spell itself, it was Jianlin's spiritual intuition, the requirement for casting a spell. He didn't know its meaning, but it was the correct word. He could also engrave this spell on any object. Any creature that touched it would be spiritually judged, and if it was hostile, it would be cursed. Very convenient, and quite magical. In other words, if he wanted to, and had enough stamina, he could carve anywhere, even across the entire foggy world. It's just pointless. Thinking of this, Jianlin shook his head. He could, however, carve some symbols on the members of the Weird Mist Order to save their lives in a critical moment. Iron Castle wouldn't need them. He was stronger than he was now, so he didn't need them. In the future, he'd just carve a few here and there when he had time, or whenever he needed to recover. Maybe it would help. Why does it feel like the evil god style? It must be an illusion. Jianlin thought he was a good person. Thinking, Jianlin casually carved his symbol into a nearby tree trunk. The mist won't repair this kind of damage, right? He wasn't sure, but it wasn't a big deal. It only consumed stamina. Jianlin manipulated the thousand-eyed spider hunter into committing suicide. Its tentacles instantly began to squeeze, its tumors expanding. Bang! A familiar explosion effect. A perverse curse would require about 50 stamina points to work on a level 3 creature, not a lot. A level 4 curse would probably require several hundred. A level 5 would probably be impossible to kill directly, but expending most of it to cause parts of its body to mutate uncontrollably should be possible. Then you could have it fight itself, which would be quite perverse. Half an hour later. After testing the perverse curse's effects, Jianlin had his cursed body search for each member of the perverse mist conclave. A perverse curse symbol worth 200 stamina points was engraved on each person's hand. He then recalled his cursed body and rested to replenish his stamina. A perverse curse engraved with 200 stamina points was enough for them to defend themselves against level 4 creatures. Jianlin lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, lost in thought. It was 3 a.m. on the 15th day. He planned to make some arrangements, strengthen his strength tomorrow morning, and go look for Xiaofu and the others at dawn on the 16th. This time, he planned to go alone. As a level 5 trickster, even bringing Xiaotong and Xiaosan with him wouldn't be much use. They might even get in his way if he tried to escape. As for their abilities, Jianlin had trickster transformation, so he could easily transform into any one of them. With a cursed body, he could even transform into 2, making them even less helpful. Furthermore, he had 3 trickster creatures to take his place, so he was very safe. Since tonight had refreshed his number of transformations to 6, he would try to transform objects instead of creatures. This would avoid encountering something like the mocking chair, and perhaps even obtain a level 6 item. If such a life-saving ability still threatened danger, Jianlin decided he didn't need to run anymore. He could just wait for death. If only there were a level 5 advancement scroll. He thought of Xiaoying and couldn't help but sigh. With Xiaoying's loyalty, if she advanced to level 5, and he could use mutation to upgrade her to level 6, she would definitely not be as disobedient as the heartless chair of mockery. Unfortunately, level 5 advancement scrolls could only be found in treasure chests higher than silver, and he had yet to see one. Last time, Lin Yu's Iron Fortress did swallow a level 5 creature, but Jianlin searched the surrounding 10 kilometers and couldn't find the treasure chest. It might have been hidden, or it might not have spawned. Level 4 creatures are relatively rare, let alone level 5. At this level, their concealment abilities must be very strong, making them extremely difficult to find. After a while, exhausted, Jianlin fell asleep in a state of worry. "Master, it's dawn!" A familiar, cold voice echoed. Jiang Lin opened his eyes, and was greeted by Xiao Ying's sparkling silver eyes. He felt a little unaccustomed to only 6 hours of sleep, all because of the Misty World's mandatory 8-hour workday. He was too idle every day, developing a routine that was extremely unhealthy for young people. Leaving Xiao Ying to play in her room, Jiang Lin used some equipment to move to the living room. Washed, ate some meatballs, and called. Jiang Lin pulled back his hand from pushing the door, suddenly remembering that Xiaoxia and the others were gone. Maybe they haven't woken up yet. Laughing to himself, he suddenly realized there wasn't much else he could do. Since arriving in the Misty World, except for the first 2 days of work, his staff had been collecting materials. Especially Xiaoxia and Xiaoxia. Without them, he wouldn't be where he is today. So, what exactly did that he mean? Is it really just an invitation? What kind of invitation is that? But can Jiang Lin choose not to go? Obviously not. Even if he doesn't go this time, that being has plenty of ways to make him go. But what is his purpose? Jiang Lin really doesn't think he's anything worthy of that being's attention. Alienation? In the eyes of that being, such a method probably wouldn't be a big deal, right? Perhaps there are some hidden secrets he's unaware of. But since the other party has invited him, he has no choice but to participate. So that's why Cursed Body and Xiao San couldn't enter the Whispering Forest yesterday. Jiang Lin had a vague suspicion, but he could only wait until tomorrow to verify it. There was still plenty of time today. He needed to make some arrangements for the Weird Mist secret meeting. After contacting all members to gather at the main castle, Jiang Lin sat on the sofa and waited patiently. Master of the Weird Mist. Lin Yu and Sophia arrived first. After entering, they performed the secret meeting ceremony, and Jiang Lin gestured for them to sit down. Then came Han Xiaoxiao. He glanced coldly at Lin Yu and the others, frowning, clearly concerned that he wasn't first. But when he saw Jiang Lin, his face immediately shifted to a smile, and he bowed respectfully. Grey Ghost Lord. Again. Jiang Lin was speechless. This guy was really arguing with that gray-like god. Jiang Lin nodded, motioning for him to take a seat. Han Xiaoxiao had deliberately chosen a middle seat this time, knowing Jiang Lin would sit directly across from him. As he sat down, his blue eyes beneath his silver hair were solemn, as if he were participating in a ritual offering to the gods. This guy. Jiang Lin had no immediate solution. This wasn't Blue Star, and he couldn't find any medication for mental illness. Almost immediately, Meng Zi pushed open the door, her spider legs swaying in a terrifying way. Those with trypophobia would definitely not tolerate the eyeballs on her spider legs. Her gentle face showed no emotion. Upon seeing Jiang Lin, she smiled faintly and, after bowing as well, took her seat. Finally, Sun Huanyu swaggered in, sleepy-eyed, and gave Jiang Lin a listless salute. Brother, did you sleep well? Under Han Xiaoxiao's murderous glare, he deliberately sat next to Han Xiaoxiao, and even patted her shoulder in a friendly greeting. Han Xiaoxiao glanced at him, but ignored him. Sun Huanyu chuckled awkwardly, unconcerned. He was the kind of person who didn't mind small details. Seeing everyone present, Jiang Lin sat down in the center across from the square table, facing the group. Everyone suddenly grew serious. I just tell you 3 things. Chapter 114. Jiang Lin handed one of the twin pens to Lin Yu, along with the scrolls for the healing and stamina potions. First, while I'm gone, you will all follow Lin Yu's instructions. Lin Yu, you will be responsible for trading these 2 potions daily. As for the seeds, you can go to the trading house and purchase them yourself. Before he finished speaking, everyone except Sophia looked puzzled. Lin Yu was the first to ask, where are you going? Aren't you going back to the shelter after dark? I'm not sure, but don't worry. I have things I must do, and I have ways to protect myself. Just focus on your own tasks. Jiang Lin pressed his hand, a confident gesture that calmed everyone down a bit. He continued, second, you must work hard to devour your souls and transform into new bodies, improving your mental abilities. When you have time, open treasure chests and get stamina potions. Don't take them for now. I have other plans. Everyone nodded. Third, exchange crystals based on contribution, such as ferocious beast materials, treasure chests, or unique items. Sun Huanyu storage crystals also count. Lin Yu, make preliminary arrangements for this. Since there are only a few of us now, you don't need to go into too much detail. Just ensure everyone can develop steadily. Just focus on your own development. Don't worry about the shelter. It's already the property of the Order. Jiang Lin then produced 5 more weapons, all level 4 weapons crafted by the Shaper, including the black claw he was using for experiments. These 5 weapons all have an automatic lock-on feature, making them perfect for everyone. Each of you will have one of these. Combined with the Shaper spell, they'd be enough to deal with level 4 creatures. The Shaper Mist Order doesn't keep idle people. Only by striving to strengthen yourself can you contribute to the order. That's all for now. Dismissed. The 4 men left one after another, weapons in hand. Only Linyu remained in the iron fort to farm, next to the flower bed. Are you really okay? She severed 2 tentacles to feed the crops while glancing at Jianglin. Having read the twin pen introduction, she knew Jianglin might be heading to a relatively dangerous and enclosed location. This is something all survivors must face. If you don't advance, you die. You should know that. Otherwise, you wouldn't. Jianglin gestured with his eyes at the tentacles below Linyu's body. Linyu understood and didn't ask any further questions. As a qualified subordinate, one needs to be aware of the boss's affairs, but one shouldn't be overly concerned. Manage the strange mist conclave well. Do your best to encourage everyone to improve their skills, especially Han Xiaoxiao and Sophia. The sanctuary is already a tier 5 iron fort. I hope they can receive the rewards for being ranked number 1 in their respective worlds. Without further ado, Jianglin arrived outside the iron fort. He still had much preparation to make. The snow had completely melted, and the misty world seemed to have returned to the state it had been when he first arrived. He glanced at the temperature. 30 degrees. It changes every few days. The temperature in the misty world fluctuated on a 10-degree scale, sometimes fluctuating by 20 degrees. It was simply outrageous. After sighing, he didn't forget his business and took out the 4-moment dice. The cursed body went to the ruins to find the small axes. He tossed the dice upward, a flash of spiritual intuition flashing, and then he held it in his palm. Infinity symbol, reverse 8, not going well. Jianglin wasn't disappointed. He had expected this. After all, if the cursed body's visit had been effective, he wouldn't have returned empty-handed yesterday. He continued his prediction. My main body will go to the ruins to find Axe and the others. He rolled the dice again, his spiritual intuition telling him the answer. Invisible mass, smooth sailing. Why? Jianglin was surprised but also a little puzzled. Why did the main body have to go? Was it because of that being's arrangement? But since it was confirmed that Axe and the others could be found, it was a good thing anyway. Jianglin wasn't in a rush to leave right away. He wanted to stick to his original plan and wait until tonight to strengthen his power, playing it safe. The 4 luck dice could only predict things at level 4 and below. While they could find Axe and the others, other unexpected events couldn't be predicted. Playing it safe was a sure thing. Jianglin decided to fully utilize the trickster's cunning spirit. What should he predict for another time? Finding a crystal core? Not necessary. A silver treasure chest? That's a good option. How about using mysterious luck and the 4 luck dice to predict a higher level treasure chest? He was already level 5 anyway, so he didn't need mysterious luck as a trump card. Let's do it. Jianglin suddenly had a sound idea. Mysterious luck activated. My next prediction using the 4 luck dice will lead me to a level 5 treasure chest. An invisible force enveloped Jianglin. He felt as if the world revolved around him, as if he could obtain whatever he desired. Of course, this was just an illusion. Mysterious luck couldn't be used carelessly, or something bad might happen. He could only minimize the likelihood of negative effects. Based on his intuition, Jianglin randomly chose a direction. I'm going to search for the silver treasure chest 100 kilometers in this direction. He threw the dice upward, his spiritual intuition stirring. Invisible mass, smooth sailing. The inexplicable feeling surrounding him vanished. Success, plan working. Although he had only used the 4 luck dice to predict the silver treasure chest, since the mysterious luck had already taken effect, it meant that as long as he followed the plan, he would definitely encounter a level 5 treasure chest, a higher level than the silver one. In fact, Jianglin suspected that the level 5 treasure chest was most likely a gold treasure chest, or perhaps a crystal treasure chest, but that didn't matter. It was just a formality. To maximize his strength, this long journey was necessary. Jianglin made no further preparations and floated off directly, bringing only 3 strange, shaped creatures with him. With his current level 5 strength and the skills of a shaped creature, he was more than capable of dealing with level 5 creatures. He didn't even bother bringing Xiao San with him. He even left Xiao Tong with Xiao Ying. Although they were level 5, they were of little use to Jianglin and would hinder his escape. Jianglin traveled at full speed, his level 5 floating speed swift, covering a distance of 10 kilometers in just over 10 minutes. He encountered a flying level 3 beast on the way, but he killed it with a single spell, without a ripple. As for the fog creatures on the ground, he didn't even bother to glance at them. He simply floated and picked up treasure chests whenever he came across them, the fog creatures barely aware of his presence. Jianlin finally felt the joy of crushing them. As a level 5, the highest level below the higher level cultivators, he had achieved relative freedom in the fog. Of course, that was if he didn't encounter level 6 or higher creatures. Thinking of this, Jianlin slowed down and lowered his altitude considerably. Don't get too excited. Stay steady. He maintained a steady pace, scattering the 3 strange-shaped creatures 4,999 meters behind him. This would allow him to easily escape if things went wrong. After floating for over 20 kilometers, Jianlin encountered a level 2 and a level 3 shelter, but he didn't enter to investigate. These 2 shelters were most likely owned by humans from Blue Star, in the same area as his. No one was home, likely out exploring. Finally, after traveling over 30 kilometers, Jianlin encountered a level 4 ferocious beast. It was a lion-like beast shrouded in a terrifying black shadow, a strange dark blue flame blazing within the shadow. Flatly, within the dark blue flame, hideous worms could be seen opening and closing their massive mouths. Night Black Lioness, a level 4 ferocious beast, a species of vassal of an old god. It has unique hobbies and enjoys breeding with all creatures, though those creatures often meet a less pleasant end. Note, killing it would be easy with your strength, but perhaps this could also be a beautiful encounter? Consider whether to offend this species. Chapter 115. At 10:16, the fog was blocked off 60 meters away, and tall, slender trees revealed their green leaves. Although the foggy world remained shrouded in a gray haze, a hint of summer still lingered. Jianlin floated in midair, the hem of his black windbreaker drooping naturally, his expression as indifferent as a god. He gazed down at the Night Black Lioness, about 3 meters tall, and no longer felt the same way he had when he first saw the black ram. He simply felt that this ferocious, terrifying level 4 beast was so tiny, so easily destroyed by a single word. The lioness was dozing, completely unaware of the observation from above. Her massive body curled up, her breathing steady, completely unconcerned about any unsuspecting creature's ambush. Is this the difference in life levels? Jianlin sighed inwardly. He was wearing the blister, a level 5 defensive device. Even level 5 beings couldn't lock onto him with their spiritual senses, let alone since he was also level 5. It would be unusual for the Night Black Lioness to notice him. Could this creature be related to the Black Ram? They're both descended from an old god, and both share a strong desire to reproduce. Their sizes aren't much different, except that this Night Black Lioness looks far more terrifying than the Black Ram. Should we kill her? Jianlin frowned, unsure about this so-called old god's descendant. According to Fei Yi, the principle of covert attraction is that what you know is what you encounter. He had previously killed the Black Ram and the red-eyed dark goat man, and wondered if he had offended the beings behind either race. Activating levitation, he extended his slender white right hand, and his silver treasure chest beneath a tree was already in his backpack. Even so blatantly, the Night Black Lioness showed no reaction at all. Perhaps this is the norm for a lower level being confronted by a higher level being. Forget it, why worry about something that's unnecessary? Jianlin still felt that instead of worrying about these things, it would be better to strengthen himself. There are so many dependent races in the Misty World. Is he going to avoid them all? I use you to try and consume them. With a thought, he immediately unleashed a strange spell. Crawl, filth. Desecrate, monstrous, decay, tremble. Become a sacrifice. The strange spell was chanted, and 100 HP was transmitted below with the words. The air around them seemed to stagnate, and for a moment, it became mysterious and unpredictable. The Night Black Lioness had just heard the low growl, but before she could react, she suddenly realized her body was losing control. Roar! She let out a low roar, and strange tentacles and tumors began to grow on the front half of her body. Terrified, she tried to move, but her hind legs flapped with little success. She was losing control. Goo! Goo! The shadows around her also began to mutate. The worm's mouth parts began to gnaw at each other, and the dark blue flames trembled violently. Bang! It slammed into a tree, screaming and struggling desperately to control its body, but its front half was completely unresponsive. Crawling, filthy. Seeing it hadn't completely lost its mind, Jianlin cast another spell, investing another 100 HP. This time, there was no mishap. The Night Black Lioness completely lost her mind. The lion's entire body was filled with writhing tentacles and tumors, transforming into a disgusting, demented monster. Jianlin guided it forward a few steps, now fully controlling it. The level 4 being he once had to look up to, now could easily control its life and death with a single word. How unpredictable. This is the suppression of level. Looking at the ugly, demented night black lioness below, he couldn't help but sigh. There was no trace of joy on his face, for him now, such an outcome was all too common. You have to remember that he still had many other methods at his disposal, such as transfiguration and shaping. If this was the case at level 5, what would level 6 and above entail? Thinking of Fei Yi, the only high-level being he had ever met, her mysterious spatial abilities alone made it difficult for Jiang Lin to locate her. Suicide. Jiang Lin's thoughts flashed, like a god controlling the life and death of an ant. At his command, the tentacles of the night black lioness reached into the body, violently churning its internal organs. However, such pain failed to awaken its consciousness. The night black lioness remained unresponsive until she collapsed. Soon, she was reduced to an ugly shrunken corpse. Jiang Lin floated down, stowing the corpse and a crystal core into his backpack, his lips barely moving. There was no lingering. Today's primary goal was to find a higher-level treasure chest. His windbreaker trembled as he continued to float forward at a steady pace. In the mist behind him, 3 strange creatures he had created kept their distance and quickly followed. They advanced a total of 60 kilometers. During this time, they encountered numerous fog creatures, both neutral and hostile, but none below level 4. He took any treasure chests he could find, not wasting his energy on them. If his predictions were correct, he would need to conserve his energy to fight at least one level 5 creature. Notably, he also casually cursed and killed a 3-headed creature, a species unfriendly to humans. Jiang Lin killed it with ease, and in return, he obtained a strange oil lamp. The strange oil lamp transformed into a fog-crossing lantern, useful for nighttime travel. Just then, a small lake suddenly appeared ahead. In its center was an island, a faint red glow emanating from it. He remembered someone mentioning this island in the regional chat, but he wondered what became of that person. The level 5 treasure chest is likely from here. The prediction of the mysterious luck interference shouldn't be wrong, but he felt something was amiss. As he drifted closer, he unexpectedly spotted a level 4 shelter on the island. A crystal-coated house. Currently, while level 4 crystal-coated houses aren't rare, they're also rare. Only about 100,000 of the 2 billion blue stars possess them. Level 3 protection cores, while rare, are still available to quite a few. A crystal-coated house like this appeared on an island like this. And Jiang Lin's spiritual sense suggested there seemed to be 2 humans inside the stone house. A man and a woman doing. Jiang Lin subconsciously frowned. Creaky. He landed on the island, his boots feeling like cotton on the soft mud of the lake center. He turned to look at the lake water. It looked clear, but he wondered if it was drinkable. He turned on the probe. Water, then probed the stone house. Nothing. This was normal system operation, and Jiang Lin was used to it. It truly lived up to the principle of sometimes being useful, sometimes not. The system's probes were confusing. For example, when probing survivors, it would only reveal one race at most, and it was common for it to reveal no information at all. He circled the island, finding nothing. The red light seemed to exist in the air, its source untraceable. In the end, only the crystal-coated stone house remained. Jiang Lin felt around and saw that the 3 strange creatures were scattered around the lake and further afield, ready to use their creatures as substitutes. After ensuring safety, he walked to the stone house's door. Sensitive sounds emanated from within the stone house, clearly engaged in reproductive activities. This was also why Jiang Lin didn't go in directly. He didn't want to pry into someone's privacy. Although the stone house's location was rather odd, as a ghost sculptor, he wasn't particularly concerned about safety. He waited for a while, but the noise inside didn't calm down. Instead, it intensified. Exhausted by his impatience, he levitated a stone and knocked on the door. But the noise didn't subside, it only intensified. Jiang Lin, a kind-hearted person, was baffled. He could only levitate a larger stone and slam it hard against the stone house door. Bang! Bang! The trembling seemed to threaten to smash the stone house door open, and the noise finally ceased. Who is it? An angry, hoarse male voice rang out from inside. Jiang Lin could also hear the rustling of clothing. The voice sounded hollow. Li Ba, Jiang Lin replied casually, his hands folded. Chapter 116. I'm Li Ye. Who are you, and what do you want? A hoarse male voice quickly echoed, and it was clear the man was from Yen country. But precisely because of this, Jiang Lin frowned. This stone house looked strange, but there were actually survivors inside. If the stone house was the work of some level 5 creature, he would be more accepting. But what was going on now, After a moment's thought, Jian Lin replied, Palace Jade Liquor. After a while, the man's helpless response came from inside. No, buddy, are you crazy? You can't buy it for 180 yuan. It's so late, and you're still exchanging secret codes. If you have something to say, say it. If not, get out. Jian Lin ignored the man's subsequent words, becoming even more confused. He was definitely a survivor from Yen country. Could it be that his mind was possessed by something strange, something was fishy, and he wasn't going to resort to conventional methods? You have half a minute to get out, or I use a nuclear bomb to wipe out the entire place. Don't question my abilities. The man was silent for a moment, then sneered. Who are you trying to scare, you bastard? Look carefully at what level of shelter this is before you say that. Huh. Jian Lin wasn't angry after hearing this. He didn't care about the ant's roars. He had already determined the man's fate in his heart. Although he wasn't a god and didn't have the power to decide life and death, he was a strong man. The weak could insult the strong as long as they could bear the consequences. Just as Jian Lin was about to patiently give the man 30 seconds to say his final goodbyes, a strange noise came from inside. There was the sound of something heavy falling, followed by a strange knock-knock sound. It sounded a bit like teeth clashing against metal. Ding! Ding! Then it became the sound of nails being hammered, extremely strange. Confused, Jian Lin spread his spiritual sense, but was blocked by the stone house. When? Just before he landed on the island, he had clearly penetrated the stone house and seen. Although he hadn't used his spiritual sense again since then, that didn't mean the level for stone house couldn't block his spiritual sense. Something strange. The stone house was filled with a constant ding-ding sound. Listening closely, it sounded like something was going on. Go in and take a look? Jian Lin used the transfer object skill on the door, but bumped into it. Instinctively, he took a step back, and the ding-ding sound became clearer. There were only two possible reasons for not being able to transfer object. 1, the object wasn't big enough, and 2, the door was alive. Better alive. I don't care what you say. Jian Lin sneered, and used the transformation skill. He transformed into the Three Desires puppet, also known as Xiao San. His body was pale, his organs and hairless, and his face was mouthless. Xiao San had the strongest physical form of all his altered creatures, and his combat power was at the top of level 5. Feeling the immense power of his physical form, Jian Lin suddenly raised his leg backward. Open it! He exerted all his strength, and his right leg slammed into the stone door with a bullet-like bang. Stone chips flew everywhere, shattering a large hole and revealing the pitch-black hall within. Jian Lin glanced around. No one was there. Without flinching, he stepped directly inside. As a sculptor, still maintaining Xiao San's physical form, he was confident he was invincible below level 6. Unkillable meant invincible. Thump! Thump! His footsteps made a soft sound. The hall was quiet, furnished with the usual shelter-like furnishings, flower beds, tables, and chairs. A ding-ding sound emanated from the innermost room. The sound was eerie, but Jian Lin showed no fear. He had been repeatedly attacked by strange methods, and had long since developed an immunity to such attacks. He strode towards the room, determined to see what was going on. Squeak! He reached out and gently pushed the door open. The wooden and stone door scraped against the floor and slowly swung open. When the door was fully opened, a nauseating smell of blood mixed with the smell of the sea assaulted him. He frowned subconsciously and looked closely. What he saw was a scene so disgusting it made him sick. In the center of the room, a scantily clad man and woman stood with their backs to him. They were hammering at something, the ding-ding sound emanating from their hammers. The two men's hair was a mess, the woman's hair obscuring her features, making it difficult to discern her features. Her clothes were tattered, and her skin was an unhealthy grayish white. Both men were filthy, their skin faintly visible with dried white mucus. Jian Lin glanced down, and finally saw what they were hammering. It was a pile of blood-stained teeth. These teeth, scattered on the ground, some broken, others still intact, looked particularly terrifying. They were mindlessly hammering the teeth into a shrunken black book with a small hammer. Each tooth was tangled in the black cover, its material unclear. Who was talking just now? Jian Lin, long immune to such disgusting things, returned to his normal self, and asked the two men expressionlessly. However, the two men showed no reaction at all, simply picking up the blood-stained teeth and continuing to hammer them into the black book. During this process, a horrifying incident occurred. At one point, during the beating, the man smashed his hammer directly into the woman's hand, instantly reducing it to a bloody mess. But surprisingly, the woman showed no reaction, continuing her movements like a mindless puppet. Jiang Lin, seeing this, felt a strange feeling well up in his heart. These two were clearly not normal humans. Never mind, I put you to rest. Jiang Lin sighed, knowing he wouldn't be able to get anything out of them. So, he transformed into a small pickaxe, and a 2-meter-tall spider-like monster with a pickaxe head suddenly appeared in the room. With a single strike of Jiang Lin's spider leg, the two were easily cut in half. The room was instantly awash with blood and flesh, staining the teeth and the black book a dark red, and the smell of blood became even stronger. Jiang Lin transformed back into his normal self, shook his head, and turned to leave. There was something strange about this stone house, and he couldn't figure out what the problem was. There must be something level 5 here, otherwise it wouldn't have escaped his spiritual sense. After searching the stone house again, finding nothing, Jiang Lin left. But the moment he left, something unexpected happened. Behind him, the smashed stone door instantly returned to its original state, as if it had just been an illusion. The lute sound emanated from within again. Exactly the same sound as when he first arrived. Jiang Lin frowned and turned to look back at the stone house. This was his first time encountering such an odd thing. He tried to levitate the stone and pounded hard on the door. Dong! Dong! The noise inside intensified for a moment, then suddenly ceased. Who is it? An angry, hoarse male voice rang out from within, still the same man whose voice had always sounded weak. Everything seemed to have returned to the beginning, as if Jiang Lin's entry and the subsequent events had never happened. How interesting. Jiang Lin, however, felt nothing strange. He simply thought this encounter was uniquely novel. This time, Jiang Lin didn't waste any time, simply bursting through the door. The stone house instantly fell silent, and a familiar ding-ding sound emanated from the innermost room. Jiang Lin pushed the door open again. Familiar scene, familiar movements. But this time, there was someone else. Jiang Lin stared at himself in the center of the room, working with a man and woman, hammering his teeth into the black book, lost in thought. Jiang Lin was equally scantily clad, his hair disheveled, and his clothes filthy. The only difference between him and the other two was that he lacked the dried white mucus. Ding! 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 The three of them hammered their teeth in succession, and strange arcs seemed to appear faintly on the withered black cover. Chapter 117. Ha! Jiang Lin sneered, finding this little trick rather frivolous. He transformed himself into a small pickaxe once more, slashing down with a single spider leg, instantly tearing the three men apart. I kill myself if I get mad? After killing the three, Jiang Lin headed out of the stone house without looking back. He knew this was far from over, but he already had a plan in mind. Sure enough, after he left the stone house, it instantly returned to normal. The lute music could be heard again from within, now much higher pitched and almost sarcastic. Jiang Lin quietly stepped away, his boots creaking softly against the ground on the lake island. A red light permeated the air, its source unknown. The surrounding lake was tranquil, without a single ripple. A gray mist enveloped the island, making it appear eerie. In his mind, he slowly accessed the knowledge left by Fei Yi, which contained information on all classes below level 6. Suddenly, a flood of secrets flooded his memory. He mastered the names and general abilities of all 9 paths, from levels 2 to 5. After sifting through them, Jiang Lin found a path that matched his current situation. The Hypnotist Path. This was also the path where the red-eyed dark goat he had killed resided. Levels 2 to 5 are Hypnotist, Trickster, Puppeteer, and Psychopath. This must be the manifestation of a level 5 psychopath, but he couldn't find their true form yet. But the information Fei he had provided contained information about psychopaths' abilities. Psychopaths, through their insane and disordered behavior and chaotic and absurd thoughts, they create a chaotic and bizarre mental field, strongly interfering with the logical thinking of those around them, causing their sanity to steadily decline and plunging into a state of chaos and loss of control. The specific abilities are unknown. Fei Ye's introduction states that this path is largely devoid of normal individuals, and that communication is often difficult. Therefore, only some level 5 professionals who have encountered mental patients have summarized their general abilities. Fei also mentioned that perhaps a level 5 prophet from the Informer path could easily counter this ability. But the Informer path, like the Trickster path, is as mysterious and rare, and knowledge is even less readily shared. This reminded Jiang Lin of Ming Zi. Her profession had been transformed by Jiang Lin, and in the future, a level 5 prophet might be even more powerful than an ordinary prophet, perhaps providing him with considerable assistance. But Ming Zi's level was currently too low, and she couldn't be relied upon against the mental patient for the time being. Jiang Lin looked at the stone house, his arms folded, his index finger resting on his chin. Since there's a level 5 anomaly here, there must be a level 5 treasure chest, but unfortunately, no one knows where it's hidden. Or perhaps, he must kill this anomaly. Mysterious luck indeed has its pros and cons. Finding the treasure chest is indeed possible, but whether it's easy to obtain is not its responsibility. If it were a level 5 beast or a monster, he'd be confident he could take it head on, but its strangeness was truly annoying. Where is it hiding? Jiang Lin muttered, pondering the psychopath's bizarre thoughts. Excluding the people he'd already killed twice, the only remaining things were the stone house, the black book, and... He looked down at his feet. This island in the middle of the lake was also quite strange. One by one, first the stone house. Jiang Lin cast a strange spell. Crawling, filthy. Blasphemous, strange, decaying, trembling. Become a sacrifice. As he chanted the spell, the air thickened, and the surroundings became unpredictable. However, even after he invested 300 HP, the stone house remained motionless, showing no signs of any change. Even a level 5 creature, with his intelligence, would have seen some change with 300 HP. The stone house remained silent, proving it wasn't the original form of the creature. A groaning sound emanated from within, and Jiang Lin burst through the door, instantly transforming into a clanging sound. However, when Jiang Lin pushed open the door to the innermost room, he was startled. 3 people stood before him, their smiles almost reaching from ear to ear. Jiang Lin was one of them. They held small hammers, each holding a bloody tooth, ready to drive it into him. Get out! Jiang Lin shouted angrily. The shadow thorn ring on his right hand transformed into several shadowy vine thorns, ripping the 3 people to shreds in the blink of an eye. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere, but he remained expressionless, levitating to gather all the flesh and blood in a corner. Buzz! Jiang Lin swiftly hurled his snake shadow blade. The blade silently sliced through the air and landed on the shrunken black book, carving his spell symbol into it. This time, Jiang Lin directly invested 400 points of his stamina. However, still no movement, no sense of control. Not even that? Jiang Lin frowned at this, feeling that the mind of a mental patient was truly unique. What was the purpose of going to all the trouble to create such a field? Was it to scare people? Jiang Lin wasn't worried anyway. With a sanity of 59 and a trickster, this trick had no power over him. If he had been affected before, he might have been, but now? This trick had better hope it left quickly. This time, Jiang Lin didn't leave immediately. Instead, he activated the shadow thorn ringed shadow vine thorns to tear down the stone house. With a sharp puff 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 sound, the stone house collapsed in an instant, reduced to rubble. Boots treading, windbreaker fluttering, Jiang Lin stepped out of the ruins. He didn't immediately cast a spell on the lake island. Instead, he drank a level 2 stamina potion. Since he already had a level 3 stamina potion to craft a scroll, he didn't need to conserve it. Maintaining sufficient stamina would allow him to handle more situations. He also had a feeling that the lake island wasn't the real thing. That would be too easy. 2 consecutive failed attempts made him feel his thinking was still too ordinary. For someone with a psychiatric disorder, their thoughts must be unusual. Even though the ground felt soft like cotton candy, it could still be a deception. The stone house behind him returned to its original appearance, as if Jiang Lin hadn't just collapsed this house. The lewd sounds emanated from within again, making him feel uneasy. If he stayed any longer, he might really be affected by this psychiatric patient's presence. But retreating now felt a bit of a shame. A level 5 treasure chest. Jiang Lin looked at the red light lingering in the air, lost in thought. Could it be this thing? Or, red light, stone house, island in the middle of the lake, people, black book teeth. Jiang Lin suddenly had a flash of inspiration, realizing he'd overlooked something crucial. Why was he following such a bizarre line of thought? Especially one born of a peculiar profession, like a mental patient. How could a normal person possibly understand the mindset of a mental patient? He'd already been misled when he considered the reasons behind these things, falling into a distorted logic. Mental patients are inherently illogical, and there was no logic in the scene he created. But there was one thing that was absolutely anomalous, and Jiang Lin had subconsciously overlooked it. That was the lake. There was indeed a lake in the fog, but with the system's stinginess, how could it possibly allow survivors to obtain fresh water so easily? Jiang Lin had explored the area and found no fog creatures. This was clearly anomalous. What could cause this? It could only mean something's wrong with this lake. Following his strange train of thought, he searched this seemingly abnormal island in the middle of the lake, but he probably wouldn't find its true form. Thinking of this, Jiang Lin began to float. He reached the surface of the lake and felt it tremble. It seems you are conscious. He smiled faintly and began to chant a strange incantation. Crawling, filthy. Blasphemous, monstrous, decaying, trembling. Become a sacrifice. Using 600 stamina points, the lake's surface began to tremble, the air stagnant, and an unpredictable atmosphere enveloped the entire lake. Puff! Puff! Tentacles stirred up torrents of water. Chapter 118. As the surrounding space twisted and shifted, the red light, the lake, and the island in the middle of it all disappeared. Jiang Lin looked up, only to see that the area that once belonged to the lake had become a barren wasteland, without even a tree. Below him stood a grotesque humanoid figure covered in tangled black hair, its lips pierced with black. It was about 2 meters tall, its lips parted, revealing neat, bloody teeth. Read. Eat knowledge, read books. Teacher, you're lying. Parts of the monster's body had sprouted tentacles and tumors, a result of the cursed transformation, but its black mouth continued to utter strange mutterings. As its black hair trembled, Jiang Lin could see its shrunken, black skin, which at first glance looked like it had been stitched on. It doesn't taste good, teacher, books, knowledge, disgusting. The monster continued to mutter, and in the blink of an eye, its body twisted and transforming into a ragged woman. She suddenly fell to her knees, tears streaming from her eyes. Don't kill me, please. I have a daughter. Let me live, I'd do anything. Then its body twisted again, transforming into the man in the stone house, laughing maniacally. Ha! Great, this is it, I love this world. It shifted strangely, resembling the deranged thoughts of a mentally ill person, though perhaps also hinting at some reality. Jiang Lin didn't bother to watch it play tricks. His eyes were already fixed on the dazzling golden treasure chest beside him. Golden treasure chest. Contains a random item, 95% chance of a tier 5, 5% chance of a tier 6. Finally, Jiang Lin raised his hand, and the golden treasure chest floated up, grasping it. He gently stroked the delicate lines on the chest's surface. This texture, worthy of gold. Putting the chest away, he felt that today's goal was largely accomplished. He looked down at the strange creature, its constantly shifting form and muttering incomprehensible, like a madman, and felt nothing special. But that didn't mean this level 5 creature was truly inoffensive. Quite the contrary. As the creature twisted and distorted and muttered, a field of mind-distorting distortion was constantly generated in the surrounding space. Any level 5 creature with less advanced mental abilities would be affected. If it wasn't dealt with quickly, it would likely lead to a decline in mental capacity and a loss of control. Jiang Lin was naturally unafraid. As a level 5 creeper with a mental capacity of 59, and wearing a sludge mask, this strange attack method seemed nothing but a ridiculous performance to him. It's time to send you on your way. As soon as he finished speaking, he activated his creeper transformation, transforming into Shao San. The 3 desires puppet can control the 3 desires within a certain range, sight, nose, and hearing, causing confusion and insanity in its enemies. It also possesses an extremely strong physique. It's perfect for tearing this creature apart. It's primarily for conserving energy. Jiang Lin's previous spells had consumed a significant amount, so he wasn't planning to use them again against it. He seized the opportunity when the creature revealed its true form. Whoosh! A gust of wind tore through him, and he leaped down, his pale hand stabbing fiercely at the creature. The creature instinctively tried to twist and dodge, but Jiang Lin's little 3's ability disrupted its consciousness, blocking its 3 senses, ultimately freezing it in place. With a rip, its shrunken skin ripped apart. A disgusting black liquid splattered, deflected by Jiang Lin's levitation. He didn't pause, his hands twitching constantly. How could a body like Wei Yi, so inept at hand-to-hand combat, withstand Shao San's immense strength? Soon, it was reduced to a series of black fragments. Under absolute strength, there was no suspense. As the surrounding field of distorted reason gradually dissipated, the mist returned to its stillness. Jiang Lin returned to his handsome self. The dirt ground around him was littered with black-haired, black-mouthed skins, most of them shattered and mixed with a disgusting black liquid. He waited for the strange object to form. Sure enough, he didn't have to wait long. The fragments and liquid began to rapidly coalesce, mingling with the chaotic spirits around them, transforming into a shrunken black book. The black book was studded with strange teeth, its shape very abstract. Black book, fake level 5, strange item. When opened, it generates a mental field that distorts the mind. The mental capacity of any creature within it will continuously decline, and if it falls below its physical fitness, a mutation will occur. It becomes ineffective when closed. Note: the reader will experience extreme mental confusion and irrationality, so use with caution. There's a saying about fake strange items? Jian Lin found this description odd, but couldn't immediately figure out why. Putting the black book away, he prepared to return home. Although it was only 12:45, he had already achieved his purpose. 1 gold and 1 silver, plus 6 uses of the alienation spell, should significantly improve his overall strength. But just as he was about to activate levitation, a figure suddenly entered his spiritual awareness. Huh? Jian Lin frowned. The intruder wasn't a fog creature, but a young man with a single horn. He looked like a survivor, but his spiritual awareness revealed he was actually a level 4 professional. He just didn't know how. This person clearly wasn't from the same batch as the Blue Star people. Today was only the 15th day, so no one could reach level 4 so quickly. The previous survivor? The Mist Force? Jian Lin's mind raced, quickly determining the other person's identity. Fei Yi had just mentioned the Mist Force to him yesterday, and he'd encountered it today. Was this the principle of stealth attraction? The effect was truly immediate. Thinking of this, Jian Lin quickly used objects to relocate and hide in a tree, secretly observing the one-horned young man. If it weren't for the horn, he'd look no different from a Blue Star person, a bit like a hybrid of Eastern and Western descent. With black hair and blue eyes, and a pale, sallow complexion, he was considered good-looking, though only slightly comparable to Jian Lin. Strange, why did the mist disperse here? The one-horned young man uttered a faint question, then his body transformed into a stream of light, flashing and vanishing from his original location. When he reappeared, he was in front of the tree where Jian Lin had hidden, the center of the mist-repelling velvet circle. Hearing the young man's doubts, Jian Lin secretly temporarily disabled the effect of the fog-repelling velvet ring. The fog instantly returned to its original state, eventually settling 20 meters away from the young man. It seemed the one-horned young man also had a fog-repelling technique. The normal range of fog vision was about 6 meters. Jian Lin simply floated out of the tree and hovered directly above the young man's head to observe him. The sludge had a concealing effect, and the opponent was only level 4. Without other means of detection, he would have been impossible to detect. He had already roughly determined the young man's class. The characteristics of the method he had just used were quite obvious. A level 4 class in the Traveler Path, Light-Seeking Priest. The Light-Seeking Priest's most commendable ability is undoubtedly their mobility. One of their skills is Light Shift, which allows them to teleport short distances using light. When it comes to escaping, the Trickster Path may not be as good as the Traveler Paths, but the Trickster Path is also relatively more comprehensive. Most of the Traveler's Path skills are geared towards escape, sacrificing combat effectiveness. However, this doesn't mean they're easy to deal with. Just like Fei Yi's spatial teleportation ability, it's extremely useful. If they suddenly harass you, you're practically impossible to defend against. Under Jian Lin's feet. The one-horned young man also noticed the fog had returned to normal, and his expression tensed instantly. But after waiting for a while, he noticed nothing, which only made him even more confused. Is there something special here? The young man muttered, exploring his surroundings like a fool. He didn't look like a survivor who had been navigating the fog for a long time, but rather like a novice who had never experienced danger. Chapter 119. At only level 4, Jian Lin couldn't help but admire his courage for roaming the fog so brazenly. And even in that situation, he didn't even think of leaving, but rather exploring. It was just like Jian Lin's foolish behavior when he'd previously explored the abandoned iron fort. Now, Jian Lin had grasped the fundamental principles of survival in the fog. Don't be curious when you encounter something strange, and don't inquire unless you're at your level. He'd violated these 2 principles countless times when he encountered danger. He was only alive thanks to his alienation technique and a bit of luck. The young man transformed into a stream of light and circled around a few times, apparently finding nothing. Jian Lin watched for a while, feeling bored. The more he watched, the more he felt that this young man was a fool, like a child who had run away from home and was naive to the world. With a wave of his hand, he tore off a strand of the young man's hair, and Jian Lin put the black hair into his backpack. This young man must belong to a certain faction. He secretly left behind some of his spiritual material, perhaps for future use. Jian Lin's actions naturally didn't catch the young man's attention. After all, there was a level difference between them. Without further delay, Jian Lin hurried towards the shelter. This time, there were no accidents along the way. At 1:38 p.m., he turned midway and headed for the temple. Lin Yu's iron fort had already reached this location, essentially occupying it. Sighting the temple of Kshur again, It was no different from when he first encountered it. Two eerie statues stood at the entrance, clad in ancient priestly robes. One was headless, the other had an octopus-like head. Master of Ghosts. Han Xiaoxiao stood at the Iron Fort's entrance and, upon seeing him, performed a respectful salute. Jiang Lin nodded, then commanded, "Follow me." He led the way toward the temple, and Han Xiaoxiao hurriedly followed. Entering the temple, nothing inside had changed. Dim light seeped in from the shattered ceiling, and the air still held the scent of the ocean, mingled with a faint fishy odor. The strange symbols and patterns on the mottled stone platform in the center struck Jiang Lin as familiar. Though he couldn't memorize the patterns, he could infer from their nature that they were connected to the formations within the ruins. He recalled the instructions he'd received when he'd last acquired the Grey Light Avatar skill. You felt a call within the Temple of Chur. So you're behind all this? Who are you? Jiang Lin asked subconsciously, his voice soft but still echoing through the black stone ruins. Unfortunately, his question received no response. Behind him, Han Xiaoxiao's face was puzzled, but he quickly regained his composure, like the most loyal servant of the gods. Listen, don't ask, that was his motto. Seeing no movement in the temple, Jiang Lin sighed. A glimpse of a strange oil lamp in a corner caught his eye. He lifted the lamp and held it in his hand. There were faint traces of blood on it, which reminded him of the woman with the flying skill he'd saved last time. At the time, he didn't know the lamp's purpose, so he subconsciously ignored it. He hadn't expected the woman to place it there. Did she anticipate his return to the temple? It seems she's not that foolish. Jiang Lin put the lamp away. The woman seemed quite grateful, a kind person. Then he walked over to the stone platform and reached out to touch it. No response. He patted it again, still no response. He curled his lips. Stingy. You do it. He turned and gestured for Han Xiaoxiao to touch. Han Xiaoxiao didn't hesitate, doing what Jiang Lin said, extending his hand and placing it on the stone platform. After waiting for a moment, Jiang Lin felt Han Xiaoxiao's spirit disappear for a moment, then return to his body. This is how skills are acquired. Truly magical. How is it? He looked into Han Xiaoxiao's blue eyes. Han Xiaoxiao paused for a moment before coming back to his senses. He quickly responded to Jiang Lin's question, Ghost Master, I've gained a level 3 skill. Lightning Strike. How effective is it? Han Xiaoxiao didn't answer, but demonstrated it with action. Blue light flickered in his hand, rapidly condensing into a crackling ball of lightning. Jiang Lin felt it, and concluded that this lightning strike should be able to paralyze level 3 creatures, making it a relatively powerful skill. Not bad. Jiang Lin nodded. While not as powerful as the Grey Light Avatar, it was more than enough for Han Xiaoxiao, still a level 1. You can never have too many offensive methods. Now that we've taken over this place, all members of the secret society can come to the temple to learn skills. With matters settled here, Jiang Lin told Han Xiaoxiao to stop guarding the Iron Fort. After collecting the materials, he looked around but found no trace of the crawling mist. He wondered where it had gone, but hoped it wouldn't pose a threat to the temple. At 2:20 p.m., he finally returned to the sanctuary. The bodies of the Night Lioness and the others were devoured by the Iron Fort, yielding 3 Tier 4 materials and several lower Tier 1s. Lin Yu was quietly guarding the flower garden. She wore a long black dress, her figure well-proportioned and elegant. If you ignored the tentacles beneath her skirt, she looked like an urban office lady. She had already acquired blaze grass and power mushroom seeds, and could craft 50 level 3 stamina potions per day. Stamina Potion Crafting Scroll, level 3, crafts a level 3 stamina potion, restoring 300 stamina points upon consumption. 0/4 blaze grass, 0/4 power mushroom, 0/4 crystal. Jiang Lin checked the market price. A level 2 stamina potion costs about 60 crystals, while level 3 stamina potions aren't popular because fewer people open bronze treasure chests. He estimated the price, and ultimately set the price at 80 crystals per potion. The difference between a level 3 and a level 2 potion is only 100 stamina points, which isn't a huge difference. Furthermore, unlike healing potions, which are life-saving, the profit isn't as high. At 80 crystals per potion, after deducting the cost, the profit is around 50. If you also deduct Lin Yu's labor costs, the profit is 76, which is not bad. Healing potion 4800, stamina potion 3800, exotic flesh fruit 950, for a net daily income of 9,550 crystals. That means about 9 crystal cores a day. Overall, Lin Yu created more value than him. From now on, all these transactions will be yours. Your daily salary will be 1,000 crystals. Do your best. Jiang Lin promised Lin Yu as he collected 190 exotic flesh fruits, which he would keep with him for emergencies. Okay. Lin Yu naturally had no objection and simply nodded with a smile. She didn't care about the salary at all. As long as she could help Jiang Lin, it was all she needed. Jiang Lin collected 7,600 crystals, now holding 17,800 crystals, 10 beast cores, and 78 crystal cores. He didn't exchange all of his small boxes for crystal cores, as crystals and beast cores each have their own uses. Letting Lin Yu rest, Jiang Lin watched her swing her tentacles and push the door open. Among the secret society members, Lin Yu created the most value, followed by Sun Huanyu, and then Ming Zi. Ming Zi possesses prophecy and possesses considerable combat power, ensuring the safety of the team members. Han Xiaoxiao and Sophia are still too weak, so their only role is to earn ranking rewards. Han Xiaoxiao should belong to the 5 Elements Master Path, while Sophia belongs to the Traveler Path, both of which are very useful in the later stages. So Jiang Lin decided to train one member from each path, except for the Trickster. Classes will have their own counterattacks, and balanced training may yield remarkable results. For example, the Snitch counters the Trickster, the Fighter counters the Snitch, and the 5 Elements Master counters the Fighter. This is all mentioned in the information Fei Yi provided, but of course, the specifics depend on the individual class. Like Jiang Lin, he's confident that he's invincible at level 5, because he possesses not only the Trickster's abilities, but also other powerful equipment acquired through transformation. If all goes well tonight, he might even be able to obtain level 6 abilities. Under his dimensionality reduction attack, anyone below level 6 simply can't withstand his many abilities. Chapter 120. A glittering golden treasure chest had already been placed on the square table in the hall. There was actually a silver treasure chest as well, but Jiang Lin hadn't taken it out yet, feeling that silver wasn't worth it. Xiaoying, boil some water. Jiang Lin didn't open it yet, instead preparing to burn incense and bathe. This was his first time opening a golden treasure chest, so he had to be somewhat ceremonial. Perhaps he'd even get a tier 6 item. Although a 5% chance seemed unappealing, one should always have dreams, right? 10 minutes later. The heat rose as Jiang Lin lay in the bathtub, cradling the golden treasure chest, feeling his anxiety dissipate considerably. Xiaoying, wearing a tight silver dress, silver thread, and silver high heels, stood by, holding a bath towel, her expression stoic. These must have been what she and Lin Yu had found after Jiang Lin opened the treasure chest yesterday. Jiang Lin closed his eyes and gently stroked the golden treasure chest, trying to increase the chances of finding something. As for the mysterious luck, it couldn't affect tier 6 items. And after his last experience, Jiang Lin wasn't going to use it to open chests anymore. It was too much of a bummer. He could only pray that the system, considering he hadn't been bugged recently, would grant him some good luck and yield something useful. After showering, Jiang Lin stood up and let Xiaoying dry him off. The sludge transformed into a windbreaker suit, which he wore, making him look incredibly handsome. It was a shame he'd broken the mirror last time because of the cat-faced, deer-horn man. Otherwise, he could have admired his handsome face before opening the chest. Sending Xiaoying back to her room, Jiang Lin carried the golden treasure chest to the square table. Placing it down, Jiang Lin grasped the lid. Sacrifice 80 years of anxiety, and open it for me. A flash of white light revealed that he hadn't gotten the guaranteed prize. He peered inside the box and surprisingly found 3 items. A scroll, a pistol, and a compass. Not bad, worth all my incense and bathing. He examined each one. Advanced scroll, level 5, can upgrade level 4 items to level 5. The specific effect depends on the item's characteristics. Doom Siphon Pistol, level 5, fires bullets that absorb bad luck. Upon impact, it inflicts a wave of bad luck on the target, causing subsequent actions to encounter various unexpected obstacles. The user absorbs the target's good luck, continuing with good luck until it is exhausted. Note: excessive use of Doom Siphon will worsen the user's recent luck and trigger random negative events. Treasure Compass, level 5, when activated, the compass needle points to the highest level treasure within 50 kilometers. It can be activated once a day and is effective for treasures of level 5 and below. It's worthy of a golden treasure chest. Jiang Lin beamed after reading the description. In fact, the advanced scroll alone is quite a bargain, not to mention the Doom Siphon Pistol and the Treasure Compass, both of which are extremely useful items. Although he didn't get a level 6 item this time, it was still a huge win. A level 5 advancement scroll, combined with the alienation spell, could easily give him a level 6 subordinate. Xiaoying, the small box, and the small pickaxe are all level 4. For maximum profit, giving it to the small box is naturally the best option, but these are critical times. Xiaohao is missing, so to boost his combat power, this advancement scroll can only be used by Xiaoying first. Only after Xiaoying reached level 6 did his overall strength truly improve. It was still early, so there was no rush for alienation. Jianlin pulled out another silver treasure chest. This time, he opened it without chanting a spell. Crystal Explosion, Skill Book Level 4. This spell detonates a large number of psychic items, creating a violent explosion. The specific effect depends on the psychic energy invested. Suitable for nouveau riche. Note: maintain distance before use. This effect does not discriminate between friend and foe. Crystal Iron Sword, Tier 4. This iron sword, painstakingly crafted by a master, features crystal cores embedded in its surface, capable of penetrating most Tier 4 creature defenses. A skill has appeared? Jianlin hasn't unlocked a skill book in ages. The last time one was the Tier 2 Flesh and Blood Synergy. This item is as rare as a Constitution Potion, and the chance of it appearing is incredibly high. Although some are sold in the trading house, they're all low-level items, which Jianlin doesn't value. Furthermore, the sellers aren't fools. They're all worthless skills. If you actually try to buy one, you'd be ripped off, and the cost won't outweigh the benefits. Besides, at Jianlin's level, skill quality is more important than quantity, and those low-level skills might not be effective against Tier 5 creatures. Take the Trick Step, for example. Jianlin hasn't used it in ages. Levitation surpasses Trick Step in speed, and consumes less stamina. He picked up the Crystal Explosion technique. This skill was quite suitable for him. If he could detonate 10 crystal cores, he should be able to kill a Tier 5 monster. Detonating 10 crystal essences might even damage a Tier 6 monster. Krypton Gold Bomb, if he could also transform and upgrade it, the effect might be even stronger, though he'd have to be a bit inconvenient with the system. Jianlin clicked on it, and a flash of white light appeared. He instantly understood how to use the Crystal Explosion technique, and the skill appeared on his profile. Tongzi, help me again! Looking at the skills on the panel, Jianlin activated the Spiritual Powerless Transformation technique. But this time, the system only froze for a brief moment. Huh? So fast? Jianlin was puzzled. He felt the system was being deliberate, as if it was eager for him to transform this skill. The notification sounded cheerful. He wondered if it was just an illusion. Congratulations on acquiring the skill. Strange Crystal Explosion. Strange Crystal Explosion, Rank 5. This spell can only be detonated with a minimum of 1 crystal essence. It creates a strange explosion with immense power. If the affected creature survives, it will undergo a mutation. The specific effect depends on the amount of energy invested. Note: suitable for upstarts. Please maintain distance before use. This effect does not discriminate between friendly and enemy. After reading the introduction, Jianlin's expression changed. His brows knitted and relaxed, biting and releasing his lower lip, repeating this several times. No wonder you're so enthusiastic. He finally uttered this bitterly. So it really has become a super pay-to-win skill. It requires at least 1 crystal essence. If you don't have one, you can use 10 crystal cores instead, but that's too expensive. He only has 78 crystal cores, so if he uses this skill at its full power, he can only use it 7 times. Of course, if he uses all of them, he should be able to injure or kill a level 6 creature. But something just doesn't feel right. I'm still too broke. He could only sigh. Jianlin looked at the crystal iron sword again. This was the first time he'd found a pure lethal weapon from a silver treasure chest. Having a vague idea, he opened a private chat and asked Sun Huanyu to come over. It just so happened that Sun Huanyu's synthesis didn't work today, so he could try it out. After waiting for about 20 minutes, Sun Huanyu came running in. Ghost Lord. He quickly performed the secret meeting ceremony upon entering, then beamed with pride. That level 4 weapon is really useful. I used it to kill a level 3 beast, and even got a bronze treasure chest. Jianlin shook his head and warned. Your level is too low. Encountering beasts and monsters is fine, but if you encounter something strange, you won't even have a chance to fight. Be careful. Haha. That doesn't mean I didn't encounter it. I get it. Next time, be careful. Sun Huanyu tried to fool around, but seeing Jianlin frown, he quickly changed his tune. Jianlin was helpless, knowing that Sun Huanyu was a little excited about mastering this power for the first time. It was understandable. When he first gained powers like Ghost Step and Serpent Tooth Flying Blade, he was also eager to try them out. After repeatedly admonishing Sun Huanyu to be cautious, he said nothing more. Place the crystal iron sword and the binding chains on the table. Binding chain, level 4, uses on a selected target, limited to one target, can bind most level 4 creatures, becomes ineffective if damaged. This item was originally a reward for reaching the world rankings, and while it's currently of little use to Jiang Lin, combining it with the crystal iron sword might yield unexpected results. Chapter 121. Leave it to you. Jiang Lin nodded his chin. Sun Huanyu understood. He was used to helping Jiang Lin synthesize all sorts of strange things, and the results were always good, so he was looking forward to it. Synthesis activated. 40 spiritual power began to envelop the iron sword and chain. The two items began to rapidly fuse, a flash of white light. Finally, it transformed into a long sword gleaming with a silver-blue light. The sword had an intricate pattern. The center of the blade was hollowed out, and a thin chain overlapped and wrapped inside. Binding crystal sword, level 4, a seed artifact of a certain sequence. Used on a selected target, it can imprison one target, penetrate most level 4 creatures' defenses, and become ineffective if damaged. The effect was very good. Combining the advantages of both items, the transformed form will be even stronger. You are my most capable assistant. Jiang Lin patted Sun Huanyu on the shoulder with a sincere look. Of course I am. I'm a veteran of the Weird Mist Secret Society. Sun Huanyu scratched the back of his head and smiled, clearly delighted. His abilities had reached their peak with Jiang Lin. At this stage, only Jiang Lin could produce so many high-level items for synthesis. After midnight tonight, help me make a storage crystal. I need it. Jiang Lin handed him a crystal core and sent him back. The storage crystal made from the beast core was 3 cubic meters, and the crystal core should be larger enough for him. This was a precautionary measure. After all, one never has too much storage equipment. I take care of it, don't worry. Sun Huanyu quickly put away the crystal core and scurried out the door. Watching the burly figure in the rimmed sweatshirt disappear in front of the door, Jiang Lin stroked his chin and shook his head. This is true love. 30 degrees isn't too hot. Xiaoying's room. Jiang Lin used teleportation to move out from the side wall. What caught his eye was a bed littered with miscellaneous items and clothing. Xiaoying sat in the middle, fiddling with a toy. Xiaotong huddled in the corner of the bed, lifeless, like a ball of red thread. Her dark, snake-like pupils glared at Jiang Lin listlessly before looking away. Master. Seeing him, Xiaoying quickly stood up, dropping several oddly shaped toys to the floor. Jiang Lin used teleportation to place the items back on the bed, trying to control the twitching of his lips. Xiaoying's hobby had been strangely eccentric, a strange one. Not dwelling on these trivial matters, Jiang Lin took out the advancement scroll. Since Xiaotong, Xiaoying's combat power had become increasingly useless, gradually becoming a household puppet. Time for an upgrade. Jiang Lin gestured for Xiaoying to stand still, then click use. The advanced scroll instantly transformed into white light, and merged with Xiaoying's body. Beneath her silver-tight skirt, Xiaoying's body began to transform. Xiaoying's crystal-clear skin began to become ethereal, its whiteness translucent, like glass under the night sky. The lines of her face became more refined, her once silver eyes becoming lively and full of spirit. Her figure was tall and sleek, and her skin, like night glass, shimmered with a faint silvery glow, like a cold moon or starlight. Moonlight elf. This was the first word that came to Jiang Lin's mind. But he knew the perfection he witnessed was beyond words. Despite the significant changes, Xiaoying's expression remained calm, her face betraying no emotion. It stood there quietly, like a perfect creature that did not exist in this world. Without Jiang Lin's new command, it would not move. Moon Mirror Doll, Level 5. This doll, tainted by an unknown aura, has been categorized as anomalous. Able to transform into moonlight and blend into light and shadow, this doll possesses exceptional combat prowess and can use the active skill, Moon Mirror Prison, making it unmatched among its peers. Moon Mirror Prison, Level 5. This unique skill traps the enemy in a cage composed of mirror and moonlight. The reflected moonlight can annihilate both the body and the mind, increasing over time until it covers the entire Moon Mirror Prison. Cooldown, 48 hours. Overall, no significant changes have been made, save for the added ability to transform into moonlight and blend into light and shadow. It is somewhat similar to the Light Chaser Priest's ability to transform into flowing light, but without the ability to teleport. In layman's terms, it is a form of ethereal transformation, useful for dodging attacks during combat. As for the unique skill, Moon Mirror Space, it transforms into a moon mirror prison capable of simultaneously attacking the mind, making it particularly useful against incorporeal creatures. It also reduces the cooldown by a day. Looking at the translucent Xiaoying before him, Jiang Lin felt that his original name was becoming even more fitting. Go on. Glancing at the clutter on the bed again, Jiang Lin held his forehead with his hand, and used the leverage object technique to slip through the wall. After he completely vanished, Xiaoying glanced at the wooden bed, with some confusion, puzzled by her owner's expression. But her attention was quickly drawn back to her own transformation, and she began searching for matching clothing. Jiang Lin lay in bed. He glanced at the time, 4:35, almost dark. With nothing else to do for the time being, he opened the world chat, and found some information worth noting. Everyone, be careful. The fog is dangerous. I saw a 100-meter-tall beast. It crushed a level 4 shelter with 1 foot. That was the top-ranked survivor in our area, and just like that, it was gone. So terrifying. How did you survive? I know this guy. His talent is shadow transformation. So what are you doing in someone else's shelter? Of course. There are so many sneak attackers these days. Instead of exploring the fog, they target the wealthy, robbing them of their money and their bodies. Don't slander me, I'm just passing through. Some races are disgusting. I met a tribe of iron men. They only target men, and it's really painful. There's a race called charm women that's really amazing. They look a lot like Blue Star women, submissive and obedient. I've decided to find one to bring back to the shelter with me. Be careful, brother. A friend of mine told me the same thing last time. He's now become a slave. That race is the best at deceiving people. Don't be fooled by appearances. The Jojo Imperial Alliance was attacked today. I heard it was attacked by a mist race. If it weren't for the Alliance leader, Zhou Lini, holding up the front, the entire Alliance would have been wiped out. I heard that too. Zhou Lini was seriously injured, but the other party was unscathed and said they would destroy them next time. Do you know why? It seems it's because there's a temple near the Jojo Imperial Alliance that contains a method to improve physical fitness. An innocent man is guilty of possessing a treasure. Seeing this, Jiang Lin frowned. He didn't have any special feelings for the Jojo Imperial Alliance, but Zhou Lini had provided him with information about the physical potion. Since the other party is in trouble, it's reasonable to ask. He opened a private chat and found Zhou Lini. Jiang Lin, I heard you were attacked? Who is the enemy, and what level is it? He didn't wait long before a message alert sounded, indicating that the situation was not busy. Zhou Lini, it's a race called the Wild Python Bull. This time, the leader was level 4. I barely held on, but they retreated temporarily when they saw we outnumbered them. Zhou Lini, but this is a bit tricky. That race's highest combat power is clearly higher than level 4. The Jojo Imperial Alliance is still in its developmental stages, and doesn't have the resources to compete head-on with others. We've decided to abandon the temple and move to another location. Jiang Lin, what is the temple? Can you explain? Zhou Lini, it's nothing special. It's just a ruined temple in a barren mountain range. I don't know which deity it's dedicated to, but there are 2 strange toad-headed statues outside. Zhou Lini, inside the ruins is a mysterious space. Many monsters will appear. Killing monsters will increase your physical fitness, but there's a limit, about 10 points. Chapter 122. 10 points? Jiang Lin was a little surprised. This was definitely not low. An ordinary constitution potion only adds 3 points to constitution, and each person is limited to 10 bottles, for a total of 30 points. Adding one's own attributes, the total is 40 points by the standard of a healthy human. The soul-devouring transfiguration cultivation technique can increase a survivor's mental acuity by a maximum of 50 points. This means that without external help, a survivor can only reach level 4 at most. But if the 10 points from the temple are added, the situation becomes different. Owning the temple means being able to mass-produce level 5 survivors in the future. For the survivors of Blue Star, who are currently mostly at level 1 or 2, this is a land of great opportunity. Unfortunately, precisely because this group of survivors has been here so recently, this opportunity will only bring disaster. If, in another month or 2, this group of survivors has reached level 3 or 4, occupying such a temple would be justifiable. This temple, like the soul-devouring transfiguration, likely has a limit, but Zhou Lini and the others are too low to verify it. So, it's simply a matter of those below level 6 vying for it. Higher-level beings would certainly disdain such a place. From this, one can infer the level of the Mad Python Bull race. Thinking of this, Jiang Lin decided to make a deal and help Zhou Lini as a favor. Jiang Lin, this temple is crucial to the development of the Jiuzhou Imperial Alliance. I suggest not giving up. I estimate the opponent is at most level 5, otherwise you wouldn't be alive. Jiang Lin, I have the means to deal with level 5. It all depends on the price you offer. Elsewhere. In the level 5 Iron Fortress, Zhou Lini drank the healing potion offered by the young man next to him, his expression solemn. His talent lies in lightning control. After his shelter reached level 5, he broke through to level 2, becoming a 5 elements master. Today, with the level 4 equipment rewarded by the system, he fought a level 4 wild python bull on equal terms. Although he suffered minor injuries, he had managed to temporarily secure the Yan Nation survivor's shelter. Level 5. Level 5? Just as he was about to swallow the healing potion, the news he saw nearly made him vomit in shock. Alliance leader, what's wrong? The young man beside him asked with concern. Nothing. Zhou Lini calmed himself down, trying to maintain his usual calm leadership persona. But his dilated pupils still betrayed his inner turmoil. As expected of the world's number 1, Jiang Lin is truly so far ahead of us. No wonder he has so many crystal cores to sell. He sighed inwardly, yet at the same time, he felt relieved that Yan Nation had such an outstanding survivor. Although he knew that someone like Jiang Lin would likely not join the Jiuzhou Imperial Alliance, he was still a Yan Nation native. Having such a powerful individual was a boon for Yan Nation survivors. A man's reputation is like a tree's shadow. In World Chat, Yan Nation natives tend to speak with a lot of authority. He had originally planned to lead the Jiuzhou Imperial Alliance to a new settlement, but unexpectedly, a sudden turn of events suggested a possible turnaround. After some thought, he replied, Zhou Lini, if this method can truly defeat a level 5 enemy, I'm willing to pay 50,000 crystals. The powerful forces really do have money. Though surprised, Jiang Lin wasn't overly envious. In fact, if he truly wanted to make money, he could simply sell the crystal cores and reap a huge profit. He didn't do so, firstly because he didn't want to aid the enemy, and secondly because he wasn't short of money. Crystals are good enough. Pursuing them relentlessly would be putting the cart before the horse. He could have Lin Yu find a way to earn more, and he could just be a hands-off manager. Seeing nothing suitable, Jiang Lin waved towards Xiaoying's room. An object emerged from the wall, and he took it. Those kinds of toys. Those who know. Yes, he decided to engrave a strange spell on it. After all, it was just Xiaoying's toy, so he might as well put it to good use. He picked up the snake shadow blade and engraved his symbol on it. As 1,500 stamina points were used, the air around them thickened, a mysterious and unpredictable air. Jiang Lin stopped his blade, feeling a little weak, a result of rapidly depleting stamina. Physical labor. Earning money is hard. Looking at the strangely changing toy in his hand, he felt very satisfied, feeling that the other party would like it. Open the exploration. Cursed toy. Level 5. A parody creation by a master. Don't underestimate its power just because of its appearance. After selecting a target, it causes them to lose their mind and mutate, which will then attack them. Effective at level 5 and below. Not bad. Jiang Lin held up the toy, feeling it was perfect. While I don't know the specific effect on level 5 creatures, it should be able to cause most of them to lose control. With this, Zhou Lini should be able to deal with the Mad Python Bull race. After all, with so many members of the Jiuzhou Imperial Alliance, it's impossible for them to be completely defenseless. Open private chat. Jiang Lin, cursed toy, I'm selling this to you for 50,000 as a friendly price. I spent a lot of effort to obtain it. Zhou Lini, this is fantastic. I thank you on behalf of all my compatriots in the Jiuzhou Imperial Alliance. Jiang Lin, it's no big deal. I'm also from Yan country, so this is my due. It's on sale, go buy it. Quickly. Add 50,000 crystals. With just a few flicks of my fingers and a bit of physical effort, I earn 50 crystal cores. This is the importance of strength, and it's also why Jiang Lin doesn't bother with business. Leave those things to Lin Yu. He just needs to keep raising his limit. Just like Fei Yi, as a high-level cultivator, she can earn Jiang Lin 1 crystal essence by simply revealing a little secret, and Jiang Lin can't complain, because he can't beat her. Fei Yi could have robbed him, but she chose to trade. There must be some hidden secret she doesn't know. Perhaps it has something to do with the profession of star travel merchant? On the other side. Wait a minute. I've already spoken with Jiang Lin. He's willing to help us. He's worthy of being the world's number 1. Zhou Lini spoke to the young man beside him with an expectant smile. Qin Jibao had been his right-hand man back on Blue Star, and even after arriving in the misty world, he chose to follow him. As expected of the Alliance leader, you can even come up with a solution in this situation. Now we don't have to move. Qin Jibao smiled with delight and praised him profusely. Zhou Lini waved his hand. Stop flattering me. This is all thanks to Jiang Lin. He's a good man. We're lucky to have him in Yin country. Qin Jibao nodded, a look of admiration on his face. I don't know how Jiang Lin has managed it. He's developed so rapidly, even managing a level 5 opponent. Being number 1 in the world must have his own unique qualities. Zhou Lini folded his arms, feeling proud. His expression was as if he were Jiang Lin. Here it comes! At that moment, Zhou Lini's expression suddenly brightened. Qin Jibao also grew excited, closely following Zhou Lini's movements. He wanted to see the method that could deal with a level 5 opponent firsthand. That's it! Zhou Lini suppressed his excitement as he extended his right hand and spread it open. The toy in his hand. The air froze. This? Qin Jibao's expression twisted, the corners of his mouth trembling, as if he were enduring extreme pain. Zhou Lini noticed something was wrong with Qin Jibao's expression. He looked down. After a long moment. Try to investigate, it's still quite potent, isn't it? Zhou Lini's words rang out in a serious, threatening tone. Yes, yes, Alliance leader. Qin Jibao's face was distorted, but his answer remained firm and serious, without a hint of disrespect. Chapter 123. Jiang Lin naturally didn't know what was going on with Zhou Lini. Even if he did, he would only lament the decline of human nature. He was a pragmatist, completely unconcerned with appearance. As long as it worked, he cared nothing for toys, let alone something even more ridiculous. Those who cared about appearance were impure at heart, and he was ashamed to associate with them. The Curse Master class was quite disgusting and sinister. A casual spell he could cast could injure a level 5 creature from an unknown distance. This clearly demonstrated the class's maneuverability. If Jiang Lin were to encounter a spell cast by a high-level trickster now. Horror! Jiang Lin shuddered. He knew he had no power to resist. This was the suppression of the lower level by the higher level. Just like the level 4 shelter that was trampled by the 100-meter-long beast, it was a completely unprovoked disaster. That person was the top ranked in the region, yet he died silently before he could even show his hand. Furthermore, the principle of hidden attraction exists, making the foggy world ever present. The higher the level, the more dangers one faces. Don't get cocky. Keep a low profile and improve your strength. Only by reaching the highest level can you guarantee you won't die unexpectedly. He warned himself. His immediate goal now is to retrieve the little axe and the others, and then find the fog-repelling fire. Even if he finds the fog-repelling fire, it will only pay off the loan for the shelter's level 6. He wonders what materials are needed to reach level 7. The only good thing is that if he reaches level 7, he can use the alienation loan to reach level 8. With that level of strength, he should be considered a top-tier expert even in the foggy world. Who knows how the shelter will change by then? I'm thinking too far ahead. But then Jiang Lin shook his head and chuckled to himself. He still hadn't found the fog-repellent spark, and he was already thinking about materials for a 7th level upgrade. A few hours before midnight, Jiang Lin opened the zone chat again. He hadn't checked the messages here for quite some time. Chat channel 10068, 4133/10,000. The number of people wasn't much lower, but it was definitely decreasing. That glowing red lake I found last time has completely vanished today. There's nothing left. It's so eerie. Luckily, I never went near it. Brother, you really didn't go there? You missed such an opportunity? What a ridiculous opportunity. You think this is some fantasy novel? There aren't even any monsters around. It's obviously not normal. Only a fool would go there. Jiang Lin felt maliciously slandered when he saw this. Scroll up. I went to that strange mountain range again today, and found a crystal core, and a silver treasure chest on the outskirts. Unfortunately, I still didn't dare go in. I always felt like I'd be stuck inside. Holy crap, a silver treasure chest. You're lucky, bro. I've never even seen a bronze treasure chest. Are you so lowly? It's normal you can't fight a level 3 enemy now, right? I've only stolen a bronze treasure chest. This retraced survivor named Sun Li was indeed quite lucky. This so-called strange mountain range was most likely the Broken Mirror Mountains. Jiang Lin added the person as a friend, but he wasn't going to ask any more questions right now. He still had to find Xiao Axe and the others, so this matter would have to wait. The fogless land isn't safe, is it? He asked, puzzled. Fei Yi had clearly stated that new survivors would be placed in relatively safe, empty areas, which clearly contradicted her statement. But these things could only be explored later. Perhaps that mountain range wasn't the Broken Mirror Mountains. 12 o'clock sharp. Finally. Jian Lin kept time, finally waiting for the spiritual power surge. Just then, Sun Huanyu's private message arrived. Sun Huanyu, Ghost Lord, I put the storage crystal you requested on the shelf. Jian Lin replied, okay, and then purchased the designated storage crystal from the trading house. He held the storage crystal, synthesized from the crystal core, in his hand and sensed the internal space. 5 cubic meters. It's almost as big as a special backpack. Jian Lin manipulated the cuffs of Yutuan's windbreaker, attaching the storage crystal to the button on his right sleeve. After transferring some important items inside, he nodded with satisfaction. Of course, things shouldn't be put in one basket. Your own are the safest. He sank into the bed, then walked out through the wall of Xiaoying's room. Xiaoying had changed into a black dress with black stockings and high heels, perhaps because she felt the silver color didn't match her current skin. It still sat in the middle of the bed, fiddling with its toys, its duck-like posture intact, even though one was missing. Xiaotong, never mind, he wouldn't need it soon. Master. Xiaoying stood up, her translucent skin gleaming like a cold moonlight. Jian Lin nodded, pondering how to allocate his 800 spiritual power points. To maximize the benefits, he would have to split it 6 times, but that was the optimal solution when the items weren't crucial. To avoid a situation like the mocking chair, he'd better avoid transforming level 5 items unless he was certain he wouldn't transform into a living being. Xiaoying was naturally not included in this list. She was quite obedient. The remaining bottle of Constitution Potion could be used for a maximum of 200 spirit points. But even if Constitution reached 58, it wouldn't be much use for Jian Lin. Better to wait another day. Forget it, let's be extreme and go for the elite route. Jian Lin no longer hesitated, deciding to use all 800 spirit points on Xiaoying. A single, strongest level 6 item was definitely more powerful than several mediocre level 6 items. Alteration, activate. Jian Lin extended his hand, and 800 spirit points flowed out. Suddenly, the air grew heavy. Xiaoying, enveloped by 800 spirit points, began to wriggle and deform. Don't. Jian Lin felt a little depressed. If Xiaoying, the only one who seemed relatively normal, had also become strange and bizarre. Hurting. A strange and mysterious sound shattered the silence, as if it came from a distant unknown, evoking a sense of vastness and longing. This was how it was the first time he had transformed Xiaoying, and it was what set it apart from other transformed creatures. Xiaoying had transformed into a translucent ball of light, shimmering with crystalline silver light. It hovered in midair, tranquil and mysterious. A dazzling white light shone from an unknown source, piercing the sphere. Jian Lin tried to probe with his spiritual sense, but there was no trace. Instantly, the sphere erupted with a powerful light, and he saw a new Xiaoying stretching her body and emerging from the glow. She had sprouted a single tumor-like wing. But then the wing vanished, as if it had only been an illusion. Xiaoying's form flickered and shifted, finally settling on her previous, translucent, glass-like form. Her appearance hasn't changed. Jian Lin was a little surprised. With such a commotion, he expected a major change. The room fell silent. Xiaoying, still in her black dress and suit, gazed at Jian Lin with glittering eyes, as if awaiting instructions. Open the system prompt. Transform the Moon Mirror Puppet to obtain the Moon Mirror Spirit. Moon Mirror Spirit, Level 6, a mysterious, ethereal creature capable of countless transformations. It can transform into moonlight, traversing between reality and shadow. It can possess its controller, unleashing a moonlight barrier, possessing top-tier protection for its tier. Its combat prowess is exceptional, and its active skill, Moon Mirror Barrier, makes it unmatched among its tier. Moon Mirror Barrier, Level 6, a unique skill that draws enemies into a barrier composed of mirrors and moonlight. The barrier continuously generates mirrors and moonlight, annihilating both physical and spiritual forms. Over time, the amount of moonlight and mirrors increases until it covers the entire Moon Mirror Barrier. Any teleportation or substitution methods are prohibited within the barrier. Cooldown, 48 hours. Is this an equipment change? Jian Lin was stunned. This meant that Xiaoying could now possess him directly and provide him with protection. Chapter 124. And now Xiaoying has no fixed appearance. She can transform into anything she wants. For some reason, Jian Lin's imaginations were running wild. But then he shook his head. These were minor matters. The main thing was the improvement in combat power. Although I wasted a lot of time this time, I have Ing, and I can move mountains and fill the sea. Anyway, that's it. Level 6 is invincible. Of course, it's only relative invincibility. After all, if you encounter those who backstab, like Curse Ghost or Director, or if you run away, like the level 5 tour guide in the Traveler Path, or even more perversely, those with prophetic powers, like the level 5 prophet in the Informer Path. Although Jianlin wasn't afraid, he really had no way to deal with these classes. At this level, who isn't a scumbag? Some skills are just so unreasonable. But immortality is invincibility. I don't know which senior said this, but Jianlin thought it made sense. Why such high standards? He's only at level 5, yet he's already fearless of level 6. This seemingly small gap has already thwarted countless lives. Xiaoying, possess me, Jianlin ordered, deciding to test this ability. Yes, master. Xiaoying's crystal-clear lips parted, a silver glint flashing in her cold eyes. Then her long black skirt swayed, transforming into a shimmering moonlight that attached itself to Jianlin. The moonlight then vanished, leaving nothing visible. Amazing. Jianlin touched himself. He felt nothing, yet he felt a strange sense of security, as if he could now deflect any attack. For future travel, for safety, he could simply let Xiaoying possess him. It was very convenient. And if necessary, it could even confuse the enemy. On the surface, he only appeared to be level 5. Who would have guessed he was carrying a level 6 nuclear bomb? It felt strangely like his armor was fitting together. Come out. As he finished speaking, a ray of moonlight emanated from his body, transforming into Xiaoying's form. Now, at home, he didn't have to constantly possess her, giving Xiaoying some freedom to move around. Jianlin then had Xiaoying transform into various forms, such as Lin Yu, Ming Zi, and Xiao Axe. The appearance did change, but it was superficial, unlike his transformation abilities, which could transform into alien creatures. So what's the point of this transformation ability? Looking at Xiaoying, transformed into the tentacle-like Lin Yu before him, Jianlin propped his chin up and shook his head. It felt a bit useless. Lin Yu glanced at him quizzically. It always felt like its master wasn't being sincere. But it always followed orders, so it just stood there obediently, without any reaction. Change back. Accompany me tomorrow for a trip. This time, it might be a long one. Jianlin waved his hand, turning with a hint of reluctance and walking back toward the wall. Xiaoying returned to her black dress and black stockings, looking at his back thoughtfully. Huh? Lying in bed, Jianlin was in a good mood. Although he had used all his spiritual energy on Xiaoying today, it was definitely worth it. Tomorrow, he would go to his appointment. With Xiaoying's personal protection, he wouldn't have to worry too much about his safety. To rest up, he closed his eyes. Outside the iron fortress, the blood mist dissipated, revealing a gray haze. The faint silhouette of an octopus emerged. It seemed to focus its gaze, then slowly faded away. Master, it's dawn. Xiaoying's voice was even clearer and more melodious, transporting one to a soft, cool moonlight. Jianlin's eyes snapped open. He seemed to have dreamed last night, but he couldn't recall the content. He only felt a faint, sticky, wet sensation. A faint fishy smell lingered at the tip of his nose, but he soon realized it was an illusion. Strange. He sat up and smoothed his hair. Wait for me in the hall. With that, he sank back into the bed, reappearing in the hall. Today was the 16th day, and the temperature was already 40 degrees Celsius. After the cold comes the heat? He sighed, as he collected the water from the red tentacle bucket into his storage crystal. Although he was already at level 5, his body's needs were relatively minimal, but he still needed to prepare food and drink. Xiaoying had already arrived in the hall. Jianlin glanced at Xiaoyu, the behatching lure bees. There were already 30 lure bees in the hive, about 10 per day. After confirming it had enough crystals and no issues, everything was ready for departure. Xiaoying, possess me. At Jianlin's command, Xiaoying moved swiftly, transforming into moonlight and entering his body. He instantly felt a sense of security. He pushed open the iron castle gate. 5 people were already standing in a row outside. They were members of the Weird Mist Order. What was going on? Jianlin was a little confused. Orphaned from birth, he had never seen such a scene before. Lin Yu, dressed in a black dress, glided forward. Jianlin, just this once, I don't want to be a member of the Order, just as a friend. I hope you're safe. She seemed to have thought of many things beforehand, but in the end, she only uttered these words. As capable as she looks. As soon as Lin Yu finished speaking, Sun Huanyu rushed forward to block her. Ghostmaster, I don't think the title is important. Whether as a member of the secret society or as a friend, I wish you all the best. I'm still waiting for you to take us flying, even though you can be a bit of a middle school kid sometimes, haha. Before Jiang Lin could kick him, Han Xiaoxiao struck him on the butt with a thunderbolt. Sun Huanyu immediately cried out in pain, clutching his broad buttocks and trembling on the ground. Gray, Ghost Master, I believe you be fine. Han Xiaoxiao's blue eyes were serious, and his cold voice was surprisingly warm. Jiang Lin was silent, feeling a little lost for a moment. Ming Zi didn't move forward, her gentle eyes fixed on him. She smiled gently. Actually, I like the way I look now. Don't be fooled by my non-aggressive appearance. I used to raise spiders. You must be careful. I predict your future every day. Sophia was summoned by Linyu. She hadn't expected everyone to speak, and she felt she had to say something too. But the golden people were naturally emotionless, so her mind raced. Finally, she uttered a weak, Master of the ghostly tribe, I be waiting for you to return. Jiang Lin felt a string tug at his heart. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't. Having wasted the first half of his life, he had never had any friends, and was not very sociable. He struggled to form a single word, but couldn't think of what to say next. He founded the Ghostly Mist Secret Society simply to find a bunch of tools to work for him, like the mute axe and the others. But people are always different, and people are just so troublesome, boring. He, Jiang Lin, had always walked alone. These people were nothing more than tools at best. Did he think he'd value them more after such a stunt? He subconsciously scanned everyone's eyes. From Lin Yu, who had followed him first, to Meng Zi, who had joined last, even the most emotionless Sophia, they all looked at him with hope. The vain prayers of the weak. Jiang Lin conjured a bowler hat from the sludge and casually placed it on his head. He shielded his face, which was about to lose its expression, with his hand. He stepped forward, and everyone quickly made way. Crunch, creak. The atmosphere was heavy, and breathing subconsciously stopped. The only sound was the scrape of boots against the ground. Jiang Lin didn't turn back, leaving everyone staring at each other, as if trying to check if they'd done something wrong. 10 steps. 20 steps. Jiang Lin's footsteps grew heavier and more even. Just as he was about to disappear into the mist, a firm, magnetic voice echoed back from afar. We will stand in the sky. Everyone smiled. Only Sun Huanyu scratched his head. Isn't it a bit childish of him to say that? Before he finished speaking, Han Xiaoxiao's hand condensed into a ball of lightning. Chapter 125. Clang. Jiang Lin stepped onto the iron floor of the ruins. This was his third time entering this place, and compared to his previous 2 times, his current strength was incomparable. But he didn't feel at ease, for what lay ahead was unknown. No one in the misty world would feel at ease when faced with such a being. He sensed the 3 strange creatures following him from a distance, and with Xiaoying possessed, he felt much calmer. Come, let me see your true purpose. He took a step forward, floating upward, and quickly headed towards the location of the strange formation. Soon, he could see the strange symbols and patterns, surrounded by gray-green fish scales. Just as he approached them, a soft sound suddenly rang out from below. It wasn't loud, but it was remarkably clear in the silent space of the ruins. Startled, he quickly stopped and looked. He saw that the symbols had begun to emit a gray-green glow, and the fish scales seemed to tremble, as if being pulled by something. Huh? Jiang Lin frowned slightly, and just as he was about to step back to observe the situation, a pitch-black hole suddenly appeared in the void below him without warning. The formation then fell silent. Aside from the hole, nothing seemed to have changed. He didn't rush forward, but instead let the 3 strange creatures approach, deciding to send the weakest of the shadowy figures inside to explore the way. However, just as the 3 strange creatures were about to reach him, something unexpected happened. Boom! With a deafening roar of air, the air in the ruins suddenly became violent. A sudden gust of wind struck without warning, and Jiang Lin was completely unprepared for this sudden change. Caught off guard, he lost his balance, and was about to fall into the hole. Xiaoying. Before he could utter a word, a brilliant moonlight barrier quickly enveloped him, finally stabilizing him. The barrier emanated a soft, moonlight-like light, tightly shielding Jiang Lin within it. A level 6 moonlight barrier possessed top-tier protection at its level, yet it could barely withstand the storm, a testament to its strength. Just as Jiang Lin breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to launch his levitation to escape, a sudden surge of elements erupted around him. Several massive balls of wind, thunder, and fire appeared out of thin air, firmly blocking Jiang Lin's escape route. Buzz, these balls of wind, thunder, and fire trembled violently, brimming with terrifying natural forces, as if ready to explode at any moment. At the same time, a gust of wind, even more violent than before, slammed into Jiang Lin's body. This gust of wind, as heavy as a mountain, pushed Jiang Lin rapidly downward into the void. He had no doubt that without Xiaoying's moonlight barrier, his body would have been shattered by the gust of wind. This series of events happened in the blink of an eye. He had just reached out to touch the replica of the silver key when he reacted, but it was too late. Boom, 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 a deafening roar echoed, and all the wind, thunder, and fireballs exploded like nuclear bombs, a violent wave of air instantly engulfing the entire ruins. Jiang Lin's ears buzzed, and the last of his vision was filled with raging thunder and fire. He was thrown back by the impact, and the huge impact knocked him into the void. Following him, 3 strange creatures were also swept into the void by the gust of wind. The entire ruins was filled with violent elements, with wind and thunder surging and fireballs scattering. It was as if the world had come to an end. This violent scene lasted for 3 minutes before gradually subsiding. When everything returned to calm, Jiang Lin's previous position was reduced to a vast, deep hole, occasionally shimmering with terrifying elemental energy. A figure draped in a mysterious black priest's robe had appeared at the edge of the hole. It's been a struggle. In just over 10 days, you've managed to withstand my power. You're truly worthy of being. He muttered to himself, his voice deep and powerful. Suffocating, pitch black, salty, so salty water. This was Jiang Lin's only feeling now. A strong fishy smell filled his mouth, and he quickly closed it. Am I in the sea? This was his first thought. All he saw was pitch black, and all he could hear was the strange, dead sound of the deep sea. Thankfully, at level 5, he could hold his breath for extended periods. He communicated with Xiaoying through his mind. Lord, I'm here. Xiaoying's response brought a sense of relief to Jiang Lin. The explosion wasn't fatal. Xiaoying's moonlight barrier protected him, preventing any attack below level 7 from harming him. That wind, thunder, and fireball, while terrifying, wasn't even at level 7. It was simply because he reacted so hastily that he was already very close to the void, and the force of the explosion knocked him directly into it. And then he ended up here. Probably in the deep sea. Ethereal, dead silence, the deep gurgling sound of water filled his ears. In such an environment, it's inevitable that he'd feel a sense of dread. He released his spiritual sense, revealing a hundreds-meter radius of seawater. Jiang Lin had even detected creatures, like jellyfish and octopuses. They were all exceptionally large, with that octopus even longer than he was. For some reason, 3 strange creatures had followed him into the void, and were now scattered around him. Which side is the surface? That was all he cared about now. A wave of fear washed over him, a natural human fear of the unknown deep sea. And this was the deep sea of a strange world. Who knew what enormous, terrifying creatures lay hidden within? He could already guess from the octopuses and jellyfish, which far exceeded his understanding. System. No response. Jiang Lin thought to himself, this was bad news. He knew where he was, but the most urgent task now was to reach the surface. Although level 5 could hold their breath for extended periods, they still needed air. Luckily, he had prepared, having stored everything in the storage crystal on his sleeve. He took out the 4 movement dice. Moving in the deep sea was naturally inconvenient. The resistance was exceptionally high. He must be at a very deep depth. 3 chances. How could he determine the direction? Gripping the dice, Jiang Lin began to think. Predicting 3 directions at random was definitely not an option. The deep sea had no up, down, front, back, left, or right. There was only one correct direction. Got it. If I keep going forward or backward, I reach the surface. Jiang Lin let go of the dice, then grabbed it again. Infinity symbol, 8 reversed, bad luck, a bad start. If I keep going up or down, I reach the surface. Infinity symbol, 8 reversed, bad luck. Jiang Lin hadn't expected his luck to be so bad, but it didn't matter. He'd already broken through. If I keep going left, I reach the surface. Invisible mass, good luck. Huh? Clever as I am. Jiang Lin secretly praised himself, then floated straight to his left. He actually had other ways to determine direction, but using the 4 move dice was undoubtedly the fastest. He felt a strange sense of dread in the deep sea, an instinct that drove him to quickly return to the familiar air. Estimating his strength, he had already been floating for about 20 minutes. All around him was still pitch black, and the color of the water hadn't changed, indicating he was still far from the surface. Woo, woo. Just then, a deep, long cry reached his ears. The sound was strange, reminiscent of a blue whale, yet with some characteristics of other creatures. Jiang Lin's heart tightened, a bad feeling. Hastily concentrating his spiritual sense, he detected a massive fin. This fin was astonishingly large, a full 100 meters in length. He felt a surge of fear, a human instinct when facing a giant creature, regardless of strength. As time passed, the enormous creature gradually revealed a small portion of its body. However, even this small portion filled Jiang Lin's entire right spiritual sense range, and even with his spiritual sense of several hundred meters, he couldn't fully perceive its entire form. It was like an underwater mountain. What the hell is this creature? Jiang Lin's scalp tingled, for all he could detect was a small portion of the whale-like creature's body. The enormous whale-like creature was clearly oblivious to the tiny Jiang Lin. It swam slowly, stirring up an undercurrent that nearly swept Jiang Lin away, making him lose control. Chapter 126. While the whale-like creature didn't flap its fins again, Jiang Lin quickly activated his buoyancy technique and struggled to float towards the surface. As he continued to drift, he finally caught sight of the creature's eyes. Though enormous, the pitch-black eyes eased Jiang Lin's fear of facing a giant. Because they resembled those of the blue whales of Blue Planet, they didn't look scary, but rather endearing. If I could transform one and use it as a mount. Jiang Lin couldn't help but think of his own transformation technique. Unfortunately, he had no spiritual power left, and he didn't know what level this whale-like creature was. If it wasn't higher than level 5, he could try. But after some thought, it seemed unlikely. A creature this size must be at a high level. Jiang Lin felt it might be level 7 or higher. As Jiang Lin continued to float, the whale-like creature finally disappeared from his consciousness. Another 30 minutes passed, and the surrounding sea finally changed. The water gradually turned a deep blue, and he encountered many large aquatic creatures along the way. The fisherman was ecstatic. But if the fish he caught was bigger than him, that was too abstract. 10 minutes later. Poof, Jiang Lin surfaced. Before he could even utter a sigh of relief, the sight before him left him stunned. He saw the sea below him, the sea above him, and everywhere he looked. There was no sky, just water. He seemed to be on a giant, counterintuitive ocean sphere, like a blue planet turned upside down, with the water clinging to its interior. This was a complete anachronism of Newton's laws. The sea has 3 colors, red, yellow, and blue. He was currently in the blue sea, unsure of what lay beyond it. The sea above was vast, and he felt that if he exerted all his strength without expending any energy, it would likely take days and nights to reach the other side. He used the strange thorn vines to temporarily transform into a raft, enveloping himself within it. His energy was limited. He couldn't float forever. He took a strange fleshy fruit from his storage crystal and ate it while pondering his current situation. This must be the most mysterious and unknown of the 9 fogless lands. The directionless sea. This place had no exit, and no one knew how news of it reached the outside world. The outside world only knew of its existence, but no concrete details. Thus, when mentioning the fogless lands, this place was often omitted, as its existence remained a mystery. Why did that being go to such great lengths, even setting an ambush, to get him in here? Where were Xiao Axe and the others? The directionless sea was so vast. The surface alone was absurdly vast, not to mention the depths of the seabed. How could he possibly find them? Jiang Lin looked up, gazing at the red, yellow, and blue waters above and around him, feeling bewildered. Not only did he need to find Xiao Axe and the others, he also needed to find a way back to the misty world. He didn't want to spend the rest of his life in the directionless sea. Phew, after eating the strange fruit, his stamina had recovered somewhat. He took out his quill-like twin pen, hoping to contact Lin Yu and confirm the time. He wrote on his hand, "Lin Yu, what time is it?" After waiting for a moment, the twin pen moved on its own. 11:43, are you okay? Lin Yu was smart enough to know he couldn't use the system. It's safe now. Keep an eye on the twin pens. I need to confirm the time. Okay. Jiang Lin felt relieved now that he could contact the shelter. This twin pen was truly miraculous. Even with the system blocked, it still worked. Of course, perhaps there were secrets he didn't know about. He couldn't control the system. He had to rely on himself now. Glancing at the azure water around him, Jiang Lin stroked his chin. Maybe I need a means of transportation. But his spiritual power hadn't recovered yet, so he could only wait until midnight to find a suitable creature. At that moment, a giant dolphin-like creature suddenly leaped out of the water in the distance, and Jiang Lin had a flash of inspiration. Hey, why do I have to think about transformation? 10 minutes later. Gub gub. Jiang Lin looked at the 5-meter-long dolphin that volunteered to pull his raft, and he sighed inwardly. Every sip, every bite, must be predestined. He had once drunk a bottle of level 3 seduction potion, which he had previously used to avoid neutral creatures. He hadn't expected it to come in handy now. From now on, I call you Gubu. Gubu. Gubu made a sound, its tail slapping the water in response. Jianglin knew Gubu was saying, okay. At his level, he could already perceive a creature's general thoughts through his spiritual sense. Gubu clearly had a strong liking for Jianglin, who possessed a seductive physique, and considered him a close friend. Gubu swam swiftly, almost matching Jianglin's floating speed. The raft was always bumpy due to its playful jumping, but with Jianglin's physique, that wasn't a problem at all. As long as it was fast, it was fine. Now wasn't the time to focus on comfort. With a means of transportation, the next step was to find the right direction. He felt the name directionless sea came from the lack of a concept of direction. Everything was sea, so how could there be a direction? If one had to find a direction, it could only be above or below the sea. Perhaps the red, yellow, and blue divisions of the sea could be used to determine direction, but Jianglin, a newcomer and ignorant, could only rely on intuition. He crouched beside the raft and asked, Gub, do you know why the sea's colors are different? Gub paused at his question, and his large, round, dark eyes gave Jianglin a human-like look. Gub, dangerous, very dangerous. You mean everywhere except the blue sea is dangerous? Gub, yes. Do you know what the danger is? Gub, no one has returned. Are you saying that none of our kind who went there have returned? Gub, yes. Jianglin didn't ask any more questions. Considering Gubu's species, they were generally only at level 2 to 4, so they didn't know much. But it was certain that there was danger in the red and yellow seas. This information was still valuable, but what was the source of the danger? Just then, the water's surface trembled. Jianglin's spiritual sense detected another large creature swimming by below. Though not as large as the whale-like creature he had previously seen in the deep sea, it was still several dozen meters long and somewhat resembled the extinct mosasaur from Blue Planet. It swam at an extremely fast speed, its sharp beak opening and closing to reveal a dense cluster of fangs, giving it an extremely menacing appearance. Sensing its life level, it was probably around level 5. Recalling Fei Ye's suggestion of how to obtain the fog-repelling fire, Jianglin became eager to try. This mosasaur-like creature was probably a fog creature, so it was likely to produce fog-repelling fire. But the mosasaur was enormous, and it looked a bit difficult to kill. As Jianglin hesitated, the mosasaur twisted its body and sank into the deep sea, and the trembling of the water surface ceased. Never mind, a level 5 isn't uncommon. After careful consideration, he abandoned the idea of killing the other party. While his spell could severely injure the other party, its size meant it would inevitably allow it to escape. Xiaoying's moon mirror barrier could kill instantly, but it had a long cooldown, and Jianglin wanted to use it as a trump card. The fact that level 5 creatures were so common proved that they weren't difficult to find. His top priority was finding Xiaofu and the others, and not getting into any more trouble for now. If there was a population of mosasaurs beneath the sea, while he wasn't particularly afraid, it would still be troublesome. As a newcomer, he should first familiarize himself with the surroundings. Even if he got the fog-repelling fire, he couldn't leave. Perhaps he needed to find some highly intelligent species to understand the secrets of the directionless sea, where entry and exit were impossible. Chapter 127. To find Xiao Axe and the others, Jianglin found himself relying solely on his mysterious luck. Mysterious luck, level 5. After use, regardless of the outcome, whether good or bad, the situation will ultimately develop in the direction desired by the user. This skill can affect anything up to level 5, with effects varying depending on the specific circumstances. The cooldown period is 1 day. There's no other way. He sighed. This skill sometimes resembles the effect of the Pen of Lies, distorting reality. This was a helpless move. He could only hope that finding Xiao Axe and the others wouldn't be difficult and wouldn't affect too many things. Mysterious luck. Let me head in the direction of Xiao Axe and the others. As he thought, an invisible force enveloped him. It was as if, as long as he wished, everything would go as he wished. This was clearly an illusion. But the mysterious luck had indeed taken effect. From now on, he only needed to choose a direction at random, and finding Xiao Axe and the others was inevitable. Gub, go! He shouted, and Gub flicked his pigtail, shifting their direction considerably under some unknown, strange effect. Splash, water splashed, and the raft lurched forward at a rapid speed. Beneath the surface, 3 strange creatures swam to catch up, ready for Jianglin to use as a freak substitute. They continued this journey for about 3 hours, encountering many bizarre creatures. Deep-sea worms, tentacle-headed fish, spherical creatures with round mouthparts, one-eyed jellyfish, white sharks with human faces. One could only marvel at the sheer diversity of life in the undirected ocean. Even the fog didn't offer such a rich variety. Just then, a cliff appeared ahead. Yes, a literal cliff. They were plummeting downward, completely overturning his common sense of physics. However, Gubu was used to it, tirelessly pressing forward. Amazing. I still feel like I'm on a flat surface. In Jianglin's consciousness, they had clearly just passed a 90-degree cliff, yet they didn't descend. Instead, it seemed as if they had reached another surface. This was the directionless ocean. It defied common sense in every way. He suddenly felt a unique charm here, a desire to explore. Perhaps that's how those marine scientists on Blue Star felt. For the next 2 hours, Gubu dragged him over countless strange cliffs and uphill slopes. Jianlin was already somewhat confused about his current situation. The mysterious luck had taken effect, and no matter what, he simply followed his instincts. Destiny will guide me. This feeling of pride continued until the yellow waters appeared ahead of him. I've reached the Yellow Sea? By the time Jianlin realized what was happening, he was already within it. It wasn't that he was careless, for it had all happened in the blink of an eye. The sea was flowing, and at an unimaginable speed. He hadn't known when the surroundings had been completely bathed in yellow. It was too late to turn back now. Jianlin glanced back, and saw a sliver of blue in the distance behind him, and red further up. This meant he had been in the Yellow Sea for quite some time, but the surface water hadn't yet fully shifted. This was enough to prove that the sea was shifting. Even if he stayed still, he would slowly enter another area. Jianlin looked up, and after careful observation, he saw that the sky sea was indeed shifting, with some large, noticeable areas shifting. Therefore, determining direction by color wasn't an option. He could only rely on his mysterious luck and the 4 luck dice. Now that he was inside, there was no other way. He didn't know the Yellow Sea's trajectory, and forcing his way back wouldn't guarantee he returned to the Blue Sea. In a directionless sea, he couldn't just stay in the Blue Sea. Gub! As he pondered, Gubu suddenly turned around and called out. It was uneasy. Don't be afraid, I'm very strong, nothing will happen to me. Gub! Don't worry, you be the pioneer of your species' exploration of the Yellow Sea. After Jianglin's repeated reassurances, Gubu finally calmed down, but he was clearly less energetic than before. He simply lay quietly beneath the surface, pulling the vine raft. Gazing at the eerie Yellow Sea, he wasn't as calm as he'd promised when he comforted Gubu. Half an hour later, Jianlin looked at Gubu, who had grown a tumor. The situation he least wanted to face had unfolded. The Yellow Sea was mentally contaminated. Gub! It let out its final wail. It could no longer move freely, floating on the surface with its white belly exposed, staring at Jianlin with its dark, round eyes. Under the surface, a disgusting tumor had grown over most of its body, making it look utterly miserable. Luckily, Jianlin had experience with this. He'd rescued Mengzi before, so the Yellow Sea pollution was nothing. With a thought, the goat puppeteer surfaced. He took out the pen of lies and handed it to the goat puppeteer. The two brothers were reunited in a different way. It was now 6:35, as he had just confirmed with Lin Yu. Gub remained conscious for 7 hours. As the goat puppeteer wrote his lies, Gub began to change. Its brain split open, and a pile of white, bloody objects fell out, staining the Yellow Sea red with blood. Maintain your sanity. Jianlin activated the levitation function, and temporarily placed Gubu's brain on the raft. There was no other way. With the bow gone, he could only wait. There was no day or night in the directionless sea, and no one knew where the light came from. With nothing else to do, Jianlin could only use his spiritual sense to observe the sea below. A ferocious, seemingly mad, shark-like beast was tearing apart an 8-legged insect. The creatures of the Yellow Sea were noticeably less intelligent than those of the Blue Sea, somewhat resembling the 3 strange creatures in the fog. Is there any connection between the two? As his gaze wandered, he suddenly noticed a mass of black floating objects approaching, something his spiritual sense hadn't detected. A closer look revealed a dense mass of hair. Looking beneath the surface again, the dense, pitch-black hair, unencumbered by anything, drifted towards the raft at a steady pace. This situation was clearly abnormal. He activated the levitation function, trying to push the hair away, but it was impossible. Strange. The level 5 levitation technique hadn't worked, so Jianlin simply floated the vine raft and the gab. Whatever you say, I can't push you away, but I can't walk on my own. After floating for about 10 minutes, when the hair was temporarily out of sight, He stopped and returned to the surface of the Yellow Sea. Don't get distracted. Stay away from anything suspicious. This was his strategy for surviving the fog. Huh? He propped his chin up, inwardly admiring his own cleverness. He just felt an itch on the back of his neck. No way. He had a bad feeling. Master, there's someone behind you. Xiaoying sensed something. Jiang Lin's heart tightened, and he thrust his elbow back hard. Miss, he turned his head, seeing nothing. Xiaoying, where's the person? He kept turning his head, scanning with his spiritual sense, but found nothing. Master, there was a woman just now, but she disappeared and I can't find her. He searched carefully again, but to no avail. A chill inexplicably rose in his heart. He had to leave this place. He activated his levitation, and with the raft in Gubu, he sped away. Xiaoying, keep an eye on the rear. If she reappears, alert me. This time, he floated for half an hour, constantly scanning his surroundings. The woman didn't reappear. Did we get rid of her? Jiang Lin wasn't sure. He was level 5, and Xiaoying was level 6, yet that woman was able to approach silently. What on earth could that be? It was so strange. Jiang Lin, worried, activated his levitation to hasten his journey. Gubu had been pulling the raft, and his stamina had almost recovered. 2 hours later, a gigantic creature suddenly appeared ahead. Chapter 128. Jiang Lin hadn't expected to encounter a ship. And a massive, high-rise cruise ship, it slowly approached him like a mountain. Wow! The ship, with its hull stretching over a dozen stories, drew closer. He could vaguely see densely packed figures in the windows, and a clamor mingled with the sound of waves drifted in from the distance. The white hull obscured his entire field of vision like an iron wall. He was a tiny black dot in front of it, needing to crane his head to see the cabins above. Indigenous people? Jiang Lin felt something was unreal. But there were so many people on the cruise ship. If they were all fake, what kind of power could they be? At least he couldn't imagine it. Regardless, he had no desire to explore. Not being curious could save him from a lot of trouble. Hey! Just as he was about to drift away, a middle-aged man's strong voice rang out from above. Jiang Lin looked up and saw a bearded man with green hair waving at him. I've noticed you for a long time. Are you an outsider? Aside from his hair, the green-haired man looked identical to a Blue Star native. He was shirtless and wore a white culottes. Jiang Lin didn't speak. They couldn't speak the same language, but he could sense his thoughts with his spiritual sense. Seeing his lack of reaction, the green-haired man smiled heartily. Don't be so wary. Relax. This cruise ship is absolutely real. You must be a professional, right? We welcome professionals here. Do you know why we can freely sail the Alien Sea? This is the Alien Sea cruiser beneath my feet, a creation of a high-level master craftsman. It can block out mental contamination. Jiang Lin sensed the green-haired man wasn't lying and asked, Are you a professional too? He could sense the other party was level 4, no weakling. Of course. I'm an arcane master, and this ship's power comes from the psychic energy provided by my formations. The green-haired man was filled with pride, his beard quivering. Then he curled his lips in a proud gesture. Our captain is a high-level being. I know you're higher level than me, but you're probably not, otherwise you wouldn't be traveling so fast. He glanced at the vine wrap beneath Jiang Lin, his meaning clear. This was a display of force. It was also a warning to Jiang Lin against any ill intentions. The more this was done, the more it confirmed the authenticity of his cruise ship. He had previously activated a mysterious aura to head in the direction of Xiao Axe and the others, and then encountered the Alien Sea cruise. Perhaps this was one of the reasons. It was a rare opportunity to encounter an intelligent being, a humanoid one at that. Perhaps he could learn some of the secrets of the directionless Alien Sea. Jiang Lin wasn't afraid of danger. He could easily leave the 3 strange creatures at sea, just in case. According to the green-haired man, the captain was a high-level being and would have taken action long ago if he had done anything to harm him. After all, he was only level 5 on the surface. But he still had a few questions, and it wouldn't be too late to ask them before boarding the ship. How can you be sure I'm an outsider? The natives of the Alien Sea all have noble hair like mine. The green-haired man stroked his hair. Green? Indeed, noble. Jiang Lin felt like he'd asked a common-sense question, so he asked, Do you have a gathering place? He was a little curious about how the natives of the Wuxiang Alien Sea survived. Of course, no, the green-haired man stroked his hair. We were born to live on ships. If there's a gathering place, it's the ship. Born? Then there must be some first-generation people without boats, right? But Jiang Lin didn't ask this question out loud. It didn't concern him. Do outsiders often visit the dimensionless sea? You don't seem surprised to see me. Not often, but there are always a few every once in a while, and they carry a lot of spiritual energy. It's just that they have money, Jiang Lin mentally explained. Then he grew worried. According to the green-haired man, people from the misty world occasionally enter the dimensionless sea, but the outside world tacitly assumes this place doesn't exist. He didn't believe those people fell in love with it. Seeing him lost in thought, the green-haired man patted the railing. You've asked enough. Want to get on the boat? Our place is definitely more comfortable than the one you're on. The fare is only 100 crystals. Then he added, and we have the kind of service you want. Outsiders say it's good, and the fee isn't high. What the hell? Jiang Lin didn't understand. But 100 crystals wasn't expensive, and he could still learn more secrets. If there's a fee, this cruise ship is likely real. As everyone knows, free is the most expensive. Jiang Lin had no shortage of crystals, so he took out 100 and floated up. The green-haired man took them, somewhat surprised. Are you a spirit giver? Or a tour guide? Sorry, I guessed wrong. It seems the paths of a trickster are indeed limited, and the other party didn't think of trick shapers. Jiang Lin said nothing, but floated up with Goob and landed on the deck. The green-haired man, knowing he wanted to keep it secret, didn't ask any further questions and introduced himself. My name is Hawk Gringo, a green-haired noble, unlike those white-haired slaves. He beamed with pride. Just call me Hawk. What's your name? Jiang Lin hadn't expected them to actually practice slavery. Apparently, even the indigenous people had gray hair, but apparently the nobles didn't consider them human. But it had nothing to do with him. After careful consideration, he decided not to hide it. It was just a name. It wouldn't matter if people knew. Jiang Lin. Jiang Lin? A name like that. By the way, do you know Zhu Qiaoqiao? Zhu Qiaoqiao? Never heard of her. Hawk stroked his beard, a look of regret on his face. I thought you were from the same place. What a pity. She is a woman? What's so special about that? Jiang Lin felt the name sounded a bit like someone from Yen country, but he had only been on Blue Star for 16 days in the mist, so that didn't add up. More than just special, she built this cruise ship we're standing on. It's a shame she's gone missing. It's a shared loss for us, the high people. Missing? According to Hawk, this Zhu Qiaoqiao should have been a high-level master craftsman. How could a high-level craftsman disappear so easily? Yes, decades ago, Master Zhu Qiaoqiao helped us, the high people, innovate our navigational tools. She's truly our benefactor. It's a shame she suddenly vanished a few years ago. Hawk clenched his fist, a flame rising. It's all the fault of those damn good-for-nothings. They know nothing. Humans don't share the same pessimism, let alone those of foreigners. Jiang Lin didn't care for Hawk's anger, speculating that Zhu Qiaoqiao might just have a yin-like name. Of course, there might be some secrets he didn't know, but he didn't ask. Forget it, let's not talk about that. Throwing the flames at the yellow sea, Hawk's anger seemed to subside. He looked at Jiang Lin. Come on, I take you to experience the service that outsiders love most. You've been carrying this dead white-bellied fish around with you. Only then did he notice Cobb, having previously assumed Jiang Lin had casually killed it. I don't like those things. Jiang Lin shook his head. This is my mount. I heal it later. Hawk looked at him strangely, clearly puzzled by his use of a white-bellied fish as a mount. But since they had just met, he didn't pry into Jiang Lin's privacy, instead focusing on Jiang Lin's refusal. You're strange, you don't like that kind of service. Even though those white-haired slaves are lowly, those outsiders love it. Hawk began to mutter to himself. They don't like our noble ladies. But that's just as well. We green-haired nobles aren't to be desecrated by outsiders. Chapter 129. Clang. Clang. Jiang Lin followed Hawk down a noisy corridor, his voice piercing the air as strange noises emanated from the adjacent rooms. Reproduction, cursing, beatings, screams. This was probably the service Hawk had been referring to. Jiang Lin even spotted a hatch left open, revealing a white-haired woman dangling in midair. He didn't look closely, but something felt off. It felt as if everything here was filled with savagery, violence, and no restraint at all. He followed Hawk silently, floating on his cob, and was eventually assigned a spacious room. This was thanks to his 50 crystals, otherwise, Hawk would have given him a 4-person room. He didn't want to interact with the natives, so he resorted to paying for his services. Even so, the sickening laughter of men and strange movements continued to echo from the rooms to either side. Perhaps this is primitive. Jiang Lin manipulated the Shadow Thorn ring to knock out the men in the surrounding rooms, finally bringing peace. But he didn't do anything extra. He could help one or two, maybe a ship, but could he help all the white-haired slaves in the dimensionless sea? Blue Star Society also evolved from slavery. So how different was it now? Humans are like this. Perhaps with the evolution of civilization, things get better, but animality always lurks beneath civilization. This is natural selection. He put the cob away and sat on the relatively clean bed to sort out the information. He learned a lot about the dimensionless sea and this cruise ship from Hawk. First, about this cruise ship. There are probably tens of thousands of such cruise ships in the dimensionless sea, large and small. The one he's on is considered medium-sized, housing tens of thousands of people. There were fewer than 1,000 green-haired nobles, a ratio of about 50 to 1. In Hawk's words, nobles outnumbered outsiders, marine life, and white-haired people. Put simply, white-haired people were worse than fish. Why didn't they resist? Because of their extraordinary strength. White-haired people were not allowed to become professionals. Upon discovery, they were executed. They did all the dirty work, eating the nobles' leftovers. Men did hard labor, and women not only did hard labor but also. But not all nobles like this. Their aesthetics still skewed towards green-haired people, with white-haired people being an occasional distraction. And then, there was the all-important combat power information. Hawk insisted he was the third strongest person on the ship, but Jiang Lin felt he was exaggerating. Although level 4 was rare, there were definitely more than just Hawk. To truly compare professionals of the same level was a lie. The difference was only determined in life and death. Above him, besides the high-level captain, whose profession he hadn't revealed, there was also a level 5 director. This brought back some bad memories for Jiang Lin. As for how the inhabitants of the directionless sea improved their physical and mental strength. By eating. That's what Hawk said anyway, eat the creatures of the yellow sea. If you're lucky, you improve, but if you're unlucky, you become a strange creature. Jiang Lin felt a sense of awe, and inexplicably thought of the strange power hatching touch. This thing, transformed from the physical potion, was actually a strange creature. Finally, regarding the directionless sea, Hawk briefly explained some common sense. The Red Sea. Hawk was very secretive, and told Jiang Lin not to explore it. Their ships were equipped with instruments, and only operated in the yellow and blue seas. The ships that had entered the Red Sea had never returned, and many of them were high level, which showed how dangerous it was. The blue and yellow seas are relatively safe, but only on the surface and in the shallows. The deep sea holds great terrors. While I don't know exactly what they refer to, that's all Hawk mentioned. Are you talking about those gigantic whale-like creatures? Jiang Lin thought of the giant creature he encountered when he first arrived, but then dismissed the answer. Probably not. While whale-like creatures are enormous, they're not aggressive. It's fair to say they simply look down on tiny humans. That was all Hawk had to say for now. He now had a general understanding of the directionless ocean. In short, unless you venture into the deep sea or the Red Sea, you're basically safe. Of course, that assumes you can withstand the mental contamination of the Yellow Sea. This wasn't a difficult task for Jiang Lin, a level 5 player, except for the small sacrifice his new companion, Kubu, made. I wonder what it will transform into once midnight arrives, but its species definitely won't recognize it. For now, I've found a place to stay. Looking at the spacious room, feeling the sway of the cruise ship, Jiang Lin felt sleepy and inexplicably restless. For some reason, he thought of the white-haired woman he'd just seen. That gesture. Snap! He slapped me hard in the face. This is abnormal. I shouldn't have such thoughts. Just then, Jiang Lin suddenly felt an itch on his neck, as if his hair had pricked it. But he clearly had short hair. He turned his head sharply, but there was nothing. Xiaoying, has that woman appeared? No. Unfortunately, this answer didn't reassure him. It only made him even more terrified. He reached out and touched his hair. At some point, his short, shaggy hair had grown to his neck, its growth rate almost like he'd been on hormones. Jiang Lin, with a ruthless heart, shaved his head with a snake shadow blade. Looking at the pile of hair that had fallen, he pulled out his level 2 corrosion bottle and completely corroded it. The iron plate, despite his strange transformation, hadn't been corroded. After all, this was someone else's ship, and it wouldn't be nice to have it destroyed. Is this matter over? The answer was clearly no, but he couldn't find anything wrong. Jiang Lin sat back on the bed, feeling unwell. It seemed like his stomach felt heavy. He looked down. What? His stomach was bulging slightly. Like a baby in its second or third trimester. He probed with his spiritual sense, but there was nothing inside. Impossible. There must be something, But how should he proceed? Self-examination? He had felt that the woman's appearance was extremely strange before, and he had thought he had gotten rid of her, but to his surprise. So what was going on? She was in my stomach. Or what did it mean? Jiang Lin was at a loss. He now wanted to emulate Guan Gong's manly healing methods, but he was also afraid of dying. Although he was at level 5, courting death would indeed lead to his own death. Destruction. Jiang Lin leaned back on the bed, seemingly giving up the struggle. But then, puff, puff, the snake's shadow-devouring blade ripped a gaping wound, blood gushing out. Ah! Jiang Lin endured the excruciating pain, and used the vines to peel back the flesh, his eyes wide open as he examined the internal structure. There was nothing abnormal. It was as if he had simply bloated from a full meal. He endured the pain and observed for a moment longer. Indeed, everything was normal. Damn! He manipulated the vines to release, and the wound on his abdomen healed rapidly. Thankfully, his chest and abdomen had been strengthened by the strange power incubation, granting them superb healing and limb regeneration. Soon, he was able to move freely, but he felt no joy in his heart, because his belly was still bulging, and he touched his head. His hair had grown stubble. What on earth did you do to me? Jiang Lin didn't know who he was asking, but he couldn't help himself. He just thought of it as a soliloquy. Thinking back carefully, there was a path whose abilities bore some resemblance to what he was experiencing. The farmer path. Farmer, sower, parasite, breeder. Beyond that were the higher level ones, but there was no information available. As he pondered, a surge of spiritual energy surged. Huh? His spiritual energy level had recovered. Jiang Lin could only wait and see what would happen next. He had run out of tricks. Chapter 130. If it truly was related to a high-level farmer path cultivator, he wouldn't have to worry about his life being in danger. This is because upon reaching the 4th level of parasitism, this path acquires an extremely strange and mysterious ability. This was mentioned in Fei Ye's class description. Parasitism. Using a unique parasitic reproductive method, a cultivator inhabits another organism, relying on the host's stamina and nutrients to reproduce, thus achieving a rebirth effect. Because of this unique skill, this class is also called parasitism. As for the 5th level nursery master, it was only mentioned as having the ability to cultivate special life forms and plants, which had nothing to do with the situation. Only a high-level cultivator could circumvent Xiao Ying's defenses and his 59-point mental capacity. This meant that the person he encountered was at least a 6th level farmer path cultivator, or even higher. He had no information about the high-level cultivator, so he had no idea what this ability was. Fei Yi said that knowing would be of no benefit to him right now, due to the principle of hidden attraction. Parasitism? As a high-level being, is this necessary? Jiang Lin felt it wasn't that simple, but with insufficient information, he couldn't deduce. So far, aside from the embarrassment, it didn't seem to cause him any harm. He glanced at his slightly swollen belly. This? He glanced again. Sigh. There are so many people in the Wuxiang Alien Sea, why? I'm a man, and I don't even know if they're my friends or my sisters. Could it be some mysterious luck? It seems nothing good has happened since he activated it. First, he inexplicably ended up in the Yellow Sea, then the goblin mutated, and then he encountered the hare. The only good thing he could say was encountering a cruise ship from the Alien Sea. Was that a good thing? Probably. At least there was a place to stay. The more he thought about it, the more unpleasant it became. If only he had known, he would have delayed using the 4-moment dice for a day. Now it was too late to regret. Since there was no other way, he could only let nature take its course. Worst case scenario, he'd just have a cesarean section. Be optimistic, be positive. Well, let's get down to business. Jiang Lin looked at the gup, its belly turned upside down. It was level 3, and even after the transformation, it would only be level 4. It didn't need to spend too much spiritual power. After all, it was mainly used for travel, so combat capabilities didn't matter. 800 spiritual power points total, 6 transformations. Just use 100 to save Gup's life. Transformation activated. Spiritual power covered Gup's tumor-ridden pig body and its tangled brain, and it began to wriggle and transform. Eventually, it transformed into a giant, bubble-like creature, 5 meters in diameter, its 2 huge eyes swirling adorably. Gup! It cried out, a cheerful and powerful sound, apparently completely healed. Jiang Lin's expression was quizzical. Is this a pufferfish? How, exactly, did the transformation transform a dolphin into a pufferfish? At this point, there was no point in overthinking. Without any system prompts, he could only investigate Gubb's new abilities on his own. After testing Gubb's new abilities, he discovered that he could move freely within its large belly. It was soft and comfortable. It was a shame the room was a bit small, otherwise Gubb would have been even larger. And from inside, he could clearly see everything outside. It was quite magical. It was like a small diving chamber. It even had a color-changing exterior, which was quite advanced. Gubb had reached level 4, and its underwater speed was already faster than Jian Lin's floating, more than enough for travel. After all, the trickster path isn't particularly adept at traveling quickly. Its levitation speed is limited, so its escape relies primarily on relocation. Tidal Phantom Dolphin, level 4. Harnessing the power of the tides while traveling, it achieves high-speed movement. By changing color, it blends seamlessly into the surrounding environment and hides its form. Its body can expand or contract, reaching a maximum diameter of 10 meters. Gubb gets smaller, preferably so it can fit in your pocket, Jian Lin said, opening the pocket of his windbreaker. Gubb! With a cheerful chirp, Gubb shrank to a palm-sized blister fish. Gubb's fellow brethren would definitely not recognize it now. He mentally complained as he stuffed Gubb into his pocket. This transformation was incredibly convenient. It was definitely a success. With 5 more, Jian Lin transformed the remaining Constitution potion into a new one using 200 spirit points. Swallowing the trickster hatching tint. The right leg was strengthened, repeating a previous experience, but this time, it also gained the ability to regenerate a severed limb, which wasn't a bad deal. Now his hands, feet, waist, chest, abdomen, and buttocks have all been strengthened, but I don't know why the head hasn't been randomly selected. His physical fitness has reached 58 points, just a hair away from the level 5 limit. If his initial physical fitness stats had been increased by just 1 point, he would have already reached the limit. With the necessary matters taken care of, the next step is to draw prizes. Jian Lin took out the binding crystal sword. He had Sun Huanyu forge this specifically before entering the directionless alien sea. After reaching level 5, it should be quite effective as a weapon. Crucially, it has a binding effect, making it easier for him to hunt level 5 creatures and obtain the fog-resistant fire seed. The alienation technique was activated, and 200 spiritual power overflowed. The binding crystal sword rapidly squirmed, eventually transforming into a yellow rapier encased in amber. At first glance, it looked a bit like an exhibit, not particularly aggressive. After randomly experimenting with some yellow sea creatures, he developed a description based on his experience. Amber Sealing Sword, level 5. Upon selecting a target, amber rapidly imprisons the target. If damaged, the amber automatically repairs, and the rapier can penetrate the amber and automatically attack, boasting top-tier damage at its level. It's quite effective, ensuring it won't escape against creatures like the mosasaur, saving considerable effort. He now has Xiaoying for defense, who can withstand level 6 physical and mental attacks, and he also has numerous professional skills. As long as he avoids encountering the mysterious methods of higher-level creatures, he'd be fine. The Amber Sealing Sword provides single-target damage, but lacks wide-area damage. He has 3 transformations remaining, each costing 100 spirit points. However, his level 5 items don't seem to have any wide-area weapons. Most are functional. Pen of Lies, Black Book, Fake, Kidney Pills, Rise Smile Gloves, Rune of Speed, Siphon Pistol of Doom, Treasure Compass. Eliminate the strange items first, so they can be used for the ghost shaping later. In the end, Jian Lin only chose the Kidney Tonic Pills and the Rise Smile Gloves, and prepared to give the level 4 Ghost Horn another time. Why choose the 2 most useless level 5 items? Because of the margin for error. He wasn't sure if a creature would be transformed, as level 6 creatures could be uncontrollable. The pistol and compass were both valuable items, and it would be a big loss if they escaped. These 2 useless items, obtained with mysterious luck, were a good use of waste. At 100 spiritual power points, it wasn't a huge investment. As for the Ghost Horn, Jian Lin actually had high hopes for it. Ghost Horn, level 4, summons a 10-man level 4 ghost army for combat. The ghost army has the ability to penetrate objects and attack spirits, and cannot regenerate upon death. This was his first time transforming an item of this type, so he wasn't sure what he would get. Transformation activated, 3 spiritual power points covered the 3 items, and the wriggling began. The pill transformed into a round tumor, and the Rise Smile Glove transformed into a monocle, seemingly ordinary on the surface. The Ghost Horn transformed into an ugly yellow claw, seemingly belonging to a bird. After putting the 3 items away, he first took out the monocle and decided to try to find a living creature. He used the object-based displacement technique to reach the sea and randomly found a level 2 creature. He put on the monocle and activated its ability. The tumorous fish suddenly seemed to sense some great terror, trembling all over, and finally, with a loud bang, it exploded. Is this terrifying? Chapter 131. Jian Lin himself was completely bewildered. Without systematic exploration, he couldn't determine the item's detailed information. He could only use it through spiritual perception, and the specifics of its operation depended on testing. But what was this now? So the monocle's ability was to frighten creatures to death. After spending some more time, Jian Lin found a level 3 creature, but the outcome was the same. Trembling, terrified, then self-destructing. He tested many creatures, with the same result. In the end, he could only conclude that the creatures must have died of fear, unable to bear the overwhelming despair, and had chosen suicide. Despair Lens, level 6. This monocle-imbued creature with an unknown despair. Creatures facing it would be filled with extreme despair, leading to desires of liberation. The higher the life level, the stronger the resistance. It was effective at level 6 and below. After the experiment, Jian Lin discovered that his gamble had been unexpectedly successful. The rice smile gloves were a conceptual ability, and the monocle was also a conceptual ability. It was truly a bit perverse. What kind of large-scale destruction was needed? Once, the monocle was put on, using an object to teleport back to the room. Jian Lin took out his black claws again and used them. 10 enormous, pitch-black creatures, bat-like in shape, with bird-like claws and 3-petaled, flaming eyes, swiftly emerged from the black claws. Each stood 2 meters tall. They could move freely through objects, ignoring obstacles. Their strength was all at level 5. 10 level 5 combatants, each with a high level of spiritual perception, could help him solve many problems. Night Demon Summoning Claws, level 5, containing 10 immortal night demons. As long as the Night Demon Summoning Claws remain intact, the night demons can regenerate endlessly, possessing the ability to penetrate objects and attack spirits, possessing superior combat power for their level. Jian Lin took the item back. He had no use for it yet. If he really encountered a level 5 or 6 creature, he just used the monocle. While it wouldn't kill them outright, it would most likely affect their mood. As for the final round tumor, Jian Lin had no idea what it was. He'd talk about it later. After using up his mutation attempts, he could finally sleep. Xiaoying, call me if anything happens. With that instruction, he laid down on the bed and closed his eyes. After a long day of running around, he felt incredibly exhausted. His stamina wasn't steadily increasing, but fluctuating. It must be his stomach. He sighed inwardly and fell asleep. He didn't know how long he slept, but in his dream, he seemed to see a slender figure in a cheongsam. Master, there's a level 6 creature beneath the sea. Jian Lin opened his eyes wearily, then felt a tremor. Bang! Clang! Some of the ornaments in the room fell to the ground. A cacophony of noise emanated from outside, curses, screams, and a few warnings from those maintaining order. He activated his levitation mode, otherwise it felt like he was on a pirate ship. Opening his spiritual sense, he saw the sea surging, and several enormous squid tentacles wrapped around the cruise ship, rocking it violently. He couldn't sense the life form's level. It was definitely level 6. He wasn't panicked, nor did he intend to attack. Hawk had said that the captain of this ship was a high-level being. It was a good opportunity to witness the power of a high-level being. The cruise ship was at least 500 meters long, and the squid-like creature below could easily wrap around and rock it, demonstrating its terrifying strength. Jian Lin went to the window, watching the violently rocking cruise ship below, and waited quietly. Sure enough, he didn't have to wait long. Amidst the chaos and noise, a middle-aged man with a bald head and a green beard landed heavily on the deck, his footsteps seemingly causing the ship to tilt slightly. The bald man, dressed in a white robe, had a stern face and an extremely sturdy build, estimated to be over 2 meters tall. Then Jian Lin witnessed an unforgettable scene. The bald man stomped heavily on the deck, leaping dozens of meters. Without any visible movement, he simply landed a powerful punch on the surface of the sea. Buzz! Suddenly, a gust of air roared like a giant beast, a sonic boom resounding across the universe. The air was ripped apart wherever it passed, like the world wailing. As the fist's wind spread, a strong wind blew across a radius of hundreds of meters, and a violent impact struck the cruise ship. Debris flew everywhere, chaos ensued, and everyone clung to support themselves, barely able to maintain their balance. Then, bang! A deafening crash, like thunder. It was as if a meteorite had crashed heavily into the sea. instantly sending up a massive wave hundreds of meters high. The thick tentacles that had been wrapped around the cruise ship suddenly straightened under the violent impact, and the giant squid creature seemed to be yanked into the sea by a powerful force. The massive cruise ship first sank, then pitched up and down with the waves. The previously calm sea surface erupted into a monstrous tsunami, roaring in all directions, like a sea god in anger. It's raining, first a light drizzle, then a crackling downpour. It was the fallout from the tsunami. Xiaoying's moonlight helped Jianglin block the rain, but his attention was completely focused on the bald man. One Punch Man? He was stunned, never expecting human power to reach such a level. Although Xiaoying possessed the strength of a level 6, she wasn't particularly adept at power. So this was his first time witnessing a high-level fighter in action, and he had already determined the bald man's path. He was definitely a fighter, but he didn't know the bald man's class name. Only Xiaoying could sense he was level 6. This path's levels 2 to 5 are Fighter, Dark Knight, Berserker, and Warmonger, respectively. He was clearly a violent type, but it was unknown what kind of perverted skills a level 6 possessed. The bald man had already gone to sea. Judging from the current swaying of the cruise ship, a ferocious melee must be taking place below. The waves raged for over 10 minutes before gradually subsiding. Two enormous tentacles surfaced, their ends marked by irregular lacerations, oozing green slime. The bald man also returned to the deck at this time, having leaped onto the surface of the water. He didn't appear to have any flying skills. Perhaps this path's skills were all focused on combat, hence its brutality. The giant squid must have escaped wounded. The bald man hadn't changed much, save for his wet clothes. Amazing! Jianglin returned to his room, and didn't look again. A typical level 6 professional wouldn't be able to fight a giant creature in melee combat based solely on their physical strength. Only those at the advanced level of the fighter path could do so. While he envied such power, he had no intention of becoming a reckless warrior. If he had to choose between the trickster and the fighter path, he would definitely choose the trickster. What's the point of being a good fighter? Staying alive is paramount. The fighter path is too easily controlled and lacks comprehensiveness. The most fatal flaw is the lack of flight skills, which Jianglin, accustomed to floating, finds completely unacceptable. If he and the captain were to face off against each other at the same level, without relying on external forces, the captain would most likely be the one to die. He could attack with spells, and use other methods like teleportation, making it difficult for the opponent to detect. Of course, this was all speculation, but it wasn't entirely without basis. According to the class information he provided, at least up to the 5th level Warmonger, there's no way to counter the curse. Level 6 likely doesn't have any either, as it's a path that pushes power and combat to the extreme. Perhaps higher levels will be different, but that's not Jianglin's concern right now. At any rate, the 5th level Trickshaper is indeed quite effective against the 5th level Warmonger. Chapter 132. Jianglin didn't think about it any further. Even if he were to face this captain right now, Xiaoying would be able to handle it easily. He contacted Lin Yu to confirm the current time. 11:25. I slept so long? Jianglin was a little surprised. Because there was no day or night in the Wuxiang Alien Sea, and he was truly exhausted, he hadn't asked Xiaoying to wake him. Touching his slightly swollen stomach, Jianglin felt a little hungry. He had just eaten a strange meat fruit yesterday. It should have been enough to fill him up for 3 days. Sigh. He sighed, pulled out a meat fruit, and took a bite. He looked out the window at the 3-color seascape, which resembled the primary colors scribbled by an art student. Following the ship, he should find Xiao Axe and the others. There was nothing else to do for now. He could first obtain the fog-proof fire. He could also inquire about what had happened outside, though he probably wouldn't get any useful information. After finishing the meat fruit, his hunger finally subsided. He touched his hair. It was already shoulder length. He looked like a true artist. The bathroom mirror was built into the wall, so it wasn't affected by the shaking. Jianglin looked at himself, and thought he looked quite handsome. As expected, a good-looking person can pull off any hairstyle. A quick scan with his spiritual sense revealed Hawk, who was busy on the deck. Not wanting to reveal his identity as a trickster for the time being, he used levitation to rush over. Flight isn't exclusive to tricksters, and it doesn't mean anything. Oh, generous Jianglin, distinguished guest, what brings you here? Did you expect that kind of service? As soon as they met, Hawk greeted him warmly, clearly pleased that Jianglin had paid an extra 50 for his stay. As expected, in any world, money reigns supreme. In the foggy world, wealth is roughly equivalent to power, which is why Hawk respected him. Hawk, I'm really not interested in that kind of thing. You don't need to ask any more. Jianglin shook his head. Hawk looked regretful. That's a shame. I already picked out twins for you. Tucked her hair behind her ear, Jianglin didn't continue the conversation and got down to business. Do you know the fog-repellent fire seeds? The kind produced by level 5 creatures. He tossed 50 crystals over. Level 5 creatures? Hawk was a little confused, but he didn't hesitate, quickly stuffing the crystals into his pocket. You mean those useless fireballs? I remember the captain collected some for decoration, but they didn't seem to be very useful. He propped his chin up, as if reminiscing. I remember there were outsiders who wanted that kind of flame before, but unfortunately, after collecting some, they all gave up. If you want it, I can get you a few, but after all, it's only found in level 5 creatures, so... He touched the pocket where he'd previously held the crystals, his meaning self-evident. Jianglin hadn't expected the fog-repelling fire to be so unappreciated in the directional sea, even reduced to mere decoration. But thinking about it made sense. The fog-repelling fire was used to dispel the night fog, and there was no fog in the directional sea. The fire wasn't a psychic object like the crystals, which could provide psychic energy. If it had no practical value, it would be nothing more than a decoration. Jianglin smiled and asked, crystals aren't a problem. Besides the fog-repelling fire, do level 5 creatures produce crystal marrow? Of course, crystal marrow is a valuable asset. The psychic energy it contains is incomparable to crystals, but level 5 creatures can't be killed casually. The captain said that if you're unlucky, you face endless trouble. Hawk subconsciously glanced at a spot in the middle of the cruise ship. Jianglin sensed that this was where the bald captain was, most likely the control room. So, it's impossible to trade crystals for crystal essence. The difference between the two can't be made up by quantity alone. Even crystal cores are difficult to obtain, Hawk added. Jianglin understood without needing to be told. Each psychic item has different levels. If it weren't for the small box, it would have taken him a long time to obtain a crystal core. Crystals have their uses, and crystal cores naturally have their unique features, not to mention the higher level crystal essences. This also makes it difficult for professionals to establish a standard for exchange. If they really want to exchange, it all depends on demand. But fortunately, with the small box, he doesn't need crystal essence on a drastic basis. He only needs to obtain an upgrade scroll to upgrade the small box to level 5, and crystal essence will naturally be in constant supply. How many crystals can I exchange for the fog-avoiding fire? After pondering for a moment, he looked at Hawk. 500. Hawk's green beard twitched, as if he'd already estimated the value. Jianglin feigned a frown. Didn't you say it was just for decoration? Why are you selling it so expensive? Collectibles have value too. Besides, it's the captain's collection, so... Hawk didn't finish, but Jianglin understood his meaning. While he understood, Hawk would certainly make a profit from the difference. As always, the value of an item depends on the willingness of both parties involved in the transaction. Half a crystal core for a fog-proof fire seed, risk-free. If this happened in the fog, wouldn't the survivors be scrambling for it? He'd previously sold the crystal core for a whopping 12,000, courtesy of that wealthy woman named Isabella. Moreover, the fog-repellent fire seeds, which only appeared in the fogless land at level 5, he couldn't even imagine how much they could fetch. Alright, Jianglin feigned resignation. I understand the noble's appreciation for collectibles. I'm willing to pay 500 crystals for them. How much can you sell them to me? Hawk smiled broadly upon seeing his agreement, his beard nearly reaching his ears. He stroked his beard. The captain has a dozen, but he probably won't want to sell them all. After all, they're beautiful decorations, and a display of strength. The captain should be able to agree to your price. I give you 10. Do you have enough crystals? Jianglin pretended to be embarrassed, and pulled out 5,000 crystals. The deck suddenly lit up with a brilliant blue light. Hawk was a level 4 professional after all, so while 5,000 crystals was a lot, he wasn't particularly surprised. He instructed 2 crew members to collect the crystals, his smile never faltering. He then took the crystals to the captain's cabin, where he lingered for a moment before emerging with 10 spherical objects. It was slightly yellowish and reddish, reminiscent of the light of a strange oil lamp. The fog-repelling fire seed wasn't a flame, but a yellow sphere of unknown material, with a faint red flame emerging from its interior, though it wasn't clearly discernible. Fog-repelling fire seed. A strange fire seed capable of dispelling night fog. Only a few creatures can produce it, making it extremely rare, and its value varying from person to person. Jianglin collected the fog-repelling fire seed, having never expected the process to be so simple. Seeing that he had storage capabilities, Hawk seemed even more certain of his profession, assuming he was a spirit in power. A rank 5 master craftsman. Hawk's voice was rich with eagerness. Brother Jianglin, are you selling this storage item? Wow, we're brothers now, huh? Jianglin, with a sudden impulse, pulled out a 1 cubic meter storage crystal made of crystal. This thing isn't easy to make. If you can get a few more fog-repellent fire seeds, I'm willing to trade with you. A dozen minutes later, Hawk, with a pained expression, received the storage crystal. Jianglin had collected a total of 13 fog-repellent fire seeds, and the captain probably didn't have many left. While the directionless sea is vast, and level 5 creatures are not rare, a wholesale slaughter is impossible. After all, many creatures have populations. What he obtained must have been the bald captain's accumulation over the years. Sun Huanyu certainly couldn't have imagined that the storage crystal he crafted with 10 spiritual power could be exchanged for 3 fog-repellent fire seeds. Perhaps this is why customs are necessary. Chapter 133. The alien sea cruise continued to sail smoothly, wandering aimlessly. Today was the 17th day. In Jianglin's room, he was using his twin pens to ask Lin Yu about the secret meeting and the fog. Lin Yu, Sophia and Han Xiaoxiao both made it onto their respective world rankings. Sophia took first place, but Han Xiaoxiao only came in second. It's a bit surprising. Han Xiaoxiao is a level 5 Iron Fortress, yet someone has surpassed him. Their race has some powerful individuals. Jianglin, you can distribute the rewards among yourselves. If you can't handle anything, I deal with it when I get back. Does Han Xiaoxiao know who is number 1 in their race? Lin Yu. He said that's the queen of their Ice Crystal clan. She's already extremely powerful, and their clan has strong cohesion, and they're all helping the queen advance. Lin Yu. He also tried hard to explain that he already belongs to you, and assured you that his current status is no less than that of the queen. Jianglin's mouth twitched. He knew without hesitation that Han Xiaoxiao regarded him as some kind of grey light god. Theocracy is greater than kingship. That's the same old cliché. This Ice Crystal clan has something special. I could tell from Han Xiaoxiao's battle that they were generally quite strong. I didn't expect that in just 7 days, they'd combine their strength to build a level 5 shelter. In comparison, the Blue Star people are still too disorganized. And the Ice Crystal Queen's strength shouldn't be underestimated, though I don't know what her talent is. This might be why the system delayed adding new survivors for 10 days. Some races, with their inherent strength, might become professionals after entering the Mist World, easily catching up to the Blue Star people. In the Mist World, building a single, strongest survivor, like the Ice Crystal clan, might be the optimal solution. After all, raising the upper limit opens up a new level, making some resources more accessible. Besides the rankings, Lin Yu also discussed the battle between the Jiuzhou Imperial Alliance and the Mad Python Bull race, a matter that had been discussed for a long time in World Chat. Legend has it that Zhou Lini obtained a purple artifact that transformed a level 5 Mad Python Bull leader, who was attacking them, into a bizarre monster. The Mad Python Bull race was frightened and retreated. Everyone was discussing the artifact's nature, but Zhou Lini and his second-in-command, Qin Jibao, remained tight-lipped and refused to reveal any information. Zhou Lini was also very secretive when using it, making it difficult to see clearly. All anyone knew was that it was a purple object with a somewhat strange appearance. Jianglin naturally knew what was going on, but he didn't explain anything to Lin Yu. After gaining a general understanding of the situation, he retracted the twin pens. The members of the secret society devoured spirits daily, and their mental abilities were significantly higher than their physical abilities. However, Jianglin still advised them not to take physical enhancement potions until he returned to maximize the benefits after his transformation. Gazing out the window at the bizarre 3-colored seascape, he wondered how long he would have to stay here. The fog-avoiding fire had been secured. All that remained was to find Xiufu and the others. But what then? Hawk had said that he had seen and heard of many outsiders, all of whom, without exception, had remained in the directionless sea. Aside from the occasional outsider, who entered and brought news of the foggy world, the natives had no access to any information about the outside world. If it weren't for the outsiders, they would have believed the directionless sea was the entire world. Of course, there might be one exception. Zhu Qiaoqiao. This woman had disappeared. Could she have returned to the fog? Jianglin didn't know. She was a high-level master craftsman and had been missing for several years, making it difficult to find any trace of her. It could be said that her traces were everywhere. The ship Jianglin was standing on was built by her. Time passed, and sailing was always boring, so the ship's inhabitants would resort to those ways to pass the time. Even if Jianglin disagreed with certain practices, that was someone else's business, and he didn't want to meddle in their affairs. He would only address them when it affected his mood, but no one was killed. This was someone else's territory, after all. Xiaoying, come out and get some fresh air, Jiang Lin called out. A flash of moonlight condensed into Xiaoying, dressed in a black dress and high heels. Her appearance was cool, her skin translucent. Xiaoying had been possessed since yesterday and today, but now that she was in no danger, she didn't need the protection of a possessed body. Leaving Xiaoying to play in her room, he used his black claws to summon 10 night demons. He then created a cursed body, half depleted of both his physical strength and spiritual awareness. He pulled out his Doom Siphon pistol and randomly picked out 3 unlucky green-haired individuals, who were bullying the white-haired one, shooting each of them. Doom Siphon pistol, Tier 5. Fires bullets that absorb bad luck. Upon impact, the target suffers a wave of bad luck, causing subsequent actions to encounter various unexpected obstacles. The user then absorbs the target's good luck, causing a wave of good luck until all is consumed. Note: excessive use of Doom Siphon will worsen the user's recent luck and trigger random negative events. Should my luck improve? Jiang Lin wasn't sure. After all, luck is a mystery, so he could only experiment. As for negative events, 3 times wouldn't be considered excessive use, right? He pulled out the 4 luck dice and randomly selected 3 directions for prediction. He encountered level 4 creatures in all 3 directions. It seems his luck has indeed improved. Spiritual consciousness noticed that the 3 unlucky green-haired creatures had inexplicably fallen unconscious and bruised themselves. Not bad. He felt in a good mood. This pistol was quite effective. He then took out the treasure-hunting compass and handed it to the cursed body. He had to wait 50 kilometers before using it, otherwise it would likely show up with the captain. Suicide Squad, go! Watching the cursed body and the night demon disappear into the sea, Jiang Lin's main body began to slack off. Since they were idle anyway, why not let the cursed body and the night demon go hunting together for level 4 or 5 creatures? He also needed crystal marrow to make more strange creatures, so he could try his luck. Encountering a swarm of creatures was fine. It was the cursed body's doing, so what did it have to do with me, Jiang Lin? Even if they encountered mortal danger, the cursed body and the night demon could regenerate after death, so it didn't matter. Let the main body be idle, or just lie low. At least it would be safe. Here at the little gray cursed body, the 10 level 5 night demons were all spirits, moving swiftly. Jiang Lin's floating form seemed rather slow. At approximately 40 kilometers, a level 4, mantle-like creature with a human face appeared beneath the surface. Looks like this is the first one. Jiang Lin didn't attack, but instead ordered a nearby night demon to attack. It was a perfect opportunity to test the night demon's individual strength. The night demon swooped down on command, and in the blink of an eye, it was beside the manta ray. With a simple flick of its claws, it dragged the manta ray's spirit away. A phantom flame shot out from the night demon's 3-petaled, flaming eyes. Upon contact, the manta ray's spirit spontaneously combusted, incinerating it in a matter of moments. A crystal core condensed outside the manta ray's corpse. It was that simple, even easier than if Jiang Lin had done it himself. Having him do it himself might have required a spell or a transformation, which would have drained his stamina. If a night demon doesn't move vigorously, it consumes almost no energy. Spirits are incredibly powerful, just like Xiaoying. Although they lack a body, they appear to transcend. Jiang Lin stored the crystal core. This human-faced manta ray was probably considered a monster, likely not producing materials, so its corpse wouldn't be of much use. Besides, he had nowhere else to store it, so he only brought some storage crystals, which couldn't hold large items. Not rushing to the other 2 directions for now, he continued forward, using the treasure compass as soon as he reached 50 kilometers. A level 5 treasure compass could theoretically find a level 5 creature, but luck was of course a factor. For good luck, the main body found 2 unlucky green-haired creatures and fired a couple of shots. The compass needle began to spin, spiritually guiding him in a certain direction beneath the sea. Chapter 134. Strange items are like this. They're mostly decorative on the surface, but their true use relies entirely on spiritual intuition. Now that the direction has been pointed out and today's count has been exhausted, send one of the night demons back with the crystal core and treasure compass. If the entire force is wiped out in danger, the death squad won't be a problem, but losing the items would be a huge loss. Jiang Lin, leading the remaining 9 night demons, found their target after advancing about 30 kilometers. It must be said that the creatures in the directionless sea are indeed numerous, and the density is several times greater than that of the fog. It can be said to be a hell for the weak and a paradise for the strong. Of course, Whether or not they are strong is a matter of opinion, but it's highly unlikely to be a level 5. Jian Lin was indeed lucky. Perhaps it was due to the Doom Siphon pistol, but this monster was a level 5. It had no head, was slender, and had dozens of strange tentacles. When it moved in the sea, it crawled like a spider, with its tentacles extending for dozens of meters. If he were to give it a name, the most vivid one would be the strange tentacled sea spider. Go! Jian Lin didn't observe any further, instead commanding the 9 night demons to charge forward. No matter how bizarre and abnormal this strange tentacled sea spider was, it couldn't withstand the siege of 9 of its own level. As expected, a level 5 was no match for a level 4. Unlike the human-faced manta ray, it was easily killed instantly. The strange tentacled sea spider wasn't easily defeated. Instead, it engaged in a grueling struggle with the night demons. It resisted fiercely, its tentacles swirling with incredible force, even injuring several night demons, but it was of little use. The night demons coordinated with each other, dodging many of their attacks. In a one-on-one fight, the night demons might not have been able to defeat the strange tentacled sea spider. It would likely have escaped. Alas, there was no if. The night demon's attacks gradually burned away its spirit. As its injuries deepened, its powerful recovery abilities became ineffective, and its tentacles floated limply motionless. The battle didn't last long. Soon, all the tentacles fell silent, and a crystal essence and fog-repelling fire condensed. A gang attack is the best way to go. Jian Lin put away the 2 items, and sighed inwardly. This strange sea spider is definitely not weak in the sea. It can hold its own against 9 night demons of the same level for such a long time. Both its recovery and lethality are extremely strong. A normal professional of the same level would probably find it difficult to deal with it. It's a pity that it encountered Jian Lin, who doesn't follow martial ethics. Transforming into a black claw is definitely a win. The night demons can help him handle many things. Sending 1 night demon back with the items will make the next step much easier. With 2 level 4 demons left, we can just follow the routine. Jian Lin's main body. Just as the cursed body continued to work, the cruise ship was attacked again. Less than 8 hours had passed since the last attack by the level 6 giant squid. The cruise ship was now enveloped in a shadowy haze. A dense swarm of dragon-bodied, bird-winged creatures swirled, tens of thousands of them swooping down. The dragon birds were enormous, the largest measuring 5 meters long with a 4-meter wingspan. At first glance, they looked quite imposing. Their bodies resembled Yenwu dragons, but unfortunately, their wings detracted from their beauty. The cruise ship was in chaos, with screams and cries echoing. Bang! Crash! Below Jian Lin, a dragon bird smashed through the iron plates and windows, pulling a green-haired man from them. No! Help! Help! With a hissing sound, blood splattered. The green-haired man was torn in 2, the dragon bird swallowing his head in one gulp, leaving the body behind. Only the head? Jian Lin simply folded his arms and watched, observing silently. He had always disliked the behavior of these so-called green-haired nobles. If Hawk hadn't been so kind, he would have killed them long ago. This ship is truly plagued by disasters. It's my misfortune to be aboard it. Looking at the chaotic situation, Jian Lin sighed. This couldn't be his fault. After all, he'd always had good luck. Just then, the dragon bird, perhaps still hungry, reached into the room next to him and snatched out a slender, white-haired woman. The woman struggled desperately, but made no sound. Alas! He sighed and put on his monocle. The dragon bird let out a mournful cry, trembled a few times, and exploded. Flesh and blood splattered all over the woman, drenching her in a bloody mess. As she fell, she remained unfazed, her blood-stained, pale black eyes fixed directly in Jian Lin's direction. He activated levitation and placed her in the next room, ignoring her. This woman seemed to have killed the green-haired man he'd knocked unconscious yesterday, hiding the body under the bed. Surprisingly, she was quite defiant, striking decisively when she saw the opportunity. Saving her was simply a matter of convenience. While he wasn't a good person, he had no desire to see such a pitiful person die before his eyes. Out of sight, out of mind. On deck, the bald captain had already taken action, but there were too many dragon birds to care about those on the cruise ship. He could only continuously strike at the flock of dragon birds in the air. Each blow produced a terrifying sonic boom, piercing the flock several times. The high-level ones were still powerful, slowing the dragon bird's attack. It would probably not take long for them all to be dealt with. Mincemeat and crystals rained down. Jian Lin had no intention of accepting the money. He didn't care about such a small sum. Collecting too much would surely be noticed by the captain. After all, This was someone else's spoils, so as a guest, he should be less rude. He had only casually rescued a few white-haired people, and some normal green-haired ones too. After all, not all green-haired people had strange hobbies. Those normal green-haired people were gathered on the upper floors, so they were easy to spot. The floors Jiang Lin was on were in that area. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Unbecoming? Jiang Lin frowned subconsciously. The slender woman he had just rescued stood outside the door. She had noticed he was the one making the move, even in that situation. She had good observation skills. But that wasn't enough reason to disturb him. He was standing by the window. Xiaoying was sitting on the bed, her sparkling eyes fixed on him, awaiting his command. Activate levitation and open the door. He didn't speak. Even if he did, the woman wouldn't understand. She wasn't a professional and lacked spiritual awareness. The woman, resembling a bloody figure, simply stared at him, then knelt and began to kowtow. She kowtowed heavily, without a single word. Just kowtow over and over. Mute? Jiang Lin finally understood why she hadn't screamed after being captured. She couldn't. He didn't move, and the woman kowtowed repeatedly. He didn't know what she was trying to express. Was it gratitude? Or a plea for help? She'd killed green hair, and she probably wouldn't survive. Most of the dragon birds outside had been dealt with, and the remaining ones, seeing the situation was dire, had begun to retreat. Jiang Lin stared out the window, his eyes unfocused. Xiaoying stared at the woman, always on guard. The woman just kowtowed. So that's it. Jiang Lin suddenly understood. The woman wasn't kowtowing to him. She was resisting. She was resisting fate. Resisting her inevitable death. In her eyes, Jiang Lin was nothing but a hope. The hope of survival. Living is simple. It's also difficult. Who isn't like that? What Jiang Lin was doing was simply living, simply trying to live better. The essence was the same. Alas. He activated the levitation, moved the woman to the corner of the room, and closed the door. The woman was surprised at first, then burst into tears. She cried so hard that her nose ran, and her flesh, tears, and blood mixed together, making her face blurry. Jiang Lin shook his head, and continued to look out the window. People were shouting Gufu, probably the captain's name. They were rejoicing in their survival, hugging their loved ones and friends. On either side of Captain Gufu stood the middle-aged woman and Hawk, probably ordering repairs to the ship and counting casualties. No one cared about the white-haired woman. Her life or death was irrelevant, but she couldn't live. Because she rebelled, Jiang Lin pushed his hat down and touched his monocle. Xiaoying watched the whole thing, lost in thought. Chapter 135. Hawk had warned Jiang Lin not to disturb him, as he was a noble rank 5 professional. So no one would come to inspect his room. And in Hawk's eyes, he was also a spirit empowerer, making him even more distinguished. After all, inventors are welcome everywhere. People always need various items. Although the Master Craftsman path offers average individual combat power, its overall strength is definitely not weak. This path has ranks 2 to 5. The names are Master Craftsman, Pawnbroker, Puppet Master, and Spirit Empowerer. There's no need to elaborate on the first few. The most important is the ability of the Spirit Empowerer class. Spirit Empowerer, able to infuse free psychic energy or spirits into objects, imbuing them with special spirituality, and granting them unique perception and responsibilities. It's akin to creating a unique life form. Jiang Lin wasn't sure of the actual effects. Fei Ye's information only provided a general description of each class. But even that introduction alone was impressive. The Spirit Empowerer's operability was definitely higher than that of the Trickster. After all, every profession has its own specializations. The strange creatures created by the Trick Shaper are primarily used as substitutes for strange objects, and strange items merely imbue materials with life, resulting in relatively limited effects. The spiritual hand can truly alter the essence of an object, effectively transforming it from a material state into a combination of spirit and matter. Jiang Lin was also happy that Hawk misunderstood. It wouldn't hurt him anyway. In fact, it didn't matter whether he investigated or not. He could easily save a white-haired person. He had already used objects to displace the body of the green-haired person next door, and dumped it into the sea. Others would simply assume he had been eaten by a dragon bird. Eat it. He handed the white-haired mute girl a strange fleshy fruit, and pointed to his mouth, signaling her to eat it. She had already washed and changed into the clothes Jiang Lin had given her, which were from a treasure chest Xiaoying had found earlier. The mute girl's pale face suddenly turned bitter, for the flesh fruit certainly didn't look very good, but she hesitated for a moment before forcing herself to eat it. Jiang Lin had no reason to harm her. Even if he had thought so, she wouldn't have been able to resist. She was smart enough to understand. But then she was overcome by the deliciousness of the flesh fruit, ignoring the moldy, purple, and green slime, and devoured it in no time. She even licked her fingers. Jiang Lin ignored her, and sat on the bed thinking. The cruise ship Zhu Qiaoqiao had built was quite interesting, filtering seawater into clean water, worthy of a high-level master craftsman. The bathroom had a shower and sink, very similar to the one on Blue Star. In fact, everything seemed familiar to him the moment he arrived on the cruise ship. Could Zhu Qiaoqiao really be from Blue Star? When did she enter the directionless sea? Could it have been before the apocalypse of Blue Star? Hawk said she helped the indigenous people modify their navigational tools decades ago. If his suspicions are true, then could other Blue Star people have also entered the foggy world before? It's just that their extraordinary powers kept them unnoticed. I contacted Lin Yu, but it was already 8:45. The cursed body returned with the remaining night demons. Their ferocious appearance startled the mute girl, who thought they were another attack from a creature like the dragon bird. But then she saw that the night demons seemed to be Jiang Lin's men, so she huddled in a corner, curiously watching. Jiang Lin knew everything, of course, but he ignored her. The difference in their levels was too great, and he had nothing to keep secret. She collected the last 2 crystal cores. Today, she had obtained a crystal essence, 14 fog-avoiding fire seeds, and 3 crystal cores. Such a harvest would be unimaginable in the fog, and it was thanks to the sealed-off zone of the directionless alien sea that the mist-resistant fire would have been priceless otherwise. Retracting his cursed body, he looked back at the several dark night demons, feeling a pity. If they were more intelligent, they would have been the perfect tools for exploration. Unfortunately, this wasn't possible. The night demons would only follow orders and fight, so at the very least, he had to have the cursed body with him. If necessary, he could use it to test for danger, such as entering a remote area. He could simply observe if the black claws had regenerated. If they did, it meant death. A place capable of killing extremely powerful level 5 creatures also presented a certain danger for him. After putting away all the night demons, he needed to rest for a while. After all, the cursed body had been floating for so long, draining his energy. The mute girl had been huddled in a corner, clearly afraid to move without Jiang Lin's orders. Now you're being cowardly, Jiang Lin muttered inwardly, a thought coming to mind. Using displacement, he moved the bed from the next room over and placed the mute girl there. The trickster's path is all about convenience. Every move is like a magician's. He then laid down on his bed, ignoring the mute woman's reaction. Call me if you move. He handed the twin pins to Xiaoying. He had already notified Lin Yu to notify her at midnight. Yes, master. Xiaoying stood guard obediently. She would be extra vigilant when Jiang Lin rested. With her watching over him, Jiang Lin didn't have to worry about being unable to react to danger. Only 2 people on this ship could threaten him. The middle-aged woman, a level 5 director. However, he had encountered the cat-faced, deer-horned men before, so he wasn't afraid of his tactics. Besides, his mental state was already at 59 points, and he still had the stasis, so the director's abilities couldn't lock onto him. Then, there was Gufu, the bald captain. His strength as a high-level warrior was self-evident, but he was a fighter. Even the Dark Knight's assassination skills couldn't escape Xiaoying's awareness. To put it bluntly, this path requires recklessness most of the time. No wonder they transform into ferocious beasts when they lose control. As for the mute girl, although she was close, there were some gaps that distance couldn't bridge. He'd been feeling sleepy lately, and his energy was depleting quickly. It must be his stomach. He could only hope the other party would leave quickly and avoid embarrassing him. He fell into a deep sleep, and it took an unknown amount of time. Jiang Lin opened his eyes and sat up. He curiously surveyed his surroundings, focusing on Xiaoying. He stroked his chin as if in thought. Xiaoying looked at him with a hint of surprise, as if she didn't understand why the master had woken up so soon after falling asleep. Jiang Lin naturally tucked his hair behind his ear, then touched his stomach, as if feeling something. Huh? He murmured, his hand reaching down to touch something. What is this? He lifted his pants and took a look of shock on his face. Xiaoying, sensing something was amiss with his odd behavior, glared at him coldly. But she didn't know what else to do, except to prevent Jiang Lin from harming her. It took Jiang Lin a while to recover from his surprise. He rubbed his eyes, as if he had seen something foul. Xiaoying transformed herself into moonlight, clinging to him, hoping to protect him. That ability is not bad. Jiang Lin touched himself, sighed, and got out of bed. He passed the mute girl without even glancing at her, as if she were an insignificant ant. In the bathroom, he touched his handsome face in the mirror, a look of relative satisfaction on his face. Then he undressed, scanning his body, as if checking for any serious illness. Not bad. A few minutes later, he put it back on and let out a breath. It felt exactly like a physical exam. He yawned, feeling a little sleepy, so he lay back down on the bed and quickly fell asleep. Xiaoying appeared beside him, transformed into moonlight, watching with some concern. She made no sound, fearing that if she woke him, it would be the same unfamiliar Jiang Lin from before, though her expression was even more alert. Time passed, and it wasn't even midnight yet. Another cruise ship accident. Chapter 136. Master, something's wrong. Xiaoying's cold voice echoed in his ears. Huh? Jiang Lin opened his eyes, and quickly stood up after realizing what was happening. The ship swayed slightly, and he forcefully pushed his long hair back from his eyes. Xiaoying stared at him for a moment, then, after confirming his identity, a look of joy crossed his face. Master, you just... Then he recounted what had happened to Jiang Lin. Take off your clothes? Jiang Lin frowned at first, then glanced down at his body with a strange expression. But now wasn't the time to dwell on such matters. Since the high-level being hadn't made any unnecessary moves, his intentions were likely similar to what he had suspected. The cruise ship was truly in trouble this time. He reached the window, only to be met with darkness. Looking up, he saw a flower-shaped mouth that obscured the sky. Swallowing the sea, the darkness ahead was the interior of this mouth. Like a black hole, it sucked in all the seawater it could see, leaving no one to know where it went. What the hell is this? A creature? His scalp tingled. He hadn't expected to encounter something like this. This 10,000-meter wide maw was only half exposed, yet it cast a shadow over the entire sea. The cruise ship was drifting ever closer to the flower's mouth, on the verge of entering the black hole's maw. Jiang Lin was ready to flee. Luckily, the flower-shaped mouth was only swallowing the sea, and didn't seem to be actively attacking. Otherwise, the cruise ship would be in grave danger. Xiaoying, can you sense the level of this thing? Master, no. Xiaoying's answer was as expected. A creature this huge must be more than level 6. It was terrifying. Just as the cruise ship was about to sink with the current, Gufu appeared on the deck. He had a bald head, a green beard, and wore a white robe, but this time his expression was far more serious than the 2 previous times he faced crisis. The deck had already gathered all the professionals on board, all with green hair, including the middle-aged female director and Hawk. In addition to Hawk, there were 2 other level 4s, suggesting that the overall strength of this cruise ship was quite strong. It's a sea devourer. What bad luck, the middle-aged female director said. She also wore a white robe, with waist-length green hair, and it was clear that she had been very beautiful in her youth. Even in middle age, her appearance had been well maintained. Her words caught Jiang Lin's attention, and he learned the name of the terrifying creature before him. The Sea Devourer. It lived up to its name, capable of swallowing the sea. This naturally included creatures within the sea. Jiang Lin also noticed that while Gufu looked solemn, he didn't appear overly worried, suggesting this wasn't his first encounter with a sea devourer. As expected, with age comes experience. Unlike Hawk and the others, who were all bewildered, they began questioning the middle-aged woman. Guff jumped into the sea, alternating his hands and pounding the surface. Each of his attacks unleashed a massive tsunami, effectively pushing the cruise ship out of the massive vortex created by the seeding flower. How reckless. Jiang Lin couldn't help but sigh at this. Perhaps when one becomes stronger, they don't use their brains anymore. If fists can solve a problem, then fists will solve it. During this time, the middle-aged woman even had the leisure to explain the seeding flower to Hawk and the others. Since there was no danger to his life, Jiang Lin followed suit. It turned out that the seeding flower was a unique creature, constantly devouring the seawater and the creatures within it, with no one knowing where its mouth would end up. Some speculated he was digested, others that he entered the world inside the sea-devouring flower. After all, no one who had entered had ever emerged. So no one would be foolish enough to risk their lives. The sea-devouring flower doesn't attack, being more of an instinctive creature. So as long as you run fast enough, encountering it isn't life-threatening. Jiang Lin nodded, then shook his head and curled his lips. This cruise ship is such a bad luck place. 3 attacks in a single day. I can't even sleep well. He sighed, inwardly lamenting that not everyone was as lucky as him. 20 minutes later. Jiang Lin sat in Gubu's spacious belly, the surrounding underwater scene clearly visible. It was magical. He propped his chin up, a look of indignation on his face. Next to him sat the new girl, and Xiaoying had already possessed him. The Yellow Sea's seabed wasn't like a cruise ship. Danger was still possible. He was asked to disembark. He still remembered what Hawk had said to him. Brother Jianlin, as you've seen, our cruise ship has been plagued by accidents lately. For your own safety, it's best to disembark. I return these 100 crystals to you as compensation for your losses. Captain Gufu originally wanted to see you, but he was a little embarrassed to face you. He feels he didn't give you a good experience. I apologize on his behalf. Then the cruise ship sped away from him. Unlucky cruise ship, I'd rather not board it. If you won't take me here, I'd find somewhere else. 30 years. Jianlin uttered several golden sentences in quick succession, then lay down, feeling the softness of his touch. Gov can dive and swim fast. How can a shabby cruise ship compare? The scenery was beautiful, and there was a 360-degree diving experience without blind spots. The bed was even softer, infinitely more comfortable than that crappy bed. After being transformed to level 4, Gubu had become resistant to the Yellow Sea's mental pollution and had the ability to change color, making it undetectable to ordinary level 4 creatures. On the journey, unless they ran into one directly, they wouldn't be harassed by strange creatures. The mute girl was naturally taken along. If she had stayed on the boat, she would have been dead. As a ghost sculptor, it was incredibly easy to stealthily carry someone away. It was all thanks to Gubu. Otherwise, the mute girl, an ordinary person, would have lost control and transformed in no time in the Yellow Sea. Xiaoying, keep an eye on it. It was still a while until midnight, and Jianlin wasn't in a rush to transform, so he might as well get some sleep. Gubu would make his own way, and with his mysterious luck, there was no need to worry about finding Xiaofu and the others. It was just that the journey might be a bit complicated. He closed his eyes. The white-haired mute girl beside her gazed at the sea for a long time, feeling an unprecedented sense of freedom. Swimming freely in the sea like this was something she had never dared to imagine since she was born. While she didn't know what the future held, it was still better than being bullied on a cruise ship. Looking at Jianlin sleeping beside her, her mind raced. She had no name. The green-haired noble had given her the number 45468. Before being taken to that room, she had been working with her parents, cleaning pipes on the bottom of the ship. And then they all died. There was no conspiracy or touching plot, simply that they had been caught in a fan blade while working, injured and untreated, their eyes numb in the moments before they left this world. She hadn't inherited her parents' profession. The noble with his unique hobbies had chosen her because of her appearance. Then she was taken to that room and beaten. She already knew what would happen next. It was a common occurrence, known to all the white-haired people. But no one resisted. Those with that gene had long since died. But things unexpectedly took a turn for the better, and her instinct for survival was unleashed. She strangled the hateful green-haired noble with a strip of cloth until he was no longer breathing. Before that, she had only seen an illusory thorn sticking out of the wall, and she was grateful for it. But she knew her life was coming to an end. For she had killed a distinguished noble, a sin that would never be tolerated. Even more horrific torture awaited her. Her only luck was that she could die with dignity, without enduring such suffering. Afterwards, she hid in her room, unmolested. The nobles would never have imagined that a white-haired man would dare to kill them. Until she was attacked by the dragon bird. Thinking of this, the mute girl smiled. Perhaps she had seized the chance to live. She had seized freedom. Chapter 137. Jianlin awoke to Xiaoying's call. Because the twin pins had begun to move. A new day begins. He stretched and found the mute girl staring at him with a smile, her gray eyes reflecting the scenery of the Yellow Sea. Shooting a horror movie? The scene brought back memories of classic scenes. He had 6 transformations, but he didn't have many items he could use right now. As for the treasure compass and the doom siphon pistol, there was no rush. They were enough for now. As always, practical items must be foolproof to avoid things like the mocking chair. There's also a sanctuary teleportation talisman that he could try, but not today. It works in the mists, not the directional sea. Once he found the axe and the others, they might be enough to solve his dilemma when he couldn't escape. Finally, he settled on 5 items. The Oblivion Scroll, the Reverse Time Brooch, the Emmy Doll, the Sorcerer's Bomb, and the Dark Knight's Gauntlets. These items were already of little use when they were unearthed, so it was a good time to use the transmutation technique to see if there were any surprises. The remaining transmutation technique would be left to the mute girl. This was a chance for her to change her fate. Otherwise, in the dimensionless sea, ordinary people wouldn't survive without the cruise ship. Transmutation activated. He used 200 spiritual power on the reverse time brooch, and distributed 100 evenly among the others. The wriggling began, and all 5 items began to transform. Eventually, the Scroll of Oblivion and the Doll of Envy transformed into strange creatures, a white paper figure, and a hideous-looking girl doll in a red dress. The paper figures were nothing special, the kind you see in movies casting spells. The girl doll looked rather eerie, comparable to the vengeful dolls in horror films. Go aside for now. Jianlin waved his hand, and the 2 new creatures obeyed. Having spiritual imprints is good, they're generally quite obedient, except for the greedy one. Of the remaining 3 items, the reverse time brooch transformed into a tumor-like pocket watch, and the voodoo bomb didn't change much, except for the tentacles. Perhaps it could track people? Jianlin imagined a scene where a bomb moved its tentacles to follow a person. Then, there were the Dark Knight gauntlets, which had unexpectedly transformed into bracelets with thin black horns. Aside from the voodoo bomb, the other 2 items originally had negative effects, so he didn't test them and put them all in his backpack. He'd deal with them later. After all, the highest level they could reach after transformation was only level 4, which wouldn't be of much use to him right now. He looked at the 2 new members. What are your abilities? The paper figurine transmitted a signal, and the red-dressed girl doll spoke. Master, I can make creatures of the same level obey my commands. Their voice wasn't as terrifying as their appearance, but rather evoked a sense of pity, making it hard to refuse. Finally, Jianlin summarized their effects. Forgotten paper figure, level 3. This item helps the user block skill attacks. If the attack hits, it will be ineffective, and the opponent will temporarily forget the skill, making it unusable for 30 minutes. Resentful doll, level 3. This item can command creatures to obey commands. Those that disobey will lose their minds. This item is effective at level 3 and below. Both new members are quite effective. Forgotten paper figure, in particular, has no level requirement and is a purely conceptual ability. While it can only temporarily make the enemy forget one skill, its operability is definitely greatly improved. It's like getting a death-by-death experience for nothing. While blocking a skill against a higher level entity isn't very effective, it's still better than nothing. As for the resentful doll, a level 3-1 is relatively invincible, so that's all I can say. It's like a tyrant. Disobedience leads to death. This time, he didn't give the 2 new members nicknames. There were already plenty of them. The paper doll is easier to remember, so calling it that is fine. The red-dress girl doll is called Red O, which is also very descriptive. Put the paper doll in the windbreaker pocket. The little one can sometimes save your life, so you can carry it close to your body. Red O is the size of a normal little girl, so I can't put it in there either, so I just leave it nearby. And then, there's the mute girl. Jianlin looked at the mute girl with white hair and a white dress. She was also looking at him with gray eyes. She had witnessed the magical scene just now, and it took her a while to understand what had happened. This new owner could actually turn objects into living things. It was truly eye-opening. They didn't speak the same language, and the mute girl was mute, so he couldn't even perceive what she said with his spiritual sense. So he tried using hand gestures. Before doing good deeds, one should also let the other person know what's happening, so they can at least be mentally prepared. It took a while for the mute girl to understand his meaning, and then she nodded repeatedly. She understood. The new owner was saying that she, too, could possess the power to protect herself, just as he had given life to those objects. This was a gift from the gods. At that moment, she already considered Jianlin a deity. Bestowing extraordinary powers upon mortals, in the eyes of mortals, isn't that something only gods can do? She knelt again and began to kowtow. Get up. Jianlin gestured upward, feigning displeasure. He wanted to let the mute girl know he disliked this, so she wouldn't kneel so easily in the future. As human beings, legs are for walking, not for kneeling. Seeing his displeasure, the mute girl quickly stood up. Although she didn't understand why her new master disliked this, considering the nobles all appreciated others kneeling, she would never do it again. Because her new master, whom she considered a god, didn't like it. Seeing her so obedient, Jianlin didn't know what to say. He pointed his hand at her. Actually, this wasn't necessary to activate the alienation technique, but it had become a habit. It would also give the mute girl time to prepare. Alienation technique activated. Under the mute girl's expectant gaze, 200 spiritual power points flooded her body, followed by intense pain. She screamed silently, her body beginning to writhe violently, eventually becoming unrecognizable and transformed. Goo! Goo! Only a faint wriggling sound could be heard. On her body, first a toad's head emerged, then a foul tumor grew, and then a series of blurred human faces. These strange phenomena alternated, as if a battle was going on. Then, The abnormality on her body was supplemented by a gray light, squeezing out her naked body, but it was quickly suppressed by the previous abnormality. She continued to change like this, finally settling into a strange figure with a tumor on her lower body and a face without any facial features. Jianlin thought that was the end. But her form began to change again, finally returning to her normal appearance. Aside from the fact that she was no longer wearing clothes, nothing seemed to have happened. But Jianlin knew that this must be her professional skills taking effect. She was actually an actor. Master. The mute girl sent a message. Theoretically, after becoming a professional, she could speak. But because she was mute before, she hadn't learned to speak yet, so this would have to be a gradual process. It's okay if she can't speak, she can communicate with the spiritual imprint. Put it on, and then tell me about your abilities. Jianlin threw a white dress over. The mute girl rustled her clothes and answered Jianlin's questions. Illusory Actor, Level 2. This skill, a product of the actor class imbued with an unknown aura, is undergoing unpredictable changes. Its original class skills have been transformed, leaving it without a fixed form, capable of transforming into a disembodied phantom, possessing immense combat power. It has 2 skills. True/false form, Level 2. This skill allows the user to transform into a previously encountered creature of the same or lower level, using the creature's abilities as long as the opponent remains unaware. Effective at Level 2 and below. Psychedelic Leap, Level 2. This skill creates a highly deceptive clone on the spot, simultaneously distorting the surrounding space and instantly leaping to a designated location within 20 meters. The clone can confuse the enemy and independently perform simple offensive and defensive actions. Chapter 138. Compared to the normal actor class, the 2 skills of the phantom actor class are far more powerful. In Fei Ye's description of the actor class, an actor must perform continuously for a minute before using the ability to transform into a living being. The phantom actor, however, can use this ability directly, as long as they remain undetected. But since they can all use their abilities, the chances of detection are greatly reduced. The clones created by a normal actor during a transformation have no offensive capabilities, much like the phantoms created by Jianlin's phantom steps. The phantom actor's clones are able to move, making them undoubtedly even more deceptive. Furthermore, the mute girl has gained the ability to transform into a phantom, an ability that allows her to evade almost all physical attacks. All in all, the mute girl is undoubtedly an actor several levels stronger. Do you have a name? Jianlin asked, gazing into the mute girl's gray eyes. Now that they can communicate, a name needs to be determined. The mute girl, feeling the power and changes within her body, a look of delight on her face, responded, Master, I have a number. Jianlin pondered. Of course, numbering wouldn't work, he didn't like it. Besides, it was probably chosen by the green-haired nobles, so there was no need to continue using it. He randomly picked a catchy name. From now on, you be called Huanv. Thank you, Lord. It was the first time Huanv had a normal name, and it made her feel like she had finally gained human identity. The double joy made her smile even brighter. Huanv, Huanv. That's my name. She leaped with joy, repeating it over and over again, as if to etch it deeply into her mind. Jianlin naturally had no idea that his random name would stir her so deeply, and even if he knew, he wouldn't have cared. Huan Nu was considered his subordinate, so he hadn't originally held high hopes for her. He simply gave her a chance to survive. Whether she would be of any use in the future wasn't a big deal. He'd let her develop on her own. He still had to find Xiao Axe and the others first, then figure out how to get back to the Misty World. Today was the 18th day, and in 12 days it would be a month. He expected the Misty World rankings to be conducted, and there would be a major fog tide. During that time, spatial disturbances would randomly merge the various areas of the fog, and he didn't know which area his shelter would end up in. Xiao San and Xiao Tong were the only level 5 members in his family. If powerful creatures were around, both the shelter and the members of the Weird Mist Society would be in danger. While he could occupy someone else's shelter, he preferred his own. There was no point in overthinking it. There was still plenty of time. The directionless sea was vast, but with their mysterious luck, it shouldn't be long before he found Xiao Axe and the others. Sleep. It was early morning in the Misty World. Although the directionless sea didn't distinguish between day and night, he was still accustomed to daytime activities. And because of my stomach, I've been feeling very sleepy lately. Xiaoying, wake me if you feel anything unusual. He lay down, his body truly soft. The surrounding scene flashed by, a dazzling array of bizarre creatures. The Huanv had recovered from her joy, and seeing him sleep, She began to observe her surroundings cautiously. She had come to regard Jianglin as a god, and as a servant of a god, this was her duty. Lord, I've discovered something. Jianglin opened his eyes. Subconsciously, he activated his spiritual sense to explore, and a block of ice appeared on the sea's surface ahead. Further out, a vast expanse of ice. The range of his spiritual sense was limited, so only the naked eye could see the full picture. Gub surface. Gub. After Gub half emerged from the water, he finally saw the origin of the iceberg. An iceberg had appeared ahead. From a distance, the iceberg looked almost like an island, looming above the sea. Jianglin also spotted a few strange creatures wandering about, likely long-term residents of the iceberg. Huh? Looking closely, he saw what looked like dark shadows within the iceberg. Is this a relic? How could such an intelligent creature exist in the Yellow Sea? Indigenous people like Hawk lived on boats, and Hawk hadn't mentioned any other intelligent creatures. Letting Gub swim in any direction, he encountered an iceberg like this. Perhaps it was some mysterious destiny at work. Perhaps Xiaofu and the others were inside. Letting Gub stay with Huan Nu, Jianglin decided to take Xiaoying inside to take a look. The three strange creatures also needed to be brought along. Jianglin even left a locator beacon in Gula's stomach to prevent him from getting lost. It's time to get this guy out, Jianglin said, pulling out a level 5 strange item. The Pen of Lies. I obtained a crystal essence yesterday, perfect for shaping a ghost. Of course, there's no such thing as too many scapegoats. Shape activates. The two items rapidly merged, eventually transforming into a 2-meter-tall ghostly figure with a cat face and slender deer antlers. Snap! Snap! Director, huh? Scary, huh? Jianglin raised his hands and slapped his hands, one on each side, venting his anger. Lie Erosion Cat Deer Man, shape level 5. When it tells a lie, it will be realized in a distorted form. Each use reduces its lifespan by 30 days. At the same time, its body will gradually be corroded by black lines. Once covered, it will become a puppet of lies, repeating falsehoods. This effect is effective at level 5 and below. The Shaper Ghost was quite useful. He could use his former enemies as slaves, even sacrificing their lives for him when necessary. Those who couldn't kill me would become my surrogate souls. Let's go! Leaving his 4 fellow ghosts to accompany him, Gubu opened his mouth towards the sea. Master, be at peace. The phantom girl's intuition reached him. Jianglin stopped floating and glanced back. With white hair and a white dress, her slender figure looked frail. Her expression was serious, her gray eyes filled with worry. He tucked her hair violently behind her ears and held it down with his hat. Jianglin understood why the phantom girl acted this way. To her, he was her only hope for survival. Without Jianglin, she would die. This wasn't affection. It was simply because he represented the hope of life. Everyone longs to live. Don't worry, even if you die, I won't. Jianglin's words were harsh, but the phantom girl calmed down. Sometimes, it's words like these that bring peace of mind. Then he floated away, followed by 4 strange creatures at a slower pace. This iceberg was enormous. A horse running to the top of a mountain would be a dead end, unless it could fly. He floated for a long time, before finally reaching the foot of the iceberg. There were many creatures along the ice, some resembling penguins and seals. These creatures were generally of low level, but they hadn't been contaminated by the Yellow Sea. It seemed the iceberg had the ability to block pollution. At the foot of the mountain, the creatures were a bit higher, around level 2 or 3. Most were non-aggressive, presenting a natural and peaceful scene. For the perilous Yellow Sea, this iceberg was a paradise. He also saw signs of what appeared to be intelligent life. There were a few makeshift igloos scattered beneath the iceberg, evidently used for hunting. Judging from the size of the igloos, they were about the size of humans. There was nothing inside. Everything had obviously been taken away, so it was impossible to determine the creatures' identities based on the items. Could it be related to the ruins? Jianglin wasn't sure. Perhaps he should look for this race and learn more about the ruins. Entering rashly would be dangerous. Although it looked peaceful outside, caution was always a good idea. He began searching the igloo, following its clues to the intelligent creatures. After about an hour, he finally made a discovery. He saw an ice cave, flanked by 2 statues, similar to those at the Xur temple, both with octopus heads. You again. His reason for coming to the directionless sea was likely related to the temple. He hadn't expected to encounter another related clue here. Chapter 139. Don't enter the cave casually. This is common sense for survival, so Jianglin transformed into a gray light spell body while he stood guard outside. Little gray Jianglin quickly entered the ice cave. The interior was 2 people tall, and the passage was winding and twisting, indicating that this race was very cautious. He tried to use objects to move into the ice, but failed. Strange. So he had to float along the passage. After more than 10 minutes, he finally entered a space several dozen meters high. Ice light flickered all around, and many igloos formed a circular pattern. In the open space in the middle gathered nearly 100 humans with pale blue skin, all dressed in black robes, most of them very worn. There were men, women, young and old, undoubtedly a group. In the middle was a large stone platform, upon which were placed bottles and jars. Someone, clearly the clan leader, stood before it, giving a speech. Caught up at a gathering? Jianglin enjoyed this scene. It helped him gain some information about this race. The patriarch was a burly old man, his face etched with unforgettable symbols. He too wore a black robe, very old, even less impressive than the younger men, yet everyone listened respectfully to his words, without a murmur. The Lord has not abandoned us. The symbol on my face is proof of that. He is eternal, immortal, merely dormant, and needs awakening. This was probably his opening line, but the others remained silent, clearly hearing it often. Just like in a meeting with the boss, I told him that the company was thriving, and that the new car I just picked up last month was proof of that. It's just that it's been sick lately, and needs repair and cleansing. Same principle. We cannot abandon our former glory. The filthy cult is just a bunch of despicable, shameless, filthy cowards. Sooner or later, they will be purged. The Lord has spoken to me in a dream. Although we've been forced to retreat to the Supreme Tribe's territory, as long as we persevere, we will surely see a turnaround, allowing the Alien Sea to fully return to the Blue Ocean era. Begin the Ascension Ceremony. The first few sentences were likely nonsense. The last one was the key. Several young men unhurriedly carried up several monster corpses. Jianglin had some recollection of one of them. It had been found in the Yellow Sea, so these must be Yellow Sea creatures. The burly old chief took up iron knives and tubes, and began to precisely collect specific parts from the monsters. Blood, dorsal fin flesh, tumors, eyeballs, suckers. He was skilled, as if he had done this countless times, each time with impeccable precision. The same blood material, collected twice, yielded nearly identical results. It was like preparing a potion requiring high precision. This was the first time Jianglin had seen this, so it felt quite novel. Ascension ceremony, should it be for professional advancement? Compared to the old chiefs, Hawk's promotion method was clearly cruder. They simply ate it, leaving their fate entirely up to chance. The old patriarch looked incredibly professional. Perhaps this was the true path to career advancement in the Wuxiang Alien Sea? Supreme Tribe Land? The Blue Ocean era? Perhaps this race truly possessed some profound knowledge, seemingly understanding the secrets of the Wuxiang Alien Sea even better than Hawk and the others. Hawk was truly unreliable, claiming his race was the sole inhabitants of the Wuxiang Alien Sea. Clearly, he was just bragging out of ignorance. While Jianglin was lost in thought, the old patriarch had already gathered the 5 tubes. A gust of wind surged through his hands, stirring the unknown liquid mixture within them. So he's an occult scholar, Jianglin suddenly realized. He had sensed the old patriarch was at level 5, but he wasn't sure of his class. The ability to manipulate elemental forces was obvious. The 5-element master path, levels 2 to 5 are 5-element master, sorcerer, arcane instructor, and mystic scholar. Mystic scholar. Through complex rituals and unique mystical techniques, one achieves extraordinary manipulation of natural elements, such as temporarily altering elemental properties and distorting the distribution of elements in space. This path's combat is a different kind of violence than that of a brawler. If you don't want to feel the blast, it's best to avoid antagonizing this path. The old patriarch had already distributed 5 tubes to 5 young men, all of whom looked to be in their teens. Several middle-aged men and women in the back were visibly nervous. It seemed this promotion wasn't without risk. That's understandable. Even survivors could lose control after drinking a health potion, let alone eating a monster. While the old patriarch's preparations were expert, nothing is absolute. This is eye-opening. Jianglin stared intently, feeling that he had arrived at the perfect time. Such a promotion was certainly not commonplace. The 5 young men, determined, exchanged a glance, then simultaneously raised their tubes and drank in one gulp. A gust of wind blew the glass tubes onto the table. Ah! Small lumps appeared on their skin, as if something was thrashing around inside them. The roars continued, clearly painful. The middle-aged men and women behind them stared nervously. Not as dramatic as the transformation technique. Jianlin rubbed his chin. After watching for a long time, it seemed there was no other reaction besides pain and swelling. Things quickly began to change. Two of the young men were clearly struggling, sprouting fins from their backs and tumors from their skin. "No, son, hold on!" A middle-aged woman screamed, and the man beside her clutched her tightly, though his pale fingertips showed no sign of calm either. Another middle-aged man and woman made similar moves, but much more restrained. Alas! The old patriarch sighed upon seeing this. Jianlin, naturally aware of what was happening, frowned. The probability of advancement wasn't low, but it wasn't high either. Even with such meticulous preparation, it was hard to imagine what it would be like to simply eat it, as Hawk and the others did. In the end, 3 people successfully ascended to the 5 elements master level. As for the other 2, amid the hysterical wails of the 2 middle-aged women, the 2 monsters were incinerated to ash by the old patriarch's fireball. This path to advancement is too cruel. Jianlin could only conclude this, but it was the only path to advancement for non-survivors in the Misty World. It seemed the system was still very merciful. As long as one followed the rules, advancement would be a natural outcome. Although the sanity potion is difficult to obtain, upgrading the shelter to level 5 with the items in the treasure chest will grant access to the soul-devouring transfiguration cultivation technique. As long as nothing unexpected happens, reaching level 5 is highly possible. As for subsequent advancement to higher levels, it depends on the survivor's own efforts. The system simply provides a higher starting point. It seems that the alienation technique is truly beyond the scope of the standard, easily enabling the acquisition of high-level creatures and items that others wouldn't even dare to dream of. He didn't think any further. His attention was drawn to the 3 new 5 elements masters. Why are they all 5 elements masters? Could that potion control their career path? Indeed, it's impressive. Jianlin had also alienated 3 professionals, but they all developed their own careers. Lin Yu and Meng Zi had talent, which was understandable, but Huan Nu didn't. Perhaps she didn't awaken because she didn't have the system's help. According to the system, everyone has different talents, and the old man's potion effectively alters a person's original path. This was a completely new system that Jianlin had never encountered. The ceremony concluded, and the crowd dispersed. The 3 young men who had successfully ascended were also escorted away. Only 2 couples, men and women, who had lost their children, remained, and the air was thick with sorrow. The old chief sighed, and walked heavily back to his igloo. He had experienced this too much. As the chief, he must shoulder all the suffering and lead his people back to the Lord's embrace. However, when he returned to his familiar igloo, he saw a figure both strange and familiar. Chapter 140. Your Majesty, Grey God, is that you? The old patriarch, upon seeing Jianlin, made a strange gesture and spoke excitedly. This was supposed to be their race's way of expressing respect. But Jianlin wasn't concerned about that. Instead, he was being treated as a god again, who had previously used this grey light incarnation skill. Thinking quickly, he decided to take advantage of the situation. So he remained silent, staring at the old patriarch. This action seemed to confirm the old patriarch's suspicions, so he asked cautiously, Your Majesty, Grey God, do you know when our Lord will return to the alien sea? It seemed this so-called Grey God was acquainted with their race's god, and most likely from the same camp. But Jianlin had no idea. So, he feigned sophistication, when destiny returns to the right path. Classic nonsense literature. But the old patriarch was quite impressed, his pale blue face beaming with joy. Seeing Jianlin remain silent, he felt he had to do something. He couldn't keep the Grey God waiting any longer. Although His Holiness the Grey God seemed slightly different from the records, the Grey Light's appearance couldn't be mistaken. He was indeed the one who frequently met with the Lord. Your Holiness the Grey God, my name is Eugene Clohild. Just call me Eugene. Are you here to help us? The old patriarch bowed slightly, and asked respectfully. Jianlin nodded, maintaining his superior attitude and asking, Tell me about your current situation. Pretending to be a god was effective. At least it could yield a lot of useful information. The old patriarch's race was a remnant of the supreme cult. Hundreds of years ago, when their god still existed, the entire directionless sea was under the rule of the supreme cult. But then, their god vanished, and the Yellow Sea emerged from the alien sea, followed by the Red Sea. Along with them came the filthy cult. The supreme cult was attacked and slaughtered by the filthy cult, leaving only the old, weak, and sick, who had no choice but to return to the icy ruins known as the Supreme Land. They have survived to this day. The old patriarch has lived for over 200 years, but he is only a descendant of those who first fled, demonstrating the vast span of time. They simply dare not leave the iceberg. The filthy cult consists entirely of hypnotists, many of whom are highly skilled. If they were to leave, they would surely be discovered by the filthy cult over time. To advance, they could only sneakily bring back biological materials from the Yellow Sea, daring not to stay for more than a day, and even then, casualties were frequent. If it weren't for the laws governing the Supreme Land, they would have been exterminated long ago. After hearing this, Jiang Lin had a rough idea in mind, but he remained calm. Did he leave any clues? He asked. The old patriarch, Eugene, had his eyes light up, and he quickly said, Your Majesty, the elders of the sect have passed down that within the ruins of the Supreme Land lies a secret concerning the Lord's return, but we've yet to find it. Jiang Lin was secretly disappointed. He wasn't the true Grey God, so he naturally didn't care whether the deity of this supreme sect returned. Besides, he felt it was just a lie fabricated by the elders to maintain their faith. The affairs of the gods were no place for lesser beings to meddle. If they were going to return, they would have done so long ago. This wasn't like filming a movie, and there were no artifacts to collect. So, he decided not to stay any longer and decided to find an excuse to leave. But before he could say anything, a blue-skinned middle-aged man rushed into the igloo. Chief, Krau committed suicide. What? Eugene's face grimaced. But because Jiang Lin was there, he made no move. His expression shifted with a struggle, but he finally mustered the courage to plead with Jiang Lin. Lord Grey God, please help us. Jiang Lin hesitated for a moment, then said calmly, Tell me. Having just gathered intelligence, he didn't need a moment's delay to see what had happened. Eugene ordered the blue-skinned middle-aged man out, his face heavy. A few years ago, young people in the tribe began to occasionally commit suicide. At first, we thought it was just stress, but we later discovered it wasn't the case. These bizarre suicides always occur after the promotion ceremony, and they always happen to newly minted 5-element masters. This has led to our weakening. This must be the work of the filthy cult, but we don't know what methods they used. They absolutely cannot ascend to the supreme ground, or the elemental laws will annihilate them. Lord Grey God, I beg for your help. Jiang Lin was speechless. This supreme sect has truly fallen. It once dominated the Wuxiang alien sea, but now even this kind of method can't solve the problem. Isn't it obvious? Gather all your clansmen, he ordered after thinking. Eugene naturally did as he was told. Soon, everyone gathered in front of the central stone platform. Jiang Lin gave another order, count all those who went hunting and have them stand aside. A dozen middle-aged men and women emerged from the crowd. That was still a bit too many. Jiang Lin frowned and finally asked Eugene to recall which of them had gone out in the months before the suicides began. Finally, 5 individuals were selected. 3 men and 2 women. They always went hunting alone, which greatly reduced their chances of detection by the filthy cult, but this obviously wasn't foolproof. It was clear that one of them had fallen for the trickster's tactics, and this trickster had also temporarily granted them the ability to hypnotize. Tricksters exploit a creature's desires, implanting false perceptions into its mind, causing it to fall into mental confusion and act according to a pre-programmed logic. When not triggered, they behave normally. Hypnotists use hypnotic techniques to guide a creature into a subconscious state, implanting distorted beliefs and disrupting its thinking to follow the hypnotist's commands. Eugene, a level 5 mystic scholar, was completely fooled by this tactic. However, the abilities of the hypnotist's pathway were indeed difficult to guard against. Without a high level of mental acuity, it was difficult to avoid them. Jiang Lin had previously encountered both a puppeteer and a psychopath. The first encounter, with the red-eyed dark sheep man, nearly killed him. But after reaching a mental acuity of 59, he was no longer sensitive to the psychopath's presence. Although he knew the victim was among these 5, the matter remained unresolved. He wasn't afraid of this method himself, but helping others solve the fraudster's scheme was still somewhat laborious, which was the most disgusting aspect of this method. Minds were ethereal, and without the ability to read minds, you couldn't know what others were thinking. The informer method might have easily resolved the matter, but Jiang Lin was a sculptor, so he had to find another way. His sculpted lion cat deer man was already on his way. Lion cat deer man, sculptor level 5. When it tells a lie, it does so in a distorted manner. Each use reduces its lifespan by 30 days. At the same time, its body will gradually be corroded by black lines. Once covered, it will become a puppet of lies, repeating falsehoods. This is effective at level 5 and below. Jiang Lin still had the mysterious luck and the 4 luck dice, which might have solved the problem, but he felt it was a waste. He'd been hesitant to use his mysterious luck lately. He was already using it to find Xiaofu and the others, and he'd been plagued by misfortune along the way. If it happened again, forget it. Things were going smoothly. He had the cat deer man tell him, the person behind the deception will see a dramatic increase in their physical strength. Then he had the clan leader lock up the 5 men and release them after a few days. As for the twisted means by which this lie was carried out, that wasn't his concern. It certainly wasn't a good thing. The clan leader didn't understand the maneuver he employed, but out of respect for the deity, he obeyed. How could I possibly understand the Grey God's methods? That was his inner thought. Chapter 141. After resolving this minor incident, Eugene became even more respectful of him. Even though the matter remained unresolved, his trust in the Grey God convinced him that no more bizarre suicides would occur. I'm planning to visit the ruins. Jiang Lin made this request at the right moment, but without appearing eager, maintaining his deity's image. Eugene was clever and understood immediately. He produced a stone engraved with strange symbols and explained, "This is the key to the ruins gate. It will guide you to the door." He then handed the stone over. Jiang Lin didn't touch him, but instead activated levitation, sucking the stone into his palm. This stone was clearly not a single piece. There were probably many. And from what Eugene had said, they had frequently visited the ruins, but had always come up empty-handed. It shouldn't be dangerous, so a visit wouldn't hurt. On the Yellow Sea, a large ship was sailing around an iceberg. Inside the ornately decorated cabin, a seductive, purple-haired young man was suspended in midair by a red rope. He kept tightening it, squeezing red spots of blood from his pale skin. Despite the agony, he looked as if he were enjoying it, intoxicated. "Priest, something's happened." Outside the cabin, a skinny man shrank back and spoke, his voice as low as a whisper. The seductive man ignored him, instead tightening the red rope around his neck again until his face flushed and then turned pale as paper, then reluctantly let go. A sinister curve formed at the corner of his mouth, and he uttered a single word. "Speak." The skinny man outside the cabin had been waiting for a while, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and breathed a sigh of relief. He replied cautiously, "Zutler's out of control." The alluring man came to the table, picked up a comb made of needlepoint, and began combing his hair. His scalp immediately bled, but he wore an expression of immense joy, as if he had reached the pinnacle of bliss. "Why?" he asked as he combed. The skinny man hesitated for a moment before trembling. No reason." Squeak! The hatch door scraped with a harsh sound. The alluring man, his face covered in blood, emerged, his expression amused. "Everything has a reason. I'm disappointed in you." He stepped past the shaky, kneeling skinny man and strode toward the deck. The skinny man's expression suddenly contorted, and he began tearing at his face. He laughed as he tore, his face instantly a bloody mess. Hee hee, priest, hee hee. In the end, he died with a hysterical laugh, having stripped himself bare before dying to the very bones. As the alluring man arrived on deck, the crowd, previously engaged in heated discussion, fell silent. They were both men and women, all wearing purple hair and robes, and all youthful. The scene was eerily quiet, the only sound being the pattering of the alluring man's footsteps. As he walked, he extended his tongue, licking the blood from his face. His pale yet alluring features were revealed, a look of ecstasy. Clearly, a rat has infiltrated. He didn't even glance at the others for a moment, only at the iceberg. Eugene's foolish mind won't be able to solve the trickster's schemes. Seal off the iceberg. Kill any living creature you encounter. His voice was soft, but as he finished, all the purple-robed people behind him trembled. On the other side, somewhere inside the iceberg, Jiang Lin had already found a casual excuse to say goodbye to Eugene under the name of the Grey God. He was now rushing towards the ruins, holding the symbol stone. Holding the stone provided a spiritual guidance, which was quite convenient. After about half an hour of walking, he finally found the gate to the ruins. The gate was made of crystal blue iron, with 2 octopus-headed, robed statues standing at the entrance. Perhaps this was the style of the supreme cult. Gazing at the gate, Jiang Lin fell into deep thought. The temple of Sure must be connected to this supreme cult in some way. The god Eugene and his companions' worship disappeared. Could it be the being that had brought him to the directionless sea? But if it could still move, why would it allow the filthy cult to purge its followers? It was incomprehensible. The god's affairs were just like their names, mysterious. He still didn't know what their motives were. Could they be trying to get him to help the supreme cult? This was impossible, even if he wanted to. Putting aside the sheer number of members in the filthy cult, there were surely more than one high-ranking one among them. Furthermore, they were high-ranking members of the hypnotist path, which must have been incredibly disgusting. Even if Xiaoying was at level 6, he wouldn't necessarily be safe against a level 6 professional, and level 6 wasn't even the pinnacle. To have forced the once powerful supreme cult into a desperate situation, there must be a level 7 or even higher being. The thought made his scalp tingle. Let's focus on the present. He placed the stone in the recess of the gate, and the 5-meter-high ruins gate swung silently open. Jian Lin was about to float inside, but found he couldn't. There seemed to be some kind of restriction here, perhaps related to the elemental laws Eugene had mentioned. Only elemental power can be used in the ruins. Those of the 5 elements master path will thrive here. Luckily, Xiaoying's abilities aren't among them, otherwise Jian Lin would have considered stopping there. He took a step, his feet clanging and resonating, breaking the quiet atmosphere of the ruins. The interior of the ruins was neatly organized, with only one staircase leading up. The staircase, with no visible top, seemed to promise a supreme ascent. As expected of the supreme sect, the higher you stand, the higher you are, right? Jian Lin complained. Ever since he learned to float, he hadn't walked this far. And upstairs, especially. He climbed step by step, for an unknown amount of time, but he was only halfway there. If Eugene were here, he could probably use wind control to fly up. Unfortunately, he was impersonating the so-called Grey God. If he needed Eugene's help even to climb the stairs, his identity would definitely be exposed. Oh, keep going. He had no choice but to rely on his feet. Fortunately, at level 5, his physique was strong enough that he hardly felt tired. On the other side. Gub, dive. Gub. The phantom girl sent a signal to Gub, hugging the red doll tightly. Above them, a small boat passed quickly, carrying a man and a woman. Thankfully, Gub was level 4, so the 2 men didn't notice the phantom girl and the others. They were talking, and the woman spoke first. It seems the high priest has killed another one. This is horrible. When will this end? Alas, we were sent here to be ostracized. There's probably no hope of leaving. But I'm really afraid that one day the high priest will be unhappy and kill us all. He might even treasure our skins. Do your job well and find that rat, or we all be skinned. The 2 boats drifted away. The phantom girl was lost in thought. Gub, quietly enter the iceberg. She sent a signal. Gub. Yes, we need to tell the Lord. Jian Lin reached the summit. Looking back, he saw a staircase stretching endlessly below. He rolled his eyes, feeling the builder of this ruin had a serious illness. So only 5 elements masters were allowed to visit through the gates, right? Just as he was about to study the architecture, he felt a sticky sensation on his cheek. It felt familiar. He looked closely. Red tentacles covered in white slime. Xiuxia? What are you? From behind a pillar beside him emerged a man-sized monster, with a double-sided saw axe and 8 tentacles. It was Xiuxia, who had been missing for so many days. You bastard! Jian Lin grumbled, slapping Xiuxia's axe head and rubbing it hard. His face was filled with joy. He recalled the days when he first arrived in the Misty World, when he and Little Axe were alone. I'm glad you're okay. Chapter 142. So you're alone here, and Xiaohao and the others aren't in the same place as you? Jian Lin felt a bit overwhelmed. Today was the 18th day. Xiaofu had already told him through his intuition what happened 4 days ago. The 5 of them were swept into the cave by a gust of wind, and Xiaofu had been staying in this ruin ever since. It had naturally tried to get out, but it was clearly impossible with its level 3 strength. Besides, Xiaofu was clumsy. He patted Xiaofu's axe, and Xiaofu felt very pleased, his 2 tentacles moving up and down. Finding one was good, better than having no clues at all, right? No wonder his journey had been so tortuous. It was because the mysterious luck had such a wide range of influence, leading to so many variables. He had to be careful with this thing in the future, or he might end up getting himself killed one day. Let me see what's special here. Grabbing Xiaohao, Jian Lin began to observe the temple ruins. The entire temple was constructed of thick ice, each block more than a meter tall, its surface smooth as a mirror. Strange symbols shimmered faintly beneath the surface. These unrememberable symbols were likely symbols of the supreme cult, but their purpose was unknown. Several thick icicles supported the temple's roof, engraved with elemental symbols. Jian Lin could understand them. They were likely symbols of fire, lightning, and storm. The supreme cult, the 5 elements master's path, perhaps this deity is. He didn't dwell on it. He shouldn't overthink things involving such beings. The temple's dome was arched, formed from countless slender ice spikes interwoven. At first glance, there seemed no pattern, but a closer look revealed the appearance of a formation. It wouldn't be a sudden wind, thunder, or fire formation. Jiang Lin's mouth twitched as he thought of the wind, thunder, and fireball explosion he had encountered in the misty ruins. Looking further inside, in the center of the temple stood a high platform made of ice, bare. Though the ruins of this iceberg temple were vast, their interior was uncomplicated, consisting of nothing more than these. It really doesn't seem like anything special. Jiang Lin approached the platform and surveyed it. Eugene's people had come here countless times over the centuries, yet they had never discovered anything. This meant that there was either nothing here, or it was deeply hidden. But he absolutely refused to believe the claim of nothing. The small axe's presence here was definitely no coincidence. The entity had deliberately lured him here. He touched the surface. It felt cool and smooth. No reaction. After hammering and tapping, he walked around, touching each icicle. It's not that simple. If that were useful, Eugene and his companions would have discovered the secret long ago. Just then, a beam of light descended from the dome. Jiang Lin looked up. The ice spikes began to emit thin lines, connecting with each other, as if a formation had been activated. Don't. Before he could utter a word, a light enveloped him, and his consciousness entered a strange state. It was as if he had entered the perspective of an observer. In the air ahead stood a priestess in black robes. Her pale blue skin was undoubtedly that of the supreme cult. Looking at her, he felt as if he were facing endless elements, as if the entire sky was her domain. But her face was weak, as if she was suppressing something. From time to time, violent power would overflow from her body, then be pulled back by a force. She sighed, her expression changing for a moment, and finally, as if she had made up her mind, her expression firm. She folded her hands over her chest, water elements surging around her. Her body began to become ethereal, merging with those elements. A ball of water formed, and then a chill emerged, transforming into an ice ball that grew ever larger. An unknown amount of time passed. A massive iceberg was formed. It towered over the sea, and no one could imagine it had once been a tiny human. Jiang Lin regained consciousness. The feeling he had just had was strange. So I can't use borrowed objects to move because... He figured it out, but it still seemed incredible. He knew exactly how huge this iceberg was. It had taken him nearly half an hour to float to the base of the mountain. It could be considered an iceberg, and not just any small island. It was so huge, and it was transformed by a single person. Why would such a powerful being go to such lengths? It couldn't be that they were tired of living. Perhaps it's related to the filthy cult. Jiang Lin recalled the look on the priestess's face, and the uncontrolled, violent force surrounding her, and a vague suspicion formed in his mind. But what does any of this have to do with him? It's not like they're just trying to get him to watch a movie, is it? What's so different about him? Oh, that alienation. Since Iceberg was transformed from a high-level being, he used alienation on Iceberg. Is that his purpose? He had the power to bring him here, and he couldn't save him himself? Too dangerous. Jiang Lin wasn't going to follow this scenario. Let's not even talk about whether it could be done, but what would happen if it succeeded? Such a powerful being must be above level 6, and there's no way she'd listen to him. It wasn't that he wanted an obedient subordinate, but what if she decided to take action? Xiaoying was only level 6, and he was only level 5. This uncontrolled thing was too dangerous. It was like rubbing a nuclear bomb with no control buttons. Pretending to be a gray god again? That was ridiculous. Who knew if this high-level person had ever seen a real gray god? Xiaoxia, let's go! Jiang Lin called out, heading for the stairs smoothly, without any obstacles. This made him secretly relieved. After a while, he finally walked out of the ruins gate. All voluntarily. That person didn't mean to force him. It seemed there wasn't any rush. This priestess wasn't beyond saving. He could wait until he could guarantee control. He was only level 5 now, and even a level 6 mutant might not obey him. He had to continue on his way. Once he found Xiuxia, they could start returning to the misty world. He threw a locator beacon to make it easier to find this place later. He checked his locator watch. He wasn't far from Gub. Why are they up here? Logically, with his orders, Gub wouldn't wander off, so that must be Huan Nu's idea. Fearing any mishaps, he grabbed his small axe and quickly floated over there. Soon, he spotted Huan Nu, holding the red doll, with Gub hopping behind them. Huan Nu beamed with joy, explaining the situation to him through telepathy. So someone's out there looking for me. Taking Gub in his hand, Jiang Lin frowned. He'd only done one thing on the iceberg that might affect the outside world, using the deer-cat lie to tell a lie. If that lie were twisted into reality, it would likely cause someone to lose control. Improving physical fitness. Transforming into a monster would also improve physical fitness. So, it seemed the filthy cult was indeed guarding outside. After all these years, aren't they tired? Guarding him wasn't so bad, it would be hard to spot him. After all, as a trickster, he was very adept at escaping. The other side likely included a high-level level 6 cultivator. He wasn't prepared for a head-on confrontation. The conflict between the two factions had little to do with him. He randomly chose a direction, his mysterious luck still at work. After all, he had originally intended to head in the direction of Xiao Axe and the others. They, naturally, included Xiao Hao and the others. The Yellow Sea was visible ahead, but it was terrifying. He sensed a deep malice within the mysterious luck. A large ship was roaming the sea, a figure with purple hair and robes faintly visible above it. The other side must have seen him, too. Huh? Jian Lin put on his monocle and smiled. Chapter 143. Lucian's enchanting eyes gazed silently at the iceberg. It was hard to imagine a man's eyes so enchanting, as if they concealed a terrifying evil intent. Oh, a rat has arrived. Suddenly, his eyes flickered, and his almond-shaped eyes gazed at the small dots that appeared on the ice. A handsome young man in a black trench coat and a top hat, followed by a tentacle monster and a white-haired woman holding a girl doll. This was undoubtedly a strange combination. Just as he was about to activate his skill, allowing the young man to be controlled by evil intent, the other woman also made a move. The young man donned a monocle and smiled at him. This? Lucian felt a surge of despair and powerlessness. He felt uneasy and terrified, as if facing an endless abyss. Since becoming a demon power master, he had never felt such emotions. He was someone who could control his emotions, yet he could be so frightened by others. He felt an inexplicable pressure from the young man in the windbreaker, making it hard to breathe, let alone activate his abilities. He slowly slumped to his knees, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. It wasn't until the young man and his group disappeared from the sea that he felt a sense of relief, and the feeling of despair faded. Could it be level 7? He was shocked, afraid to move. Elsewhere, Kubu was rapidly carrying his group away from the iceberg. Jian Lin didn't take the previous incident to heart. He didn't engage the other party because he feared their unpredictable mental methods. Although Xiaoying possessed the Moon Mirror Barrier, facing a high-level opponent was always risky. It would be unwise to rush into a confrontation without understanding their overall strength. If it weren't for some mysterious stroke of luck, how could he have happened to collide with this ship by chance? Using the monocle to scare him would have been the best, as it would also reveal that the other party was indeed a high-level being, but not a level 7. Luckily, it wasn't, otherwise he would have been in real trouble. Perhaps the only option was to retreat to the iceberg and wait for the transformation to respawn, and then confront the boss directly. While that wasn't necessarily a bad thing, it was ultimately unsafe. A high-level being out of control could live or die in a moment's notice. He took out the twin pen and confirmed the time with Linyu. 2:35 p.m. He had already been in the directionless sea for 2.5 days, and his gains were naturally immense. Among other things, the 14 fog-avoiding fire seeds were invaluable. Lying down, Kubu's stomach felt soft. Xiaofu was clinging to the tentacles, observing the strangeness of the yellow sea around him. Huan Yu sat quietly nearby, holding the red doll. Did she and Hongyu unexpectedly get along? Hongyu's appearance was definitely not pretty. After all, it was called Yuan Ren-O. Although she had the appearance of a girl, her expression was very ferocious. No normal woman would be interested in this kind of thing. This shows that the fantasy woman's aesthetic taste is quite twisted. I felt a little hungry and sleepy. Jian Lin took a strange fleshy fruit, ate it, and then closed his eyes. When he woke up, the surroundings were still the same. That's what ocean voyages are like. He took out the 4 fortune dice and the treasure hunting compass. With nothing else to do, he completed today's hunting mission, just as a check-in. Without the doom siphon, luck was clearly not on his side. The cursed body brought back 3 crystal cores with the night demon. Including his previous haul, he now had a total of 83 crystal cores and 14 fog-avoiding fire seeds. Once, the dice rolled 4 times, and the treasure compass only found level 4 creatures. This kind of harvest was actually quite good in the foggy world. The directionless sea was obviously more densely populated with creatures. But there were no treasure chests, which was a significant loss. He thought things would go much more smoothly until he saw the water around him turn red. Gub, what's going on? Jiang Lin hadn't forgotten what Hawk had said, that no ship that had entered the Red Sea had left. This place was practically a restricted area. Gub, there was a suction force, irresistible. There was nothing else he could do. Jian Lin could only activate levitation and fly back with Gub. When he surfaced, all he could see was an endless expanse of Red Sea, Let's go for it. Without hesitation, he chose the direction he had come from and floated at full speed. The faint shadow of the yellow sea seemed to be visible in the distance. It seemed he had made the right choice. But half an hour passed. It was still just as far away, and the yellow sea showed no sign of expanding. Unconvinced, he floated for another 2 hours. The same thing happened. Is the Red Sea simply a place you can only enter, but not leave? That was the only explanation. If it were dangerous, with so many creatures and ships, it couldn't be that no one could leave. The only reason they couldn't leave was because the Red Sea had some kind of rule that prevented it from connecting to the Yellow and Blue Seas. This was a separate dimension. The pollution was similar to that of the Yellow Sea, so there was no need to worry about Goob losing control and mutating again. This also confirmed his hypothesis. The Red Sea wasn't a place where entering meant you would be polluted or die. It was just a place where you couldn't leave. Keep going. After returning Goob to the Red Sea, Jianlin followed suit. Either of them could not return to the foggy world. The Red Sea was simply more dangerous. Since they were already here, they had no choice but to accept it. And since a mysterious stroke of luck had led him here, that meant Xiaohao and the others were in the Red Sea. Observing the Red Sea below the surface, it seemed no different from the Yellow Sea. Life was extremely scarce, and the Red Sea, already eerie, gave it the appearance of a dead sea. Jianlin killed a level 2 creature with his monocle, which dropped 8 crystals. This was common to all creatures in the Misty World. Doesn't seem dangerous? Gub had been swimming for a while, and Jianlin hadn't encountered anything higher. According to the Supreme Cult, the Red and Yellow Seas should have appeared later. The filthy cult then began to overthrow their rule. There must be some connection between the two. Someone in the filthy cult likely knows the origins of the Red and Yellow Seas. And they likely have a method for traveling between the two seas. Jianlin silently noted this conjecture. Perhaps it would come in handy later. As a trickster, infiltrating the filthy cult to obtain intelligence would be easy. But there's obviously no need to do that now. It's not time yet. He took out his twin pens and confirmed the time, 9:44 p.m. He wanted to put his pen away, but Lin Yu continued writing. Is something wrong? Jianlin frowned. Lin Yu, today, while Han Xiaoxiao was out hunting, he encountered a strange mist creature. It was a level 7. Lin Yu. It wasn't far from our shelter, about 7 kilometers away. It was huge and constantly wandering. Luckily, it drifted in another direction. The crawling mist? Is it already a level 7? How fast it's gotten. I remember it was only a level 6 when I saw it 8 days ago. This growth rate is astonishing. It's truly a projection of the old god's power. It's terrifying. Jianlin, arrange for a night watch. If necessary, sacrifice land to save people. With resources at hand, the shelter will upgrade quickly. Be sure to take the crops from the flower garden with you. He gave instructions on what to bring with you for evacuation, but didn't pay much attention to it. After all, this wasn't his first encounter with the crawling mist. Honestly, it wasn't moving very fast, so anyone with even a little strength wouldn't be in danger. Lin Yu and the others weren't stupid either, so there was no need to worry about their safety. And then, there was the yellow-clothed mismasked figure, also wandering with an unclear purpose. And then, there was the one who had led him into the directionless sea. These gods' minds simply weren't on the same level as humans. They didn't speak clearly, simply telling him what they were supposed to do. They were so mysterious, leaving people guessing. If he became a god in the future, he wouldn't be like them. He also asked Lin Yu if there was any noteworthy news from the Mist World. Aside from the frequent conflicts and exchanges between various forces and races, there had been no major changes. Putting away his twin pens, he began to reflect on the strangeness of the early morning. Chapter 144. 2 items might solve his dilemma: a permanent shelter pointer, or a shelter teleportation talisman. The latter is more conceptual and has no rank. Just like the paper figurine, it's only level 3, but any skill used against it will cause the target to forget that skill for 30 minutes. The effects of such an item after transformation might be unexpected, but it also offers the greatest hope of breaking through the limitations of the directionless alien sea. The talisman isn't very effective in the fog anyway, so now's the perfect time to try the transformation and win prizes. Master, there's movement up ahead. Xiao Ying's cold voice emanated from him, interrupting his train of thought. Jianlin quickly released his spiritual sense and unexpectedly detected the corner of an island. There were several creatures breeding there. Gub, come up and take a look. The presence of such an island in the Red Sea was clearly unusual. When Gubu surfaced, the island's full appearance was revealed. Is this a sea turtle? Jianlin exclaimed in surprise. What met his eyes was a boundless red sea, a giant turtle shell floating above it. Beneath the shell were 4 limbs covered in tumors, and in front was its head, its enormous eyes tightly closed. Most of its body had sunk into the Red Sea, with only a small portion of its shell visible. It drifted unconsciously on the surface, like an island in the sea. On the side of Turtle Island that Jianlin could see, tens of thousands of creatures lived densely. Some were biting each other, breeding, or roaring furiously, while others lay on the surface of the shell, seemingly in a state of depression. Jianlin even saw some of them were human, or humanoid creatures. Some had green hair, some had white hair, and some had purple hair. Their behavior was appalling. There was a wide variety of activities, all kinds of things going on, and it was incredibly noisy. There's something strange about this Turtle Island. The creatures were clearly abnormal. Jianlin sensed that some were even level 4 creatures. At this level, their behavior should have a certain logic. But the creatures on this Turtle Island seemed to be reduced to primal desires. It's very similar to the area of a mental patient, but perhaps even more advanced. Focusing on the few humans, Jianlin frowned. These people were no longer normal. They had become slaves to their desires. As they approached the Turtle Island, Jianlin felt an inexplicable agitation. Because of the changes in his stomach, he had always been unable to suppress a certain desire, and now it completely erupted. He gently raised his hand, and the phantom girl floated over. Looking at her slender body, delicate face, and pitiful gray eyes, he felt an inexplicable heat. He reached out and touched something soft. Rip! The sound of clothes tearing. A sudden flash of spring light. A pale complexion filled his vision, further agitating his heart. Master? Phantom Girl's voice rang with a hint of fear. This is... Jianlin suddenly regained consciousness. Looking at the disheveled figure before him, he finally realized what had happened. Gub, get away from that turtle. He pulled out a piece of clothing and put it on her, gently stroking her head. Phantom Girl finally calmed down, a blush spreading across her pale face. Although the master had been terrifying. After calming down, she silently blamed herself for interrupting. Gub's speed was swift, and the island shrank rapidly. As he helped Huan Nu tidy up her clothes, Jianlin was secretly alarmed. If his guess wasn't wrong, that lust-filled Turtle Island was a hypnotist who had transformed into a high-level being. Had he truly given in to lust just now, he'd most likely become a puppet of desire, like those humans above. He'd almost fallen into the trap of evil. Thankfully, he was resolute, dedicating his life to achieving enlightenment. But that feeling just now... Jianlin shook his head violently. It must have been his stomach. It didn't matter if he did it or not, but he didn't want to be influenced by others. If he was going to do it, he had to do it openly. He disdained all the fancy preambles. Elsewhere, Huan Nu absent-mindedly hugged Hong O and sat down. Hong O smiled a wicked smile and tried to say something, but Huan Nu covered her mouth. Hong O's wicked smile deepened. Its personality clearly didn't match the resentment its name suggested. Jianlin also sat down, meditating with his 5 hearts facing the sky. Finally, he calmed himself down. The strangeness is truly formidable, no matter what. He sighed from the bottom of his heart. Since entering the foggy world, he had been prepared for all dangers, and had never encountered a direct crisis. All the dangers he encountered came from the strangeness. It wasn't that he didn't want to prepare relevant measures, but this kind of thing was truly impossible to prevent. The only way to resist was to improve one's mind. But unless one reached the highest level, there would always be strangeness with a higher mind than one's. As in the situation just now, unless one was without desire, they would fall prey to it. This desire, of course, was not limited to that kind. It also included greed, anger, delusion, and so on. Any desire that a living being possessed would be amplified by that island of desire. Once one succumbed to it, they would become one of those creatures. This strangeness definitely wasn't just level 6. A level 6 wasn't supposed to be this powerful. The purple-haired man he'd encountered on the iceberg was probably level 6. He hadn't given him this feeling of being out of control. So, high levels are so dangerous, whether they're awake or out of control. Xiaohao and the others shouldn't be on that Turtle Island, because his mutants, including the Phantom Girl, hadn't reacted. So, it's likely not his own mental issues, but rather that his mutants can block out distractions from desire. That's the only explanation. After evading responsibility, time passed. This time, there were no more accidents along the way. The spiritual energy tide arrived, and the mutant spell was refreshed. He took out the permanent shelter pointer and the shelter teleportation talisman. Since it was about getting home, and there were no other important things, he might as well just use 400 spiritual energy points for all the mutants, for better results. Since he'd used the mutant spell 6 times, he had no shortage of mutants, but rather a shortage of spiritual energy. Quality is more important than quantity. First, try the permanent shelter pointer. With the location watch, this thing is unnecessary. Alteration activated, 400 spiritual power overflowed, covering the pointer, causing it to wriggle and deform. Clearly, the spiritual power was too high, so the wriggling was particularly violent. It seemed that this thing everyone had was truly unremarkable. Finally, the pointer transformed into a black ball encased in a strange eyeball, its purpose unclear. After Jianglin grasped it, he discovered that he could vaguely sense the shelter's location and, through it, could see the surroundings. He could even see Lin Yu and other members of the secret society. Perhaps because his shelter was the highest level, theirs were considered his sub-sanctuaries. Everyone was devouring spirits at the moment, so there was nothing to see. It seemed useless. Sure enough, things everyone has are nothing special. Although he could sense the location, he had no means of traveling through space or breaking the rules of the Red Sea. Going in that direction was futile. Shelter sensor bead detects the direction of the shelter, allowing for constant monitoring of the surrounding area. Essential for exploration, ensuring no fear of thieves. Putting the black ball in his backpack, he looked at the shelter teleportation talisman. I'm counting on you. Don't let me down. Transformation activated, 400 spiritual power enveloped the talisman, and it began to wriggle. Not as violently as before, suggesting this item is inherently rare. It was a reward granted by the system for regional rankings. Finally, the talisman transformed into a strange spider silk seal, one with the unmemorable property. He picked up the spider silk seal, and had a hunch that placing it would create a hole. This reminded him of the hole in the ruins he had seen in the directionless sea. This, too, was a transmutation of a teleportation item. Perhaps the hole formed was the means of transporting back to the shelter? Spider silk seal, a one-time seal. Once placed, it creates a hole connecting 2 locations. It remains permanent and cannot be retrieved. Be careful to conceal it when using it. It cannot be hidden. Chapter 145. No need to worry about not being able to return now. Jiang Lin's face lit up with surprise. Although he didn't know the specific effects, since it was a mutation of the Sanctuary Teleportation Talisman, it must have teleportation properties. With a way out, he could focus on searching for Xiaohao and the others. He could also collect some fog-repellent fire seeds. Opportunities like these didn't come around often. He could auction a few of them later, upgrade the small box, and then he'd have a steady supply of crystal essence. But before that, he had to upgrade the sanctuary once more, otherwise others would catch up, potentially affecting his ranking. Who knew what hard-to-obtain materials awaited him? The mutation was complete. Although he had wasted 400 spiritual power on the pointer, the subsequent spider silk mark completely recouped his investment. Not only was it a good deal, it was a huge win. Returning from the directional sea back to the mist was incredibly difficult, and he'd solved it with just one sanctuary teleportation talisman. If those who have entered the dimensionless sea and can't leave knew, they'd be beside themselves with excitement. He smiled and put the spider silk mark into his backpack. The surroundings were a deep crimson. Spending time in the Red Sea would definitely cure those who faint at the sight of blood. A goob is absolutely the perfect travel tool. It swims fast, offers stunning views, and blocks out noise. Silence. Phantom Girl slept with Red Owl in her arms. Her expression was serene, a smile on her lips, clearly having a sweet dream. I don't know what she dreamed about, but that smile was infatuated. Red Owl, of course, didn't need to sleep. Her eyes widened as she stared blankly at the scenery. Her once adorable face now wore a perpetually sinister expression, a pity. Little Axe had already begun to doze off, his tentacles moving up and down, as he always did. Jiang Lin glanced around and sighed, with the alienation technique, I never be alone. He touched his body, a ray of moonlight flashing by. He was truly lucky. With the alienation technique at hand, he solved 99% of his problems. He knew he was a mediocre person, and calling himself smart was just a joke. He couldn't handle relationships, let alone business. His solitary nature simply meant he couldn't make friends, not that he was particularly capable. Without the alienation technique, he was nothing. He might not even survive the next day. His only virtue was his prudence, which, to put it bluntly, was cowardice. Besides, he could occasionally be impulsive. He accepted his ordinariness, but he didn't deny his good fortune. Luck is also a skill. Isn't it? I'm stupid, foolish. So what? After sighing, He embraced Huan Nu and Hong Duo in his left hand, and the small axe in his right, and fell into a deep sleep. In his dream, he returned to that city, sprouting gills and a dorsal fin. But the dream abruptly ended, and then he felt a soft sensation. "Master, there's a ship ahead." Xiaoying's voice awoke him. After waking, Jiang Lin glanced to his sides and calmly withdrew his hand. Without disturbing Huan and Xiaofu, he slowly stood up. Sending a spiritual sense, he saw a ship. Its shape was very similar to the one he encountered outside the iceberg, but this one was noticeably smaller. The filthy cult? Successively encountering ships belonging to this cult made him wonder if it was connected to Xiaohao and the others. Otherwise, it would be too much of a coincidence. Perhaps he should go up and take a look. The powerful beings on this ship were only apparently level 5. Level 6 shouldn't be able to escape Xiaoying's spiritual sense, unless they were using the actor path, constantly transforming into other creatures to conceal themselves. But the probability of this happening was incredibly small. Who would do that on their own ship? Besides, the filthy cult was likely mostly hypnotists. As for level 7 or higher, given the size of this ship, it shouldn't be that high. And ever since he transformed the Phantom Girl, he developed a way to hide within the consciousness of such beings. Gub, follow behind. After giving some instructions, he had Gub open the hatch. Silently descending into the Red Sea, Gub closed the hatch and scanned it with his consciousness, spotting a rather strange Red Sea creature. It shouldn't attract attention. After all, in the directionless sea, strange creatures are plentiful. For strange creatures, also shaped like strange creatures, were lurking around, ready to use their monstrous forms at any moment. Only then did he feel at ease as he drifted towards the ship. Using objects to teleport, he arrived at a cabin where the cult members were supposed to be resting. Looking around, the 4-person cabin wasn't large, but adequate. The conditions weren't great. On the farthest bed lay a patient, probably. The exposed skin was covered in bruises and shoe marks. This kind of cult practices bullying? Jiang Lin felt that no matter where they were, humanity was bound to struggle. It seemed this person wasn't the one he was looking for. He didn't want to become a target of bullying, which would affect his plans. He hid in the wall, waiting for his destined partner to appear. Sure enough, he didn't have to wait long. Soon, clattering footsteps could be heard outside the cabin door. 3 figures with purple hair and robes pushed the door open and entered. Their faces were pale, and their steps were unsteady. A single glance revealed what they had just done. They didn't even glance at the young patient in the bed. They acted as if he were insignificant. They each sat on their beds. The one closest to the door was clearly the leader, his expression rather haughty. One of them, a skinny and rather ungainly-looking man, spoke first. Following the boss is Boss Leo. He can have his way with any of the cult's girls. It's their honor to be played with by Boss Leo. They might appear unhappy, but they must be beaming with joy inside. The more robust younger brother echoed the sentiment. The young man they called Boss Leo looked decent, but clearly a little frail, his face a bit sickly. He didn't say anything, merely glancing at the 2 men, and they fell silent. Jiang Lin, hiding in the wall, observed them and discovered they were all only at level 2, with no significant difference in strength. This Leo must have some status. The cabin fell silent. The 2 younger brothers didn't dare move, as if fearing to upset Leo. The bullied patient had woken up, but was still feigning sleep, clearly concerned. Leo casually tossed his purple robe at the end of the bed and lay down on it. When I wake up, I go get that bitch Tina. That's my main reason for coming to this wrecked ship. After saying this, he closed his eyes, ignoring the other 2's reactions, as if issuing an irresistible order. The wretched and burly fellows stared at each other, not daring to make a single sound, their gazes locked. But from their nervous expressions, it was clear that this woman named Tina was also someone of status. But none of this mattered to Jiang Lin. He simply regarded it as a farce, one that would never end, as the protagonists were soon gone. Time slipped by silently. The 4 of them fell into a deep sleep. Jiang Lin used transformation to transform into the Phantom Woman, then activated the Phantom Woman's skill. True and False Illusion. True and False Illusion, a level 2 class skill that allows one to transform into a creature of the same or lower level. As long as the opponent doesn't detect, the creature's abilities can be used. It works for level 2 and below. He had already transformed into Leo. Yes, he planned to use this seemingly high-ranking dandy identity to see if he could infiltrate the filthy cult. His spiritual intuition told him that this would allow him to find Xiaohao and the others. It must be some mysterious luck at work. The reason he used the illusionist's abilities instead of Xiaoying's transformations was, of course, to achieve authenticity. Xiaoying's transformations were superficial, but the illusionist's abilities were real as long as they remained undetected. And so, he took Leo's place in the bed. As for the real Leo, he used a deception spell, transposed him, and threw him into the sea. With the combination of the illusionist and the illusionist, replacing someone was a piece of cake. Even a high-ranking cultivator wouldn't be able to easily penetrate this disguise. Chapter 146. Day 19 of Survival on Blue Star, 10:08 a.m. In the Red Sea, a large ship was sailing. Jianlin had taken over Leo's identity, and was pretending to sleep in bed. It wasn't that he was pretending. Ever since his belly started bulging, he'd been constantly sleepy, so he'd actually fallen asleep and woke up again. He didn't move, not knowing Leo's habits. To avoid revealing any obvious flaws, he planned to observe. The other three were awake, but none of them moved. It seemed Leo held considerable power. As long as Leo didn't get up, they wouldn't dare make a sound. This person certainly seems quite high-ranking. Jianlin had no choice but to pretend to have just woken up. Then he stood up and threw his purple robe around him. As he moved, a force of belief surged through him, and he gained Leo's skills. The illusionist's abilities took effect, and none of them could doubt Leo's authenticity. Ordinary actors need to perform, but illusionists only need to remain invisible. The difference was significant. Jianlin immediately hypnotized the three. Hypnotists have only two simple skills. One is hypnosis, which can manipulate a creature's subconscious mind. The other is a life-saving skill called oblivion, which allows one to enter a state of temporary oblivion. It can be strong or weak, depending on how it's used. With his 59 points of intelligence, even if he only used a level 2 skill, the three of them would be no match for him. Soon, all three were under his control. What is Leo's identity? What are his usual habits? He asked several questions in a row, stopping only when he felt he had enough. The three of them answered woodenly, their answers largely the same. It turns out Leo is the son of a female priestess of the filthy cult. His mother dotes on him so much that she only ever drank the most basic level 2 potion. She's afraid her son will lose control. The corresponding level for a priest is level 6, the highest level of leadership in the cult. So, on a ship where the strongest are only level 5, Leo's status could be considered that of a prince. But he came to this ship not to experience life, but because he had fallen for the captain's daughter, the woman named Tina. The captain, a level 5, cherished his only daughter, Tina, so he didn't look kindly upon Leo, whose motives were impure. He even arranged for him to stay in a 4-person room, just to keep him away from Tina. But Leo clearly refused to give up. After repeated failures, he shifted his focus to other female members. He thus harmed many women, including the girlfriend of the young man in the 4-person room, who had been bullied. The young man was indignant, and in a fit of rage, he raged. Then he ended up in bed, recuperating. This was all Leo had done since arriving on this ship. It could be said he was either looking for women or on his way to find them. He didn't pay much attention to their lifestyle. After all, they weren't familiar with Leo. He could be wild, arrogant, and mean enough without revealing any flaws. It's a little bit difficult, but not much. Jianlin rubbed his chin, figuring that pretending to be a dandy shouldn't be that difficult. Although he was a normal person, he had read some novels and watched some movies, so he had a rough idea of what a dandy person looked like. As long as he maintained this identity and waited for the ship to return, he would be able to find the headquarters of the filthy order. Even Leo's mother, the 6th-rank priest, could be reached. There's some risk, but it's not high. After all, Xiaoying is practically invincible in single combat at 6th rank. If danger truly arises, the moon mirror barrier can be used to instantly kill her. A mother so doting on her son wouldn't be constantly on guard against her eldest son, would she? After making a careful plan, Jianlin lifted the hypnosis. This skill couldn't be maintained on a regular basis on this ship. With a ship full of hypnotists, it would be easy to be exposed. Given Leo's status, no one would dare to mess with him. Didn't you see that the 5th-rank captain could only be on guard in secret? The priest's intimidating power is terrifying. With the hypnosis lifted, the cabin returned to its previous state. Seeing Jianlin stand up, the skinny, wretched young man hurried to the bathroom to fetch water. Boss Leo. He quickly brought a basin of water, with a towel neatly folded beside it. The wretched young man's name was Ducati, and his bed posture remarkably resembled that of a father-in-law. Jianlin, with a look of disdain, wiped his face with a damp towel, threw it back into the basin, and kicked Ducati in the process. He said nothing, but every movement conveyed the message, "Get lost." Ducati, unfazed, returned the basin to the bathroom with a smirk on his face. The bullier underling, named Orui, presumably higher in rank than Ducati, was in charge of Leo's food and drink. "Boss Leo, please." A plate soon arrived, laden with sashimi of unknown origin, and a bunch of what Jianglin couldn't understand. Probably seasonings. Jianglin naturally didn't want to eat it, so he didn't even take it, merely glancing at it with disdain. Although Orui was burly, he was clearly more astute than Ducati, and instantly understood Jianglin's intention. Pour the freshly prepared food into a bucket. It's easy enough. The more arrogant you act, the less likely others will suspect you. Feeling ready, Jianglin headed for the hatch. Ducati and Ori quickly followed. "Boss Leo, this kid." Ducati pointed at the bullied youth pretending to sleep on the bed. Jianglin, without even turning his head, snorted coldly, "Don't forget what I said. This kid should learn his lesson. Don't bother with him." The two exchanged glances, feeling bad. Of course they knew Leo was talking about Tina, but she was their captain's daughter. As for the other female members, it wouldn't matter given Leo's status, and the captain wouldn't care either. But when it came to Tina, it was another matter. Leo could just walk away, but they had to stay on the boat. Wouldn't they be fed to the fish by the captain? Jianglin was actually quite helpless. He couldn't just suddenly change his mind. That would easily arouse suspicion. So he was waiting for the two to persuade him. Then he could use the opportunity to back off and pretend to change his target, which would be much easier to handle. Finally, Orui, more understanding, advised, "Boss Leo, there's no rush. The captain is level 5. If he doesn't agree, you can't force him even if you want. Miss Tina is only level 3. His meaning was clear. They couldn't win. So what if their status was so impressive? Tap. Jianglin stopped. Seeing a chance, Ducati quickly chimed in, "Right, Boss Leo, how about we just use those? And make do today?" He slowly stepped forward, whispering a lewd smile tempting. "As for Miss Tina, once you've charmed her, it'd be a piece of cake. You can do whatever you want with her." Orui, seeing this, hesitated. His reaction naturally caught Jianglin's attention. This Orui seemed to have a story. He probably liked Tina, but was playing along because of Leo's power. Humans are so complicated. Jianglin pretended to be persuaded, his face gloomy, as if he had made a decision reluctantly. "That woman is really not easy to deal with," pretending to be noble. "I let my mother deal with this ungrateful captain when I get back. Go find me something good, and don't bore me." As if pardoned, the two men nodded quickly and bent down to head up the stairs. This floor was the men's cabin. The women were all on the floor above, and the captain and his daughter Tina were even higher up. Jianglin looked at their backs with a haughty expression, as he slowly followed them up. "But I was thinking about other things." Chapter 147. Clang. Jianglin ascended the steps, his shoes clacking against the iron. Since he was pretending, he had to act completely, and his persona had to be established. A man who indulged in pleasure every day suddenly becoming a saint would inevitably arouse suspicion. He only needed to find a room to pretend. Hypnosis could handle the rest. Now, he was more concerned with something else. The interior structure of this ship was strikingly similar to Hawk's cruise ship, making him wonder if it was also the work of Zhu Qiaoqiao, a high-level master craftsman. Zhu Qiaoqiao, did she come to the Red Sea? From Hawk's description, she disappeared several years ago, which was indeed very likely. So, was she serving the filthy cult, or was she captured and forced? If the latter, then the filthy cult's strength was truly astonishing. Although the master craftsman path tended to focus on manufacturing, its strength was in no way inferior to any profession at the same level. A level 5 spiritual hand alone was powerful enough, and higher levels would be even more outrageous. To be able to quietly capture a high-level individual with considerable combat power requires either overwhelming strength or sheer cunning. At this moment, a crash and shouting could be heard from above. Jianglin collected his thoughts, quickened his pace, and ascended to the second floor, looking over at the arguing group. 3 women and 2 men were clamoring in a chaotic tangle. The 2 men were naturally Ducati and Ao Rui. They were currently dragging a young woman, also wearing purple hair and robes. She was quite pretty, with a hint of youthfulness. But her face was pale, and she struggled desperately, a look of determination on her face. The woman helping to pull them away cursed. "Ducati, Ao Rui, you've been on this ship for so many years, and you actually helped that playboy bully your sisters." Another woman chimed in, "Your consciences are gone." Ducati, with a lewd expression on his face, didn't care, dragging the young woman relentlessly while kicking the 2 women beside him. Orui's expression shifted, but finally, a thought struck him. and he pursed his lips as he continued. Too slow. Jian Lin watched the 5 people tussling, his heart unmoved. He simply wanted the scene to end quickly, so he could continue gathering more intelligence. So he stepped forward. Clang. Clang. His footsteps were neither light nor heavy, just the right amount of force. The others fell silent, and the 3 women paled instantly. Ducati, with a look of arrogance, spat. Ori remained silent, his head lowered, a complex expression on his face. Humph. Jian Lin, with a haughty expression, beckoned the young woman with a finger and then headed towards an empty cabin. His attitude clearly showed he wouldn't accept rejection. The young woman's face paled even further, but she dared not disobey. With a bitter expression, she stood up and followed like a zombie. Ducati, seeing this, grew anxious. Boss Leo, he said, grabbing a nearby woman. Can I have this? The woman, startled, tried to break free, but dared not make a sound. Jian Lin paused. According to Leo's personality, he should have agreed to Ducati's request. However, he felt that even if he wanted to be convincing, some things didn't need to be so extreme. He was, after all, a normal person and wouldn't do such a thing. So he said, I don't eat beef, so go catch me some fish. I want it in front of me soon. He continued walking towards the dim cabin without looking back. His words drifted softly, causing Ducati's face to panic. Otherwise, you're just a fish. Upon hearing this, Ducati quickly let go of the woman, grabbed Ori, and ran back to the deck. The woman's chest heaved, clearly frightened. Perhaps it was Ducati's filthy nature that was too much for her to handle. Comparatively, Leo's appearance was relatively good. Even if he was forced, it was clear who was good and who was bad. These days, even bad things have to look good. Behind Jian Lin, the young woman, though pale, seemed resigned to her fate and began to study Leo's face. Although her expression remained bitter, she felt much better. Power plus face, boundless power. But just then, Jian Lin turned his head, and the woman felt dizzy and lost consciousness. He had already used hypnosis, and from now on, the woman would act out her own story according to a preset script. Clothes scattered. There was a rustling noise in the room, and objects fell to the floor. Then, lewd sounds emanated. The voice started low, then rose in pitch. The 2 women outside the door listened the entire time. After a glance at each other, they murmured in confusion. Doesn't this look like she's been forced? Maybe she's already accepted it. In this kind of situation, what else can she do if she can't resist? Besides, she's not at a disadvantage. Isn't she at a disadvantage? I felt okay the moment I saw Leo. Jian Lin sat in a chair, a young woman behind him dancing savagely. He had naturally heard the conversation outside, and could only sigh inwardly that humans are truly obsessed with appearances. If they're not good-looking, it's forced. If they're handsome, it's consensual. But, listening to the lewd music behind him, the hypnosis skill was indeed outrageous. Luckily, he had the soul-devouring ring, otherwise, everything going on here would have been discovered by the 2 women outside. Estimating the time, about 10 minutes later. He stopped the hypnosis, making the woman stop howling. Then he ruffled his clothes a little. Opening the door, he headed downstairs, ignoring the strange looks from the 2 women in the distance. He had previously asked Ducati about Leo's time, and Leo was indeed only this long. 10 minutes was considered long. When acting, the more realistic the better. Seeing Jian Lin walk away, the 2 women hurried into the cabin and found the young woman lying dazed on the floor. The woman, seeing them, began to put on her lining and robe, which had been scattered on the floor. How's it going? You don't seem too resistant? Well, at first, seeing your face so bitter, I thought you were reluctant. The 2 women who entered exchanged words. The young woman wasn't paying attention to their conversation. After putting on her robe, she felt something was amiss. She subconsciously dropped her hands to her body, then released them. Why was she so much like her usual self just now? She didn't say this out loud. It wasn't something to be proud of. So she had to deal with the 2 women and return to her cabin. Jian Lin arrived at the first floor, where all the male members of the filthy cult, except the captain, were. He decided to use Meng Zi's abilities to absorb some memories and secrets. Strange Eye Secret Agent, Level 2. This is the product of the Informer class, tainted by an unknown aura, undergoing an unknown transformation. Its original class skills have been transformed, and its spider legs now possess the ability to absorb memories, giving it immense combat power. The Strange Eye Secret Agent's abilities are a godsend for a hidden spy. Add to that the class skill, Secret Insight, and Secret Detective, making it an unstoppable force in uncovering secrets. worthy of being a transformed informer. However, this skill shouldn't be used excessively. Knowing too many memories and secrets isn't a good thing. He needed to find a key figure, at least level 4 or higher. Jiang Lin was walking down the corridor, searching for his target, when a figure blocked his path. He was a level 3, tough-looking, middle-aged man, but what truly caught his attention wasn't that, but Xiao Chong? The tough man was Xiao Chong. Or rather, Xiao Chong was controlling him. Why are you here? Where are Xiao Hao and the others? The tough man, Xiao Chong, lowered his voice and replied, Master, I'm the only one who escaped. The other 3 are still imprisoned at the filthy cult headquarters. Escape? Imprisoned? Jiang Lin frowned. He glanced around. This was a passage, not a place for conversation. He followed Xiao Chong to the cabin belonging to the tough man's identity. Closing the cabin door, he got straight to the point. Tell me about your experiences. Chapter 148. Xiao Chong recounted their initial encounter in the ruins. The day the 5 disappeared, they were indeed swept into the void by a storm. But something unexpected happened along the way. A strange force distorted space, and when they fell into the Red Sea, Xiao Axe was nowhere to be found. Then, they saw a ship and lost consciousness. When they woke up again, they were trapped in a cage made of strange tumors, guarded by a purple-haired figure. Xiao Hao, Daong, and Xiao Ding were unconscious, and Xiao Chong was unable to control the mechanical white tiger, but he could still move. They must have been targeted by some kind of attack. Xiao Chong was strictly speaking just a seed, so he luckily avoided it. So Xiao Chong quietly found an opportunity to parasitize a level 3 professional, then changed targets along the way, ultimately arriving on this ship. And by chance, he ran into Jiang Lin. This was probably the work of some mysterious luck. Otherwise, Jiang Lin might have wandered the Red Sea for years without encountering Xiao Chong. Xiao Chong was quite clever. The filthy cult had high-ranking members, and he knew there was no way he could rescue Xiao Hao and the others, so he ran out to seek help. Well done. Jiang Lin patted Xiao Chong's shoulder. He felt strange looking at this unfamiliar face. Xiao Chong's face showed concern. Master, can we rescue them? It seems the 5 of them are on good terms. Jiang Lin couldn't guarantee this. It depended on the filthy cult's actual combat power. With the trickster skills, rescuing them would be easy, but whether he could escape depended on the opponent's response. Because this was a trap, although the enemy was in the dark, I was also in the dark, seemingly without any disadvantage, but the opponent clearly had his lifeline in hand. This was clearly a game of chess between the filthy cult and the supreme cult, perhaps even a tit-for-tat confrontation between 2 gods. The supreme cult clearly hadn't maintained a good level of secrecy, otherwise Xiao Hao and the others wouldn't have fallen into the hands of the filthy cult. They trapped them, but didn't kill them. The target was clearly him. He was clearly an outsider, yet he'd been inexplicably dragged into this. He'd originally thought that, despite some setbacks, his life wouldn't be in danger, but to his surprise, it wasn't. The filthy cult must have some trick up their sleeves, but he just didn't know. If that's the case, Jiang Lin pressed his temple, his intuition telling him that Xiqiang's escape might also be part of their plan. One escape wouldn't matter, it would help them get out faster. The supreme cult is truly a traitor. No wonder there are so few left. At this point, there was no point complaining. So what if he'd been dragged into this? No one cared whether he was innocent or not. Power was paramount. The filthy cult and the forces behind them wouldn't listen to his explanations. Come out! Jiang Lin spread his hands. Since Xiqiang's escape was the enemy's fault, there was no need to keep this parasitic man alive. Xiqiang obeyed, a black eyeball with a hand emerging from the sturdy man's head. He held Xiqiang in his hand. Bang! The man was about to regain consciousness when Jiang Lin slapped him unconscious. He transformed into Mengzi and began to absorb her memories. As soon as the spider leg inserted itself, instantly, a stream of information emerged, like watching an extremely long movie. Of course, it was impossible to absorb everything. Too many memories were not a good thing. They would lead to confusion. He selectively absorbed only general information about the filthy cult and the man's combat capabilities that he could understand. The filthy cult's headquarters wasn't located in the Red Sea, but rather in an isolated space. The man didn't know the details, only knowing that entering and exiting required a lengthy ritual and passing through a blood mist. This process was known only to those at the captain's level, meaning only those at the lowest level, level 5, could know this secret. Afterwards, a massive island formed from a humanoid tumor appeared. Its location was unknown, and its edges were shrouded in a blood mist that mutated upon contact. The headquarters was enormous, and the man wasn't qualified to know much. All he knew was that from the legs upward, the levels rose accordingly. Legend has it that the head was the residence of the cult's bishop, and the neck was the place of the priest. Cult members were not allowed to move freely, and only those who reached the corresponding levels were allowed to travel to the higher levels. The man had only ever encountered level 5, the captain's level, known as the judge in the filthy cult. Those below that were nothing more than ants to Jiang Lin, so he didn't bother to remember them. The man alone knew of 7 judges, but there were probably more. So, a priest corresponds to level 6, and a bishop is even higher, most likely level 7, though level 8 is unlikely. Even level 7 isn't something Jiang Lin can handle. Furthermore, there's no telling how many priests there are. Jiang Lin only knows of 2, the young man outside the iceberg ruins, and Liu's mother. Now that I know, it becomes even more difficult. Sighing, Jiang Lin felt the future was uncertain. After feeding the sturdy man's body to the fish, he returned Xuqian to Gubu. Xiufu was delighted to see it, grabbing it with its tentacles and shaking it. Seeing this, Jiang Lin's anxiety eased considerably. Regardless, the plan had to proceed. He returned to the boat, pretending to wander around casually, finally returning to the 4-person cabin. With someone missing from the boat, the captain would surely investigate thoroughly. That was none of Jiang Lin's business. He could just play the dandy role. The bullied youth had already gotten up, and was applying an unknown ointment to his wound. Seeing Liu enter, his expression suddenly changed, darkening for a moment before he continued applying it expressionlessly. Jiang Lin naturally ignored them. The youth hated Liu, not him. Ducati and Ori soon returned, bringing with them a strange fish half the size of a man. I'm sleepy. He didn't want to eat, so he made up a random excuse to let them finish it. Pretending to be sleepy after doing something like that, he laid down on the bed and dozed off. Ducati quickly placed the strange fish in the kitchen. None of the 3 dared to make any noise, fearing to disturb him. It was clear that Liu was a moody person. Nothing he did would surprise anyone. As long as they didn't do anything wrong, it wouldn't be surprising. Jiang Lin was mentally pondering a strategy. Since the filthy cult had a 7th level, he couldn't rush in rashly. He'd easily be discovered. While he had the ability to use illusionary actors, he was confident that even a 6th level wouldn't notice, but he couldn't guarantee he could hide from a 7th level. Currently, intelligence was insufficient. He needed more. The captain was undoubtedly the best choice. As a judge, he was a high-ranking official, and should be familiar with the filthy cult's power distribution. After all, a 5th level could advance to 6th level by devouring a member of the same profession. A more ruthless faction could easily allow its members to devour each other. But that would lead to a loss of mid-level combat power and threaten the upper echelons of power, so normally this would be restricted. This was Jiang Lin's deduction. If it weren't so, there wouldn't be so many 5th level professionals left. Whether it was true or not would be clear once he investigated. He just had to wait for the right moment, and find a way to control the judge captain. Woo! Not long after, a sound like an alarm rang out. Huh? The 3 people in the cabin looked bewildered, clearly confused as to what was happening. What the hell? Jiang Lin pretended to be woken, pounding the bed in anger. The captain's spiritual sense had probably detected a shortage of people, so he requested a rallies. With Liu's status and a mere level 2 strength, he wouldn't arouse suspicion. It was a good opportunity to meet the captain and see what he was capable of. Boss Liu, this is an emergency rallies. We have to go to the deck. Seeing Jiang Lin's displeasure, Ducati didn't dare to speak, but Ori mustered the courage to speak. Humph. Jiang Lin ignored him, donning his purple robes and heading for the deck. Ori and Ducati breathed a sigh of relief. If Liu hadn't gone, they would have been greeted with the captain's wrath. You can't afford to offend either side. Life is truly difficult. Chapter 149. Everyone get out. Before Jiang Lin even stepped onto the deck, he heard a gruff voice shouting, its voice echoing across the entire ship. It must be the captain. Ian. In the tough man's memory, Ian was a volatile and erratic man. This was probably related to his profession as a psychopath. The intelligence Fae he had provided mentioned that psychopaths were the most insane stage of the hypnotist's path. Neither the 4th nor the 6th stage was as severe. This was likely why they were given this name. This was also why Liu didn't dare to forcefully attack Tina. Although he was a playboy, he was also afraid of death. When a psychopath goes mad, they won't care if he's the son of a priest. Jiang Lin slowly stepped onto the deck. Nearly 100 people were already gathered there, whispering quietly. He didn't show any unnecessary expression, swaying against the outer railing, his arms propped up, his legs crossed, as if watching a show. He observed Ian silently. He was a middle-aged man with purple hair, a square face, thick eyebrows, and large eyes. He was instantly recognizable as a hot-tempered old man. Ian, of course, saw him too, and veins bulged on his face for a moment, but he quickly suppressed them. It seems he can manage his emotions, as long as he doesn't overdo it. Jianlin observed this scene silently, but didn't reveal a single flaw. The members quickly assembled, numbering around 100, a mix of men and women, young and middle-aged. He also noticed the 3 women from the second floor. The young-looking one of them glanced at him. There was something strange in her eyes, as if she knew something unspeakable. He didn't pay much attention. As someone involved in such a situation, she would definitely notice something was wrong, but she probably wouldn't say anything, so it didn't matter if she did. A playboy, isn't it reasonable for him to do whatever he wants? At this moment, Jianglin's dream eyes sensed a surge of malice, and with it, a thought, damn Leo, so disgusting. His spiritual sense probed, revealing a young woman behind Ian. She also had purple hair and purple eyes, fair skin, and delicate features. Most striking was her size, which couldn't be concealed by her loose purple robe. She must be the captain's daughter, Tina. No wonder Leo couldn't stop thinking about her. Jianlin understood. After all, most men couldn't resist such a thing. Tina was staring at Jianlin, or more accurately, at Leo, with a look of disdain and disgust. Surrounding her were several young men, ranging from level 3 to level 4, with pretentious, solemn expressions. From the way they occasionally glanced at Tina's figure, it was clear they were licking dogs. To maintain his persona, Jianlin had no choice but to look at Tina, his lips curled in a covetous gesture. Disgusting, Tina, fearing to offend outwardly, forced a stiff smile before turning and disappearing behind the sycophants. Paw! Out of Leo's sight, her face quickly turned to one of disgust, and she spat softly. Originally, she had been indifferent to Leo, not to the point of like or dislike. She had been surrounded by so many suitors over the years, and Leo was no exception. But her ears had heard everything this guy had done since coming aboard, and now she had a deep dislike for this dandy. This was her father's ship, and Leo had been allowed to act so recklessly. How unfair it was that such a man should be the son of a priest. Ah! Thinking of this, she sighed, her chest heaving. Whatever disgust she felt, she still had to put on a fake smile. Otherwise, if Leo said something in front of his mother, her father would be held responsible. The difference between level 5 and level 6 might seem small, but this step represents a qualitative leap, a stark difference in status. Higher-level individuals can punish lower-level individuals at will. Although the order prohibits private executions, there are countless ways to make lower-level individuals suffer. Tina naturally didn't want her beloved father to suffer, so she suppressed her disgust and forced a smile. Miss Tina, how about? A tall young man nearby gestured as if wiping his neck. Shut up. Tina glanced frantically in Leo's direction, her vision obstructed. She breathed a sigh of relief and scolded, Are you trying to implicate my father? Don't bring up such foolishness. I understand. The tall young man quickly agreed, glancing at Tina's voluptuous figure with a sinister look. He was the only level 4 among the group, and the son of a judge. He had come to this ship to pursue Tina. Everything had seemed smooth sailing for him. Unfortunately, a major change occurred. Having long considered Tina his beloved, he naturally viewed Leo as a rival. But Leo's status was higher, so he didn't dare openly challenge her. However, if Leo died, Ian would be the only one punished. Without Ian, Tina would still be at my mercy. He licked his lips secretly, as if conjuring up some beautiful image. Elsewhere, Ian was conducting a mass investigation. He used hypnosis, questioning everyone about the missing person, but there were no leads. Ducati and the others were also investigated, but they only said Leo was somewhere else, while they went fishing. Jianlin and Xiaoqiang's meeting didn't take long, so everything matched up. After all, he'd only managed Leo's 10 minutes. A normal person wouldn't be that fast. Ian snorted coldly and glanced at Jianlin, not intending to hypnotize him. There were witnesses, and based on his understanding of Leo, the matter was essentially a done deal. He'd already investigated Jianlin. At level 2, he posed no threat to level 3. Ian's focus was on those above level 3. In the end, the matter naturally fell by the wayside, causing a huge uproar, but ultimately yielding nothing. Ian, with a gloomy expression, led Tina back to the 3rd floor. The others also dispersed, and Ducati and Ori trotted over, respectful. Boss Leo, are you still playing? Ducati smiled lewdly, pointing at the 3 women from before. It seemed he still had feelings for the women he hadn't succeeded on. The three women, naturally noticing his actions, paled instantly, and hurriedly pulled each other back to the cabin. On the way, the young woman glanced at Jiang Lin, her eyes complex and strange. Having already acted out the scene once, Jiang Lin didn't feel like repeating it. So he said nothing, only giving Ducati a cold glance, his meaning self-evident. Hey. Hey. Ducati understood, chuckling awkwardly, not daring to interrupt. Orui, the spy licker, naturally reveled in this. Jiang Lin ignored the two, leaning against the railing to catch the breeze, his mind racing with thoughts. With Leo's body, once a day would be enough. He also needed to find a way to attack the captain quietly, ideally by absorbing his memories. A brute force attack would make too much noise, so it would be best if it didn't draw any attention. This ship might be able to shield him from the filthy cult. If he was more ruthless, using Curse's professional skill, spirit possession would be a surefire way to succeed, but the cost was too great, essentially giving up his own body for the captain's. Although it was just a body swap, with no other impact, he still felt like he'd lost out. His body was a heightened version of his strange touch, though it was rarely used. Not to mention his physique, his appearance alone was a disadvantage. Thinking of Ian's square face, thick eyebrows, and large eyes, Jiang Lin seriously suspected that Tina wasn't his biological child. Another wave of malice interrupted Jiang Lin's thoughts. Who else? He was speechless. This Leo was truly a source of hatred. The dream I activated, revealing the tall young man who had previously accompanied Tina. Leo, your death is imminent. As Jiang Lin probed this thought, the level 4 hypnosis skill began to affect his subconscious. The tall young man decisively acted, but because he was a level 4, neither Ducati nor the others noticed. The effect of this hypnosis was to cause Jiang Lin and Leo to jump into the sea. Chapter 150. Of course, not in public, but quietly when no one was around. With Leo's level 2 strength, jumping into the sea would be the end of a mutation. After initiating hypnosis, the tall young man quickly left. This. Jiang Lin didn't use the paper figurine to resist. There was no need. Level 4 mental attacks were ineffective against him. He felt a little helpless. Should he jump or not? Leo was level 2, and the tall young man was level 4. He shouldn't have had any resistance. But if he jumped, he would lose his identity as Leo. He didn't panic, but quickly considered the pros and cons. The tall young man's goal was clear: to eliminate Leo, put the blame on Ian, and obtain Tina, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. It seemed perfect, but it was actually extremely foolish. Such a trick wouldn't even pass Ian's scrutiny, let alone the scrutiny of a level 6 priest. You've been focusing all your attention on women. Jiang Lin shook his head. It's true that beautiful women are a source of trouble, especially serious trouble, and can lead to mental degeneration. A mentally retarded young man. There's nothing much to plan. Just send him to sea and absorb some of his memories. This situation is causing panic. Perhaps the ship will choose to return. Jiang Lin could return under Leo's identity. Simply infiltrating the filthy cult would be easy. But he wasn't sure if he could rescue Xiaohao and the others. Since they'd set a trap, there must be high-level individuals constantly monitoring the cage. Failure to rescue them would only make them lose more than they gain. He had a feeling this might be a protracted battle. The other party was betting on his impatience, and he really couldn't bet on that. If they lost their patience, they might kill him. There was still too little information. He should find a way to approach a priestess, trap her with Xiaoying's moon mirror barrier, and then extract her memories. With this thought, Jiang Lin pulled himself up, ignoring the 2 men beside him, and headed straight for the cabin. The 2 men followed closely. Oriel's disguise was excellent, and he didn't look like an undercover agent. The cabin was quiet, everyone minding their own business. The ship was semi-automatic, requiring only 1 person to operate, with a dedicated person in charge. The purpose of these cult members was to search for things or handle daily chores. Compared to the noisy and primitive cruise ships of Hawk's race, the filth cult seemed surprisingly more normal. At least they didn't hear that kind of noise all the time. This might have something to do with the captain's style. Although Ian was a mentally ill professional, he seemed quite strict. With his personality, he had no choice but to let Leo run wild on the ship, which shows the power of the priest. Back in the room, Jiang Lin lay on the bed. The bullied youth didn't dare to say a word, lying on his side against the wall. It seemed he had been badly bullied before. Ignoring the 2 who followed him in, Jiang Lin released his spiritual awareness. He found the tall young man's cabin, not far from him. He was carving a stone, vaguely revealing the outline of a woman. Judging from the length of her hair, it was undoubtedly Tina. He's truly a top-notch bootlicker. He's completely lost his IQ for a woman. He was speechless to be targeted by someone with such intelligence. Since arriving in the Misty World, he'd been on the verge of death every time he encountered danger, and his enemies were all cunning and treacherous. Although they were targeting his current identity, this was the first time he'd encountered such a clear-minded enemy. If only the bishop of the filthy cult was as clear-minded. But this was obviously impossible. The other party, who had deliberately let Xiaoqiang escape to lure the snake out of its hole, was clearly not a good match. The tall young man was also a person of status, and he wasn't being targeted. His own cabin was a perfect opportunity for attack. Jiang Lin remained composed, transforming into a grayish-like cursed body. The cursed body, using an object to teleport, arrived at the tall young man's room, then transformed into the form of Xiao San. Bang! His three senses were controlled, and the young man was knocked unconscious without even realizing it. The cursed body then transformed into Ming Zi, inserted its spider legs, and began to absorb memories. This young man named Oliver was indeed a rank 4, and the son of a judge. He held high status and knew more. The filthy cult, beneath the bishop, had 3 priests. The 3 priests held each other in check, unable to devour one another. To advance from rank 6 to rank 7 required devouring 2 of the same class, a task clearly impossible. Besides, the bishop wouldn't tolerate threats to his position, so 2 of the priests needed to remain at headquarters permanently. The other priest was in the directionless sea, but the young man didn't know where exactly. Jiang Lin knew that he was guarding the iceberg ruins, probably fearing a resurgence of the supreme cult. There were a total of 12 judgments under the priests. Without the bishop's permission, devouring one another was forbidden, only wild professionals were permitted. This was clearly the danger Fei Yi had described as the danger of becoming a Miss Freeman. Without power, one is merely a reserved nutrient for others, unless one reaches the highest level. In the young man's memory, there were still ways to enter and exit the Red Sea. Sea-eating flower. This instinctive sea-eating creature, feared by everyone in the Yellow Sea, actually has a passage connecting it to the Red and Yellow Seas. Of course, it wasn't without danger. The sea-eating flower's spiritual pollution was so severe that even high-ranking cultivators could be affected. The filthy cult controls a fixed route that avoids contamination, and only the judge knows how to navigate this route. Oliver only knows this much. His father, the judge, told him. Oliver is not capable of understanding anything more. The true secrets lie in the hands of the bishop or the priest. After his memories are revealed, Oliver will be nothing more than a toy. Jiang Lin can manipulate him with his goat puppet, but he certainly can't hide it from Ian or the priest. They are inherently on this path, so they naturally have ways to probe into spiritual matters. In contrast, Jiang Lin has Xiaoying's help in shielding his consciousness, and with his ability, as a phantom actor, he can even deceive a level 6. If you don't investigate carefully. After all, if you really do examine it, there are still flaws. After all, if a level 2 can withstand the manipulation of a higher level, it's truly explosive. That's why he strives to maintain this identity. As the son of a priest, normally no one would mess with him. Unless, like Oliver, he loses his mind. After disposing of the corpse, he recalled his cursed body. No one noticed. In a way, the trickster's methods were even more sinister than hypnosis. It's worth noting that Oliver actually gave away something after his transformation. Not all professionals give away strange items after death. Such items are quite rare. Oliver transformed into a small knife. Jiang Lin's spiritual perception revealed a similar effect to the puppetry parchment. Perhaps all puppeteers behave similarly after their transformation. After mixing it with the crystal core and shaping it into a new strange creature, Jiang Lin named it the Puppet Man. Its abilities were identical to the Goat Man, so it wasn't very useful, but it did provide an extra backup. There are now 5 strange creatures that can use trickster substitutes. They are the level 5 Lying Deer Cat Man, the level 4 Goat Man, the Puppet Man, the Laughing Bitch, and the level 3 Shadow Man. Jiang Lin suppressed his joy and dozed off in bed. Oliver's death shouldn't be discovered soon. With 2 people missing in a row, Ian will definitely investigate thoroughly. He might also be subject to hypnosis and interrogation this time. He have to pretend, but it won't be a big deal. 3rd floor, a room decorated in ornate purple. Tina wore a lining, buttons nearly bursting out at her chest, her loose skirt barely concealing her curves. She was fiddling with the jellyfish in the aquarium, the sight of the colorful jellyfish lessening her nausea. Oliver's words suddenly occurred to her, and the more she thought about it, the more it seemed wrong. If something really happened to Leo, her father would be to blame. Thinking of this, she quickly threw on her purple robe, finally hiding the thing that was bothering her, and ran out. Chapter 151. Tina trotted to the first floor, the front of her purple robe rising and falling, trembling rhythmically. If anyone had seen this, they would have been unable to look away. After confirming with a cult member, she approached the door to Oliver's room. Knock, knock. Oliver? After waiting for a moment, no one responded. It was strange. Normally, they would stay in their rooms. She called out again. No one. Tina, puzzled, searched the deck and other possible areas, and asked several male members, but none had seen Oliver. Having a bad feeling, she went to find Ian. 5 minutes later. Wow, less than half an hour later, the alarm sounded again. Assemble. Ian's angry roar echoed throughout the ship. This is really hard for you. Jianglin stifled a laugh and pounded the bed in mock anger. What a lousy ship. How can anyone sleep properly? Utter waste, Ian. He cursed, covering his face as he stood up, looking annoyed at being woken. Ao Rui and the others hurried to comfort him. A minute later, Jianglin, looking displeased, stepped onto the deck and leaned against the railing where he had been. Most people had arrived, but the place was completely silent. Ian stared at everyone with a furious look on his face. Tina stood behind him, her pretty face pale. Oliver's status was clearly not comparable to that of the level 3 member. Not only was he level 4, he was also the son of the judge. His inexplicable disappearance was difficult for Ian to explain, and Tina was naturally worried about her father. When everyone arrived, Ian demanded in a deep voice, "Has anyone seen Oliver?" Everyone then realized that something had happened to Oliver, and those who knew his identity stared wide-eyed. A young man trembled, "Your Excellency, Judge. Your Excellency, I was the last to see Oliver." He didn't return to his room, but instead sneaked up to the deck. This man was also one of Tina's lackeys, having returned to the cabin with Oliver. What happened after that? Ian's thick brows furrowed. The young man was clearly a little frightened after that. No. I don't know. Ian lost his patience and immediately initiated hypnosis. Upon closer questioning, it was indeed the case. For a moment, there was a stalemate. He. Ha ha ha. Ian suddenly grinned, then laughed louder and louder. Jianglin had thought the matter was over, but he hadn't expected Ian to activate his psychotic field. What was he doing? He observed calmly. He noticed that everyone was contorting their bodies wildly, some even prying their jaws apart and laughing wildly, as if they were trying to rip them off. Without hesitation, he imitated the others and began to contort, tearing at their jaws with both hands. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Crack! The entire deck was ablaze with activity. Some people's jaws were actually ripped open, blood gushing out all over their bodies. It was terrifying, like a demonic gathering. Besides Jianglin, only Ian and Tina remained conscious. Ian's psychology was quite perverted. Jianglin imitated the movements, feigning madness, while secretly complaining. What kind of idea was it to rip a jaw apart? To hate people talking? The world of the mentally ill was truly beyond his comprehension. For some reason, Jianglin sensed that Tina had been staring at him for a long time. He performed even harder, ripping half of his jaw off. With a snap, blood gushed out all over him. Such madness naturally fooled Tina, and the feeling of being watched vanished. He wasn't being self-torturing, of course. It was because the illusionist's body was fake. As long as others believed him, he could assume any form. Even if he were torn apart right now, not a single flaw would be revealed. As long as he remained undetected, he couldn't pull off the resurrection trick again. For the time being, he would have to pretend to be dislocated. Ian was truly ruthless in his testing, not stopping until every member's jaw was half shattered. As the field vanished. Ouch! Ouch! Such a sound echoed throughout the deck, everyone excruciatingly in pain, some of the women even bursting into tears. Thankfully, they were all professionals with strong constitutions, so such injuries wouldn't take days to heal. But I didn't know what they had been through. Their eyes were filled with terror. Ian ignored their reactions, his expression visibly grim after another wasted effort. Jianglin had no doubt that if anyone provoked him at this moment, he would simply make them tear themselves apart. "Get out of here! Get out of the way!" Ian shouted, his square face practically crumpled. Jianglin feigned anger and glared at Ian, then clutched his chin as he ran towards the cabin. He kicked anyone who blocked his path, acting his dandy self to the utmost. When the crowd dispersed, the deck was covered in blood. Ian and Tina stood in the center, both looking grim. He looked at his precious daughter. Is there a problem? Tina naturally knew who he was referring to. She had already told Ian about Oliver's intentions to cause trouble for Leo. Oliver had just finished speaking about this, and then disappeared. How could this not arouse suspicion? Judging from his motive, Leo was undoubtedly the most suspicious. But Leo's reaction just now was genuine. His strength was indeed at level 2, and he even had an alibi. She had already quietly asked Ori, and Leo had been in the room the entire time. As her spy, Ori was undoubtedly competent, repeatedly reporting Leo's movements and preventing her from interacting with him. While there's nothing wrong with it, no one else would have the motive to do such a thing except him. Tina wasn't so sure. Even if his motive was strong, Leo was only at level 2, so it didn't make sense. Ian's thick eyebrows knitted together, and he said gravely, "Whether it's true or not, we can't touch him." He clearly had something to say, but he didn't continue. Perhaps he didn't want to lose face in front of his daughter. "I understand, Father," Tina said soothingly, expressing her understanding. Alas! Ian felt a pang of displeasure at his daughter's understanding. All fathers are like this. They fear their children are immature, and even more so, they fear their children are too sensible. This investigation ended so dramatically. All the members of the cult suffered a little, but in the end, nothing was found, leaving everyone feeling insecure. They feared they would be the next to disappear. Tina watched her father return to the captain's cabin, the smile on her pretty face fading, and a slight frown forming on her brow. No matter how illogical, she still suspected Leo. Even though she considered Leo a good-for-nothing, she still believed in her theory. Coincidence? How could it be so coincidental? She decided to observe Leo, hoping to find evidence of hidden strength or some kind of manipulation. The unexplained disappearance of the son of an arbiter would be difficult for her father to handle. To relieve her father's worries, she had to do something. "I hope you're really just a good-for-nothing, Leo," she muttered to herself, pondering the connection between the two disappearances as she walked. That first time. What was Leo doing? This question suddenly occurred to her. Ducati and Ori had only said that Leo was with a female member. Perhaps she should investigate. Thinking of this, she hurried to the second floor. It didn't take long for her to find the real person. Lorraine. If Jianglin were here, he'd definitely recognize her as the young woman. After some questioning, "You mean, it was like..." "And it was very quick, about 10 minutes? Tina blushed at her quick understanding, but forced herself to focus on the real matter. Lorraine blushed and replied, "The other two sisters told me the time, and I only found out later." But Tina's attention was no longer on that. Leo had left so quickly, while Ducati and Ori had been fishing, so it was clearly longer than 10 minutes. While this wasn't a long time, it was enough time to accomplish many things. Perhaps this is the breakthrough. Tina's expression was excited, her chest rising and falling. Chapter 152. There's definitely something wrong. From what Tina knew about Leo, he clearly wasn't the type to leave Lorraine alone. He must have done this to deceive. The purpose was... Tina's thoughts faltered. Yes, with Leo's status, killing a level 3 would be a piece of cake. This didn't make sense. What had gone wrong? Could it be? She suddenly seemed to have a thought, and quickly stood up to say goodbye. "I must tell my father about this." Thinking this, she quickly headed upstairs. However, when she thought she had entered the captain's cabin, everything had changed. The surrounding scene suddenly transformed into a pitch-black, empty cabin. A pale, mouthless puppet stared at her. "You?" Just as she was about to scream, a violent impact struck her head, and Tina lost consciousness. Little gray Jianglin withdrew his hand and sighed. "I almost got caught." Tina had entered the cabin because he had, disguised as a mistress, manipulated her 3 senses. In her panic, Tina had obviously not noticed anything unusual. He had long noticed Tina's unusual behavior through his spiritual senses, so he had been keeping an eye on her. He had assumed Oliver's attack on him was a spur-of-the-moment impulse, but he hadn't expected this guy to have planned it all along. It's no surprise that Tina, knowing this information, would suspect Leo. But Tina couldn't die yet. If she died, it would only alert Ian, who would then have to resort to drastic measures. There would be many variables. It would be detrimental to his future infiltrating the filthy cult. As a professional psychopath, Ian's sanity should have reached 59 points long ago, making Jianglin's various control methods ineffective. Jianglin transformed into Mingzi, and first used his spider legs to absorb memories about the filthy order, similar to what Oliver knew. Then he used the secret detective skill to steal all memories related to Leo's suspected identity. Secret detective, a level 2 class skill. This skill consumes spiritual power to penetrate a creature's mind with spiritual awareness, stealing its memories, knowledge, and other secrets. The stolen secrets will disappear from the creature's spirit. The specific effect depends on the spiritual power invested, and a large level difference may cause a mutation. Starting from Oliver's conversation with her, he cleaned up everything. After confirming that nothing was missed, Jiang Lin took a strand of her hair. Then he used the puppeteer to control her back to his room. Why bother? Jiang Lin sighed. From now on, he could use the puppeteer to control Tina at any time. But this manipulation had to be done away from Ian, otherwise it would be discovered. Such is the consequence of exploring secrets beyond one's own level. The principle of secret attraction. He chewed on this sentence. How many curious souls were buried within those simple words? So, how much trouble his repeated exposure to secrets beyond his own might bring was still unknown. Where can I find a trickster? He was eager to become a high-level practitioner, so he could better fight against unknown dangers. Jiang Lin retracted his cursed body. At this moment, he was dozing in bed. The other three hadn't noticed anything unusual, and the servile spy, Orui, had no idea his goddess had become a puppet controlled at will. Using the twin pen to contact Linyu. The time was confirmed to be 2:21 p.m. 2 people had disappeared from the ship within 3 hours. It was truly outrageous, and no wonder Ian had made such a fuss. As the instigator, he was currently plotting against the other party's daughter. The filth cult was too dangerous. Tina's fate after being exposed to higher secrets was a lesson learned. In the face of a higher-level being, his illusionist skills would be completely useless. So he had a better idea. Alter Tina, then he would see how things went. If all went well, he could have Tina gather information while he himself remained in the shadows. Tina had the identity of the judge's daughter, and she was indeed the real person, so she wouldn't arouse suspicion. In Tina and Oliver's memories, the filth cult used a method akin to mental pollution to ensure the loyalty of its members, the details of which were unknown. But the alienation technique should be able to solve this problem. If he couldn't save Xiao and the others, he would have to alienate Iceberg, allowing the Supreme Cult and the Filth Cult to clash head-on. He could fish in troubled waters. Of course, this was a last resort, and while the danger wasn't high, it was still there. In this world, strength reigns supreme, and it's hard to say whether that Iceberg Priestess will appreciate it. Having finalized his plan, he simply had to wait patiently. Today's hunt hadn't begun yet. He quietly took out his Doom Siphon pistol, treasure compass, and other items, and transformed his cursed body. Hopefully I find the crystal essence today. It was time to reshape his last level 5 strange item, the Black Book, fake. The cursed body wandered within the iron wall, with Ducati and Oriel being the first to suffer. Then Jiang Lin recruited a few of Tina's followers. After 7 or 8 consecutive shots and siphoning luck, everything was ready. He reached the Red Sea and floated 50 kilometers away. This time it went smoothly. Looking at the giant hand before him, Jiang Lin's expression was filled with excitement. This was an anglerfish-like creature with a human-like hand on its head. Its body was dark brown, and the hand's purpose was unknown. Its life level was indeed level 5. Go! Summoning 10 night demons, they attacked them regardless of their form. This human-handed anglerfish possessed immense strength and resilience, and swam at an incredibly fast speed. Several swings of its mighty hand sent the night demon flying, scattering many of its spirits. But no matter how powerful it was, it could not escape the fate of being beaten to death. Until the last bit of its spirit was torn apart, it was completely motionless. The mist-avoiding fire and crystal essence condensed and emerged. Storing everything in the storage crystal, one night demon returned to the main body. Luck couldn't be wasted. The 4 luck dice could still be used to find crystal cores. After several hours of hard work, 3 crystal cores were obtained. The cursed body was retracted. With a total of 85 crystal cores and 15 fog-proof fire seeds, Jiang Lin discovered that the Doom Siphon pistol was indeed a valuable item. Harming others for one's own benefit, it also allowed him to discuss those he disliked. As for the crystal essence, he had already shaped it into a bizarre creature. Black-haired Toothman, Shaper level 5. Opening its mouth and baring its teeth creates a mind-distorting mental field. The mental state of any creature within it will continuously decrease, and when it falls below physical fitness, a mutation will occur. Closing its mouth will have no effect. Opening its mouth will cause the creature itself to become extremely mentally disturbed and lose its sanity. Jiang Lin naturally didn't have to bear the negative effects. Shaper creatures were already irrational, so mental disorder wouldn't matter. This Shaper was one of the more aggressive ones, and it had an area of effect attack. In other words, if Jiang Lin wanted to, once this field was activated, everyone on board, save Captain Ian, would have their mental state reduced and transformed into a monster. Of course, Ian could certainly do this. After all, This shaper ability was considered a skill of the mentally ill. Jiang Lin now had 6 uses for his ghostly double, saving his life once more, a cause for celebration. On the other side, a room adorned with ornate purple ornaments. No! Tina jolted awake, her chest heaving violently. Gulping, she wiped the sweat from her forehead, realizing it was just a nightmare. In the dream, a sinister figure clutched her neck tightly and stabbed something into her body. Desperate, she tried to scream, but no sound came out. Fortunately, it was just a dream. She sat up, the buttons on her inner skirt threatening to burst. She pressed gently, as if to crush the offending part. Then, it bounced back. Alas! She sighed, feeling truly unlucky to have such a thing. Chapter 153. Tying her long, smooth purple hair back, Tina glanced at her jellyfish. Those unpolluted jellyfish were incredibly adorable. A gift from her father from the blue sea. Are we truly bringing salvation to this world? She muttered to herself. The cult had brought the red and yellow seas, causing the creatures of the directionless sea to become so bizarre. Was this? Ugh! A sudden pain pounded in her head. The doubt she had felt vanished in an instant, replaced by a firm resolve. This is salvation. Life is too fragile, only disorder is eternal. With that, she stopped paying attention to the jellyfish. She sat down at her dressing table and began to fix her appearance, gazing at her delicate features in the mirror, a little lost. 2 disappearances in a row must be very distressing for my father. And I came back to sleep right after the gathering. Am I being remiss as a daughter? Tina felt as if she had forgotten something, but she couldn't quite place it. This sense of loss made her feel a little uneasy, as if something was strange. Maybe I slept too long. She shook her groggy head, feeling much better. If Jiang Lin were here, he'd be amazed at Tina's sharpness. Even though her memories had been completely erased, she still sensed something was amiss, albeit only slightly. Most people couldn't do that. Jiang Lin had nothing to do. Liu's mouth wound had almost healed. He only later learned that the filthy odor had an ointment similar to a healing potion. He didn't know what it was made of, but it was indeed quite effective. Ducati and the others were soon able to speak. That meant he didn't have to play dumb, which was a good thing. The room was in turmoil this afternoon, probably thanks to the Doom siphon pistol. The toilet broke while Ducati was using it, slicing something into his body. The wailing was unbearable. Jiang Lin barely managed to hold back a laugh, forcing a disgusted expression to maintain his persona. Ori wasn't immune to his fate either. While applying medicine to Ducati, he slipped and landed hard on the handle of a cutting knife. He was still clutching his buttocks and whimpering softly, clearly severely injured. The bullied youth witnessed the entire incident, secretly gleefully feigning sleep. Jiang Lin felt a chill as he looked at the 2 miserable men. Putting himself in their shoes, any man would shudder. How tragic. He mourned for the 2 men. Next time I have the chance, I'd look for them again. He didn't like either of them anyway. One was a real creep, the other a sycophantic spy, both types he hated. Compared to Ducati's truly despicable behavior, his impression of Ori was even worse, not because he was a sycophant, but because he was disloyal. Whatever his motives, if he wanted to be a subordinate, he couldn't be fickle. Duplicate dealing was the most disgusting thing. If he was truly courageous, why didn't he just get beaten up like the bullied youth? At least it showed his stance. That was a good thing. Ducati had been severely injured, so he probably wouldn't be tempted to look for women anytime soon. Leo would have a reason to stay in the dorm. If he needed to leave for something, he could use the cursed body to create the illusion that Leo had been there the whole time. The free time passed quickly, and the early morning hours soon arrived. A surge of spiritual energy surged, refreshing the number of transformations. Jiang Lin quietly replaced himself with his cursed body and lay in bed, while his main body quietly entered Tina's room. A sea of purple filled the eyes. The bed curtains, window curtains, wardrobe, chairs, everything was tinged with purple. Tina wasn't asleep, but was staring at the jellyfish in front of the tank, perhaps from a long afternoon nap. She wore a long, lavender-lined dress, the buttons on her chest weighing down. She bent slightly, revealing her graceful curves. The room was filled with a peaceful and tranquil atmosphere, like a world in a painting. Alas, all this was destined to be shattered. Jiang Lin immediately activated his puppeteer ability, controlling Tina. She froze, then collapsed to the ground. I hope everything goes well, Jiang Lin muttered to himself, then reached out and activated the transformation technique. Tina was at level 3, so using 400 spiritual energy points shouldn't be a waste. Since he had nothing to transform, he naturally wanted to maximize the effect. Spiritual energy enveloped Tina's body, causing her clothes to peel off and her skin to wriggle and deform. Goo! Goo! A faint wriggling sound echoed. Xiaoying had already used the moonlight to mask all movement in the room. First, a toad's head emerged from Tina's body, followed by a foul growth, and then a series of blurred human faces. These strange phenomena alternated, as if engaged in a battle. Then, a gray light appeared on her body, squeezing out her naked body, but it was quickly suppressed by the previous phenomenon. This effect? Jianlin frowned at this. The appearance of the transformed Tina was exactly the same as when the mute girl was transformed. Why was this happening? What was the pattern? Lin Yu and Meng Zi were clearly different. As he pondered, Tina continued to transform, finally settling into a naked human form, her lower body a fluid mass of filth. The spiritual imprint had been completed. The suppression of his status ensured Tina's control. But at that moment, a familiar feeling of dizziness came over him. Oh no! Jianlin knew this was a common symptom of human transformation, but why was it so intense this time? He clearly recovered after a good night's sleep the last time he transformed the mute girl. Consciousness blurred, he fell forward uncontrollably. A ray of moonlight caught Jianlin, and Xiaoying appeared, warily gazing at the strange Tina. Tina had regained consciousness, instantly understanding what had happened. She gave Jianlin a complicated look. Don't worry, I won't harm. Master. Her lower body shifted and transformed, finally transforming into the form of a normal, naked woman. He went to the closet and casually grabbed a similar petticoat and put it on. She returned to the dressing table, inspected herself, and, after confirming she was no different from usual, nodded in satisfaction. Feeling the surging power within her, she realized she had already reached the pinnacle of Tier 4. And her abilities were far superior to those of ordinary puppeteers. Puppeteer, Tier 4. The puppeteer profession, tainted by an unknown aura, is undergoing unpredictable changes. Its original skills have been transformed, allowing it to transform into any controlled creature. Its main body can release spiritual pollution, possessing top-tier combat power. In addition to the skills of the first two tiers, the puppeteer's skills are Puppet Control, Tier 4 skill. Through spiritual matter, it manipulates the target's body, penetrating deep into the consciousness, slowly eroding the target's autonomous consciousness, turning it into a permanently controlled puppet. Note: the amount of damage depends on the user's mental state. Puppet Body Protection, Tier 4 skill. Any damage received can be transferred to the puppet. The transfer is irreversible. Damage exceeding the puppet's tolerance will result in its immediate death. Tina had achieved her previous form precisely by controlling herself. The two newly acquired skills were extremely useful. As long as she's mentally alert enough, she can transform everyone on the ship into her puppets, something ordinary puppeteers can't do. Ordinary puppeteers have a limited number of puppets and can't permanently control them. They become ineffective if they're out of range. Puppetry protection can ensure she's immune until all the puppets are dead. Of course, this has its limits. Advanced mental contamination can mutate both people and puppets. After familiarizing herself with everything, she turned her gaze to the two people in the room. She passed Xiaoying and looked at Jianlin. From this moment on, the young man in the black trench coat and top hat was her master. Chapter 154. Jianlin opened his eyes, and was greeted by the purple bed curtains. He felt Xiaoying attached to his body, a pair of violet eyes staring at him curiously from the bedside. He shook his head and sat up. Tina leaned against the bed, her chest pressed against his, making her extremely eye-catching. Jianlin looked her over. She looked the same as before, nothing unusual. It seemed she had some form of transformation. This was good news. His plan could proceed perfectly. After a conversation, Jianlin discovered that Tina had accepted her identity and showed no resistance, which saved him a lot of effort. The spiritual imprint of the alienation technique was still reliable. At least, when her strength was not greater than his, she would be more receptive and obedient. The contract was signed. After learning about Tina's abilities, he could only sigh that her professional abilities, after being alienated, were just as abnormal as before. He then briefly explained his plan to Tina. Tina suddenly realized, so, Master, do you think the filthy cult wants to harm you? She was clearly not used to calling Jianlin Master, which was understandable, considering she was once a young lady. It's very possible. Jianlin nodded. Tina's violet eyes widened, then a look of worry crossed her face. She knew the filthy cult was powerful and mysterious, but she had never expected to face such a being so soon. This was unimaginable to her, once a level 3 cultivator. Don't worry, as long as you don't behave strangely, no one will doubt your identity. Seeing her fear, Jiang Lin offered reassurance. The filthy cult exerted a mental control over its members, and they wouldn't imagine anyone could break it. She was the daughter of the judge, and no one except the priests and bishops would attack her. Tina nodded, acknowledging his statement. She had never imagined she'd one day leave the filthy cult, until she was transformed and realized her mind had been affected. Having been a member of the filthy cult since birth, she found the sudden change of identity difficult to adapt to. Anyway, just let it go. I'll let you know if there's anything I need you to do. After instructing her not to reveal any flaws, Jiang Lin returned to Gubu's body. Leo had a cursed body to pretend, so he'd be fine for the time being. Master Xiaofu and Xuqiang were both asleep. Huanyu, delighted to see him back, sensed his return. He nodded, signaling her to be quiet. He still had 400 spiritual points, and he decided to use them all. He took out 2 items, and summoned the sculptor of the filthy shadow. Flashing quiet socks. Level 2, a seed artifact from a certain sequence. Wearing them actively blocks the sound of movement, and can also double your speed, 3 times per hour. After use, your legs become slightly paralyzed, making it impossible to evade detection by spiritual senses of level 3 or higher. Speed Rune. Level 5. A single-use speed rune that grants you top-tier level 5 movement speed. Movement consumes no stamina, and the effect lasts for 30 minutes. Since you're saving someone, you must make sure you're running away, regardless of whether it's necessary or not. Shadow Man. Shaper Level 3. Can transform into a shadow and blend in. If undetected, it will replace the target within 30 minutes. Failure will result in partial loss of body or memory. Effective at level 3 and below. Use Alienation 3 more times. Use 200 points for the speed rune and 100 points for the remaining 2 items for maximum effect. The latter 2 are just for sufficiency, mainly because their levels are too low to keep up with his strength. Activate Alienation, and the last 400 points of spiritual power will overflow. They covered the 3 items, wriggling and transforming. Eventually, the socks transformed into leg bands, and the runes transformed into a spider silk cocoon emitting a blue glow. The Shadow Man still looked like a Shadow Man, only his abilities had changed. After some experimentation, I had a rough idea of their abilities. Swift Numbing Leg Band, Level 3. Wearing it blocks all sound when moving. Stimulating the legs can increase the speed by 3 times. Use 3 times per hour, and the legs become extremely numb after use. Shaper, Level 4. Can transform into a shadow and blend into the shadow. If undetected, it will replace the target within 10 minutes. Failure will result in partial loss of body or memory. This is effective at level 4 and below. As for the spider silk cocoon, after holding it in his hand, he intuitively sensed that it was a single-use item. While the specific effects were unclear, it was definitely enough for escaping. Sky-breaking cocoon, level 6. Single use. Crushing it grants spatial speed, without stamina consumption, and the effect lasts for 30 minutes. Put the leg bands on and put away the spider silk cocoon. Currently, the lowest level of a puppeteer is tier 4, so traveling quickly shouldn't be a problem. Just make sure you can always replace someone. This transformation not only yielded Tina, the puppeteer, but also greatly improved your survival abilities. It wasn't a waste. He pulled out the shelter sensor bead, and the scene of the shelter came into view. Except for Sun Huanyu, who was sound asleep, the other members were diligently devouring their souls and transforming. This guy. He smiled and shook his head. He didn't mean to force Sun Huanyu. Everyone has their own way of living. He had no right to force anyone to work hard. As long as Sun Huanyu could play his part, that was all that mattered. After confirming that everything was fine with Gubu, Jiang Lin returned to the cabin. He had to continue pretending to be Leo. Tina had already told him that the ship was returning, probably because Ian was going back to address Oliver. After all, the unexplained death of the judge's son was no small matter. This was exactly what Jiang Lin wanted. As he settled into bed, he noticed that Ducati and Ori were both awake, probably too traumatized to sleep. Purple-lipped in sympathy, he closed his eyes. Because of his stomach and the alien, he fell asleep quickly. It wasn't long before Jiang Lin opened his eyes, and a flash of moonlight flashed around him. He quickly took in his current situation, and quickly understood what was going on. So he kept quiet. A wave of energy spread, like a mother's embrace, reassuring. Ducati and the others fell into a peaceful slumber. Jiang Lin examined the body now impersonating Leo, a look of dissatisfaction, and a hint of disgust on his face. The filthy cult. He shook his head, his thoughts etched in his mind, and countless dark eggs gushed out of his body. Some resembled black pustules, others resembled fish eggs. These dark eggs spread rapidly, silently lurking in every dark corner of the ship. After completing this, he finally seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. He sighed, muttering to himself, "You underestimate those of higher rank. Ignorance is truly bliss." Covering his head to quell the dizziness, Jiang Lin lay back on the bed, closing his eyes and muttering, "Thank goodness you're awake." The moonlight flickered, but Xiaoying didn't notice anything amiss. In Tina's room, after Jiang Lin left, she had been watching the jellyfish. Though these jellyfish were restricted to swimming in the aquarium, if they were to enter the Red Sea, they would be reduced to the lowest level of monsters. This was what the filthy cult had always been dedicated to. Although she didn't know their purpose, she didn't approve of it. Having been mentally contaminated before, she had always believed this was a great thing. Disorder is the destiny of all things. This was the doctrine and vision of the cult of the filth. But now awake, or perhaps not awake at all, she had fallen into another kind of control. But at least her mind was free. Even if the Lord told her to do something wrong, she knew it was wrong. It was better than always thinking she was superior in everything she did. Though she didn't talk much with the Lord, she could sense that he respected her ideas. Even if they weren't adopted, at least she could express them. Tina dipped her finger into the fish tank, pressing her chest against it. A circular arc emerged. Gently touching the soft body of the jellyfish, she murmured, "Disorder may be the norm, but all living things probably crave order. The world is already disordered, so why pursue it?" Time slipped quietly. While Jiang Lin was still asleep, a major event occurred in the misty world. Of course, this event might be insignificant to truly powerful beings. Chapter 155. Upon waking, Jiang Lin immediately contacted Lin Yu. Day 20, 9 a.m. sharp. Lin Yu, the system just released a world announcement regarding the world rankings. She then informed Jiang Lin of the details. "Congratulations, survivors of the 69th batch. You have established yourself in the foggy world and become worthy prey. If you wish to continue living, please remain motivated. Stagnation will only lead to death. To prevent your entire group from being wiped out, generous rewards will be awarded in the monthly world rankings. The ranking rules will be announced below. The world rankings are divided into two parts, the overall shelter ranking and the individual strength ranking. The overall shelter ranking includes a comprehensive assessment of shelter level, overall strength, resources, and more. The individual strength ranking, the system will open a dream space, where survivors can choose to challenge phantoms or place bets in a duel. Both parties in the duel will be teleported to a higher level of the real space, and the battle ends when one party dies. You have 10 days to prepare. The ranking results will be announced before the first major fog wave in 10 days. Good luck surviving. The above is the full content of the world announcement. There's nothing much to say about the overall ranking of the shelters. He and Lin Yu confirmed the requirements for the individual skill rankings. In simple terms, it's like climbing a tower. The system randomly ranks survivors based on their levels, generating an initial ranking. If a survivor wants to be number 1, challenge the top phantom. Success will secure them the top spot. However, if you're confident in your skills and believe that real combat is better than fighting phantoms, you can also place a bet and challenge others to a duel. It's a battle of both strength and life and death. The latter option probably isn't popular, as it's rather foolish. If you can't defeat a phantom, the real person is about the same. Of course, this doesn't apply to underhanded tactics. This also provides survivors with a way to resolve conflicts. If they really dislike someone, they can make a bet with them. After a moment's hesitation, the twin pins began to move again. Lin Yu, because you haven't entered the dream realm yet, the system hasn't generated an image of you, so there's no ranking. Lin Yu, the first place is currently held by a member of the Divine Wing clan. This race is naturally powerful. Not only can they fly, but their initial physical and mental health points reach 25 points. The strongest are now Tier 4 professionals. Lin Yu, the top 10 are all occupied by foreign races, with only Blue Star humans in the top 20. The twin pens paused for a long moment before continuing. Lin Yu, many people say, you're just a name, lucky to have taken the first place. Heh. Jiang Lin smiled unconcerned. He simply hasn't returned yet, otherwise, a foreign race wouldn't have taken the first place. The rankings won't be announced for another 10 days, so let's get started. Although he was only at level 5, he possessed the ability to transform into a ghost. When transformed into Xiaoying, he was invincible against his peers. Even if that Divine Wing tribe broke through to level 5, he wouldn't be afraid. Keep the twin pins. There's still plenty of time to climb the world rankings. Since Ian was preparing to return, the ritual should be performed soon, allowing him to infiltrate the filthy cult. Have Gubu and the others wait outside. Once he rescued Xiaohao, they could return to the misty world. As expected, Jianlin didn't have to wait long. At 10:46 a.m., a blood-red mist began to envelop the ship. Wait outside, he instructed Gubu. After that, he could no longer sense their presence. Jianlin looked out the window, shrouded in blood-red mist, obscuring everything. I wonder how Ian determines his navigational direction. This information must be obtained, otherwise he'll have a hard time getting out once he enters. The voyage didn't last long. It seemed the distance had nothing to do with it. Some of the entry methods resemble those of the Whispering Forest and the Devouring Desert, but more of a teleportation approach. Jianlin soon spotted the island made of so-called humanoid tumors. Of course, he estimated it was about the size of a foot. At first glance, it wasn't obvious it was a foot, as it was so large that standing on it would be indistinguishable from land. Confirming the shape required careful exploration, as the surroundings were shrouded in a terrifying blood mist, and any demarcation would create a humanoid shape. Line up to disembark. Someone was already meeting them on the shore, carrying a strange tumor that looked like it was for exploration. This made Jianlin's heart tighten, but after sensing the strength of those around him, he felt relieved. Fortunately, I can break it with my strength. The highest level was only 4. Even if he were discovered, he could easily control everyone. He had quietly hidden all 6 of the puppets beneath the ship. With 2 puppeteers, he could easily control the entire situation. Members of the cult disembarked one after another, and Jianlin followed suit, deliberately keeping his distance and a look of arrogance on his face. Those who greeted him clearly knew Leo, a rich kid, and didn't dare offend him. They briefly inspected him and let him pass. That was good. Jianlin breathed a sigh of relief. He truly didn't want to resort to violence in a place like this. His goal was to quickly locate Xiaohao and the others and then evacuate. The filthy cult's architecture was extremely bizarre. Its exterior was composed of a series of writhing tumors, reminiscent of his iron fortress. The interior was made of stone, but nothing special, quite plain and simple, with an overall design somewhat reminiscent of the medieval style of Blue Star. Just as Jianlin was surveying his surroundings, Ian and Tina disembarked. Ian glanced at Jianlin briefly, then walked upwards. As a judge, he certainly didn't dwell on the legs. Tina glanced at Jianlin subtly and followed him out. Ducati and the others also disembarked. Just as they were about to greet Jianlin, they realized he had already followed Ian and the others. Don't look. Do you think you can curry favor with him? Orui said with disdain, he lives by the neck. He stared at Jianlin's back with a hint of envy, then gazed at the graceful figure in the distance, entranced. Ducati covered his private parts with a look of regret. Following Boss Leo, I'm happy to be a dog. He looked lewd, as if recalling his previous days of excess on the boat. Neither of them noticed that a strange symbol had been carved into the arm beneath his robe, a curse. This was also why Jianlin ignored the two, because it wouldn't be long before they would mutate upon seeing the symbol. He did it casually, thinking it was a way to get rid of the evil. Regardless of their motives, the two followed Leo in doing many disgusting things. Just as he had grown displeased with them, he gave them a small gift. Jianlin followed Ian and Tina from a distance, pretending to be heading home as if nothing had happened. In reality, he was secretly observing the Filthy Order's headquarters. The buildings here were all made of masonry on the outside and stone on the inside. They were neatly arranged, built on both sides, with a main road leading directly to the center. In the distance, a tall, domed church could be seen, presumably the bishop's seat. Every section was marked by an inspection, and it was clear that only those of high rank could pass. Leo was the son of a priest, so he naturally passed without hindrance. All the way to the chest, the buildings were few and large. Clearly only those of the rank of judge could reside there. Ian arrived at a 3-story villa and knocked on the door. This was clearly not his home. It was probably Oliver's father's residence. It looked like he needed to explain. Jianlin ignored it. He couldn't show too much concern. He walked alone towards the checkpoint at the neck, where Leo's residence lay. Just past the checkpoint. Young master. An old man in a purple robe came forward. He was Leo's butler, who had watched him grow up. Jianlin didn't stop, but continued on his way. He casually asked, "Where's my mother?" "The master is meeting guests." The butler hesitated, choosing a more pleasant explanation. Jianlin naturally understood what was going on. After all, Leo didn't even know who his father was. Chapter 156. Jian Lin flickered a look of disgust at the right moment, then feigned resignation. Never mind, I'm used to it. Soon, they arrived at a building of a completely different style. Liu's mother's residence was unlike any other, a magnificent castle-style structure. Although the exterior was also covered in tumors, it was indeed much more attractive. It's true that women cherish beauty in every way. Arriving at the 5-meter-high gate, the butler swiftly stepped forward and pushed open the heavy stone door with ease. Spiritual perception revealed that the butlers were all level 4, indicating the priest's immense power. Entering the hall, one could see decorations never before seen on Blue Star. Jian Lin had no idea what they were for, and most of them didn't suit his taste. As expected of a cult that served as the main hypnotist's path. The castle was enormous, and the butler led Jian Lin through many twists and turns until they finally reached a room on the 2nd floor. Jian Lin felt like he was back home, casually settling into a chair and draping his legs over the desk. "Young master, do I need to notify you after the master's meeting?" the butler asked respectfully. "If mother doesn't want to see me, then there's no need." Jian Lin pretended to be angry. The butler obeyed, exiting the room and quietly closing the door. He had indeed wanted to contact the priest before, but now there was no rush. He had originally intended to absorb the memories of a high-level person, but his mind might not be able to handle the memories of a high-level person. If they were to meet rashly and be exposed, Xiaoying would have to kill him. It would easily lead to complications. His identity, as Liu, was enough. Xuqiang had said that Xiaohao and the others were imprisoned in the chest area. With Liu's authority, he could move freely below the neck. After confirming that the butler had left, he activated the borrowed object translocation technique and began to explore various parts of the castle. With Xiaoying shielding his spiritual sense, he wasn't afraid of being discovered by Liu's mother. He quickly ascertained the situation. Besides him, there were 9 people in the castle, including the butler, and 5 of them were servants. Liu's mother, Ellen's, was with 3 young strangers, and the scene was intense. After making sure Ellen's wasn't paying attention, Jian Lin left the castle. The cursed body remained behind, impersonating Liu. Ellen's wouldn't be able to finish it for a while, and wouldn't be able to detect anything. After reaching the chest area, Jian Lin moved through the buildings undetected. Ian just happened to emerge from the 3-story villa, his face grim, clearly unhappy. Tina followed cautiously behind him. In the villa, a sinister middle-aged man spoke fiercely. "Ian, you're such a loser. You're the one responsible for my son's death. Give me the list of the crew on board. I want them all buried with me." Ian's face furrowed. "Don't even think about it, old man. This matter will be decided by the priests themselves. They first go through the filthy investigation." Without turning back, they walked towards a distant villa. Tina, as if sensing something, glanced casually in Jian Lin's direction. Jian Lin followed them to the villa. Tina's room. Like the cabin, it was decorated in purple, a distinctive feature. Jian Lin stood there patiently waiting. A moment later, Tina entered, carefully closing the door. Where in the chest is the most likely place for the creature? Xiao Chan only knew that the creature had escaped from the chest, but he didn't know the exact location. Tina thought for a moment and replied, "The filthy inquiry hall and the bottom of the Arbiter's Council hall are the 2 most likely places." She pointed out the window in 2 directions. Both had distinct features. The filthy Inquisition hall was a building composed of unidentified tumors, which were wriggling and clearly alive, making it impossible for Jian Lin to enter directly. The Arbiter's Council hall, like the other buildings, was constructed of stone with a domed roof and square walls. He could explore the latter, but before that, he needed a way out, which would require Ian. "Do you have any way to restrain your father? Or perhaps put him to sleep?" Tina's nervousness was palpable at Jian Lin's words. "Lord, are you?" Shaking his head, Jian Lin assured her, "I just need to find a way out. No harm will come." Tina felt relieved. Although Jian Lin could order her to attack her father directly, and she couldn't refuse, she still tried to avoid it. After all, he was her father. "Sometimes, if I have the chance, I can transform your father as well, freeing him from the control of the filthy cult." "Thank you, Lord." Tina was visibly excited. This was something she had been worried about, and she hadn't expected Jian Lin to have a solution. "Every time my father came home, he would inhale something in front of my mother's urn, then fall into a deep sleep, unawakenable no matter how hard we tried." With Jian Lin's assurance, she readily betrayed Ian. "Huh?" Jian Lin was puzzled. "Your mother died? What was the reason?" Tina pursed her lips and explained, "My father killed her." It turned out that a few years ago, Tina's mother, determined to help her husband ascend to level 6 and fulfill his dream of becoming a high-ranking being, drank the potion that would allow her to ascend to level 5, intending to allow her husband to devour her after the advancement. The cult had no objection to voluntary consent. Ian's lust for power had already clouded his mind, and coupled with the influence of his profession as a mental patient, he acquiesced. The result was, of course, failure. Tina's mother lost control and became strange, forcing Ian to kill her himself. Ian, having learned to cherish after losing something, seemed a changed man. No longer obsessed with power, he placed greater value on his only daughter, Tina. It seems your mother loves your father very much, Jianglin sighed. Tina nodded, her spirits low. This is perhaps what every professional must face, advancement or stagnation. As long as you don't reach the highest level, you always face the cruel decision of devouring or being devoured. Of course, you can find a stranger, the psychological burden is less, but how can you be sure you're not the one being devoured? That's a problem. Within the same profession, everyone is the same. What matters is other means. Without a system, how many means do ordinary professionals have? Rewards naturally come with significant risks. There's a reason there are so few high-level professionals. When will your father fall asleep? Back to the point. Tina's violet eyes flickered downward. He's in a bad mood right now. He's probably staring blankly at his mother. It'd be over soon. Jianglin took advantage of this moment to explore the Arbiter's Council Hall. He asked Tina to keep an eye on Ian, then moved toward the domed, square-walled building. The process went smoothly. The 2 level 3 guards outside didn't notice him at all. Unfortunately, after a long walk and a thorough investigation underground, he found nothing except some imprisoned cult members. A prison was placed beneath the Arbiter's Council Hall, perhaps to facilitate the imprisonment after the vote. Jianglin didn't understand. It had nothing to do with him. Ruling this place out, the only remaining option was the filthy Inquisition Hall. Jianglin found a building closer. He used his spiritual sense to explore. No effect. There was something strange about this wriggling, timorous building. He didn't dare enter rashly. His intuition told him that Xiaohao and the others were inside. Xiaoying, can you explore? He could only ask Xiaoying for help, but his heart sank. Master, my spiritual consciousness can't enter. There's definitely something wrong here. Perhaps Ian knows something, and acting without knowing is unwise. Back in Tina's room, she saw him and quickly said, Master, my father is already fast asleep. Let's go. Without hesitation, he let Tina lead the way. Soon, they found Ian fast asleep in the basement, clutching the wooden box. He transformed into Mingzi, and Tina cast a curious glance at him. Ignoring her thoughts, Jianglin thrust his spider leg into Ian's neck. Instantly, a flood of information flooded his mind. He quickly blocked it out and began to sift through the information he needed. Chapter 157. Methods of entering and exiting the filthy cult's headquarters, the internal routes of the seed-eating flower, the purpose of the filthy interrogation hall. Jianglin absorbed all these memories. And most importantly, the bishop, Ian had only seen that strange man once. Jianglin also saw the so-called bishop's appearance from his memories. He wore a tattered purple robe, was barefoot, and always had a smile on his face. His appearance was so ordinary that it was impossible to remember him. A fallen ascetic priest. Anyone who saw him would immediately think of this. The bishop of the filthy cult, dressed like this, was unbelievable. The moment before Jianglin pulled out his spider leg and interrupted the absorption, he didn't notice. The corner of the man's mouth in his memory curled up slightly. Throughout his journey, Jianglin had been so adept at absorbing memories that he had subconsciously overlooked the world's greatest taboo. Let's go! Dispelling the ghost, Jianglin grabbed Tina and used the object to teleport back to the room. He began to organize the information he had just obtained. The method for entering and exiting the filthy cult was simple. Just recite a lengthy incantation and use your spiritual sense to constantly sense the red figure that appeared ahead as a guide. Lord of distortion and deformity, the ultimate in filth and impurity, the true God who brings salvation, the supreme beginning and the end. One part of it went like this. Jianglin naturally didn't understand the meaning, nor did he know what the red figure was. Anyway, just follow the instructions, and you'd be in and out of the blood mist. The internal route of the seed-eating flower is much simpler. It has intertwined roots. You need to find the largest and smallest two and follow a certain pattern to follow them. The most important thing is the filthy Inquisition Hall. Ian didn't know its specific origin, but it has existed since the filthy cult was founded. It seemed to be one with a humanoid tumor island beneath its feet. The function of the interrogation hall was to grant divine grace to members of the cult and test their loyalty. Below, some important objects were imprisoned. It's not that simple, after all. Thinking of this, his brow furrowed. The filthy interrogation hall was not only alive, but also capable of blocking Xiaoying's 6th-level spiritual awareness. If he had the choice, he would definitely imprison Xiaohao and the others there. The Arbitrator Council Hall was probably like a detention center on Blue Star, while the filthy interrogation hall was a prison. Master, is this troublesome? Tina asked, noticing his frown. Jiang Lin shook his head. It's not troublesome, but there might be complications. Unable to directly use objects to relocate, he had to enter through the main gate. He would need some planning, and if that didn't work, he would have to force his way in. Tina looked expectant. Do you need my help? Jiang Lin shook his head again. Seeing her look of regret, he knew she was seeking excitement and finding it fun. So he said seriously, although you're a level 4, your overall strength is still too weak and too dangerous. I understand. Tina felt regretful, but she knew the importance of the situation. Thinking of the role of the filthy Inquisition chamber, he felt it wasn't safe for Tina to stay with the filthy cult. I'm planning to move soon. Can you convince your father to come aboard? Having a boat would be best, but without one, he'd have to float away, which would be very exhausting. Tina thought for a moment and nodded. If I'm a little more forceful, he might agree. But we can't let him know that this is a betrayal of the cult, and that he's mentally contaminated. He won't agree. That's enough. No matter what excuse you use, keep him aboard and knock him out when the time comes. Jiang Lin patted his head. That's fine. Tina could only mentally apologize to her father. After arranging Tina's side, all that remained was to find Xiaohao and the others. Jiang Lin held off for now, returning to Liu's room. Upon investigation, he discovered that the battle was still raging on Ellen's side. Fighting! He sighed. This was just right. At least Ellen's side wouldn't affect his plan. As for the other priest, in another building at the neck, it was a typical castle-like structure, not as ornate as Ellen's. Jiang Lin investigated and found what appeared to be an old man. Also, with 3 young men. Jiang Lin was speechless. His spiritual consciousness was impure. These 2 priests of the filthy cult were truly remarkable. They shared the same hobbies. They must be kindred spirits. He didn't understand, but he was deeply shocked. He could only say that today's rescue plan was sound. As Fei Yi had said, those in this path were not normal, and the higher their rank, the more so. Perhaps it's because this place is so isolated from the world, the filthy cult is so peaceful. 3:30 p.m. Thinking it was about time, Jiang Lin, disguised as Leo, swaggered out of the castle. Undeterred, he reached the chest area. Tina and Ian were no longer in the villa. Even her mother's urn had been taken. Looks like they boarded the ship. He nodded secretly. Tina was still quite reliable. He pretended to be a rich kid, sauntering over to the filthy interrogation hall. The 2 guards at the door, both level 4, were chatting. Jiang Lin, disguised as a mistress, manipulated their 3 senses, rendering them unaware of his presence. He swaggered into the tumor-like structure without encountering any resistance. The process went extremely smoothly. A stench of blood washed over him, mixed with a foul, disgusting, and unidentified smell. Frowning, he slowed his breathing and continued forward. Entering the main entrance, he faced a strangely furnished hall. In the center stood a tumor-like platform, presumably used for ceremonies. On either side were spiraling staircases, likely leading underground. He headed left and descended. The smell of blood grew stronger. The unidentified stench made him hold his breath. Jiang Lin continued forward, and a staircase appeared on the right. Turning left led to a massive underground prison. No guards. This discovery gave him a sense of something being amiss. How had Xuqiang managed to control the escape? Scattered among the tumors, each 10 meters tall, were countless strange creatures, large and small, imprisoned within. Some of the strange creatures were clearly roaring and howling, but no sound was heard. It seems the tumors can block sound. Ignoring the filthy cult's purpose for imprisoning these creatures, he began searching for Xiaohao and the others. 1, 2, 10, 20. Not only were there strange creatures, but there were also quite a few humans. He even spotted a young, black-haired woman who bore a striking resemblance to the Blue Star Yin people. She had been shredded into a human pig, her body fused to the tumors. A terrifying sight. This? Jiang Lin frowned. The woman had her eyes closed and remained motionless. But now wasn't the time for curious exploration. His primary focus was Xiaohao and the others. So he passed the woman and continued his search. Finally, After searching through over 100 tumors, he finally spotted a few familiar figures. Xiao Hao, Xiao Ding, Dayong. As for Xiqiang's discarded mechanical white tiger body, that wasn't a big deal. Drawing out his amber-sealed sword, Jiang Lin slashed with it. Poof, stuck. Awkwardly, he retracted his sword. Xiaoying, open! At the command, Xiaoying transformed into moonlight and emerged from his body. The moonlight in his hand rapidly condensed, and dozens of powerful moon mirror spikes pierced the tumor with a puff-puff. The tumor finally succumbed to the weight and tore apart. A large hole appeared, and Jiang Lin quickly activated levitation, pulling the three out. It turned out that beneath their bodies were tiny, blood-colored flesh tubes that were constantly draining their energy, preventing them from waking up. Now that the flesh tubes had been torn apart, all three showed signs of waking. But now was clearly not the time to wait. He immediately activated levitation and led the three toward the exit. When they passed the black-haired human pig woman, he had Xiaoying try, but even with her strength, she couldn't break the tumor. It seemed this woman was very important. Jiang Lin had no choice but to give up. The exit was within reach. Chapter 158. Discovered. Arriving at the staircase, the entrance was sealed by a tumor. Now was no time to explore how they had been discovered. He quickly had Xiaoying attempt to break it open. Puff, puff, puff. The powerful moon mirror spikes left only tiny holes in the flesh. Those holes squirmed, then healed as normal. Seeing this, Jiang Lin didn't panic, but decisively took out the replica of the silver key. Silver key replica, level 5, a key capable of traveling through any space. A replica that can open portals within 500 meters, unaffected by interference, but consumes the stored spatial energy, with a cooldown of 1 day. It was designed for just such situations. A pitch-black door rapidly opened in the void, and Jiang Lin and the three others entered. Since they had been discovered, there was no need to dwell on it. They simply ran. 500 meters away. A door opened, and Jiang Lin led the charge, floating towards the leg. A few minutes later, Jiang Lin stared at the entrance before him, sealed by the tumor, feeling something was amiss, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Xiaoying. He called out, and Xiaoying emerged. The moon mirror needle pierced through with a puff, puff, puff. The tiny flesh hole rapidly wriggled back to life. Jiang Lin didn't panic. Time was of the essence, so he decisively took out the replica of the silver key and used it. The spatial door didn't open. This? Could it be that even the silver key couldn't penetrate this place? Jiang Lin then produced a spider silk cocoon. Sky-breaking cocoon, level 6, one-time use. Crushing it grants the speed of space travel, allowing movement without stamina, and the effect lasts for 30 minutes. He had a vague feeling it would work. Crushing the cocoon in his hand, he felt a surge of swiftness, the ability to travel through space. It wasn't true acceleration, but rather an inexplicable feeling. He could simply traverse space on his own. It was magical. He had Xiaoying use the moonlight to hold the three beasts, while he pulled Xiaoying up with him. Then, using an almost uncanny method, he twisted space and traversed it. He himself didn't understand the principle, but he could do it, as easy as walking. Space twisted, and he shot out of a void. The filthy interrogation hall had been reduced to a tiny dot. He had already traveled a long way. A few minutes later, Jiang Lin stood before the entrance, sealed by the tumor. He looked at the 3 bloody knife marks on his arm. Feeling the immense speed within him that allowed him to traverse space, he fell into deep thought. The bloody marks were left by the snake shadow devouring blade. He had seen these marks so many times that they were familiar. He didn't let Xiaoying try to penetrate the tumor again. Although he had no memory, the situation was obvious. He was trapped. Take out the forgotten paper figurine. Forget it, paper figure, level 3. This figure helps the user block skill attacks. Upon impact, the attack will be ineffective, and the opponent will temporarily forget the skill, making it unusable for 30 minutes. Spiritual perception revealed that the paper figure's effects had already taken effect. This meant that the opponent had already used a skill on him. He was now experiencing the second method. The silver key replica had already been used, and the effect on him should now be a spider silk cocoon. He had a vague feeling that this effect wouldn't last long. If he couldn't escape, he would be trapped here forever. Thinking of the dark-haired woman's fate, Jiang Lin shuddered. What other methods do I have? He was not one to sit back and wait for death. No matter what, he had to try again. He drew out the snake shadow devouring blade, and carved a 4th bloody scar into his arm. Ah! A woman's sigh broke the silence, startling him. The blade trembled, and he shuddered in pain. What can I say? Jiang Lin ducked his head. The sound came from his stomach. He was startled at first, then felt a sense of dread. You? The sudden voice within the bloody, timorous space was truly terrifying. Just run, I take care of the rest. The woman ignored him, saying only this before falling silent. Jian Lin had calmed down. He knew a high-level farmer path cultivator might be inhabiting his body, but he hadn't expected the other person to be able to speak. At this moment, a wave of consciousness surged through his body, as if some shackles had been breaking. The woman should take action. His mind suddenly cleared, and he realized that he had been circling back and forth, always leaving and returning on his own. This method was very similar to Xiao San's manipulation, but even more powerful, as his memory and cognition were completely distorted. Thank you. Jian Lin pursed his lips and uttered these words. He then grabbed Xiao Ying, who dragged the three creatures along, warping space and entering. From then on, the journey was smooth sailing. With the speed of the air-breaking cocoon, he quickly found Tina's ship. After setting the three creatures down, Ian used the amber sealing sword to knock them unconscious and imprisoned. He then used the techniques he had learned from Ian to control the ship and leave. This place was not suitable for long. The other party had already attacked him twice without him noticing, demonstrating the strangeness of their abilities. He had no doubt that if it weren't for the paper figurines, he would have been unable to withstand the first attack. Off to the other side, the domed church at the highest point of the humanoid tumor's head. A smiling, plain-looking man in a tattered purple robe uttered a faint suspicion. You have so many tricks up your sleeve. As expected of someone chosen by the Lord himself. It'd be hard for me to let you escape. Thinking of the skill that had just been banned, he shook his head. What a shame. It was so foolproof. With such abilities, joining the Discord is your best destiny. He murmured, lightly stepping his bare feet on the tumor as he walked out of the church. At this moment, Ellens and another elderly priest were waiting at the door. They weren't the unruly demeanor Jian Lin had seen them in, but rather a solemn and dignified expression. It was as if they had always been there, never leaving. Bishop, are you going out in person? Ellens asked respectfully upon seeing the man appear. The bishop shook his head and ordered, one judge has been taken away. Replace him immediately. Make sure we have 12. Yes. Although Ellens was puzzled, this was a long-standing rule of the filthy order, so she said nothing. The bishop's smile widened. Jian Lin sighed. The boat was semi-automatic. Chanting a spell, Jian Lin steered it towards the crimson figures in the blood mist. Soon, the boat entered the Red Sea, and he breathed a sigh of relief. This boat was the same one from before. Hidden in various hidden corners were dark eggs, resembling pustules. Most of them had already broken. This was probably the trick used by the person in his belly, who had just escaped using it. With nothing else to do, he simply asked, what is the bishop's profession? Since they had already faced each other, even if they had escaped temporarily, they would inevitably face it in the future. It was always good to know more. He waited for a long time, but there was no movement. Just when he thought the other party didn't want to answer, a faint female voice rang out, as if emanating from the abyss, yet also like the beauty of life at the beginning of life. 6 desires. Taoism calls the 6 desires, sight, sound, smell, taste, touch, and mind. This high-level 7th-level profession possesses extraordinary abilities, naturally capable of more than just controlling these superficial manifestations. Their specific abilities are naturally unknown, as those who encounter them rarely survive. Jian Lin was able to escape, firstly, because the paper figurine blocked the most lethal attack, and secondly, because the woman intervened. Without either, he would have been in grave danger. Also, the many preparations made in advance caught the bishop off guard. After all, no one would have imagined that a 5th-level person could possess so many methods, such as controlling people, extracting memories, and traveling through space. Jian Lin concluded that he might have made a seemingly small but serious mistake. He saw the bishop in Ian's memory. For a high-level person, this would likely alert the other party. This is a kind of spiritual induction. Jian Lin himself has it, let alone a 7th-level professional like the bishop. Chapter 159. Fortunately, no matter what, he had found all 5 of the other 3, including Xiaohao. Although he was almost left behind, the outcome was a good one. One should be optimistic. He would soon be able to return to the misty world, which was something to be happy about. This time, he not only brought back the 5, but also harvested a number of fog-resistant fire seeds. The woman hadn't spoken since she shared the general information about the 6 desires class. No matter how much Jian Lin asked, she wouldn't say anything. He suspected she might be asleep. Perhaps performing that method also came with a price, but since she didn't mention it, Jiang Lin naturally had no way of knowing. The other three had already awakened, and were very excited to see Jiang Lin. Xiaohao even lifted Jiang Lin up with his spider legs, making him feel very embarrassed. Tina giggled to herself. Then, they used the location beacon to find Gubu, and welcomed the others aboard. Tina glanced at the phantom girl, and then paid no attention. Huan Nu glanced intently at Tina's chest, frowning, but remaining silent. Tina returned to her room, while Huan Nu, holding Hanu, stared blankly at the 5 creatures. Unlike them, the 5 creatures, reunited, linked arms and celebrated. A flurry of demons erupted on the deck. Jiang Lin naturally had no time to care about them. He was busy getting back. It took about half a day, using mysterious luck to locate a sea-devouring flower, and Jiang Lin used the method he had memorized to return to the Yellow Sea. Confirming with Lin Yu, it was already 10 p.m. Jiang Lin remained alone in the control room, Xiaoying attached to his body and Gubu in his pocket. Where do we go back? He produced a spider silk seal, his intuition telling him that it couldn't be used carelessly. Spider silk seal, a one-time seal. Once placed, it creates a hole connecting 2 locations. It remains permanent and cannot be retrieved. Be careful to conceal it when using it. It cannot be hidden. Iceberg, it's temporarily safe there, making it a good choice. Currently, he knew of only 3 places that could be considered islands: the iceberg, the filthy cult headquarters, and the Turtle Island of Desire. The latter 2 were too abstract, and no one would normally choose them. Having made up his mind, he used the locator beacon to sail towards the iceberg. 3 a.m. Arrived at the iceberg. The seeding flower was not far from the iceberg, and he hadn't encountered the filthy cult ship, so it was relatively smooth sailing. He would use the alienation spell back home. He had no intention of meeting the supreme cult scoundrels, so he found a secluded spot at the foot of a mountain to hide the ship. Then he had the 5 great creatures work together to dig a deep ice cave. After entering, they sealed the entrance. Everything was ready. He placed the spider silk seal and used it. A hollow emerged from the void, deep and serene. Mist, I'm back. Jiang Lin led the way, followed closely by the 5. Tina flashed, using her level 4 physique to carry Ian into the cave ahead of Huan. Huan, holding Hanu, frowned slightly, but followed into the hollow nonetheless. Inside the iron fortress. Inside an empty room on the first floor, a hollow appeared out of thin air. Clad in a black windbreaker and a top hat, Jiang Lin stepped out. Confirming it was his iron fortress, his spiritual senses revealed a satisfied smile. The 5 were also excited, entering the hall and jumping about. Tina and Huan followed suit, curiously surveying their new home. Jiang Lin had naturally already informed the 2 of his identities. Having never been outside the Wuxiang alien sea, this was their first time entering the misty world. Unfortunately, it was night, and their hopes of enjoying the scenery were dashed. Jiang Lin led the 2 women upstairs, and opened the only empty room. System. Jiang Lin's eyes lit up with excitement as the system panel appeared. Tongzi, I missed you so much. Opening the trading house, Jiang Lin began to shop. It was already the 21st day, and the selection of daily necessities was already quite extensive. After all, there were many production-oriented talents, and there were all sorts of treasure chests to open. These items didn't enhance their strength, so they weren't very valuable. A bed, a 3-piece suit, nightstands, a dressing table, a wardrobe. The room was instantly furnished with everything he needed. You 2 will live together for now. Having settled the living arrangements, Jiang Lin turned to the 2 women and gave them instructions. The 2 women exchanged glances, but quickly separated. Okay. After a long silence, Tina responded first. Phantom Girl also nodded quickly. Jiang Lin sensed a strange atmosphere, suspecting it was because the 2 women were unfamiliar with each other. But there really weren't any spare rooms, so this was the only arrangement for now. You guys rest, I have things to do. Jiang Lin made a move to leave. Phantom Girl entered the room first, leading Red Doll. Tina then pointed at Ian, who was sealed in amber, and asked, Lord, my father? Glancing at Ian, Jiang Lin stroked his chin. Alteration was certainly possible, but after transformation, he would be at level 6, and he wouldn't have the means to control him. And given the effects of transformation, his abilities would surely be immense. Even Xiaoying might not be able to protect him. Before the transformation, a vassalage contract must be signed to be safe. Otherwise, if Ian really went berserk, it would be difficult to deal with him. Tomorrow. I don't have time to deal with it right now. For now, bear with me and leave him downstairs. Jiang Lin said, as he moved Ian's belongings to the storage room. Little Greed looked at the sudden appearance of the Amber Man, and it took him a moment to realize that someone had returned. "Not bad, boy." It grinned broadly and spat out these words. Tina, knowing Jiang Lin had just returned and likely had a lot of things to do, nodded sensibly and entered the room. The room was quiet, neither woman spoke. Phantom sat at the dressing table, holding Hongyu, combing her hair, while Tina sat on the bed, lost in thought. It really seemed strange. Jiang Lin closed the door for them. Passing Xiaoying's room, he paused and said, "Xiaoying, you should go back too." "Yes, master." At his command, Xiaoying transformed into moonlight. After Xiaoying emerged, she climbed onto the bed and began to play with her toys. Jiang Lin glanced at Xiaohong. She was still the same, looking at him with disdain. He grabbed her and rubbed her vigorously. Satisfied, he left the room and entered Xiaoyou's hive. As soon as he entered, nearly 100 pairs of eyes turned to him. It's a bit creepy to have so many beautiful faces staring at you. Luckily, the room was large enough, otherwise it wouldn't have been able to accommodate so many temptation bees. Jiang Lin roughly counted them, around 80. The hive was quiet. The temptation bees were well behaved and didn't fly around. 800 crystals for 80 level 2 temptation bees was a good deal. It was time they were put to good use. Finding Xiaoyu, it was indeed not easy to find her amid so many temptation bees. Jiang Lin didn't replenish its crystals. Instead, he instructed, send out these seductive bees during the day and let them hunt level 2 creatures. Use the crystals they find for hatching, and keep the treasure chests. I collect them regularly. Yes, master. Xiaoyou's voice was still alluring, but Jiang Lin, now alert, was immune. After finishing upstairs, Jiang Lin returned downstairs. Xiaotan was in the storage room. The 5 large ones occupied only one of the 2 rooms, and the small chest occupied the other. He thought about putting Gubu in the red tentacle bucket. While Gubu didn't need water, it would probably feel more comfortable in it. As for whether it was clean or not, he was a pragmatist and didn't care. Today's transformation was just right, so he decided to transform the red tentacle bucket. Since upgrading with the advanced scroll, he hadn't transformed anything, focusing solely on improving his strength. It was time for this item, his oldest companion, to receive an upgrade. Transformation activated. 200 spiritual power overflowed, and the tentacle barrel began to wriggle and deform, visibly growing larger. It eventually transformed into a 2-meter-long vat, covered in dense red tentacles, and fine red lines on its surface. Transform the red tentacle barrel to obtain the strange spring condensation vat. Strange spring condensation vat, level 3, a water vat that undergoes an unknown transformation. Rooted in the ground, it can produce an unlimited supply of water. Consuming it regularly increases physical fitness, and temporarily grants double stamina recovery. Chapter 160. A new bathtub? Jiang Lin looked at the large, red-lined vat before him with a hint of excitement. The bathtub was a joke, of course. The main thing was that the water in the strange spring condensation vat was truly remarkable. Not only did long-term drinking improve physical fitness, it could also be used as a free stamina potion. While there were differences, the large quantity was enough to keep him full. Placing the gub in the strange spring condensation vat, he nodded in satisfaction at the nearly transparent gub. Not bad, just a decoration. After drinking a sip of the strange spring water, his physical fitness naturally didn't change, but his stamina recovery did accelerate. He could always carry some with him when he went out. Since the strange spring condensation vat was so effective, he looked at the strange fleshy fruit vines nearby. Now that he had 6 transmutations per day, when he didn't have anything crucial to boost his strength, he could transmute some auxiliary items first. Similar to the water, he hadn't transmuted anything since the fleshy fruit advanced. The transmutation spell was activated, and the same 200 spiritual power points overflowed. The purple vine began to wriggle, as if alive. Suckers sprouted from its surface, and the soil covering the roots also stirred, suggesting a change beneath. Jiang Lin's gaze was already drawn to the even more bizarre fleshy fruit. The purple fleshy balls had taken on a lifelike appearance, resembling small octopuses and large pomegranates. They still had white fuzz and green slime, and their surfaces occasionally bulged, as if alive. He picked one up. It felt slimy and slippery. A closer inspection revealed that the bulges were simply caused by a surge of energy. Not bad. He breathed a sigh of relief. Transform the strange fleshy fruit vine to obtain the cute fleshy fruit vine. Cute fleshy fruit vine, level 3, produces cute fleshy fruits. They are rich in nutrients, and can be consumed without food for a week. Long-term consumption can enhance mental clarity. Increased intelligence? He was about to complain about the meat fruit being unlovable, but he swallowed his words. Although it didn't do much for him, it was the food every survivor coveted. Unlike him, most survivors only had two ways to increase their intelligence: potions and soul-devouring transformation. According to Fei Yi, potions were limited, so soul-devouring was the primary method. Soul-devouring could only reach 50 points. The rest would require either potions or other methods. The cute meat fruit, however, could solve this problem. With long-term use, it would increase intelligence. If he were to sell it, he wouldn't know how to price it. No rush. Let the members try it out first. Jianlin held up the cute meat fruit and took a bite. It was still chicken and tomato, with a hint of seafood. How should I put it? It was intoxicating. He didn't feel anything, just full. His intelligence had already reached its lower limit, and it couldn't be raised any further without a higher level breakthrough. He could drink more water though, and with that last bit of physical strength, he would have reached his upper limit. He rubbed his chin. With 400 spiritual points remaining, he might as well spend another 200 on the little lantern's transformation. He arrived at the 5 large rooms. The floor was a mess. The little axe's tentacles were wrapped around the little pickaxe, the little pickaxe's spider legs resting on the big sheep's head, the big sheep covering the little lantern's bat wings. Only the little cockroach appeared somewhat normal, lying next to the little axe's tentacles. It seemed they were all very relieved after returning home, sleeping soundly. Without disturbing them, he levitated the little lantern and carried it to the hall. The little lantern quickly woke up, flapping its wings excitedly. Welcome to glory. Transformation activated. The little lantern began to wriggle and grow. Finally, it transformed into a gleaming black sickle blade. At the end of the 2-meter-long handle was a reddish-yellow glowing orb, somewhat resembling a fog-repelling fire. A bat wing sprouted from the center of the handle, stretching only 1 meter. The wings were small, perhaps to facilitate attack. Transform the bat-binding spirit lamp to obtain the bat shadow side lamp. The bat shadow side lamp, level 4, boasts exceptional flight speed, illuminating darkness and night fog within a 400-meter radius, rendering creatures invisible and binding their spiritual essence, preventing escape. The side blade can quickly harvest spirits, making it a top-tier combat power among its level. Not bad. Jianlin gripped the small lantern, feeling like the Grim Reaper. The lantern could indeed maneuver in the night fog. The ball at its end functioned like a fog-repelling fire. The key was its immense combat power, forcing even level 4 creatures to stand still and be harvested. The current world-ranked number 1, Xiao Ding, could probably destroy with a single blow. Letting Xiao Ding rest, he removed the fog-repelling fleece from his neck and took out the creature detector. 100 spiritual power points were definitely enough for these 2 items. Transformation activated, the final spiritual power overflowed, and the 2 items began to wriggle. The fog-repelling velvet ring transformed into a black, circular chain, and the creature detector transformed into an antenna, a bit like a snail's. Mist-repelling chain, level 4, can dispel fog within a 200-meter radius. If it were a bit more powerful. Creature detection, level 3, once worn, can detect the activity of creatures of level 3 and below within a 300-meter radius, doubling detection efficiency. The fog-repelling range has increased from 60 to 200 meters, which is quite effective. Creature detection is somewhat useless due to its level, but it should be very useful after upgrading it with an advancement scroll. If it can be upgraded to level 5, finding level 5 creatures will be much easier. Today's transformation is complete, completing everything I didn't transform after using the advancement scrolls. I won't need to keep the shelter for now. After paying off the mortgage, I need to upgrade it to another level before I can transform. He guessed he might need crystal essence, and it wouldn't be too late to mutate after a day to get the materials. He went through all the items he had mutated and obtained in the directionless ocean, gathering information. He hadn't understood the details of the items he had mutated, such as the reverse time brooch, witch bomb, dark night gloves, and kidney tonifying pills, so he hadn't used them rashly. Reverse time pocket watch, level 4, a strange item. This reversal pocket watch allows you to turn back time 3 minutes. It becomes ineffective if disturbed. Only usable by level 4 and below. Note, each use reduces the user's sanity by 5 points. Reaching 0 will cause a complete collapse. Why is this thing deducting even more sanity? I originally thought it was a time skill, so I mutated it because it was valuable. Not only is it useless, but the side effects are significant. Level 4 is still too low. I upgraded later to see if it's useful. Which explosion? Level 4. After specifying a target, it automatically tracks and never gives up. It explodes with a 5 attribute fusion explosion with additional sanity damage. The range is 200 meters. Note, maintain proper distance. Berserker Bracelet. Level 4, a unique item. Wearing it will inflict extreme ferocity, bringing your combat awareness to the pinnacle of level 4. The more you fight, the braver you become. Prolonged use will transform you into a ferocious berserker. Reinforcement Tumor. Level 6, can compensate for physical imbalances, bringing every part of your body to peak strength. Huh? It seems like something good has arrived. Jian Lin was pleasantly surprised. Previously, because his spiritual power wasn't at its maximum, when the physical potion was transformed, the effects on some parts of his body were limited. If he could consume the reinforcement tumor, he could achieve super strong healing throughout his body, allowing him to transform at will, and even regenerate severed limbs. Wouldn't that be? He blushed unconsciously, as he thought of something. Whatever, he'd eat it first. Why hesitate when it comes to enhancing your strength? As he swallowed the reinforcement tumor, a strange sense of power surged through him. In his excitement, he ripped off one of his fingers and put it back. Looking at his unchanged hand, Jian Lin felt as if he was practically out of human form. With a thought, his entire body began to wriggle, eventually transforming into a bulging ball of flesh that filled the hall. His neck stretched, his head turned, and he gazed at his current form. Such an abstract ability. After returning to his original form, he felt a surge of excitement. From now on, as long as he wasn't directly shattered into pieces, he could recover. While this ability wasn't particularly powerful in this world filled with strangeness, it was still a way to save his life.